At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges, was giving away government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
You get humbled if you come over here with that damn goofy disposition, because it's very disrespectful. And that type of mindset is the kind of mindset that has everybody failing back in the homeland. Nobody's cohesive. Everybody's tribal. The white supremacists and the Asians can come over there in small numbers and dominate everybody because everybody has that tribalistic mindset. So that is a problem, and we acknowledge it for what it is. And African pride, you're Somali, right?
No.
I could have swore you were Somali. What part of you're from East Africa, right?
Yeah, I'm Ethiopian, Eritrean.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, the most.
Yeah, much respect to them. I ain't got no problem with those brothers and sisters. Most of them are actually cool when they come over. They ain't talking too greasy. They ain't talking too crazy. Some of the Somalis, they do a little grease talking.
Well, that's another point I wanted to make too, is that there's like 5 specific ethnic groups or countries that really come here and undermine FBAs, but you kind of generalize and everyone catches strays.
Yeah, that's how it. Everybody's going to have to look. We told people, hey man, why don't y'all get your Tether class and check them? Because if we start checking them, I mean, the people are going to catch strays, man. And we beg y'all for years to check your tethers. See, with us, our Sambo class, we check them. We always check them. Like when Jesse Lee Peterson comes up somewhere, we say, hey, listen, guys, there's a guy named Jesse Lee Peterson. He's a Sambo. He's going to say something dumb. So when he comes in, don't even trip. We'll say, hey, there's a dude named Larry Elder. He's a butter biscuit eating Sambo. He's going to say something dumb, so don't worry about it. So we kind of warn people about our Sambos. Y'all don't warn people about the folks y'all Sambo. They just show up, and then all of a sudden, weird stuff started happening. So we have to find out on our.
I think our contributions overshadow the few or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we contribute. We contribute a lot, and
like
get some Tether online talking. Like, you're gonna have people talk. I mean, you feel what I'm saying? Like,
okay, what are these contributions? I got to hear this. What's the contributions?
I mean, like, we talk Hubert Harrison, Marcus Garvey. I mean, I can go down the list. I mean, the greatest leaders, well, not the greatest, I mean, but a lot of prominent leaders were Garveyites. Nation of Islam. That was Elijah Muhammad was a Garveyite. You know what I mean?
But Garvey didn't get anything popping. Garvey only got things popping because of the Foundation of Black Americans. It wasn't the other way around. Garvey didn't get popping in Jamaica. Garvey got nothing popping in Jamaica. Garvey got things popping because of us. We helped Garvey. Garvey was allowed over here. They didn't want to let Jamaicans over here in 1915. They had a policy where they weren't letting Caribbeans and Africans over here. It was black folks on the grassroots in Tuskegee fighting to get those policies removed. That's how Garvey was able to come here, the foundational Black American community elevated him because we were on that global Black pride kick. We were on. When he came and that was our foreign brother, we elevated him. It was not the other way around. Understand?
You ever heard of a group called Blacks for AI?
No, who is that?
Well, it's the only Black group in terms of like the AI field. It was founded by an Eritrean woman and an Ethiopian woman. And they also took the government to court because they were using artificial intelligence to discriminate against, you know, everyone here, all of us Black folks. So that should look into that.
Well, yeah, that's some kind of anecdotal. That's not no big major movement. You understand? And AI is AI. There's all types of AI apps and prompts and things like that. So yeah, you're talking about some type of little anecdotal organization that filed a suit. That's not a major contribution to our society, sir.
Taking the government to court because they were using AI to like pretty much discriminate on Black people was not contributing?
No, it's not, because we've already been with these folks. No, what, another lawsuit? They go to court. People go to court with these folks all the time. We've been filing lawsuits against these people since the 1800s, dude. That's not nothing new.
It's actually groundbreaking. You kind of like, you got to look into it actually, yeah.
It ain't really groundbreaking, dude. We've always gone to court with these folks for discrimination. That ain't nothing new. We fought discrimination in this country from day damn one. We've been fighting discrimination since 1526 OB. Understand? That's nothing.
But I can keep going on and on and on, especially back in the day, civil rights. So that's what I'm saying. You're comparing that to some tethers talking online. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tethers talk.
That's
and these tethers who talk crap online end up being vice presidents like Kamala Harris. You understand?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is the Indian bedwench.
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, she's not a tether. Coleman Hughes is not Black.
He's a tether.
But he's not Black though.
Kamala Harris is the queen of the tethers. That's the queen definition of a tether. She's running around here trying to cosplay as a Black person. That is the very definition of a tether. That is the very definition of a damn tether. And that's not just somebody talking crap on the internet. See, it'll start on the internet, but if you let it fester, then they'll slip up in the White House, and then we got a tether dictating our policies. Like Obama, the tether.
I even heard you call that Haitian lady who works for the Biden administration a tether. I mean, you just throwing that label around.
She is a tether. Karine Jean-Pierre, she's a tether. And a stud wench.
Okay.
And she's blocked me for years. She doesn't like me.
I mean, me personally, I would rather have my daughter look up to her than Sexy Red, but everyone's cup of tea is a little different. But
the irony is, Sexy Red's manager is Haitian. You see, that's the irony. So yeah, this is why we got to clean up. And Karine Jean-Pierre is a do-nothing stud wench. She's a nothing burger. And she's not a representative of our culture. That's why we don't want tethers misrepresenting us at all.
All right, cool. I can see there's no talking sensitivity. It's just, you know what I mean? So have it going.
You're just giving us random anecdotal tidbits about nothing burger. You haven't talked about any real contribution because there are none.
I just said the Nation of Islam was a Garveyite.
The Nation of Islam was a foundational Black American, an Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, foundational Black American, who built up the Nation of Islam, one of the longest, most respected organizations in this country. Ain't got to with Garvey. If that were the case, why are Marcus Garvey's organization still around with respect as Huh?
Yeah, I disagree with you, Tariq, because I think you're saying everything I'm saying is underwhelming. You're dismissing it. How can you dismiss Garvey
Yeah, I am. Garvey was not what y'all think he was. Garvey was somebody who we elevated. We elevated Garvey. Let's get that Garvey thing straight. Garvey didn't get a damn thing popping in Jamaica. We done said this multiple times. Garvey didn't get a damn thing popping in Jamaica. The Jamaicans did not even like Garvey. Garvey tried to get his movement started in Jamaica. He failed multiple times. He only got it popping when he came around foundational Black Americans, because we were embracing everybody. If you were Black and you were talking about Black empowerment, come on, you are our brother. It is not the other way around. He didn't influence us. We influenced his movement, and we elevated him. We were already on that. We were already about elevating Black people globally. Yeah, Garvey never even went to damn Africa. Garvey failed. Garvey failed. Let's be real. And then when he went back to Jamaica, because of the whole mail fraud thing, because some of the Caribbean tethers he had around him were undermining him. That's what John Henry Clark said. Some of his men that were undermining him, feeding information to law enforcement, were Caribbeans. His fellow Caribbeans undermined him. And then when he went back to Jamaica, he ran for political office against a white man. The white man won. That's why he left Jamaica. He said he's ridiculous over here. He died in Britain. He was disgusted with Jamaica. Let's get that Garvey thing straight. I didn't do us no damn favor. He didn't do anything for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad stood on FBA business. Elijah Muhammad had the real blueprint. He did things the right way. That's why the organization is still strong to this day. The template is still strong. Nation building, men standing on business, respecting the women standing on business, respecting the men, Black empowerment, investing in land, investing in businesses. Elijah Muhammad was standing on FBA business. You understand? And he influenced so many other people. But yeah, don't tell me about some Garvey influenced some damn body and Garvey failed. Garvey failed. Yeah? Well, we got to get this history straight. People come in here talking about their contributions. Man, please, y'all been getting it in off of what we've created. And I'm not trying to denigrate nobody, but no. We got to speak truth to power. And this dude start talking about some random lawsuits. That's not some major contribution to us collectively because some people filed a lawsuit. Are we going to get the lawsuit money? What happened with the lawsuit? Sound like the lawsuit failed. So yeah, no. I don't like when people do these little non sequiturs and act like that's something to pop your collar to. That wasn't nothing for us.
The Honey Badger and the Mongoose is a children's story for the family of how a honey badger and mongoose fight an evil alliance of venomous cobra snake and hyenas that overhauls the balance of the savannah. The Big Five. The honey badger demands reparations. Will the Big Five give reparations? Can the evil alliance be stopped? You can find this book at Amazon, Audible, and Kindle.
A lot of people like to ask, what problem, Yvette, could you have with Marcus Garvey? What Marcus Garvey represents, this sort of do-for-self, Black Star Line, what problem could you have possibly with Garvey? Well, I thought I'd make a quick video, short video, just to outline some of the issues that I had with Garvey and his sort of pan-Africanist movement. Now, there are some things that we should understand very quickly, is that Garvey, during this period that he was talking about getting everybody back to Africa, which I have a problem with, during that same period, this was during his lifetime, there was something called the Red Summer. For those of you who know, the Red Summer was 1919. That was the Red Summer. That was an era of bloodshed in America. That was an era where a lot of Adolf's blood was spilled. And instead of focusing on that, Garvey was focusing on this sort of pompousness that I view as egotistical, that put him as a Jamaican American in the center of what ADOS were doing. And so the thought became, well, we can escape. And that thought, if you ask me honestly, I believe that there's a lot that Garvey stood for that was problematic then and is still problematic now in terms of how we do our politics. Because we now are still very invested in escape hatching. We are very invested in getting out of America. We're very invested in a romanticized view of Africa as opposed to doing the work here to be in America. So while you have a bunch of Africans coming into this country trying to become Americans, you have people telling us it is your job to go back home, to go back to your homeland. It's almost as if there is some sort of exchange going on where people want to see us as ADOS become Africans and Africans become ADOS. That's what it looks like, and that's what it looked like to me even in the Garvey era. So when you're talking about, oh, we're going to have this ship and we're going to go back to Africa and you're not going to have to deal with white folk no more. Even in Africa, you have to deal with it. Not so much then, but now. So part of the problem is that I saw Garvey as running as opposed to building. And as many people know, I have a problem with running. If your problems are here in America, then your work is here in America, not listening to someone who came here later tell you what you should be doing, and that thing that you're doing means that you have to go back to Africa. Now, I would remind everybody also that there are a number of ethnicities in Africa. So this idea that we're going to be automatically somehow accepted here, I just don't see how it made any sense. It just seemed like one man's ego. That's one problem that I had with the Garvey mechanism, right? And he'd never been to Africa. So here's a man who had never been to Africa that all of a sudden was going to show us the way to move and navigate in Africa. And I don't think he ever went to Africa. He got sent off, and then he ended up in London. So somehow in his whole frame of work and his movement, he never ended up in Africa. And he never really dealt with all of the limitations that come with a movement. This was very fantastical. It was like he was writing a movie as opposed to actually doing something that I view as worthwhile. There's also, when you talk about the back to Africa movement too, it just reminds me of the same thing that racists tried to do with the American Colonization Society, which was formed in 1817 to send free African Americans to Africa as an alternative to emancipation. I view the Back to Garvey movement, or any movement that would have us go back to Africa as opposed to fight here, I view any movement like that as problematic to me. And it should be problematic to you that we would build the richest country in the world, and then after we build it and after we're done and America's rich, then we get to go into a third world country or a poor country or underdeveloped country. That to me seems like a kind of robbery. That to me seems like the same racism that we saw from the American Colonization Society, which was going to free us in Africa. So when I feel the same way when somebody says go back to Africa as a racist slur as when I hear somebody say it today, and when I think about Garvey saying it back then, especially since he had no plan except for his ship. This is a problem for me. May not be a problem for you. It is a problem for me. And this is just part one, ladies and gentlemen. So like I said, this will be quick. But another problem that I had in terms of Garvey and what he did and what he was doing was how he the best way to say it is how he sucked up to racists, right? I'm sorry if this is new to you, but there was a letter from Garvey to Ernest Cox. And I think Ernest Cox was a white supremacist, KKK, or whatever the case may be. And here's what he said. He said, I sent you a telegram this morning, which I trust you have received as stated therein. I have just completed reading the book, White America. It is wonderful. From the white man's point of view, it is a masterpiece in history, ethnology, and general race literature. It should be in the hand of every intelligent white person, not only in America, but Europe, South and Central America, as also the hand of every intelligent Negro. I do not and cannot agree with much of the historic data in reference to the black man. As a Negro, I have opinions of my own, but I fully appreciate the fact that you have written from the white man's viewpoint. And in that, I hereby agree and am in full sympathy. If I were your race, I would have written with the same force and probably with prejudice. You have been fair as anyone could expect under the circumstances. You have been much more liberal than the average writer or author. History, as you know, ancient, is largely doubtful and highly speculative. The points of vantage credited to the one race can be easily claimed by the other. Yet that is not a matter of dispute between us. The fact is that the modern Negro is a lazy, good-for-nothing slumberer. This is my conviction, arrived at by close and careful study and the experience. And if something is done for him, if something is not done for him, he will die as other unfit races have died. So you see, Garvey viewed us as an unfit race. In his letter to Ernest Cox, I have an issue with that. So this is just some of the things in terms of cozying up with racists, in terms of back to Africa, in terms of escapism. This is just a quick selection of why I have a problem with Garvey. I don't view the movement as serious. I think it still bleeds into the problematic politics that we have today. So ladies and gentlemen, that is part one of the problem that I have with Marcus.
If we're saying that citizenship in this country has value, and if we're saying part of the value that it has is because there were people in this country that fought. See, what you're saying is that nobody can get ahead of me, or nobody should be able to get ahead of me. If I had to fight for citizenship for a very long time, this should be one of the most difficult countries in the world to obtain citizenship, because this country is still trying to make up for what it did to the descendants of slave in this country, of chattel slavery in this country. When the country is still trying to make up for that, what you're basically saying is, no. They don't have full citizenship yet. We're going to use the largesse of government to make sure that these people have citizenship before we take care of anybody else, before anybody else gets in the line. We're going to make sure they have enough wealth. We're going to make sure that they can't fall below a certain point. We're going to make sure that all that stuff is taken care of. They have enough money. If they want to have kids, they can have them. We're going to make sure that happens. And we've always said, well, we don't want to have no oppression Olympics. It's not an oppression Olympics. I told y'all before, it's not an oppression Olympics because we won. Nobody wants to compare oppression because they know if they do, we win. That's like somebody telling you, remember when you were young, somebody used to, let's race. Somebody, I don't want to race. Yeah, because you lose. People who don't nobody want to do, if you say, let's fight. I don't want to fight. Yes, I know why. So yes, they don't want to say like, we don't want to do oppression Olympics. And we went right along with it. This is what we lost. And they had to back up from it. Yes, nobody wants to compare. And we have gotten caught up in this idea that we should not compete. We have to compete because you're in a competition right now for resources. Anybody who tells you that you're not in a competition for resources is lying to your face. And you can tell them that Yvette D. Carnell said you are a liar and we are competing for resources. And you cannot compete for anything if you don't compare. You ever competed with somebody in any kind of thing and you don't compare and see how fast you are against them when you want to race? Well, they ran this and I got to get fast. The 14th Amendment was designed to protect them and the rest of illegal immigrants. Newsflash to everybody. Slavery was legal for 200 and some odd years. How can you be an illegal immigrant when slavery was legal? I'm trying to figure that out. How was it illegal? No. You all are changing things. We were never illegal. Slavery was legal. Our ancestors were commodities. They were chattel. Legal chattel. That is a special group who this was applying for. Come on now. That's who it was talking to. People gotta learn to fight their own fights and battles. The 13th Amendment was proposed by Congress on January 31st, 1865, when it passed the House, having previously passed the Senate on April 8th, 1864. It appears officially In 13 Statute 567 of the federal law, under the date February 1st, 1865, ratification was completed on December the 6th, 1865, when the legislature of 27th state Georgia approved the amendment, there being then 36 states in the Union on December 8th, 1865. Secretary of State William Seward certified that the 13th Amendment had become part of the Constitution. Right? So this is where we are. Now, we ain't got much longer to go, fam. Just stay there. Stay with me for 1 second. Now, this is let's go to the next amendment. We got 13, 14, 15, these are Reconstruction. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process under the law. Now, again, in context, these are the 1860s Civil War amendments. These are the Civil War amendments. They call them the Reconstruction amendments. What is Reconstruction, fam? Did you read W.B. Du Bois' Reconstruction? Now, the 14th Amendment was proposed by Congress when it passed the House, having previously passed on June 8th. It appears officially in Stat 358 under date of June 16th, 1866. Listen, part of the problem is that we are interpreting. A lot of this is such a bad interpretation. We understand the context of these Civil War laws, and we understand that they were meant to loop people in. Right? We brought the slaves over here, if they have kids, those are citizens. We done fought a whole Civil War. The South lost for a while, so they get to be here. All over a sudden, this is interpreted in a very global kind of way in 2025, in a way, in my view, that it was never intended. You have to go and create your own set of laws. You have to go and, just like the civil rights movement, all of a sudden the women got in it. How? Wait a minute. What's going on? How we get over here? It was supposed to be, and the women got included in the last minute. In 1865, nobody could have anticipated 2025 America. Nobody could have anticipated this kind of globalism. That was something that nobody could have anticipated. Though what I call not the founding fathers, the Euro founders, could not have anticipated. Hey, this thing is going to create an America that is transformed and allows the elite to take advantage of the poor, both here and abroad, and allows them to cheat the very people that these amendments was written for. These amendments were for us and allows us to be cheated by them. That was not the purpose. Everything has to be understood in context. So be very wary of people who are just reading you what the law say.
Which is funny how almost every foreigner has something to say badly about African Americans. Even Africans sometimes have to say about African Americans, but then everybody comes to America trying to be African American.
I'm going to speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like outsider looking in, it's like, gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. Mm-hmm. And them over there complain. Mm-hmm. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shante,
it makes sense.
Yeah, don't go over there and waste the opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own, focus on that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just are focused on, you're going to eat, you know, things say somebody a touch you. You know, things say, I'm going to have the right temperature. We're hungry. What y'all gonna do?
The way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider.
The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider.
So now let's move forward. So as an immigrant, I'm here in this country. What do I want to do? Put my best foot forward. What do my parents want to do? Put their best foot forward and give us the best opportunity they possibly can. Thank you, Lord, for my parents, because they did exactly that. But it's my turn as their child to hold the baton. And one thing I always say, my parents did not risk their lives to get to America for me to get involved in some political warfare. My parents did not risk their lives for me to get to America, for me to sit here fighting people all day. That makes absolutely no sense. And I think because you guys have never taken that level of a risk, you don't understand that level of responsibility and accountability. That's really the problem here. Because if you really risk your lives to have something, if you really risk your life to get something, you're not willing and ready to throw it away.
You're just fully American. You're African American, bro. That's it. How was that see you in 30? That wasn't an insult. That was strictly, you're black. You're not Trinidadian. You're not Jamaican. You're not African. You're not, word. You're not Ghanaian. You're not Dominican. You're not Puerto Rican. You're not Cuban. You are American.
I farted so loud. Black Americans people, I don't like them because they take lots of drugs.
Really? That's what I think. But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like in the movies. I didn't meet them.
Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
Fucked up. I'm sorry. Is it like okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans, yeah. And I actually feel bad for saying that. It's true. I know it's true.
Now, why do you believe that?
Because they mostly don't belong where they are. They're Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans, but they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that. They are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually. So they belong here, and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
That's really interesting.
So I had this tweet by McBeanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But
okay.
This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. But like my mom would agree with that comment. She would agree with that post. She would say like, you know, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
Yeah. That's really interesting.
Yeah. But I also will say that like my parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
When Africans are immigrating to the United States, their idea of African Americans, like, take away modern times where we have like the internet and everything, it's coming from TV, right? Where they're just seeing these rappers and these music videos, and you're seeing these movies and TV shows with people shooting guns and like cussing.
Ignorance from our parents as well. Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out, and for that festered. So now it just lives on as we get older.
So I agree with her in that aspect, but also
Another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about Black Americans. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them, but like being lazy or not as clean or stuff like that. And I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
Okay, so growing up, I had this idea, this ideology from the media, from people around me, that African Americans were these ghetto, noisy, arrogant, aggressive, just criminal.
So I think this was the intent of my elders as they reminded me to stay away from akatas. Akata is a derogatory term for African Americans. I didn't understand why at the time, because I knew nothing about propaganda, media, or anything else we'll discuss today.
It's my great-grandfather on my father's side that wasn't born here. It's my great-grandfather on my father's side that wasn't born here.
How does one know that they're foundational American? I, a few years back, did a, like an ancestral, so I had just did on my father's side, right? But in doing all of this, and I'm going to tell you, it traced back to Guyana, right?
Okay, right. So I had just did on my father's side, right? And I'm going to tell you, it traced back to Guyana.
We can trace back. My family suffered from redlining and all that type of shit, because I know how you feel about like Jamaicans that come here right now, this generation, and they're able to get loans. My family didn't go through that. My family didn't get all that when they came here. We lived as regular black people. So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that. That would not, if they came over and they immigrated, because your family came from immigrants. They immigrated over here, and you can
Ellis Island.
Because your family came from immigrants. They immigrated over here, and you can Ellis Island.
Right.
I know the boat.
That's very different, because you can't get a reparations claim like that.
Because you can't get a reparations claim like that.
And it's very important to not mix it up.
But now keep in mind, this is just my father's side.
I understand that.
We all have two sides now. My mother's side, I ain't traced that yet.
Y'all would know who the southern side of her family was. So if y'all don't know, that means she's from the Caribbean. So if I can understand that you don't know your dad, that's one thing. And your mom didn't tell you where your grandmother was from? Your mom didn't say shit? She had to come from somewhere, either immigrated from another country or came from the South. If she's black, right? It's just find out where your parents are from and where your grandparents are from. Your grandmother, if you knew your grandmother has a birth certificate, brother. Look at the birth certificate and see where she was born. And then see what her mother and father's name was. It's on the birth certificate. And then see where they were born. You trace it back like that. And if you can go all the way back to the 1870 census, that make you a foundational black American. All you got to do is just trace the parents back. Okay, some of these folks, you don't know where your mama's really from. Okay, my mom's from New York. We kind of lost, and then, okay. Well, folks, okay. I don't know how y'all don't be knowing where your mama from. And you don't know your mama's side of the family. At least I can understand the dad's side might be a little sketchy, but you don't know your mama's side of the family? See, that raises red flags. That raises a lot of red flags when folks don't be knowing what their mama's side of the family is. All right. That's all right. That's weird.
TARIQ Radio.
subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Apia, this is the Ghanaian. Apia, what's up? Apia from Ghana. What's up, Apia?
Okay, TARIQ, happy Africa History Month. How you doing?
What the hell is Africa History Month, Apia?
Well, it is the excellence that the Africans that were dropped out of the boats, the contribution that they made to make this nation great as it is. Therefore, the ancestry level is where I'm looking at. They were Africans.
Really?
So what now?
Who was African?
What I'm saying here is that the Africans that were dropped off the boat here in the United States, those that were stolen from the shores of Africa, that were brought here, tortured, maimed, enslaved to build this nation. The contribution that they did since day one till now is what we are celebrating. So we celebrating the African ancestry and the contributions from day one. So shout out to the Africans. And there's nothing you can deny about this.
And because the achievements that we're celebrating are foundational Black American achievements. We're not really celebrating anything that went down over in Africa because we're not continental Africans, sir. We're foundational Black Americans. We're celebrating the innovations and the ingenuity that was promoted here on this land, right? Stolen, and you said stolen, you mean sold by you niggas. We weren't stolen by nothing. Y'all was selling people over there.
See, you cannot sell somebody in chains. You can only steal somebody. Because you know it's not first. And it's not chain up with escape. So you just what happens. Now, second
your phone is very, hold on, Apia, can you, I know you're driving an Uber right now, you're probably driving under a bridge and the reception is very bad. Can you say that again, sir? Let's try it again. Go ahead.
What I'm saying to you is this. The forefathers were stolen. They didn't come here in their own will. They were stolen. They were in chains. Okay, went through the worst ordeal to get here. Therefore, nobody's put them on the street and sold them. Sometimes I have to school some of your kids right here to understand what really happened. However, you making a statement that pan-Africanism is about you moving to Africa, you know you're being disingenuous.
Okay,
you know that's not what pan-Africanism is. Pan-Africanism is the empowerment of persons with African ancestry. Basic. It doesn't talk about you moving to any part. It's you finding confidence in the next Black person and supporting him. Therefore, you helping other Black folks is part of Pan-Africanism.
Okay, let me stop you there. So that means Pan-Africanism don't exist in your homeland at all because y'all don't help each other. You're tribal. So you just proved that Pan-Africanism does not exist in your homeland, and that's why you left to come over here. Isn't that right, Apia?
Well, I don't know what you mean that we don't get along. We have been getting along since day one. We are at peace. Ghana is the second peaceful nation on the
why do y'all
continent.
have any tribes over there?
Listen, a human without no tribe has no culture.
What's your culture?
I'm a Fanti.
What's the Fanti culture?
Is the Apatampa culture.
Who?
You don't know nothing about it.
What is it? You're not telling me. You're just saying names. What is it? What culture?
Okay, the Fanti culture, right, is from the central region of Ghana.
Nigga, what's the culture? What is it?
It is called Apatampa.
Apatampa, you just giving what's the culture?
What you mean? What's the culture?
Give us something unique about the culture.
Oh, okay. Now let me give you this. So many things. Now our naming, right? For example, you see my name Nana Kojo Edu, right? The Nana means that I am part of a royal family. The Kojo means that I was born on Monday. The Edu means that this is the land of my father. That's what it means. It's yes. Hold on. That's many. Okay. So we name according to our culture. Two, we perform certain rites. For example, when a child is born, it goes through certain phases to become adulthood. It's a whole cultural
Like what?
process. Marriage.
What do you?
Okay. So we have something we call naming ceremony. The naming ceremony is where the parents, together with a family leader, right, come together. The leader of the family picks the baby, and then he has water, and then back in the days it used to be liquor, right? Then they will dip the hand in the water and dip it at the lip of the baby and say, "Hey, this is life, this is brightness." Therefore,
So
in
your
life,
culture is giving a bath. It's giving the baby a bath. That's the culture. Okay.
no,
Hold on.
no.
Okay. Kanye,
Listen, you are,
let me let my brother Kanye get on this. Brother Kanye, go ahead, sir.
What's going on, Tariq? So a couple things. Just to answer the question. They have a problem with Black History Month because it reveals a lot about what they try to hide. So a lot of the times they don't want Black Americans to understand the contributions they made to America, American society as a whole. And the more we teach about that, it's not just the slave shit, because that's the shit they try to feed us all the time.
Yeah.
So we started, and now, with people like you putting out stuff like Hidden Colors, you're starting to learn more about the rebellions, the uprising, the other Black Wall Streets, the fact that Black Wall Street was rebuilt in less than 2 years after it was destroyed. They held a whole parade about it. Not sure if you know the brother Hotep Dubes. He did a whole space about Black history, Black American history. It was pretty dope. And a lot of the people, the foreigners, can't leech off of that history because it's literally Black American history. So they try to take credit by proxy, which is interesting. Also, a lot of the people on this app who claim to be pan-Africanists only are interested in disrupting FBA spaces and goals. Literally, I went into a space with these guys, some of Paya friends, and they were actively cheering for Fat Joe, and I just didn't understand how you can say you're pro-Black or pro-Pan-Africanist cheering for a white conquistador Spaniard. I didn't get that. So I don't know. I haven't seen anything positive for Pan-Africanism. If you ask me, I think it's just an excuse to try to extract resources from Black Americans. That's what I've seen from it. That's just my personal assessment of it.
Man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, brother. So Pan-Africanism, it's a vague thing, and really most Pan-Africanists have this thing where we're generic Africans over here, which we're not. We have a distinct culture. We're not generic Africans. Everybody's African using those parameters. So we're foundational Black Americans up here. We have a different lineage, just a different bloodline, and a different relationship with this land. And we made a way for you to come over here and enjoy this culture, right?
I don't know when you say that you made the way for me to get here. That is probably your own narrative. I came here under my own strength, not
It is.
you.
Oh, yes, it is. Me and my family, sir.
What did you
we
do?
built this country so that you can come over here. We built it from scratch.
Well, my forefathers labored for this land.
Who?
That's my forefathers. My forefathers. Okay, my forefathers. They were Africans when they got here. When they got here, there was nothing like America in the first place. Northern
Are
America.
you trying to claim lineage of the?
I am not claiming. I am stating the fact that Africans labored for this nation.
No, because Africans didn't come get us. Africans didn't provide a sanctuary for us. Africans didn't create a homeland that we can go back to when we got in trouble. So you don't get credit for that. You're like the crackhead dad that comes around the kid when he becomes an NBA star talking about, I'm still your daddy now. Get your crackhead ass on somewhere.
So you telling me that we were going through colonization?
No,
right? For some
y'all
reason,
not gonna play that game. Y'all not gonna do the crackhead dad who wants to come around and claim the kid that you threw away. No, Marak,
come on,
hop in, brother Marak.
Yes, what's going on, Tariq? I did want to respond to what a lot of Tethers and Pia is saying. He did want to impose himself onto us by saying that we were stolen. Of course, you corrected him by saying that we were sold, because that's absolutely correct. I wanted to get into the numbers because they try to say, all these Africans or whatever, about 300,000 or whatever. By 1750, when they started doing the record keeping on it, Black Americans were birthing about 81,000. That's about 3 times the imports over here in America. And if you look and compare it to other places like Brazil or Jamaica, who's received over 1 million or close to 1 million Africans, we still vastly overpopulated them by the numbers. So when you take into context about us over 3 times the imports, when it comes to birth locations, I would say that we were already here, and I think that's a greater statistic to go by as well.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
So this FBA mathematics makes you believe that it means you were
Yeah,
here.
we were here. Let's be very clear. All of us were not
Okay.
shipped over.
All right. So let me
Were
ask you though.
some? Yes. All? No. There were black people already here. This has been proven over and over. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. So those that were here, what was their name? What was their
There
culture
were
and
the
their language?
Yamasee people. They called them the Folsom people, the Lumbees, the Pamunkey tribe, the Shinnecock tribe. These are like tribes with black phenotypes that's been here for the longest. The Washita tribe, they were here for thousands of years. So we've been here on this land. Out in California, you had these black-skinned tribes that they kept pointing out. Google the Ohlone tribe. Just to Google a picture of them in the 1800s. They looked like a damn African tribe almost, and this was a California tribe. So there were black Aboriginal people already here for a long time. This has been proven over and over again.
Okay. My question to you is that how does this relate to FBAs? Which part is FBA in this name that you gave me?
Because we had an ethnogenesis. That's the thing. You become a new ethnic group after a while. When one group of people, they come together, they have a shared experience, a shared culture, shared environment. There's an ethnogenesis that happens, and that happened to us. We
Okay.
had an ethnogenesis.
Okay, so let me tell you how it works. Okay, unless you go you go extinct, that's a different story. If you don't go extinct, for example, the Fanti tribe, right? We came out of a bigger ethnic group known as the Bonus, right? So is the Ashantis. And when we came out of that ethnic group, we came with our own language, we came with a culture, we came with our own way of doing things. That's the reason why we still maintain our culture, our language, etc., etc. So tell me your language that you were talking about.
You don't have a culture. You just told me what your culture was your
Sir,
culture. You said
listen.
your culture was putting a baby's hand in some damn water. So you really
Okay, so you
have a
see,
no, no,
see,
no, no. I'm not going to be mean spirited, but yeah, you don't really have a real.
sir,
It's
listen.
just doing shit.
Let, listen, let me tell you what
No,
culture
it's not.
is,
Even the
right?
languages over there, many of them are loan words from Arabic, and some of those.
What are you
That's
talking
what I'm
about?
talking about. Some of those tribes, again, the Fanti tribe, they came from a bigger tribe because of colonization. The white supremacists came and said, okay, this area is going to be called Uganda. I don't give a damn what it was called before. This tribe here, you part of this tribe over here now. So they were remixing y'all asses all over Africa, throwing you around here and there. You don't really have a culture. Oh, my culture is I put my finger
Okay,
in water.
once again.
All right, you whoop-de-damn-do. I'm not trying.
No, 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 listen. When you're talking to the FBAs, you can tell them this history. All right. We came out of the bonus even before the white man stepped foot in on the continent. Now, during the migration, right, people delineated as humans did all over the world. All right. Find their path for survival. You get to a place that is habitable. You live there, you become indigenous, blah, blah, blah. Others became settlers. For example, the Fantis, right, moving all the way from the old Ghana Empire to today, modern day Ghana. They had to battle other ethnic groups for their survival. They were led by three giants, Obenmankuma or the Pejene or Snow. They led the Fanti to war. And then when they defeated in central region, they planted a seed there and said, this is the land of the Fantis. So is the Ashantis and other regions. Okay, it had nothing to do with a white man. They were not even there on the continent. And we have maintained our culture and respect for each other till date. Okay, so that's a history that you have no
Your
idea
ass got
of.
colonized by Britain. They made you speak English and bow down to the Queen of England, sir. Let's stop. You had these.
Listen. English is an inferior language to
Yeah, but
us.
you were bowing down to them.
We don't bow down. We bow down to our
Sir,
ancestral gods. That's what we do.
sir. Even before the British, they were conquering. That's why they have Elmina Castle over there. When the Portuguese put that over there, and y'all sat there walking around staring at it, allowing people to get taken out over there in goddamn Ghana. Don't tell me about how tough you are, and your bitch asses sat up there looking at that Slade Castle sitting up in your punk ass cowardly face. Don't talk
Okay.
that tough shit. I don't
Okay.
want to
Okay.
read
No, 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 no. Go read this book.
about
Go
the
read
remix
something.
shit. You anybody know?
No, 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 no. I'm
Give me
giving you
the facts
facts. Go
then,
check
because
this.
y'all said
Listen. Yeah, no, no. Let me
that
give you
port.
fact. Go and check. Listen. There was a war between the British and the Ashantis called the Sir Garnet Wilson War. We beat them to pulp. We killed them in their thousands. They had to retreat and they moved all the way to Nigeria. All right, to go and gather other ethnic groups to come and battle the Ashantis, and still lost. There's a place in central region called Swedru. The reason why that place is honored is because the Fantis never lost any
Man,
war with the
stop
British there.
lying, man. You sitting up
I
here
listen.
lying. You sitting up
Listen.
here. All you doing is sitting up here lying and making up a bunch of tether babble. First and foremost, the Asante was started by Osei Tutu II. So whatever you saying about the Bantu tribe and the Fantu tribe and the Fanti tribe, whatever you saying is all tether babble. First and foremost, you don't know where you are from, because your land has been colonized and your family has moved around over and over and over and over again since the 1800s. But matter of fact, since the 1960s, freaking Nigeria went from having 2 million people inside of their country now to 23 million people inside of Lagos alone. So everything you sitting up here explaining is bullcrap. The only thing Africans did for the ancestors over here that came here from Africa was sold us. The Dahomey Empire fought against another empire to keep slavery going amongst themselves. Stop lying up here on FBAs. Our family was here
Okay.
since the 1300s and
You listen.
before. When
So let me ask
Christopher
you a question.
Columbus, when his shipmate was on there inside of his diaries, he's stating inside of his diaries when they landed on these shores that all he seen was black Africans. So stop lying. Your
Okay.
family
So
and that
you
tribe
telling
that
me
you
this?
claiming, they came from probably somewhere in Ethiopia, somewhere else inside of South Africa, somewhere else inside of Morocco, because they travel and they nomads. You fraud, and I'm gonna land my plane.
Okay. So you telling me that you referencing Christopher Columbus and not something from your lineage directly?
Yeah,
That's
hitting
what
you
you're
with
telling me.
facts.
Man, this is
Also, your
amazing.
tribe, the Fanti tribe, they were some major slave sellers them damn selves. They were out here, them and the Ashanti, they were selling prisoners of war to the Europeans. They were major in that. So it's very ironic that your ass is over here now. You had to end up fleeing because you come from that slave selling lineage, sir. Them Fanti very big in the slave trade. All right.
Listen, the Fantis are one of the most educated black folks you can find on this planet Earth. The last time I made mention to you some of the big Fanti leaders we've had in this world, global
Then how
leaders like the Kwame
y'all don't
Nkrumahs.
have constant electricity in your damn homeland if you so damn smart? Huh?
Listen, now you're talking about
No,
something
no,
different.
no,
All
no,
right.
no. I'm not
Listen,
talking about something different. If you the smartest people in the damn world, why are people wiping their ass with shea butter leaves and there's no constant electricity and no running water everywhere? Come on, what in
listen.
your
Listen. The continent, right? It's a developing
oh God?
continent.
But you've been
Okay. It's
around for
listen.
thousands of years, though.
We got out of colonization like 60, 70 years
Right?
ago.
You've been around
Okay,
for
60, 70
years,
years
though.
ago. And they left us with nothing. But guess how? Look how the continent has become today. A place where the same
A place where
colonizers.
you fled. You're not really selling this thing like you think you are. It don't sound good. You're over here with us up here.
I'm a global citizen.
Up here.
Let me
All
help
right.
you. I'm related to the Seneca Indian tribe, also the Shinnecock tribe, which Old Dirty Bastard is related
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
My last name is Holland. There's numerous books of the Iroquois Confederacy, like hundreds of books on the Holland, which was Hodge land, the owner of Buffalo, and who was relocated to Kentucky Indians. Okay, so all of the Indians were reclassified as Negro.
By Plecker.
Mulatto, freedmen, um, numerous African American, all of the Indians. The Black American Indians was reclassified as Negro. And then we chose to do an ethnogenesis and come together, all 50 states, like what you should do to stop colonization. We chose to come together, basically drop our thousands of tribes and our thousands of flags, and chose Black. So now we're foundational Black Americans. Thank you.
Ma'am.
And let me tell you, the Iroquois Confederacy Senecas and the Haudenosaunee, if you research them, they are documented as the creators of the American English Constitution. And if you look at our writings, what they did was they changed a few letters. Like, for instance, when we used to call white people white, or we actually didn't call white people white then, but we did call them white demons. And it's also when we called them the cursed people, which is Watiko, right? White Tico. So when we spelled white back then, it was like WIGHT. So then they remixed it to like WHITE. So a lot of the English language is spin-offs of the Iroquois Confederacy. So if you go back and research the Constitution, where it came from, the American United States White Constitution, and the Iroquois Confederacy, specifically the Haudenosaunee and the Seneca, you'll understand why we're Black now. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Bilal.
Awesome. All right. Now, guess what? You're Black because of me. All right. Your blackness comes from Africa.
How?
Without Africa, you're never Black. Okay. The white man that called you Black.
But y'all don't call yourself Black over there.
What you mean?
Y'all don't call yourself Black over there.
I mean, if we're already Black, why must we remind ourselves that we're Black?
But Black as an identity on an
TARIQ, have you seen the Ghana Black Star? Have you seen the Ghana flag?
That came from us. Black as a global identity, that came.
Man, unbelievable. Do you know when the Ghana flag came to being? Do you know when Ghana gained independence? Even before the civil rights
Ghana
started.
became a nation state, sir.
You said
We
what
were
now?
Black before Ghana was a nation state.
Guess what? Before the white man came, we were calling ourselves Black in our own native language. That is the reason why we have the definition for Black in our native language. So we knew what Black was. We were calling ourselves Black.
Hold on. Let me get Brother McCall in here. Brother McCall, hop in.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Great Minister Code. How are
good, Brother McCall. How are you, sir?
I'm excellent.
Let me have you speak on Brother Apia, please. Uh-oh. Brother McCall, what happened, brother? Uh-oh. Oh, Brother McCall, I want to get you back on. What happened? What happened?
The ancestors don't like ugly.
No. I think some of the bushmeat fumes went through the phone and knocked his circuit.
No, the African History Month. The ancestors are up
can you
and
mute your
running.
phone up here? The bushmeat energy is going through the phone and it's messing up the circuitry. Let me get what's that?
Ashu, my name is Ashu.
Asu, what's up, Asu?
How you doing, my brother?
I'm good.
Papaya, let me ask you a question. If I play, this is what we call a 2-for-1 stone, right? In our village. What do you call this? Now, what did, hey girl, okay, now you tell me, right, brother, what is Mac touching yams?
What is what?
What is Mac touching yams? My brother, what is Mac touching yams? Do you know what that is?
I have no clue. Educate me.
You have no idea what Mac touching yams is, huh, girl? What are my daughters? Okay. Hey, I'm stop playing though. So, Brother Top,
yeah.
Do you see how easy that was? A 2-for-1. That was music and language. He has no idea what Mac touching yams is. You hear me? You know what that is. That was real simple for you and I and the people who understand the culture, understand the music and the language. He has no idea what that simple thing is, right? But they steady say, oh, y'all have no culture, yada, 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 but they can't understand that simple line. You hear what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, brother. Let me get Juicy Genius in the building. Sister Juicy?
Hey, peace and power, King Tariq. Shout out to the family on the first day of Black History Month. Peace and power to everybody. And thanks for the retweet. I just wanted to help remind a lot of the Africans and Pan-Africans that only about 4% of enslaved Africans actually made it to the United States. While though there were millions of Africans who were enslaved, most of them made it to Brazil and the Caribbean, but you all are not pushing Pan-Africanism to Brazilians. I wonder why. Everyone's trying to get to the United States. Another thing I wanted to talk about is that they always like to focus on the transatlantic slave trade through Pan-Africanism to tell Black Americans, oh, you've been treated so bad here in the United States, you should hate it here, come to Africa. That's because you all want to replace us and so that we can go to Africa to build your country up and take the place of Black Americans here in the United States. When it comes to Black History Month, we have to continue to acknowledge our Black excellence, our Black brilliance, and hyper focused on our revolutionaries like Sister Shahara Ali, Dr. Claude Anderson, and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, and all of our revolutionaries. And then also the focus on the Reconstruction era and things that we were able to accomplish in such a short period of time. We were bred to be the best during the domestic slave trade. This is generations of people who were born into slavery, not people who were imported. We're talking about born into it. So this is the land that we only know. So we need to really educate those Pan-Africanisms. Like you said, if you want to be a Pan-Africanist, have at it. But don't try to convince Black Americans who love being American, and want to live here and stay here to hate our country and our nation. I yield my
There
mic.
you go, beloved. Yeah, Pia, we're not continental Africans, sir. You're continental African, and that's okay.
I am 100% African.
100% PA.
Okay. Listen, no, I'm 100%
And
African.
I'm 100. Okay, so
okay. I am an unrepentant African. If I die a trillion times, I come back, I want to be African and nothing else. I am unique in my own way. I speak a language that the supremacists can't understand. I have exceptional abilities that supremacists can't do. I have survived millions of years before they came in. This world is mine. Did you know the reason why I am Black? Because the soil is Black. I am the means of production. That is my
And that
Africanness.
production is driving Uber, all right? That's what you have done in thousands of years. Let me get Brother McCall in the building, please. Brother McCall. Brother McCall, unmute your mic, sir. Hopefully we get your audio in here. Brother McCall, hop on in. Unmute your mic, please.
Apaya.
There you go.
Apaya.
Apaya?
Make your point, Mikhail. You come to remix the same thing. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm going to tell you once. I'm going to leave the stage. And if I have to come back up here,
no, don't flee.
I'm going to do what my grandmother used to tell me when I would misbehave. I'm going to be on the warpath. And she was a Seminole. And you don't want that. Trust me. I'm going to land. And you better be respectful. Remember, we had this conversation.
You know you're talking to an African, right? You know you're talking to an African, right?
Don't play with me.
You know you're talking to an African,
don't
right? And you know what that means.
You know I will hurt your soul.
Listen.
You know.
Oh man, that's a wrong move, young man. Let me tell you, that's the wrong move. You don't want to do. I will slice you into pieces academically. In intelligentsia, you are nowhere near me. All right, my experience, you have no clue. Whatever you think you have going on is that little world you live in, not in my environment. Don't come out here and think you can swing. You're in the wrong environment, nephew.
I pay
all right?
Your mother, your father, your brother, your sister's salary. You understand?
See, It's only children that goes after people's parents. Be a man and
Don't
talk
play
like a
with
man
me.
and stop talking about your mama
I
and your
tell the
daddy.
Chinese,
You're not in the junior
what
rank.
to do.
Talk like a man.
I tell the
Talk like a man.
Chinese what to do, son.
You tell the
If
Chinese
I
a
tell the
damn
Chinese to
everything.
go into your
Listen, you
village
talk tough.
and
Listen to me.
dismantle
You
it,
talk
boy,
tough,
they
right?
will listen to
You can
me.
talk tough
You
all you
understand
want,
that?
but you still have
If I tell
BLM.
the Indians to go
You
into your
talk tough and you
village
still have
and
what?
dismantle your tribe, they will listen to me, boy. I am an American. You are a wannabe, good for nothing, never have, never will be anything in life. You have no purpose, you have no direction, you have no orientation, and you are the bottom of the barrel on this planet. Boy, don't play with me. I know who you are. I know your type. I know what you're not capable of. I know your future. I know your past. You understand me? You are the reason the planet looks down on Black Americans. You understand that, boy? You are the slum of humanity. Get your shit together. Go home and build your nation if you're so smart. You understand that? Go home, boy. Thank you, dear brother. And I apologize for raising my voice, Brother Tariq.
And that is the most intelligent thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Tariq, this is your brightest and your smartest?
He's not driving Uber, so he's smarter.
No, is this your brightest and your
he's smarter
smartest?
than you.
See, guess what though? I'm not going to descend into the goddess because I'm well cultured and well minded, right? So I'm gonna let it slide because if I decide to swing, the whole place will shut down. I'm not going to do that.
Swing, we're gonna get a whiff of that must, so it will shut down, and we don't want that. We want everything to be must free. So, all right, but thank you, Apia. Let me get some more people. Thank you, Apia. I don't want to hear this tether babble.
Hi, I'm Mateo. Do you want to learn about Hidden Heroes? Hidden Heroes from A to Z is a cool book that tells the stories of amazing Black heroes you might not know about. You'll meet inventors, you'll meet explorers, and leaders who change the world. It's fun, inspiring, and you can learn so much. Get your copy now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Let's discover our hidden heroes together.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
One thing that I have to ask is got me really, really bothered is where are y'all Black Lives Matter people at, man? When y'all needed us Mexicans and all my peoples was there standing, marching along with y'all right there, ready to take out whatever needed to be done. So now where y'all at, man? This is real talk, man. This is get off the man. Where y'all at, man? This is real talk.
Because see, we as foundational Black Americans, we're expected to be the welcoming committee for every damn body. There's this expectation that we should always embrace, uplift, and fight for every Black group, and not only Black group, just non-white group. But when we start prioritizing ourselves, we're played off as being selfish or exclusionary because it disrupts that narrative that foundational Black Americans must be in the forefront of minority unity. That's why all these Hispanics are running around here with the nerve. Like, how come we ain't helping them right now with this immigration? Really? Really? The slick shit that they've been doing all this time, and y'all really expect us to jump up with the cape? Like I said earlier, when there was a Hispanic dude talking about, yeah, man, we were going to the George Floyd riot. We stood with you, man. We stood with you. And in some of these cities, these dudes were out here working with the police against us. They weren't standing with us. We were fighting for justice. Some of them were looking at that as an opportunity to run up and target to get free shit. Let's be real. Let's be real. A lot of them weren't standing with us. They were not. They were using that they were using that as an opportunity to get their damn loot on. That's why when you saw a lot of the looting, it wasn't Black people. A lot of Hispanics. Just like with the LA riots. That was a running joke for years. if you look at all that footage, the people who was putting in work, who was really, you didn't really see them on camera because they were being very covert. Some of them brothers in the streets were putting in work. What you saw in the media, on the news, you saw a bunch of Mexicans running around with sofas and TVs and all of that. That's what you saw. So they were just using that as an opportunity. And the running joke was they didn't even know who they were riding for. They were like, yeah, this is horrible. What happened to Rodney Dangerfield? So yeah, that was the running joke for years, that they didn't know who they were riding for. They just saw that as an opportunity to get their loot on. So that ain't standing with us. They were just getting some from them for themselves. Yeah. But the thing is, man, um, people talk about a divide and conquer. They use the divide and conquer against us. They always encourage African and Caribbean immigrants to delineate while demonizing foundational Black Americans for doing the same. You see, they always tell them to delineate and tell them how great they are over us. They tell them that bullshit all the time. And the Tether class always comes up in these spaces telling us how hard they work, and then we have to correct them and kind of get some real straightening going on. But yeah, this whole thing about us being divisive and people trying to cosplay our lineage, that's not going to fly. That is not going to fly at all. Let me get Brother Stephen in here. Shout out to Stephen. Let me get Stephen. Then we're going to get Carolyn. All right. Let's get Stephen, Carolyn. Hop on in, Stephen.
Hello. I wanted to add. I just think about an example because I'm pretty active in I'm active in Catholic media,
Yeah.
and in the United States, the Catholic Church is pretty much run by white bishops. And so I founded, me and my other Black foundational Black American friend founded Black Catholic Messenger, which is a news site that's dedicated to like Black American stories that are Catholic. And what was crazy is I've experienced in the white supremacy in the church where certain priests will say stuff like, "Oh, well, Black culture is just sleeping around and rap," whereas the Nigerians, because what they do is these bishops will put a Nigerian priest in the Black neighborhood church, and they'll think that, oh, well, he's Black, he's the pastor now, because like they assign the priests to different areas. But that just is not good for the vibe of the community. It's a different culture. And it's just like they just don't, well, I mean, it's not that they don't understand it. If I really think about it, I just think that they're like, yeah, we need the Nigerians to come and teach these Black people how to be Black or something like that. And I'm just like, that's not real. That's a bad thing.
Right.
So I wanted to mention that. So I've dealt a lot with that, especially using that category as a model minority to kind of bludgeon over everybody else's head. Like, oh, you should act like them. They work hard.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, they don't have a problem with those other groups because they know those other groups don't have the spirit to just kind of dominate and take over. With us foundational Black Americans, when we get involved in something, usually it ends up all eyes on us. We end up shining over everybody. Our charisma, the Majara spirit, the energy, it just kind of takes center stage, takes control. That's why they don't like us in certain categories, like our good sister Beyonce. They've been kind of jerking her around with the country music awards and the country charts and all of that. They were trying to keep her away from that because they understand that spirit and that energy will just dominate. So they try to get these non-FBA people because they know that many of them, they're not going to rock the boat. They will stay in their place to a certain degree. They will mind their manners to a certain degree. So that's very interesting. Jean Zombie in here. Jean Zombie.
Yo, what's going on, brother?
What's going on?
Man, yeah, man, I had been well, that little topic was over with, but I'm getting to like with the working. Like, bro, I work, like that's all I do. And I work, like I'm from Chicago.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of migrants, a lot of immigrants out here, bro. All different type of nationalities. And I work with all of them, right? And I'm just saying, bro, like they don't work at all. Like I ain't the type. If I'm gonna complain, I'm gonna complain to the guys I'm cool with at work. But we ain't taking it. I'm from. I ain't complaining to no manager. But I'm just seeing this, bro. Like I'm seeing it, bro. Like we call it finessing the clock, and that's what they do, bro. The Mexicans, the Indians, the Africans, and they be complaining, bro. And it take one African girl to get into it with one of the sisters because she picked like they low key be picking on the sisters from America.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And Amari, she treated the out this damn African girl, bro, and made her quit. And soon she quit, four other of their ass quit. You know what I'm saying? Like they know what be going on, bro. They be poking at the belt, and when that belt strike, and now we the bad. You know what I'm saying? We the problem. We the
Right.
problem.
And they do this antagonizing and gaslighting, and then when we clap back, then they start, oh, xenophobia, just like with these spaces. See, a lot of the non-FBAs, they would be in Clubhouse and on Twitter Space, just denigrating us. When we start clapping back on them, oh my God, these niggas, why do you FBAs hate us? You niggas are so xenophobic. Why do you hate us? I just want to be loved by you niggas. Stop it. Stop that. Erica, what's up, Erica?
Hello, this is my first time on your master class, so thank you for having me. You talked about the difference between culture and Black America, that some of us just don't know the true foundational roots, as what you mentioned. And I'll just say that this portion is actually a true reality, that my generation is the generation that's actually reaping the benefits of the root work that you individuals like you have already paved. So I guess what I'm saying is um, these conflicts within the communities and those that are coming on like in this type of platform, um, I think the issue is that people are misunderstanding equality and reciprocity. Equality means that everyone receives the same thing regardless of their situation, while reciprocity refers to the mutual exchange where individuals give and receive roughly equivalently to those benefits, even if the exact details aren't perfectly equal. So if we're honest, and we don't have to go back and forth with, you know, who gets what, we all deserve something. But I guess all I'm just saying is that if we just, not just you personally, but just all of us as a Black community, if we could just focus and have honest conversations without like the emotional rhetoric, in order for us in our community to genuinely see the differences between what's deserved and what is given and what we should be receiving, I think that um, we can start paving the way in that regard to, facilitating those changes. That would mean something like, having proper education in the areas that we want to see those changes. This could mean changes in, say, your education, changes in your lifestyle. Be the change that you are actually wanting to see, is all I'm saying.
Erica,
So
Erica,
thank you
where's
for
your family?
having me.
Erica, where's your family from, dear?
I'm from California all my life.
Where's your family from? Your family. Where's your family from?
Like, oh, you mean like my roots?
Yeah, your roots. Where did they
Oh,
immigrate?
oh, no, some of them are like from, down south, the Georgia and stuff like that. So
On both sides? I mean,
not both
like,
sides. Some of them are from Texas. I have families spread out. So,
okay.
I'm a product of the system. So I don't know where all of my family's at, just some of them.
Were you in foster care?
Yes, a part of my life, yes.
How old were you when you went to foster care?
I was like 16.
Some don't add up. Black folks don't put their kids in foster care. What the hell happened?
Yeah, like I said, I am the
No.
byproduct. Well, let
Okay.
me finish. I'm
Okay.
just saying, I'm
I'm
just
telling
saying I'm the byproduct of, individuals like you that have done the root work, paved the way, know their history, know their tradition,
okay.
know, things about
I,
their life. So
okay. Now,
I'm just reaping the
your
benefits
story.
of,
Hold on. Now I'm interested now.
okay.
How did you end up in foster care? Black folks don't let their kids go into foster care like that. It's very somebody's on drugs or your mama was white? What happened?
it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody was on drugs or my parents were white. It's just, the situation that I was in. I don't think this is an appropriate platform for that, but I just wanted to, come on and say that, I appreciate,
All
black
right.
men like paving the way and all that good stuff. But
Thank you. Thank you, beloved. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, see, I wanted to get in that. I wanted to get into that. And she was very vague about it. And I appreciate the compliments and all that. I wanted to get into that. See, that was going to get interesting. I didn't want to make it uncomfortable. I'm like, how'd you get in foster care at 16? Where's your family? Yeah, we don't. I know our culture generally, I'm saying generally, because some, certain things do happen, but generally, foundational Black Americans, we don't really allow, people to get into the foster care system. Generally, the kids would have to get taken, some drugs or some shit. It had to be something real weird. But then a family member would step up and another, so that's why I want to know. I wanted to know what was going on. And she's being real vague. She's being very, very vague. But hey, it's okay. That's her story. If she don't want to go into it, that's fine. But see, I like to know who I'm talking to because that will give me an idea of their disposition. Like who raised you? Where's your lineage from? You see? Let's get Mr. Yobi in. Mr. Yobi, radio, I'm not having you up. You're a white supremacist troll. This is not a space where you can come in and just yell racial epithets. This is not that space. Yeah, we don't really entertain trolls. You just want attention. In fact, Radio East, I'm blocking you so you can't even come in here. All right. I'm just block that ass altogether. You're not gonna come in here just to troll, and this is not that kind of space. Because you're what's called a time-wasting troll. You can't argue intellectually, then you just start getting into unfunny trolling. And if you're going to troll, at least make it funny. You're not funny. Mr. Yobi, hop on. Then I get Black. All right, well, let me get Black, and then I get Mr. Yobi. Black, okay. Let me get
Hey, what's up, Flex, man? Thanks for all that. Thanks for all what you do. I want to say this. Delineation is an FBA creation, and we on that neck.
Yep.
What they need to do is cut that check. It's that simple.
Yep. Yes,
They've
indeed.
had a lot of time. There's no more excuses. If we don't get reparations, then nobody should get reparations. They need to give all that money back. So we just need to stay focused, stay united, keep that Mujahid spirit, and get it done. I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Absolutely, my brother. Let's get Mr. Yobi in the building. Mr. Yobi?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Yobi. How are you?
Okay, yeah. Hey, man, how's it going, man? I'm glad to talk to you. I've been listening to your show for about a good 6 months.
Okay.
I want to say this, man. My mom and dad, they from Montgomery, Alabama. My mom was born in 1940. My dad was born in 1940. I mean, my dad was born in 1940. My mom born in 1942. Both sets of my grandparents knew each other before they even got married. Uh, I'm right now. I'm in the process. I found my father used to always talk about my great grandmother, how he taught her how to write, because he had to leave Montgomery, Alabama, because when he was 9 years old, he drunk out of a white people faucet, and they was going to try to kill him.
Wow.
And so my grandmother Medea, she sent him to Smith, Alabama, to live with his grandmother. He taught his grandmother how to write her name. And her name was Savannah Moore. She was born in 1875. And I'm like, what the hell? And I'm finding out, my dad was telling me all this before he passed. My dad passed in 2020. And he retired from the military. He retired 35 years. He had 8 brothers and 8 sisters. All 7 of his brothers went into the military, okay? And they all sent money home to take care of my grandmother and take care of the sisters. And even because I was born in Germany. I was born in Germany. Yeah. And I can remember my mama used to say this, to us. He goes, Me and your dad, we both got jobs. We got to take care of our family. So I'm like, because I didn't grow up around my family in the South. But when I came home, when I came to the States in 1975, I lived in Montgomery, Alabama for like 7 months, and I ain't never seen the hood in my life. My mama switched from being, diplomatic. She switched into hood mode, and she was like, "Get your ass out that window! Don't be looking out that." Because we were living in the projects. We lived in the project for like 6 months before we got housing on a military base in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. So I got a taste of blackness, and it, man. In the 70s, it's serious.
Yeah.
It was a culture shock for me because I grew up in Germany for the first 5 years of my life.
Oh wow.
When I came to Montgomery, Alabama, culture shock. When I lived in Germany, I was the only black kid in my elementary school. I was the only black kid in my class.
Yeah.
And when I came to Montgomery, it's the number of black folks. And my grandma told me, he goes, "You just don't have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because this is your family. Most of these people in Montgomery, Alabama is your family."
There it is. My man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's get Indian in the building.
Hey Tariq.
Hey, Indian.
I'm in a kind of predicament. I was basically let off, and I have to find work within like 28 days, or they'll just kick me out of the country. And I'm hoping if you could offer me a job.
What country are you in?
I'm in the US.
What city you in?
In DC.
You can't drive Uber?
Well, I could drive Uber, but they're not letting the H-1Bs to get hired anymore.
So what kind of skills you have?
Well, I could do some tech work, or maybe like create websites for you.
Do you have some? What's that noise in the back?
I'm just walking around. Like I went to the immigration office and I requested them like maybe extended something, but I think the guy was like a Trump supporter and he said that the rules are being changed little by little. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
Now, are you at risk of getting deported?
Yeah, he said that if you can't find a job within like 28 days, they'll just, you have to go back. So I have 28 days, but I don't know.
Well, damn, brother. I don't know what you're gonna do, man. Maybe you have to go back to the crib. You got to go back to India and get things popping over there. Huh?
Come on, man. Like, I need some help here.
Well, maybe it would be good if you go back to India, make India pop off, and we go visit you in India. We go out there and get some biryani chicken and some other street food from you when you get back to India. Yeah, but you shouldn't be here.
Bro, like, if I go back to India, they'll be really disappointed, man. They'll say like you went to United States to make something of yourself and you failed. Like you came back, like you're like a blot on the family. So not sure what to do.
Well, you could just tell them y'all failing now. So y'all, luckily, I went to visit back. So you can get them take some seasoning back, and you can take some Popeye's chicken back and let them taste that, and just give them an idea what the culture is here. But you'll just go back to your crib. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right. Let's get who's this? LeBron Curry. Who is this? LeBron Curry.
Yeah, what's good? Happy Black History Month.
Oh yeah, it is Black History Month. Oh yeah, it is Black History Month. Now you're not black. Now what are you?
No, I'm Black American.
From where? Where you? I hear an accent. Where did your family immigrate from?
No, I'm in the DMV, but my family's from Delta, Mississippi.
Really?
Yeah.
Not with that accent.
Greenville, Cleveland, Mississippi, Greenwood, whole family.
Greenwood, Mississippi.
Great grandfather, yeah, great grandfather sharecropper.
in Greenwood, Mississippi.
Greenwood down
Have
to
you been?
Louisville, yeah.
Have you been down there?
Yes.
When did y'all have a family reunion?
You saying when? The last one, I think it was
Yeah,
like
was
2022.
okay. All right, all right. What's on your mind, Ice?
Oh no, I just wanted to say a few things regarding the stats. I hear a few foreigners saying that they're doing better than Black Americans in our country. So I just want to speak on that real quick.
Go ahead.
I just looked at the stats regarding the Black millionaires in the U.S. I know most Black people are not millionaires, but when you look at the Black millionaires in the U.S., you'll see that there's 11,000 Black millionaires in Atlanta alone.
Oh, yeah.
Compared to all the Caribbean countries, there's only 26 Caribbean countries. You see there's only 1,100 Black millionaires in all those countries.
Wow.
So there's more Black American millionaires living in Atlanta than Nigeria, Ghana, and all other Caribbeans combined. Now I know we're not all millionaires, but that's just a stat just to throw out there when they say they're doing better than us.
Oh yeah, because I always check them on that. They talk about they come over here and they're doing all these great things. Okay, well, show me the enclaves with all of these Ghanaians or all of these Ugandans. Show me the communities where they're really, really running things economically. All right, and no disrespect. I'm not trying to beat up on nobody, but shit. Rock, what's up, Rock?
My G.
What's up, brother? How are you?
All right. I just wanted to say for Black History Month, let delineation sting from the time wasted troll to the terrible tellers.
Oh
Let
yeah.
delineation sting to the mush mouth mumbles and the mystic mambies. You
What's up?
had that fool on here talking about Trump got rid of
Black History Month.
Yeah, Trump got rid of Black History Month. He wrote a federal, and this fool couldn't even say semantics. He talking about you playing psychological mind, gynecological mind. He don't even know what the hell he's saying, man. Like I understand. Sometimes you let them talk just so we can get the point. So I understand. And
Oh
then the
yeah.
white supremacist that was on, all I kept thinking when he was speaking was that he sounded like an agent. And I don't know that people really pick up on the game when you laying it down, but you never get caught up in the word games. You never get in the semantics, the proper way to use it. You
Right.
never get caught up in the traps that they try to set. And he just was trying to incite violence, and it really sounded like an agent reading a script, trying to lure you into something.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I can't wait till you hold the next conference. I'm out of Georgia. I was in the last one in Atlanta, and people really, really need to pay attention to the game that you lay down. Like
Yes.
all they have to do is watch. Like you lay down the game on how to set up a business, how to run one. There's money to be made. I saw so many people get money hand over fist at that last conference in Atlanta. It's
Mm-hmm.
just if you ain't paying attention and taking notes, you're wasting your time. You don't need to be around the family, and you're treating this like it's entertainment, and it's not. It's empowerment. I'm gonna land my plane.
My brother, I appreciate you. Yeah, see, we do have to do another event. Yeah, the last event we did in Atlanta, we had a ball down there. That's what I love. I love having events where we have a lot of the Black businesses doing their thing and people are just making so much money. I love that. I love to see other people, Black folks, be successful with their businesses. We had the infamous cupcake lady. There was a sister who had them damn red velvet cupcakes. This sister had to keep going back and forth baking because she kept selling out. Everybody, they've been talking about that woman for years. So we had just phenomenal people at the conference in Atlanta. That was a great, great event. Everybody was happy. The vendors were very, very happy. The crowd was happy. And this was during COVID too. We had that shit popping in the middle of COVID. So Remington, what's up, Rem?
Is that my boy TARIQ NASHEED, nigga?
Oh Lord, what's going on, Remington?
Yeah, I'm thinking, Tariq, why we need a Black History Month when we can have a Black History Hour? After all, we have no history.
Okay, but you got to work on your material, man. Your material is kind of dry. First, you got to work on the voice. You got to work on the.
When will you invent the wheel, Tariq?
Oh goodness. this. You said the same shit yesterday under your other account that I just blocked. All right? So you got to work on your material. It's corny, it's not funny. It's lame, just like your birth rates. That's why you're going extinct. Huh? You're not going to be here that long. All right? Let me get you out of here. All right, let me get some more folks in here. All right, it's the corny white supremacists that I just blocked. All right, let's get Hexagonian. Let's get Hexagonian in the building. Hexagonian. All right, Hexagonian, hop on in.
You hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
What's up? Shit, I just popped in, say what's up, really. Talk about like the immigration shit. With them, pretty much trying to say black people didn't really have their backs and shit, but when it came down to the marches back in the day, back in civil rights, they didn't want to come out to the end when MLK finally got the Civil Rights Act signed. They didn't want to come out to then. Then all the Asians and the Chinese and everybody else wanted to show up at the very end, but they didn't get sprayed down in the streets. And I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, and my it wasn't all that long ago. Like
Right.
my auntie,
Birmingham. What part of Birmingham you from?
I'm from the north side, Inglewood.
Okay, I know that. I used to live in West End out there.
Okay. So, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Like they down talked us and was pillow talking to the white man for their approval, and then come to find out they don't even like them.
Oh yeah. You know, I got to get down there. I ain't visited Birmingham in a minute. I got to get down there to visit. It's been a long time. I got to go out there and check on the folks out there. All right, let me get a couple of more calls in here. Y'all raise your hand. Let's get Emily Stevens. Oh wait, hold on. Where's Miss Empress? Hold on. I saw Empress. Where'd she go? All right, let's get Emily Stevens in here. Emily. Unmute your microphone, Emily. And it was Empress, and I wanted to get her in here. All right. Well, Emily ain't saying nothing, so let's get who's this person? PETA. Let's get PETA FBA. Hey PETA, how are you?
Good morning. I'm well. I'm honored to speak with you. So I wanted to touch base on the Democratic news outlets that are out here spreading misinformation about Trump when he's going to sign a proclamation to push Black History Month. They've been doing this for years, where they've been pandering during election or after election and trying to get people to basically go against, especially Black Americans, to go against certain policies that he tries to push. And I noticed that I'm based in Minnesota, and I see a lot of immigrants here, and it's a sanctuary state. So a lot of the stuff that I see go down, because there's a lot of liberals here that push that stuff, and it's usually like ABC, NBC, CBS, all those news outlets that are pushing the narrative that just to try to get our attention. And we're just kind of sitting back and watching this shit unfold. And I'm just disheartened because a lot of the businesses that I see are ran or people working in, I mean, Target, the DEI policies that never benefited us. I see a lot of, I rarely see Black Americans working in those stores. And a lot of us don't really get to benefit off of these policies that are passed and that they try to push. And I see they're trying to get our attention, just like the immigrants are trying to get our attention. And I hear a lot of Somalians that complain about stuff. And when you was talking about how they were during the riots because, you know, after George Floyd, I seen a lot of looting, but they were setting apartment buildings on fire. It was a lot of Somalians doing that. Even on the 4th of July, they were
Yeah.
setting off bombs. And this is what they do in their country. I have it on camera, on video. The police are sitting right in front of me, just sitting on their cars with their arms folded, while the Somalians are walking up to me, asking me for a lighter with literally a bomb in their hand. And they're just like, they're doing all this extra stuff. And like you said, when the news catch crimes happening that are done by these people, they specifically put a Black American face on it. And somebody like me who sees a lot of liberals and Democrats push these policies and support these policies, they're very quick to try to get our attention through emulating Black culture and basically mocking us to try to get our attention. And I don't like it. I'm very tired of it. And I like my
Absolutely.
plane.
Thank you so much, beloved. I feel that. I absolutely feel that. Let me get our good brother EJ in the building. EJ, let's show light. What's up, brother EJ?
Doing, player?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. For now on, DEI means deport every illegal. Shout out to the Black Alpha Network, because
Yeah.
you know I felt real disrespect. I felt real disrespected when that last Curry creature came up here, with his hat in his hand, talking about I got 28 days, 4 weeks to get a job. You better push it to the limit, like Tony Montana out here on these streets, so you can get you a job. When we try to get jobs and y'all be out here bitching, moaning, and complaining, when we go to these white folks and these other people getting jobs, knowing damn well we have the credentials and we have the qualifications to get these jobs, y'all be the main ones hating on them when I try to do, my job. Hey, I do custodial work at my job. I work at the university, so I always have some of these folks at my job, hating on the nigga. And I'm quiet when I need to be, but a lot of these folks, they stick with their group and they stick with their people. So, I suggest that y'all hold y'all own nuts. And oh yeah, for anybody who know how to make any shirts, we need to make some DEI, deport every illegal shirts just to show these that we don't care about them. Y'all gonna have to, hold your own nuts. And I think that a lot of these deportations are very good, definitely for Black History Month. I want some of y'all to get in tune with y'all culture and make sure that y'all can go back to your homeland and make something pop off. And Donald Trump, the orange Cheeto, he couldn't even get rid of Black History Month if he wanted to. He know that we'll pull up on him with the quickness. So he might as well just get down and lay down. But DEI deport every illegal. Shout out to the Black family and salute Tariq.
Much respect to you, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to my brother EJ. Ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, we're going to wrap it on up, man. We had a great broadcast. I think we had a very constructive broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. It's a couple of thousand people in here still strong doing their thing. Much respect to you guys. Look, everybody, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com for Black History Month. Every day, everybody give a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. That would be a great Black History Month movement. We got our own institution out here in LA. We have phenomenal events. We have so many great, positive, constructive things happening at our Black History Museum, and it's only possible because of brothers and sisters like you. So for the whole month, we need everybody to hit up hiddenhistorymuseum.com and make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum, ladies and gentlemen, and we respect and love and honor our ancestors and the people who support them. Also, get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Ladies and gentlemen, rootworkstyle.com, the best deodorant in the world. And check out the movie Microphone Check streaming now on fbastream.com. All right, I'm up out of here, guys. Y'all have a great one. Puppy Akute, Lullabuve to the family. Peace.
In the heart of nature, we find our true strength, a connection to our roots, to the land, to each other. Introducing Rootwork deodorant, infused with the potent power of High John the Conqueror root. Embrace the natural strength and resilience passed down through generations. Feel the purity of natural ingredients, harmonizing with your body and spirit. Rootwork Deodorant, bringing you in tune with nature and with yourself. Rootwork Deodorant. Connect, empower, thrive. Available now at rootworkstyle.com.
Oh, I'm gonna need 4-5 million in reparation for me. Hell no, that's too much. No, I'm gonna need 70,000. That's gonna be good. Hell no, what we gonna do with 70,000? Well, no. The fools in here arguing over the money that has not been agreed upon yet. No. Let's take care of A and B, then we can get to C and D. All right, let's take care of the other stuff first. All right, because they lose focus. They start losing focus real fast. We ain't even got there yet. Yeah. All right, let me get this person here. We are Kush. Let me get you back in here. We are Kush. Let me hop on back in here. We are Kush. We are Kush. Unmute your microphone, sir.
My bad. Had technical difficulties with last time. But January 7th, Trump ended DEI across all federal government agencies. So when you ask a state employee, do they observe Black History Month this year, it will be a no. So you're playing psychological warfare. You know what I'm saying?
How is that? That's not true what you just said.
Yeah, it is absolutely true.
No, it's
Every single federal agency has ended DEI in the observation of
going to do a
Black History Month, Asian Pacific.
God damn it. DEI don't have nothing to do with Black History Month. What are you talking about, man? DEI has nothing to do with Black History Month. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Kush? There was Black History Month way before there was anything called DEI. So what are you talking about?
Bro, you playing you're playing game.
No,
You're
I'm
playing
not.
psychological warfare. DEI ended the observation of Black History
No, it
Month.
didn't.
So, yes, it did.
How so? And
All agencies do not observe Black History Month anymore.
So that's a lie.
That's facts. That's a fact, dude.
That's not.
That you can go look that was signed into order by executive order on January 7th in front of the world.
No, it didn't say they don't observe Black History Month. No, it didn't.
Bro, you can go to look on any government site and it'll tell you that they do not observe these Black History Month and all these other events.
Does the White House observe Black History Month? They observe it.
The White House, bro, come on. He only did that after the fact when people started to.
No. You talking about the federal government. The White House is the federal government. And on the White House website right now, they're giving props and praise to Black History Month and honoring it. What are you talking about? You go to the whitehouse.gov right now and it's on there. They're giving props and praise and honoring Black History Month.
Only after backlash. Only after backlash. Only after backlash. Prior to the backlash, they were not observing Black History Month. So if that was to get people like you.
Because there is no executive order saying that there is no Black History Month. There is no executive order. You made that up. You tried to.
I didn't say that there wasn't. It is.
You're back, sir. Where's your family from? Where's your family from?
I'm from Chicago. My family's from Mississippi.
Nigga, what immigrant group is your family from? I don't believe that.
I'm an African American. What are you talking about? My family, African Americans, they are descendants of Africans from African countries.
What part of Africa?
Uganda.
All right. When did they immigrate here?
My people were slaves. That's what I'm telling you. What are you talking about?
No, what the hell are you talking about?
They didn't immigrate here. They were kidnapped, nigga. What do you mean?
What the hell you mean they're from Uganda? Uganda didn't exist at the time during slavery. What the hell are you talking about? Come on, get your lie together.
Bro, look, you playing semantics and all of this bullshit, bro.
You're talking about
DEI, federal government.
No, because you done sat here lying, talking about some goddamn Uganda. Uganda didn't exist, and number one, you wouldn't know if y'all came from Uganda, and number two, they would be from coastal places, not no damn Uganda in the center of damn Africa. What are you talking about? Who are you talking to, man?
Listen here, man. You playing this like this whole FBA bullshit. Y'all
No,
play identity,
oh yeah, you're a tether. Say that. You're a tether. Just
bro. Y'all playing identity.
you
Y'all
are a
playing identity crisis.
okay. No, you're having an identity crisis talking about some damn Uganda, but you're a descendant of slaves in America. You can't even get your lies straight. You're a tether. Just say that. You're not from our lineage. You're not foundational Black American. I can tell by the lies you telling. You're not a foundational Black American, sir. That's okay. But don't sit here lying. We know our people. You ain't one of them. And you tried to be slick. I'm a descendant of Africans. I'm a descendant of Africans. Yeah, we caught that. You think you slick. You ain't. We catch your little words that you saying. That's shit tethers say.
No, because I'm not gonna play identity politics with you.
Yeah,
Because
because
I don't have no identity crisis.
yeah, you ain't from our identity. You come from an immigrant background. That's why.
I'm an American.
Yeah,
First
yeah.
of all,
But
I'm an American from African descent.
from an
From
immigrant
what,
from an immigrant background.
bro? Whatever you want to kind of play your bullshit.
Yeah,
But
yeah, it's
listen,
bullshit to a fleeing tether who has to lie and he's ashamed of his immigrant background. Yeah, I ain't ashamed of my background because I ain't got no immigrants in my
I'm
family.
from Chicago.
Yeah. No. Y'all immigrated to Chicago. All right. I told
Listen
y'all.
here.
I told y'all when they start talking about a northern city where they from. I told y'all that's a red flag. I told y'all when they play that northern city shit. I'm from Detroit. I'm from New York.
Well,
Family from Chicago.
my grandmother, their grandmother before them are from Mississippi. I'm from
Ain't
Chicago.
ain't nobody from no Mississippi. If dude, you are full tether. You are full blown damn tether. And get your
I don't
tether.
give no damn.
Yeah. Get your musty ass off here. Let me tell y'all something about this tether class. I put up a video earlier where these Caribbeans. Did y'all see the video I put up on my timeline where these Caribbeans were talking crap? Well, these FBAs. A lot of folks are real pissed off because um foundational Black American is just dominating all the algorithms right now. It's all over the place and they can't control it now. It's a thing, it's a major thing, and they know it and they can't reel it back. So a lot of people are whining about it. So you had these Caribbeans talking about, yes, that FBA stuff, that's a way for them to divide and separate. It's a divide and conquer. Talking all that divide and conquer. And then one of the ladies who was Caribbean, she tried to play this game. Well, you know what? Uh, I think I'm foundational Black American too, because I was born here in America. I was born here. I want y'all to notice that that's kind of a thing too, where the tethers sit here and say, well, the anchors, because they are first or second gen or whatever, and they were anchored here, they try to say, well, we just like y'all FBAs. We just as American as you. We was born here. Because I've heard a couple of other people who were tethers try to pretend that they were foundational Black American because they were born here. Let me get this shit straight. Okay? Some of the non-FBA people in here with love, but we're gonna get some straightening. Let me get something straight with y'all. For real, for real. Listen, foundational Black American is a lineage. It's not a location-based identity. It's a lineage-based. Not just location. Just being born in the United States, that doesn't automatically make somebody a damn FBA. It's an ethnic lineage tied to the people who were enslaved here, the people who built this country from the ground up. We're talking about a damn bloodline. We're talking about a bloodline. You just can't plop up over here and be like, hey, I'm FBA too. No, it don't work like that. Your bloodline don't go to the foundation of this country. Just like I can't go over to Nigeria and have a kid there and say, hey, this kid is Yoruba. It don't work like that. You got ethnicities and bloodlines. The foundational Black Americans, we descend from the freedmen in this country. We descend from the people who exclusively built this country and built the United States. Yeah? We're different. Our historical experiences are different. We had a distinct ethnogenesis over here. We developed a unique culture, language, tradition, and worldview, and a spiritual system that we now call Majara over centuries on this land. Our ancestors' bones are in this land. Our ancestors' spiritual energy is in this land. That separates the cultures. You have your culture over there. We have our culture here. Yeah? We have a specific cultural and historic development that happened over here, and that shit ain't interchangeable with niggas. All right, we ain't doing that shit. It ain't interchangeable. You don't get to have stolen valor with what we went through over here. We went through some real shit and survived it, and that's in our damn DNA. That shit is in us. That's why our disposition is different. Our vibe is different. Our aura is different. We earn that. You don't come over here and claim that shit. Yeah? And nobody's disrespecting the colonization that happened in your homeland. Hey, man, we understand. We understand we have different historical struggles and contributions. We built this country from the ground up. We fought in every war in this country. We created these civil rights movements. I'm created, not started, not participated in. We created the civil rights movement globally, right here on this land. We shaped American culture, and politics, ladies and gentlemen. And many of these people, y'all come over here and y'all benefit from these struggles, but you didn't historically participate in them. It's a big difference. It's a major difference, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? And truth be told, and let's really keep it a bean, a lot of these non-FBA people, there's too much secret disdain and disrespect for us. Not all, but there's too many people who come over here looking at it as just another come up, and they have disrespect and vitriol towards our lineage and our ancestry that we don't have. We honor and respect our ancestors. That's why Black History Month, we're propping up George Washington Carver. We're propping up Frederick Douglass. We're propping up Harriet Tubman. We're propping up Sojourner Truth. We're propping up Nat Turner. We're propping up our ancestral heroes. That's why we do movies like Hidden Colors and all of that. And the people who were really against Hidden Colors were the Tether classes. I always talk about this. Remember, don't ever forget that. Many of the people who were against Hidden Colors and talking about history were the Tethers, who were saying, oh, that's some Hotep shit. These Tethers running these blogs, remember, Shade Room, Gossip, the Media Takeout, World Star, none of these people really promoted our films. They promote all types of degeneracy, and all of these websites were run by Tethers. These were some of the people who were neglecting our history and then denigrating it. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all don't even have the same respect for the lineage and the ancestry that made a way for you to come over here and live and thrive. You don't even have respect for that. The same respect that we have respect for it because that's our family. You see? Also, we have so much respect for people's struggle. We try to assist other people. We went to other people's countries trying to help them get it in. We went over to Ethiopia trying to help them get out. We helped out certain African nations get their independence. We were writing some of the charters for some of these African nations, going up to the UN, stomping for them. We had people like Malcolm X going around the world trying to stomp for people. And Dr. King as well. Nobody was doing that for us. You understand? Our experience is different. You don't get to come over here and try to cosplay and glom onto that as if we are interchangeable like that. No, that's disrespectful to our lineage. You understand? And us acknowledging our lineage, it was not just for some clout. Because a lot of people, now that it's a thing, people are talking about our lineage, now people want to kind of get clout and benefits, and that's a problem. You understand? Now people want to try to cosplay and try to exploit our specific lineage, especially because we're talking about reparations. That's the major thing. Because we're talking about reparations in certain groups, they're so used to coming over here getting so many things that we fight for. They jump in line to get what we fight for, but damn if we touch anything they do, because they always talk about this separation thing, but they're the main ones hoarding off into their little enclaves, gripping on to what little pennies that they make. Well, they hold on to them shits tight. We can't touch none of that shit. Yo ass sell a plate of jerk chicken, boy, you make sure that dollar don't touch no FBA at all. You sell some egusi soup, you make sure don't no FBA go near that dollar you made from that egusi soup you sold. Y'all hoard that little money and make sure it don't bounce outside of your little immigrant enclave, but you feel entitled to get your dibs in on anything that we create. Even reparations. That's why they're so salty, because we're talking about reparations and they're not included. And there's an entitlement like, oh, damn, why we separated? You separated. And you're not qualified for reparations because you were not here during the time. Your bloodline wasn't here. You see, we got to get some real straightening going on here. And look, Foundation of Black Americans, we have a specific genetic and cultural mixture here on this land formed by some of the African people who came later, formed by the Black Aboriginal people. So our ethnicity and our genetics are different. You understand? So that's what it is. So I don't like people just trying to cosplay like that. Because here's the thing, it's okay for people to delineate away from us, but when we say we need to delineate, then it becomes a problem. It becomes a major problem. Let me get my brother Mikal up here real quick. I see my brother Mikal's trying to get in. I'm gonna get you in 1 second. Mikal, hop on in. I'm gonna still build on this. Mikal, then I'm gonna get Christiana. Brother Mikal, hop on, sir. Brother Mikal. So good, brother. How are you, sir?
I'm just first of all enjoying the master class and quite amused. It's it's interesting. You hit the nail on the head. The algorithm is signal boosting this enlightenment that is that the world really is craving for, and it's just even more interesting listening to what I would call tether game theory inside the FBA verse. It doesn't work. Tether game theory can never work inside our FBA verse. And we need for them to understand that. And I wanted to, again, just compliment you and thank you for being the master of pushing back and shutting that nonsense down. So I'll land it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. But family, this whole thing, I'm sick of hearing this narrative about how we're so damn divisive simply because we want to acknowledge our unique ethnicity. And FBA family, do not be ashamed to give props and praise to your ancestry. They are praise damn worthy. A lot of folks got a problem with us praising our lineage and our ancestors. You know why? And I don't want to be mean, but they ain't got no damn body to praise. I don't want to be mean. They just don't have nobody to give praise and props to. In many cases, I'm not trying to be mean. That's where a lot of the vitriol and jealousy and hatred comes from. Who is Myron Gaines going to praise in his damn bloodline? You feel what I'm saying? That's why he's always over here denigrating us when he's around the white supremacists. He ain't got nobody in the Sudan in his lineage to give praises and props to when he had to flee and others like him. But it's okay for everybody to delineate and acknowledge their cultural differences. But when we do it, it's a problem. And you know why? A lot of that is because of the dominant society. See, the dominant white society, they actually encourage immigrant pride, but they suppress foundational Black American pride. See, the dominant society, they promote the idea that a lot of Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, they are the ones who started that model minority bullshit that they just ran with. I want y'all to understand something. That whole thing about how the immigrants work hard, white supremacists started that bullshit. White supremacists put that battery in their backs. They brought them over here and pulled them to the side and said, "Hey, Timbuk, yeah, I like the way you work. You work so much harder than Tyrone over there. I mean, God, I mean, you just have such a work ethic that Negro doesn't have. I really, I do. Oh, thank you so much. I hate that nigga." So they just ran with it. Whereas the white supremacists, I'm telling y'all the game here. The white supremacists tried the same thing with us too. They would pull us aside and say little slick shit about African folks, but we would check them because we don't get with white people talking greasy about African and Caribbean people. We don't do that. But the tethers get with white supremacists and let them put that goofy battery in your back. They look, I'm telling y'all, they get around us. They used to, they don't do it, but they would try to get around us like, "Hey, Darnell, you see Matumbo over there. He's over there working. Boy, he really has the office musty, doesn't he?" And like, "Hey, man, chill out. Don't say that. What's wrong with you? We'll check him. Like, you don't say that. You know, if I got an issue with him, I'll holler at him. But yeah, you don't. That ain't cool saying no shit like that. We would check him. You know, we would don't. You're not gonna denigrate the African dude. We ain't gonna do that. But they'll pull the little tether woman to the side. "Hey, Abasola, you see Shaquita? What kind of hairstyle is that?" "I know, she looked like a hood rat. I bet she is a baby mama." You join right in with them. See, that's the difference. They join right in with them. So it was the white supremacists, the dominant society, really pushing that line that they were these model minorities who had all of this strong work ethic and these cultural values, while trying to portray us as dysfunctional, foundational Black Americans. You see? And so that allows the immigrants to celebrate their heritage, but when we embrace our heritage, it's seen as a threat. You see? And another thing, the dominant society, they don't mind Black immigrant groups promoting their culture and heritage because they're not a political threat. You understand? See, foundational Black Americans, see, we have a history of organizing against oppression and demanding systematic change. You see? When we delineate, shit change. You understand? When foundational Black Americans, when we say, "Hey, man, we're going to start looking at our lineage," we start moving the needle. Look at what we did with the damn Democrats. Based on us acknowledging our lineage, we made a whole political party crash the hell out. We got reparations on the national table right now. You understand? We start making goddamn moves and we start moving shit. Things start getting done. Now, when some of these immigrant groups, and when they start looking at their culture, what they do, they go twerk in the street? Okay, no disrespect, but when some of these other groups, what you gonna do? Put on some feathers and pop your ass and eat some jerk chicken? That's not a threat. Yeah, they let you do that all day. That's not a threat. Yeah. Well, you have a cultural festival and you're having a goosey soup making contest. That's not a cultural threat. You're not a threat to anybody. So they don't have a problem with them celebrating their culture. And I'm not trying to denigrate nobody's culture. I'm just showing you what the game is. When we celebrate our culture, we come from a culture of resistance. Everything about foundational Black American culture is grounded in resistance, fighting against oppression, organizing against oppression. You see, that's the difference. And also a lot of immigrants, they're expected to maintain their cultural ties, but see, we're told we have to assimilate because foundational Black Americans, we're foundational to this country. So the expectation is that we should be fully assimilated into a generic Black identity. Whereas African and Caribbean immigrants, they're encouraged to maintain some of their cultural ties because they're seen kind of as diverse rather than a challenge to American identity. So they have to make us like a generic Negro, which we're fighting against. We don't want to be a generic Negro. Because what happens is other groups use us as a trash can. So when and I've always pointed this out, when other groups do something positive, they're Nigerian American. When they get a scholarship or a PhD, they're Ugandan American. If they go rob a liquor store, oh, he's Black. You go somebody, oh, he's Black. All them Somalian gangs up in Minnesota, oh, they're Black. And we're saying no. We're saying, no, 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 we ain't playing that game no more. Y'all not dumping cultural trash on us no more. You know, if you commit a crime, that nigga committed that crime as a damn Ugandan American. That's what we're saying. Y'all not dumping that shit on black no more. You see? Because see, they tell us we're supposed to represent a monolithic black identity. You see? And if you are a generic black, you can be manipulated politically and economically. You see? And we have our own culture and history, and acknowledging that disrupts that whole framework, which it should. We should be disrupting that framework. Also, a lot of immigrants, they're considered exotic, whereas FBAs we're seen as ordinary. Because see, when African and Caribbean immigrants, when they showcase their cultures, it's looked upon as being multiculturalism. But see, foundational Black Americans, when we celebrate our distinct culture, it's kind of dismissed because our history is so deeply tied to America. It's not exotic enough to be embraced the same way. You know, our culture is the shit you got in your house. Our culture is light bulbs. That's our culture because it's so normalized. You know, that's Lewis Latimer. That's us. Doorknobs. That was foundational Black American patented the first modern doorknob. Refrigerated trucks, home security systems. That's our culture. Our culture is literally everywhere. You understand? So it's not seen as exotic. You see, that's another thing. And also, when we claim our identity as foundational Black Americans, that oftentimes exposes a lot of anti-FBA bias in the diaspora. See, a lot of immigrants, like I said earlier, man, they hold a sense of this weird, they got a weird superiority complex with this whole narrative that we don't know where we came from. That's something else that was kind of pushed by the white supremacists. So a lot of the people in the diaspora, they would kind of have a superiority complex about that. Like, yeah, we know where we are from, and you niggas don't know where you came from. Now that we said, hey, you know what? We've been here as foundational Black Americans and an established ethnic group. We've been an established ethnic group longer than you've been a Nigerian, longer than you've been a Ugandan, longer than you've been a Cameroonian, because those countries didn't even exist during that time, centuries ago. So you guys were different tribes just kind of floating around Africa. So your history isn't as deeply rooted as you make it seem to be, you see? So we had to really remind people what the deal was. And we had to remind them because we had to really get back into our lineage and stop trying to prop up Africa all the time and prop up our own ancestry and our own lineage here. Because another reason why people have a problem with us delineating is because all of the economic and political benefits of pan-Africanism, that flows one way. See, we've been the ones propping up that pan-African myth, and a lot of Black immigrants can kind of claim FBA created spaces like civil rights, HBCUs, affirmative action, Black media platforms, while still maintaining their own separate identity, you see? And then we want the same level of delineation. It threatens access to the resources that those non-FBAs benefit from. You see, because they've been benefiting from a lot of things that we create. We open up the door and just let everybody in if they're Black, but then they'll close their doors off ethnically. Because there's scholarships for African and Caribbean immigrants specifically for them that we can't get if we're not from the lineage. But anytime they have a Juneteenth scholarship, Abasola and Rosarita, the Afro-Cuban girl, or whoever, all of these non-FBAs, they knock the FBA girls over to get to them damn Juneteenth scholarships. We used to point that out all the time. Every year, we see some kind of Juneteenth scholarship going on, and the runners up, everybody got African last name, Caribbean or Latina last names. They got some Afro Latinas getting the damn Juneteenth money. You see? And now that we're saying, hey, we're going to have to, some of that stuff, we're going to have to clear some things up. Everybody ain't going to have first dibs on everything. We're going to start making things lineage based. Yeah, now they got a problem with that because they're used to us not eating off their stuff. So when we tell them they can't come pull up a plate to the table that we set, now it's a problem. Now it's divisiveness. Oh my God. Oh, we're so divisive. We're giving you the same energy.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
All right, let me get some more of these calls in here. We got a lot of people in here. Let's get Tells. I hope this is a woman with a name like that. Is Tells?
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, Tells.
Good night.
I said this better be a woman with the name Tells. What's going on?
Yes,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What city you in, dear?
I am in Orlando.
Shout out to Orlando. So what's on your mind, Miss Tells?
Mhm. So I don't know, you sparked something in me just now. I am a first generation, one.
Where you from?
Two, where am I from?
Where your family? Your family's from Jamaica or Haiti?
That's crazy. I'm Jamaican and Guyanese.
Close, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Jamaican and Guyanese, and I don't know, like Black Americans, you guys are not on one accord. You're saying it as if you guys are just unified people, and you're not. Like, we first generations, Caribbeans, tethers, whatever you want to call us, like, we have purpose. We know that, let's just keep it like living situations, homes. We want to live in houses. Most of my friends, they are first generations or Caribbean. All of our parents have homes like that they own, whereas Black Americans, you guys are just living in survival. It's just, it is what it is. You're in a rat chase. Like, there's no hustle.
That's not true. That's not true, ma'am. Who are you associating with? What do you mean we're living in survival? So you comparing yourself to some Section 8 hood rats. That's what you're comparing yourself to. We
I
don't
mean, it's all one and the same.
no. We have homes, especially in Orlando. I've been to Orlando. There's Black people, foundational Black Americans.
They're tethers. Or are you kidding me?
No,
Have you been to, not Black American, not what you guys claim to be? They're not FBAs. They are tethers, okay? We
Orla-
have to be real.
in,
We
Or-
have to be real, Tariq.
in Orlando?
Yes.
No, there's a lot of foundational Black Americans who have homes down there.
Okay. Well, I feel like that's opinionated. You're just giving me an opinion right now versus like facts.
Ma'am, have you been to Miami?
And when you go to Miami, who's there? What's the population?
You talk.
Tariq, you're a funny guy, and
Hold,
I love you.
hold on now, because you just kind of, because now you sounding like you kind of trolling, because you can't be serious.
No, I'm not trolling. It's 4:30 in the morning. You think I'm trolling?
Ma'am, your
Come on, Tariq.
down there be living scandalous. In Florida? Really?
Wait, so you trying to gaslight me now?
I'm not trying to gaslight you, sweetie, but really? Are you really trying to pop your collar talking about Jamaicans in Florida, how they living good? Really? No,
I said tethers. That's all of us. Y'all don't only come on now. Y'all call every one of us that's Caribbean tethers. So that's Haitians. That's Caribbean.
will you stop trolling, man? We don't call everybody tethers. You're not a tether just because you're Caribbean. You're a tether if you're a liar, and you're kind of lying, ma'am. So you are a tether. That's because you're a liar, not because you're Caribbean. And so you've established yourself as a liar. So now that we've established that, now it makes sense why you say that you guys
No, babe, that's perception. I didn't lie. Like, what are the
lying, ma'am. You done lied and said we call all of you tethers, which is a lie. And you talking about how you and your Caribbean friends all live in nice homes. That's another lie. I don't believe that. I don't believe that whatsoever, beloved.
But Tariq, you're not giving me any facts. Like what I'm saying is actual facts, and I feel like you're just trying to refute that with opinions, like your opinions. You're just saying, "Oh, who are you around?" So you're gonna compare who I'm around versus who you're around. That's not like a statistic.
You're just babbling.
So what are you doing? I thought this was like a babble off.
No, ma'am. Babble off is what y'all do at the airport in Jamaica to leave, right? Bumbaclad. Give me food. Bumbaclad. Where's the boat? Bumbaclad. That's the babble.
See, I thought you was serious, Tariq, and it's about unity.
Right.
And if it's about unity, you trying to be divisive. Do you think that?
Unity? Ma'am, have you been to your homeland? Ma'am, have you been to your homeland?
Yes, I've been there,
Nigg-
but I'm talking about us right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about your homeland. Niggas be robbing old ladies for jerk chicken.
We're not niggas. We're Caribbean.
Right. Niggas be robbing old ladies for jerk chicken in your homeland, ma'am. Come on now, let's stop it. You're not going to talk about unity. Y'all don't have no unity. Y'all have all types of racial caste systems there. The light-skinned people are the white people of your island. It's a cluster flop over there.
And what about the colorism here with
We
FBAs? You know,
have that.
we don't speak about that.
We don't have it like that, beloved. We don't have that kind of color.
You, Tariq, you
Oh,
think that America, Black America, isn't rooted in colorism?
we don't have colorism like that. We don't trip on that.
Okay. See, you're I'm
But well, we're not running around here with cake soap like y'all do in your homeland, dear. You act like
are you sure?
we don't see Bob's Cartel in them people. Come on now, we ain't walking around with cake soap looking like
So you're gonna take one person to justify a whole
man. There's
community of Caribbeans.
soap epidemic in your homeland, ma'am. There was a
Okay, so you don't want to focus on the real. I want to get back to what are we gonna do about America unifying?
ma'am.
What
Yeah,
are we gonna do about the colorism? What are we gonna do about the graduation rates? What are we gonna do about being in homes? What are we gonna do?
well, what we're not going to do what you did was flee to come to somewhere better because you couldn't cut it in your homeland. We're not going to do that.
I didn't flee, baby. I was born here. I told you I'm a first generation.
It's called being an anchor baby. I mean,
Why? So why am I an anchor? Like, what am I holding down?
family failed and came here to anchor you.
No, they didn't. So why do we come here and succeed more than you guys?
How?
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're not a failure.
And,
We.
driving Uber is not a success. But
You think is it my people?
yes,
Is
you're.
that my people? Those are the Indians. See, now what are we talking about? Are
Right?
we talking about Caribbeans or Indians?
What success do you have besides driving Uber, dear?
I just told you. Are those Caribbeans or Indians?
You. I'm saying you. I think you personally drive Uber.
Me?
Yep, you. I think.
Sorry.
I think. I think you're in an Uber now. About to go drop off some damn Raising Cane's chicken strips.
Now you should have known better. I'll drop off some roti, but chicken strips. I just want you to be real with me. I'm all about community building. Do you know that we could work together? It's better tether to a black. You
Oh,
get what I'm saying? We're the dynamic duo. That's all.
you're not community building, ma'am. You couldn't build your own community back home. You had to get anchored here. So what we gonna build? And then you flee from it. What you gonna build? Hmm?
We can build wealth because we're better in numbers. Did you see Queen and Slim?
Yeah, ma'am. Y'all got a bunch of numbers in your homeland, and y'all can't even go to some of the damn beaches in your own homeland. And you got big numbers. Come on now. That not you gotta have the right mindset, beloved.
And I do, but that's you got to listen to us. You can't, isolate us.
We do because, ma'am, you have established yourself as a liar. You're a pathological liar. And that's not good. That's why you couldn't build nothing in your homeland. That's why they had to anchor you here. Building comes with trust. I want you to understand this, beloved. In order to build a community or build with people, there has to be trust first. Y'all have this lying, scamming, cutthroat disposition. That's why you can never build anything in your homeland. And then you come over here and then we get turned off because you come over here with the same kind of lies. So you got to work on that lying, scamming thing, beloved. That's a real big problem with a lot of non-FBAs, dear. I mean,
I just want you to listen, right? And
who's that?
that's what we need. We need to listen to understand, and we don't need to.
Who you're in there talking to somebody? Who are you in there talking to, dear? You're talking to somebody. Who are you talking to in there? Hmm?
A Black American, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't believe that.
No, born and raised.
Okay, unless you're about to give them their order from Chipotle.
See, that's just crazy. I want you to watch Queen and Slim. And when you watch that, I want you to think about all the messages that they display and how if we really were to come together, we could be something great. That's all I want you to know.
Come
And
together.
I love you. I think you're hilarious. I think you're so funny.
Come together. Do what, dear?
You said you were breaking up. I'm sorry.
They come together and do what?
Everything.
And by the way, I'm looking at your
We
profile.
are the blueprint.
Now, hold on, Tells. You have
Hmm.
an LGBT flags. You are an LGBT.
I am an LGBT. I'm
You what?
It's perception.
What the hell is a perception? You got a rainbow flag in your profile.
So what does that have to do with anything?
You put it up there, so it means something. Why'd you put it up?
I wanted to know so the guys don't waste their time, you know?
So are you a big Caribbean stud? It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
If you see the rainbow, you didn't see the media? I'm not a big Caribbean stud.
I saw you dancing. I saw you dancing with your cleavage, and yes, you might be a big breast stud.
No, I'm a femdom. It's right in my name. Respect my pronouns.
Okay, I don't know. And that kind of stuff don't fly in Jamaica. So
Listen, that's why I had to flee.
I see. You had to come over here to put your strap on. So yes, at least we created a lane for you to wear that strap on. And
Oh, you're saying you now created it.
yes, we created a lane so you can come have your freedom. Yeah,
Tariq, you cannot be soldier boy.
ma'am,
It's like we all don't have that. Like you
ma'am, like I know. You walk around Jamaica with that strap on, them niggas out there will take it off and beat you with it. All right? They'd beat you right back to Kingston. So you know how it is. So yeah, you thank us for being able to come over here and stud it up. That's how great we are. We make lanes for everybody. All right?
I appreciate the allyship. I do. Like I said, let's not lose the plot. I want you and me to band together to just make everything great again.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And we will. We will. We're going to make things great, but we would love for you to build that homeland up so we can go over there and get some things popping. Everything ain't got to be all about us making the table and then y'all come eat. We need some people to help make that table. You understand?
But men are supposed to build. So that's another topic though. We gonna stay on like, race and ethnicity. And then if you want to go into like roles, that's something else. It's another conversation. You're supposed to build, you're supposed to bring the table. I'm just supposed to sit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, we've already done so. And I don't know what kind of if who you're in a relationship with, but if you are in a relationship with another stud, I don't know if that stud is building something. I don't know what y'all got going on, but
I know the men are still gonna do what they have to do. We just call the men to build. We are just girls.
there it is. All right, Miss Femdom. Any other questions, beloved?
No, just keep being you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's all I can be, dear. All right. Thank you so much, dear.
You're welcome.
Huh. That's funny. That is funny. All right. She's all over the place. All right. Let's get Rashford. Let's get Mr. Rashford in the building. Rashford. What's up, brother? How are you?
Good, good, good. I just wanted to, follow up on what my Tether sister had to say.
Uh-oh.
So I have a question for you. Okay, so if you guys are so great at whatever, right? Why is it that Black immigrants have higher education and attainment rates than U.S. born Black people? Like, this is statistically true.
Okay. Now, where's your family from, brother?
We're Caribbean.
What part of the? Sir?
I'm a Bermudian.
From Bermuda?
Yeah.
Are you from somewhere else? That don't sound right.
No, it's a
Excuse
real.
me, not to interrupt, but ain't it less of y'all there than it is when
But
wouldn't
I'm
that
talking
equate
about
to the numbers that you speaking on?
I'm talking about the whole Caribbean, though. And Black
No, but I'm
immigrants in
talking
general.
about Bermuda, where
So
you
what's your
from?
point?
Hold
Okay, so you brought him up to interrupt me to distract from your point. All right.
Hold on, no.
So
Hold on. I'm just trying to understand who I'm talking with. Were you born in Bermuda, or were you born?
was I born here? So my mom's African American, and I was born there, and
In,
when I was a teenager, I moved to the U.S.
so where in Bermuda were you born?
There's only one hospital, Tariq. The island's 2 miles wide, 20 miles long.
Oh, okay. So what mama doing there, giving birth to your ass? What is she doing there? She's a Black American. She FBA.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So why are you denying your mother's lineage? Talking about how great Caribbeans got it, but your mother is FBA and you're denigrating her lineage. So why are you denigrating your own mother?
Tariq, because I'm a proud Caribbean. I was born and raised there. You know what I mean?
So how was your mother? What was she doing giving birth to you there?
What do you think? She married my dad.
But yeah, why would she move to a little bitty island though?
Because the FBA's kept shooting up their own
Sound like
communities.
it sound like your mom ain't FBA, brother. Sounds like you're full tech.
My mom just has an open mind. Unlike most FBA people, she owns a passport.
Right.
Do you?
I
mean, most of you guys don't. So
sounds like you lying. Okay, so now we've established you as a liar because that don't make sense. FBA women don't go out of the country, give no damn birth. All right.
yeah, she's an anomaly. Yeah, most of you guys don't.
Right.
Because
Yeah, most FBA going to no damn little bitty ass 2 Mile Island to give birth. Just
21 miles long, 2 miles wide.
yeah, just reasons and health reasons. FBA women don't do that. That's
So you want to compare? I mean, the island is. I mean, people in Bermuda are more well off than you guys are.
mom ain't FBA, brother. Just say that. Just tell the truth. Your mother's not FBA. And and raising a little self-hate Sambo, and no, you wouldn't hate your lineage the way you are. You sound very jealous of foundational Black Americans. So let's just
Well, but answer my question, Tariq.
no, I'm establishing who I'm speaking with because we're gonna speak in good faith. You came in
Okay, and I'm speaking with a failed pimp.
right. Well, your grandma, one of my best hoes. Now, didn't fail with that bitch. All right, let's not get it twisted and respect your grandma. That's still your grandmother. But lying.
No, you just made up a lie though. But you are a failed pimp.
No, your grandma was a real successful hoe. I did very good with her. No, I did very good with her. So you came in lying about all of this that Caribbeans done. Well, okay.
All right, let me read the statistics. Hold on.
Right.
Hold on.
And Rashford, by the way, you sound very sassy. Okay.
I sound like your father.
No. My father don't blow dudes in trucks. You sound very sassy. So you've been bucked somewhere, sir. But go ahead. Let me hear some of these stats.
Your lineage was buck broken. Shut up. Anyways.
No, a little sassy though. And the sassy.
Okay.
That's another thing about little sassy. They always fantasize about being hoes. Y'all niggas be y'all fantasize about.
You just fantasize about me blowing a dude in a truck.
Y'all niggas,
You wrote a whole entire documentary about
right? Y'all niggas be fantasizing about being pimped. That's a fantasy that sassy niggas be doing.
You wrote a whole documentary.
Oh, I did a documentary about racism within the white LGBT community. You thought buck breaking was your autobiography. No, it wasn't about you. It touched.
You done a whole
Yeah, it touched a nerve because it was about your life. But yeah, go ahead, sassy thing.
on gay sex, and you included a gay sex scene that none of your colleagues wanted to put in there.
Yes, sir. You know, we had a dad audition for that, and he was an extra in the movie. So,
All right, so even if my dad, even in your weird fantasy, you still had gay auditions.
yeah, yeah, we use you as a prototype. All right.
What's my real name then, Tariq?
Sassy Frass. That's your real name. And you tried to send in a tape and you put
I mean, muting me. Must have hit a nerve.
Tried to audition and you sent in a mold of your bussy, and we said it's not that kind of film. So we had to.
You filmed a film on gay sex,
right? It's not about a film on gay sex. It's about you being buck broken, and it touched the nerve. And it touched the nerve, and it's okay. But yeah, you're not doing better than anybody, sir. You're not doing better than anything. You're a lying tether, and you got caught in several ways, and you failed in your home.
All right, let's talk about the statistics compare with African Americans. Hold on.
Right.
So there are 5.3 million Black college graduates in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Of these graduates, U.S.-born graduates account for 18%, and Black immigrants account for 82%.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what's stopping you guys from going to school?
Shit. We go to school, sir. We got hundreds of HBCUs that were established by us. We've been doing the school.
And now most of the people at the HBCUs are Black immigrants.
Not really, but if you're doing so well, name the enclaves where there are a bunch of successful people from your immigrant community. Go.
No problem. Brooklyn, New York. Flatbush, New York. There we go. Where else? South Beach, Miami.
Sit your ass down and stop lying.
Houston, Texas.
Sit your ass down and stop.
The Nigerian community in Houston, Texas.
Where? Where's the Nigerian community that's full of Nigerians that's prosperous in Houston, Texas, sir? Houston is full of foundational Black Americans getting it popping.
Also, we'll focus on Flatbush, New York. Plenty of.
Name what neighborhoods with all of these successful immigrants.
Flatbush, New York.
Sir, you're just saying shit.
I mean, it's a real neighborhood. You asked me to name a neighborhood. I name one with successful Black
neighborhood where there's successful immigrants. And you start just naming random cities because you don't really have an answer. These are not places with a bunch of successful enclaves of immigrants. It's not, sir. You're just saying shit, just like you've been.
Hold on, Flatbush, New York. You want me?
Sir, hold on. Let me get my Dominican sister back up here. She's out there in New York. Strella, hop in, dear. Miss Strella?
Is she Jamaican or is she FBA like you?
No.
You're naming Jamaican places in Brooklyn.
Right, where successful Jamaicans are.
What is successful about you?
Me? So let me see. I'm working on my master's degree. I already hold 2 degrees, associates and bachelors.
You're working on being a pedigree. Get a pat on your head. Okay. Why are you talking about Flatbush?
Oh, because I live here too.
East 51st? East what?
I'm not going to dox myself on the internet, dumbass.
You don't know how to see what I'm saying? You're not in Flatbush at all.
Yeah, I am.
All right. Passport, bro. But go ahead.
What? I'm not even American. And you're not Jamaican.
You're a failed passport, bro. I'm trying to get to the point, which is coming up. But go ahead.
How am I a failed passport, bro? Passport bros are generally American, are they not? They travel to other countries in order to bring back femdom up.
Bring back.
No, we're gonna bring me up. I'm gonna pull all your cards out now, right the now.
All right, what part of Jamaica does your family originate from? Let's start there.
She's not Jamaican.
Let's talk about. Go ahead, babe.
I was saying she's not Jamaican, brother. But go ahead.
You said you're gonna pull your Jamaican sister up here.
I didn't say Jamaican. I said Dominican. She's Dominican.
All right. Well, what part of the island does your family come from?
But I'm from all over Brooklyn. That's where I reside. That's where I'm from.
Okay, so you're one of the failed immigrants that have to join the FBA site because you feel bad about yourself.
Absolutely
Everyone around you is
not.
getting degrees, and here you are, talking about I'm from New York. You're not even proud of your home country or the sacrifices your parents made.
You have no testosterone in your bone to even talk to me. But go ahead.
And yet I'm talking to you. You got
Yeah,
too much
and you sound like a
testosterone.
bitch. Go ahead and name some East.
All right, let me talk to this dude. Okay. So yeah, so again, Mr. Rashford.
Do you know who Marcus Rashford is?
Yeah,
Do you own the TV?
yeah, Rashford, you
One of the best footballers in the world.
you sound like
Name one.
Ra-
Wait, three.
Ra-
Name one.
Ra-
Name one.
Slow down, Rashford. Rashford, you're what we call a jealous tether. Are you jealous of foundational Black Americans because you came from a failed environment?
Name one FBA person that's won a World Cup. Go.
Um, Sir, you don't really want to get into the sports things.
Name one. Name one that's won a World Cup.
Sir,
Name one. Name
in
one male player that's won a World Cup.
your lineage that won a gold medal in the Olympics.
What's up?
Name somebody from your lineage who won a gold medal in the Olympics.
No problem. She won the gold medal in the women's triathlon. Her name is. What was her name? Hold on. Flora Duffy. The great Flora Duffy won a gold medal. Boom.
Where's Floyd Duffy from?
Bermuda.
Really?
Yeah.
And she won a gold medal what?
Women's triathlon.
So one. So you got one person in your homeland from your bloodline who won a gold medal.
Right. But you see the difference is there's only 65,000 of us, right? There's millions of you guys, and you haven't even won a World Cup.
We don't give a shit about the World Cup. So we didn't. You know how many gold medals we won, sir?
So you won the gold medal just because your country's bigger, though. You could just get more people and more events. But the World Cup, that's a better comparison.
Sir, we've won just tons and tons of gold medals, sir.
And not yet. All right. So you asked me to name one person that's won a gold medal, right?
Just
Name one. Now it's your turn. Name one person that's won a World Cup. Male from your lineage.
So you just named one, and that's the only person. You only got one person in the history of the Olympics who won a gold medal in your homeland, sir.
And you've got zero that's won a World Cup, so I guess we're even.
We don't give a shit about the World Cup. We don't even rock with the World Cup. We don't even watch. We don't even watch. That's not a sport that we are really into. You understand? So that's not flex. That's like saying who's there who won a kickball game. Who won
the most popular sport in the world?
Yeah.
All right, you can't win.
We do football, you know.
Right, and you're the only country that plays it. You win by default.
Right. So yeah, we don't trip on the World Cup.
Because you're the only country that plays it. You have no one to compare yourselves to.
But your ass came over here up under us, didn't you? You had to bring your fleeing broke ass up under us, didn't you? You didn't go to where the World Cup was. You came over here with your hunger cup, rattling it so we can put some in it over here. That's where you came.
All right, let's compare what the average Bermudian makes versus what the average FBA makes. Let's start there. Hold on, I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, let's go there because you ain't over there. We know that. We know you over there. You over here eating off us. Right?
So so GDP per capita for Bermudians is $98,000, right? Our dollar's tied to the U.S. Now let's see what it is for FBA.
Sir, yeah, if you were making all that money, you would be over there. Y'all ain't no money in no damn Bermuda.
$29,000
Sir,
is your GDP.
sir,
Maybe you should.
sir.
FBA some bitches.
No, the bitches had to flee to come up here under us. You're under us.
So that's called being innovative. I mean,
No,
you fail in your homeland.
that's called being a fleeing failure, sir. That's not innovative. Running and fleeing is not innovative. That's not new.
Right. But at least we tried something different. Your ancestors.
Different. Turning and running and spreading your bussy because you sound very buck broken. Running like a punk. That ain't different. You just a punk ass. There's been punks for a long time, and you one of them. You didn't do anything special. That's why you're so jealous of us. Listen to you.
You better pray your wife doesn't meet me. I'm gonna give her some of this black man dingo.
Oh, Lord. You mean that black pussy? That's what you gonna give up because you ain't piping no woman down, dude. You're very moist. And you're very jealous of foundational black Americans. With your milk dud head. You be let white men rub on your damn head. And you think that shit is cute.
I'm married.
You're to a man. Yes, I
To a woman. To a woman. She's Dominican.
I don't believe that. I don't believe
from the Bronx.
I don't.
Yeah, buddy.
Where is she right now?
Where is she right? I mean, she's upstairs in bed.
Nigga, please. Nigga, you know you got a strong white man upstairs waiting on you. You are the wife, nigga. All right? You would.
You know, you would not say this to me in person.
Yes, I would, nigga. Yes, I would.
Give me an address right now. I will f you up,
nigga. You probably try to, but not you up. So that's the.
Why does everything you say have to be?
Because that's what I'm saying. You look like a moist serial killer. So I do have to watch my back around you because you will do something strange to a nigga. You look real weird. And your gear is real goofy. Looking at your profile pictures, you got on some Ross tennis shoes. Nigga, you look real janky and moist. All right.
That sounds like a fantasy because I don't have.
You sound like you got what, sir? Come on, Rashford. Come on now.
You muted me.
Right. Right. Just like your homeland muted your ass. But yeah, go ahead, Rashford.
So notice how you mute people to talk over them? I mean, that's distracts from your whole point. But anyways, so I don't have Ross tennis shoes in any of my pictures. I don't own Ross tennis shoes.
Yes.
You could, if that's the case, post it in the Jumbotron.
Yeah.
Now, number two, also Tariq, let's look at it like this, right? Everything you say sounds gay. Number two. Number one,
have you heard your own voice, sir? Have you listened to yourself, sir? Sir, you're very flaming. It's okay.
You made a movie.
Yeah, buck breaking was about you. You got buck broken. That's why that movie, you keep bringing it up. That movie touched a nerve. What did you have to do to get that green card, Rashford?
What did you have to do to get your freedom, bitch nigga?
Oh, yeah. But even that sounded moist. Bitch nigga. You said it with a lisp. Bitch nigga. You tried to sound gangster and that shit sounded moist. Bitch nigga. You see how moist that sounded? You can't even sound tough, brother. What did you do to get that green card? What did they do to you at the immigration office? They had you in the buck with your Ross shoes in the air. They were doing a number on you. They were banging the bammy out your bussy. That's why you're so upset with us, because we didn't have to do all that to get our citizenship. We're natural citizens, but you had to really work hard for that green card, man. They had to run all up in you.
What did the white executive producers do to you? You got
your voice is now you're getting real sassy. What is that? You're getting very sassy now. I'm getting
white. So those white producers, right? Those white movie executives, right?
Okay, no, well, I don't know what you're about to start that.
They you, right? And you still couldn't even get a prominent director's role.
Okay, now you getting now your fantasies are getting too explicit, sir. I'm gonna let you go. I had to let him go. There's a sassy, jealous Tether who this dude had to do some strange things at the immigration office. They really did a number on him. When he tried to sound gangster and sounded way bitch made. Bitch nigga. Hey bitch nigga. That was funny. That was funny. Oh goodness. Okay. Yeah, he lied about his mama being FBA. When he came in lying right there, I knew he was on some bullshit. Ain't no FBA woman going to no third world country to have no baby. That's the hell. Man, please. I know FBA women. When FBA women are pregnant, they stay close to the crib. You go chill at your mama house. You staying close by. You ain't about to go to no third world country to have no damn baby in a third world. You're not about to do that. Yeah, okay. Well, these folks be saying anything up here. Oh, shout out to everybody in here. We're in here deep. Damn, you know what? Damn, I've been on here too long with y'all asses. We've been on here for a long time. Let me get my ass off here. Shit, it's late in the night. Listen, go to rootworkstyle.com. Get that Rootwork deodorant. Rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. The best deodorant in the world. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. Get the book Hidden Heroes from A to Z. And go get the movie Microphone Check at microphonecheck.com, ladies and gentlemen. All right, y'all, I'm up out of here. Y'all be good. Puppy akute lalavuvi to the family. Peace.
Put some root work on you. Yeah. Put some root work on, yeah. Put some root work on you.
So these are the lineages, and these are our lineages in the United States of America. We stay away from using the terminology lineage or lineage-based because when you look at it in a legal context, it also ties into race. And this was something that we have, and this is something we have shown. So what we're saying is that reparations will be based upon our status. If you go back and you look at the oral arguments in that affirmative action case, Brett Kavanaugh was having a back and forth with Cameron Norris, one of the lawyers for the Students of Fair Admissions, who admitted that the benefits that descendants of slaves received was not based on their skin color and that it was not based on their race, but that it was based on their status. And we've since shown a plethora of information that will solidify those facts. So I just wanted to add.
Hold on. Okay. Status is freedman, right?
This is true.
Okay. But we are a lineage because we're descended of freedmen. So your status can still be lineage based, just like with the Native Americans. You are the reparations that go to them on the lineage of their tribes, not race, but the lineage of the tribe. So yeah, we can still use lineage. You just have to interpret it the right way and not make it race. It's like the lineage of another black person. No, the lineage of freedmen, descendants of enslaved, descendants of this tribe here. So use lineage. Go ahead, brother.
Sure. Just to close up the quote, and what I thought is kind of notable was he indicated, look it up yourself. Look up the cases that have linked race and lineage together. We feel that that language has to be airtight in order for us to survive a strict scrutiny challenge. And the main reason I brought this to you and just wanted some feedback from your mindset about it was I was in a room the other day and there were some individuals kind of going back and forth and discussing the balance of macro goals versus micro maneuvers in order to reach that macro goal. And I was just wondering if you thought maybe extricating the word lineage, and I haven't done the due diligence in terms of the cases that this gentleman was speaking to, in which that race and lineage were actually linked together in case law. But I thought it was interesting, and having to potentially chisel down our armor moving forward and make just a definitive micro maneuver in order to reach that macro goal with regards to reparations and litigation and judicial vocabulary, that is.
Okay. All right, well, thank you so much. Okay, thanks. It's getting into plebiscite city. All right, it's getting into plebiscite city. That's what we don't want to do. Lineage is fine. Lineage is fine. The word lineage is perfectly okay. I don't want to get into cats make things way harder than what it should be. It ain't that damn difficult, man. It ain't that difficult. Cats want to start driving down Plebiscite Boulevard with the shit. It ain't that hard. Lineage is fine. Lineage does not have to be race-based. Lineage is status-based. This is why I say we use the term freedman and FBA interchangeably, depending on the location, depending on the venue. You understand? When the Japanese, when they got reparations for being in them camps, that was lineage-based. That's something that happened to the people in their lineage, and their descendants received compensation. That was lineage-based. So there are lineage-based programs that will give compensation. It's real simple. And respect to the brother. I'm not trying to dismiss him. I just don't want us to go to plebiscite city. I don't want us to be extra plebiscite with stuff. Yeah. How many folks we got in? We got a lot of people in here. But these callers are like what Mel said. When people who are from immigrant backgrounds try to pull the whole, well, I'm American just like you, and they don't share the same lineage. Because see, I like lineage talk, because see that messes folks up when you let them know if we have different lineages, because they know that, because look, they understand the tribal groups and stuff they have in their homeland. They understand what lineage is. They understand how they put value on it. They don't want us to put value on it, you see. But yeah, we're different. As foundational Black Americans, we are not the same as people who come over here and become anchored here. You know? We have a lineage of the people who built this country from the ground up and didn't flee. I want y'all to get that straight. We're different right there. A lot of these anchors, y'all don't share that. You understand? So there's a different type of spirit that we have, because we had an ethnogenesis, we had a physical ethnogenesis, a geographic ethnogenesis, and a spiritual ethnogenesis. So our spiritual essence is a little bit different. That Majara spirit, we got a different spiritual energy. That's why we cook different, move different, sing different. We got a different spiritual essence. No, not to denigrate nobody else. Not to denigrate nobody else at all. But yeah, the way they prepare their meals, it ain't like ours. Just a lot of stuff. Yeah. And also, listen, we fought and put our blood in this soil for everything that we received. We didn't get one single solitary handout at all. Everything that foundational Black Americans got historically based on our lineage, not only was it earned, it was fought for. We had to fight for everything. I'm talking about just to drink from water fountains. We had to fight for that. Fight for equal pay. Fight for equal housing. We had to put in some damn work. Other folks just kind of come over here and skate on by off what we built. We're different, man. Don't say you the same as us. We different. We didn't have to just hop on a plane or a boat and go somewhere and pull up a damn chair. We had to get bumps and bruises physically and spiritually. That made our spiritual essence stronger, going through what we went through. You understand? And withstanding that makes us different. We're different, man. No disrespect. You ain't no gonna come over here talking about, yeah, I just got here last week. Nigga, we the same. No, the hell we ain't. With all due respect. Respect to your culture. But yeah, we different, bro. You understand that? We have a different relationship to the land here. You know, we built this thing from the ground up. We built a culture. We come from the culture of this country. Everything culturally significant over here, that comes from our lineage. You understand? A lot of these other folks, y'all didn't come from that culture. Y'all had different cultures, which is cool. Yeah, but it's different from ours. Yeah. So yeah, well, we get a certain level of respect. The respect level we get is different based on our lineage. Damn that. Yeah, we have foundational Black Americans. We have a very unique relationship with this country. We have a constitutional relationship with this country. Yeah, we were mentioned in the Constitution. Uh, and we were the only people that were directly and consistently fighting against systematic white supremacy head on. Other groups, y'all don't really go head on with the shit. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of these other groups, y'all don't really step to white supremacy head on. Yeah? Hell, just the buffers of white supremacy. You get pinched a little bit in your homeland and you got to bounce. Yeah, you're not really going after white supremacy. For real, not really. So yeah, we did. That's in our DNA. You understand? Challenging white supremacy and being on some Black empowerment tip, that's in our bloodline, man. That's in our DNA. It's instinctive with us, damn near. Huh? That's what it is. And let's be truthful. A lot of these first and second generation immigrants, some of these anchors, many of them identify more with their parents' homeland. You understand? Which is cool, which is fine. So a lot of y'all have the same mindset and the same values that your parents brought with them. And we have the same values that our parents infused with us, meaning standing on business, staying in your homeland, building your culture. So we have a certain level of values and standards that we abide by that's completely different. You understand? Which is fine. It's fine. So we just have to recognize what it is. And also with some of these anchors here, here's another thing. If shit gets too hot for you, hell, you can go back to your parents' homeland. You dig? That door's still open. If things get too hot, if things get too heavy, you say, "Hey, I'm about to go back to Kenya." Shit, it is rough over here. If it got too bad, which it ain't gonna get too bad, but if it did get too bad, you could just bounce back over there. This is our homeland. This is something that we built from the ground up. So, we're gonna stand here and we're gonna stay and make it right. We're gonna make this shit work out. So yeah, like I said, we got a different spiritual energy there. No disrespect. That's not to disrespect anybody.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and streaming on Amazon Prime. Visit microphonecheck.com to learn more and get your copy today. Microphone Check, the story hip-hop was waiting for.
The Federalists, hop on in here.
Oh, hi. So a little bit about me. I am actually an Indian anchor baby born in a good chunk of my life born in the United States and raised here. I was wondering if you wanted to schedule a debate regarding Indian immigration and the Indian relationship with the FBAs in the United States of America. I will be tether-splaining to you throughout this debate. So if you want to have this debate or a discussion in the future, please let me know.
Now, what's the premise? That what you're saying don't make sense. What do Indians have to do with Foundation of Black Americans?
No, as an immigrant group, because I've noticed a lot of like just disingenuous arguments and hate towards, well, Indians have been pretty racist towards FBAs, but I think there needs to be a discussion that needs to be had, just talking about immigrants and FBAs in general.
But you're not telling me what the premise is. Saying words. What's the premise? What is there to debate?
Oh, we're about deportations.
So you don't think that illegals should be deported?
I don't think so at all.
But here's the thing. So do you know the numbers on illegal immigration and what it cost us last year across the board?
Yes, I'm actually, I don't get the exact numbers, but illegal immigrants pay
$150 billion it costs in taxpayers' money. So do you think that's fair to tax-paying citizens at all? Can I go to your country and do the same thing, lay up, get benefits for free, stay as long as I want? That would be cool with you?
Yeah, but here's the you're not acknowledging the amount of sales tax and the economic output that the illegal immigrants have in the economy. The Mexicans are very hardworking.
Okay, cool. So
they
does
do
that
they do
outweigh?
a lot of jobs.
But
It outweighs.
Does that outweigh the $150 billion it costs just in taxpayers' money? And that's just
It
taxpayers.
absolutely does.
So give me the
Absolutely.
numbers. So what are the numbers?
I can't give you the numbers out of the top of my head. I'm not an encyclopedia.
So you got to have your numbers right. So like you just can't make claims and not have your numbers right. So I just gave you numbers of what it just costs in taxpayers' money alone. Now we can go to the benefits and how much money they're shilling out for, like we said, the EBT, the SNAP benefits, all this stuff that they're giving out, zero interest. They're buying homes right now. How can an illegal immigrant even buy homes with a zero interest loan? This is what they're doing.
Can you please back that statement up? I find that extremely, that's a ludicrous statement. You cannot buy a home on zero without a credit score.
They are doing that right now. There's a Venezuelan family that just bought a home.
If you can back that claim.
But I'm asking you for the numbers. I just told you the numbers. What are your numbers? Because I go by factual
My numbers.
data.
Okay, no.
So what's the output? What's
the
output that you're saying that the illegal immigration is
combined income of, they cost the taxpayer $150 billion. The combined income of illegal immigrants is $330 billion and a spending power of $254 billion. That clearly outweighs the numbers that you're espousing that here. They cost $150 billion. Of course it costs $150 billion. They use our roads, they drive our cars, they pay, the utilities, right? All that adds up to 150. They don't pay tax at all, however, but they do contribute to the economy by acting as cheaper wage. Now, I wanted to bring up the talk about legal immigration because legal immigrants do, in fact, provide extreme productive value to the American society, far more so than even illegal immigrants.
Not really. Not really. Because if that were the case, how come you don't bring that value to your homeland?
If it was that simple, then the problem is that our governance structure in India is like that. It's just, it's basic economics. Whatever is cheaper, whatever you find that will work for your country. It's just about pumping up the S&P 500.
Yeah, that's called tether babbling, sir. That's a lot of tether babble. You should be able to do the same thing in your homeland. If you are so industrious and studious, you should be able to do that in your homeland, sir. Right?
Well, the United States is my homeland.
So you're an anchor baby. It's our homeland, and you anchored yourself here because you couldn't make it in your.
Well, my parents. No, I could make it I could easily make it in India.
No, you can. That's why you.
But I chose to live in.
No, it's called,
I have an American accent.
Right. It's called fleeing. You had to flee from your homeland because you failed, and that's okay. Just admit that, though. Don't come over here talking about the.
I didn't flee from anywhere. I don't even have an Indian passport.
You don't get here to talk about all the value you bring here, but you left a failed state, sir. Your family left a failed state. So you don't get to come over here and talk about all this value because of your track.
It's not about leaving a failed state. It's about, it's about searching for opportunity. We found a very bad opportunity here.
Right.
We'll make money here, and that's it.
Right. The
It's really that simple.
opportunities was created by the citizens here. And you took advantage of opportunities that other people provided for you because you couldn't create the opportunities yourself. So don't come here eating off the opportunities that we provided, talking about what value you bring. All you did was pull up a plate.
Who's we? It's Elon Musk who's hiring our kind of people into your country.
Sir, Elon Musk, he's an immigrant his damn self. And he's benefiting off the government. He gets a lot of government programs that funds his ventures. So yeah, the government has propped him up. But again, this is a government that was already setting the table, and all you had to do was pull up a plate and eat, sir. So that's what we're talking about. You understand? So you can't sit up and talk.
I understand, but
you didn't bring.
No, but at the same time, tons of Americans, I think around 14% of STEM master students aren't even native white American, not even native American, not even foundational Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of it is actually not our international. So there is a shortage, and not many Americans are getting into these fields.
Well, enough are. And again, you're not using those master degrees over there. You're not building anything over there. So you can't sit up here and pop your collar to that. And also, a lot of you guys have scam degrees. You don't want to talk about that because you guys lead in a lot of scams from your homeland, sir. So you got to put that on the table as
well. But that's incorrect. Both my parents went to university in the United States. I went to university here. So, that's not true. I mean, I'm not for a minority of us, but most of Indians have actually, most Indians, especially nowadays, they get their certification, and they are at the end of the day just cheaper sources of labor.
But yeah, come on.
So it doesn't even matter if they get it from a diploma mill.
It does matter, because if it's a fake degree, don't come over here bragging about your fake degree. Yeah, y'all get a lot of fake degrees, and that's a reality. So you can't run around here popping your collar about your fake degrees. Let me get my brother Nas in here. Let's get brother Nas, then I'm gonna get brother McCall. Where brother McCall go? Nas, go ahead, brother.
Lord, I couldn't. The lies that these people tell. The thing is, in India, there are tons of degree mills. And so I remember when I was in grad school, there was this Indian girl. Now, I'm in grad school. She comes to me and she's asking me for help. And I'm thinking to myself, and this is basic shit, like basic computer science stuff. And I'm like, how the hell is she in grad school? And she needs this kind of help. I didn't help her because it just felt strange. But now, come to find out, I realized that they get a degree. So basically, to make themselves look smarter than Americans, they get some shit degree from India. So then they come over here and they're like, oh, look, I have a 4.0 from Gujarati University. Oh my God, you're so much smarter than the Americans. Here's a free ride to college. Or if they have money, you could just pay your way into Yale because look at all your great grades. And then they just try to figure it out on the job. And then his lie about how these illegals don't pay tax. Some of these people actually do pay tax because you have the ITIN number. So they're not official citizens and they don't have citizenship, but the employer will get the ITIN. So then they are technically paying tax, but it doesn't matter because the American that they replaced was getting paid more. So that means if you have 50 million illegals, which I think we do, 50 million of them replace 50 million American jobs, let's just say. Those Americans paid more tax than those foreigners. Therefore, they contributed way more. So when these assholes come around here talking about, oh, they contributed taxes, who gives a they spend less and they take more. Like the other guy was saying, they take the most in food stamps, in public services. They are a net negative. They're the reason why our housing is so high. They live in 10 to a house. How do you compete? They're gentrifying all these neighborhoods. These people are burden. The illegal alien Latinos and the H-1B Indians. We exposed them on Christmas Eve, and we're not going to stop exposing them. India is a cancer, just like Mexico. They're our worst enemies. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Man. And by the way, the Federalists, over in India, 1 out of every 6 of the schools over there, the medical schools, they've been accused of engaging in fraudulent activity and selling fake medical degrees, like 1 out of every 6. So it's just rampant over there. So you don't brag about that, sir. You got
Okay, but to be fair, I'm talking about international students who are coming to the US and studying here. They get their degree in America and they have to go through OPT. And once their OPT expires, they get kicked out and sent on H1. Either they get the H1B lottery or they don't, and they get sent back home. So why is it that there are people who are from India, they get their degree from America, and they have a 3-year expiration date after their degree. They work here and then they kicked out. But at the same time, American policy is bringing people who didn't even study in America on H-1B from India directly. It's a very incoherent immigration policy. It's like when I read immigration policy, I lose brain cells because just how incoherent it is.
Right. Well, that means it must be time to go to your homeland and build that up, clean out the Ganges River and clean up all the cow feces and just get it popping in your homeland. Let's get Brother McCall in here.
Great Minister of Code. How art thou?
So good, brother. We need you to kind of shed light on what this gentleman is saying about their hard work from India and all of their degrees. Well, what's going
on? Indeed. Mr. Federal, how are you?
It's pretty, not that late, but almost midnight.
Okay. So this Indian supremacy, where does it exist officially at, and what is the origin of that, sir? Because I've been to your nation in Africa right now, and I'm seeing how you operate here. And I know your uncles and your fathers and your brothers, and they're not that smart in the U.S. And what part of India are you from? What part of India?
I'm from multiple.
I see what your kinsfolks are doing here in Africa.
I'll be honest with you. Africa is a more pleasant place than India. I mean, there's a reason why Indians actually migrated to like East Africa and like Kenya.
Mm-hmm. Most of your millionaires are in Africa. And why is that, sir? And why are you in fact, why are you and your kinfolks in the U.S. and not back in India?
Well, my parents chose to study in the U.S. They got their degree here and they lucked out.
Why?
Because they did well. Well, they did well in their SATs.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Most Indians that I know, and I'm talking South Asian, not just your type, but folks from Bangladesh and Pakistan, are broke, wearing okay-looking suits. And when you discuss business with them and the cost of doing business, generally they cry and they say, we're just Indians and we don't have the money. You understand? So you're not as elite or as superior as you think you are, and you're always in trouble. Every time in the U.S. I turn around, one of your Indian friends are bringing one of your South Asians to me to get them out of trouble. You understand? So don't sit on the stage and pop your collar and pretend that America needs you.
America needs me. Have you read Adam Smith?
India, Pakistan, Bangladesh needs you. Go home and build that region. That's the best advice I can give you. Okay, sir?
Yeah, the best advice I can give you is that you need to work harder. You need to work harder, Mikhail. You need to get a computer science degree.
Yeah, that's rich. You telling somebody to work harder, and you guys are out there milking cows for $2 a day in your homeland and selling cow butter on the streets, sir. So you don't need to tell somebody to work hard. You need to work hard in your homeland and get some running toilets in your homeland, sir, and stop selling cow butter. Yeah, that's very disrespectful to be in our homeland that was built by foundational Black Americans that gave you a place to flee to, and you're telling us to work hard. If it weren't for us working hard and building this beautiful nation that you can flee to, sir, you would be over there in India wiping tiger pee off your Uber. You
That's
understand?
incorrect because in India, I would be owning multiple textile factories and other business ventures. So I wouldn't be living in squalor or shit
Yeah,
and
sir, you would
doing
be
disgusting
over
shit in India.
or you would be over there in a hair weave factory. You would be over there packaging up weave bundles. All right. That's what you would be doing.
Yeah, but I have to tell you know, so actually before I even get to that, one of my friends would like to join from the space. He's also an Indian from Hong Kong. He's called HK Smurf. So if you could bring him up, that would be great because he has a lot of insight on the kind of like the world economic perspective of what's going on.
Okay. I get him up. I'm gonna get you, let me get some more callers, but I get him up. Thank you so much because you're just tether babbling at this point. I get HK, whatever his name is. I get him up in a second. Let's get Radio East. Hop in. I get you in.
Yeah, Tarek, I think you have this mindset that economic resources are limited. That's why you're concerned by migrants. So you assume if migrants come to America, the economic pie is of 100%, and thereby they're eating a slice of your economic benefits. But that's not how economics works. The economic pie will expand if you add more people who can contribute. As long as they're contributing, the pie itself will grow. So I think that's where the disconnect is
No,
between. Go
no,
ahead, sir.
no, it's really no value. You really don't, a lot of you just don't really bring too much value here. And it becomes more of a burden. And then you bring your
Yeah, but what value do African Americans bring besides punching people in the back of the head and industrial scale crime?
right. And this is what I'm saying. I was just about to say, all y'all bring is your anti-black racism, and you just proved that.
It's not racism, it's a material fact. A
Well,
fact cannot be racist.
sir,
If you're going around punching people back of the head, committing
sir,
industrial.
sir, there's a reason why you fled over here, sir. Your homeland wasn't all that safe. Why did you flee here if it was so bad with us punching people in the head? Huh? Why did you flee here?
Do you see anybody in the whole world saying we need more African Americans?
Yeah, because I see people in the whole world cosplaying as us. You understand?
No, they're not cosplaying.
You're cosplaying as us, dressing like us, acting like us, using our culture, sir. Even in your homeland where you failed and fled from, sir.
So you want people to wear a wrong way around hat and hold guns sideways, and that's a
Yeah,
good culture. That's mentally.
sir,
There's nothing to be proud about.
that's your failed homeland. Again, you come from these criminalized environments
You are literally the criminal.
that are crime ridden, and you have to flee. We don't.
You are 13% of the population.
No, we don't, sir. You coming over here talking that bull crap, using them janky talking points. Most black people are not criminals. We have a great spectrum of black people. We have the hood, the middle class, the well-to-do, the activists, the religious. We have a whole spectrum of black society. You, sir, just have failure.
Then go back to Africa with your.
I ain't from no damn Africa. I'm a foundational black American, sir. I ain't got nothing to do with modern Africa and hadn't had nothing to do with it in centuries, sir. This is my homeland that my family built that you fled to, sir, because you are an international failure.
You didn't build shit. Literally, you are.
Sir, we built something for you to come flee to with your little musty flea-bitten ass. If it weren't for us, you'd be somewhere riding.
Show me something African.
You'd be riding a baboon to 7-Eleven to make Slurpees, sir, if it weren't for us.
You guys still have not invented the wheel.
Yes, sir. You've invented a wheel to drive your ass across a border to get away from your failed homeland, sir. That's what you did.
Tell me what.
Foundational black Americans, we got 50,000 patents on inventions after slavery. Name one invention.
Yeah, you made the donut. That's.
Name one invention from your homeland. One. Name one invention from your homeland. Radio. You do not get to say.
You literally have me muted.
No, you ain't gonna say nothing else. I don't want to hear none of your wannabe white supremacist trolling because you're a wannabe. Name an invention from your homeland. Go.
I guess the horse, horse being introduced to the wild, domestication of the horse. There we go.
The hell?
That's one of the most important inventions.
The domestication of a horse, that's not an invention. You didn't invent horses, you dumbass. You didn't invent horses. What did you invent in your homeland? You're just saying shit. This is failure talk right here. We invented the horse. You're talking to an international failure.
What did the Africans?
I ain't in Africa. I'm not an African. I'm a foundational Black American, sir. How come you can't name anything you built?
Did you invent the lip?
Can't name one invention in your homeland. Your stupid ass talking about
Did you invent the lip disc? That's pretty much what you invented.
domesticating a horse. You sound dumb as hell. This is my point. You're welcome. That's why you had to come over here. You ain't invented nothing.
Before the white man, you were running around.
Before the black man, you would be sitting over there eating that horse and the zebras and other animals frolicking around that you can find. All right. A horse was dinner to
African Americans are leeches.
stop it, sir. You're leeching off of us.
You will literally die out if it's not.
You are leeching on us, sir, and our culture. America is foundational Black American culture. Let me get my sister Ish in here. Let me get her in here. Ish, what's going on, beloved?
Yeah, I don't know why the third worlders always continue with this narrative. I want to be very quick. A piece to you, Brother Tariq. Thanks for letting me up. So first of all, anytime people talk about the crime rates, they always forget to acknowledge the exoneration rates, which Black Americans make up over 60% of the exonerated in this country. Okay, which has a lot to do with the crime rates and how the crime rates in this country are skewed. So that's number one. The second thing is that we have over 50,000 patents, and that number is actually estimated to be 2 to 3 times higher. But because these things were being invented in a time where we weren't able to actually register our patents.
Are those patents for hair weaves?
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, because I didn't interrupt you. So stay on your mic, third worlder. Have some decorum. Act like you have some sense. Okay, I'm going to be very quick. Thanks. Anyway, the number is estimated to be at 2 to 3 times higher, and we all know this. These are things that you can find in the Library of Congress. I mean, if people actually are looking for them, right? And the third thing is we know when the wheel was invented in the fourth millennium BCE.
Africa still can't make the wheel today. What are you talking about?
Excuse me. Nobody needs to make up facts. All you have to do is go to the U.S. Federal Patent Office. You can see how many patents we have. We've invented a plethora of different things that have revolutionized and globally innovated the world. And the last thing that I want to say, right? The last thing that I want to say, which is really important.
Give me examples of African inventions.
Which is really important for the room, is this. Everybody knows that Black Americans have been in tech in this country, have been in STEAM in this country since the 1700s.
You invented punching people in the back of the head.
And so the other thing is that we also know that the STEAM industry in this country has been notoriously racist. We all know that. These people seem to be the only ones that don't know that. And do you know why? Because they are comfortable genocidal sociopaths who come from third world countries who cannot replicate any of the things that we've done here. But
I'm going to give you a reparation. One way
to come into our country and talk.
I'm going to give you reparation. One way to get back to Africa.
But cannot go to their countries, their third world countries that do not have the stability our country has. Okay, and talk to us absolutely crazy. So understand that this is a projection.
Go back to Africa,
ladies and gentlemen. This is a projection. This is a projection. That is what this is. So I just wanted to drop that.
You don't belong in the West. Go back to Africa.
And I will leave my receipts in the chat. Brother Tariq, I really appreciate you for letting me come up. It's been a little while. But thank you for everything that you do. And just know that we love and support you. Peace and blessings.
Thank you so much, beloved. Thank you. Oh, yeah. So we're dealing with this wannabe Anglo. You're trying to use all of the white supremacist talking points. Radio, you'll never be an Anglo. They're going to look at you as being a Sambo.
And you'll never be able to invent anything, okay? You'll
never be an Anglo.
You literally have not invented.
You'll never be an Anglo. And that's the thing that's killing you. You'll never be an Anglo. You will always be a fleeing Tether. So you being mad and jealous of foundational Black Americans, that's not going to save you. talking about people getting punched in the head. You mad because some of your women are getting punched in the pussy by the brothers. They're tearing them coochies up, and that's what you mad at. I saw your timeline. You whining about brothers laying up with these white women and all of that. Yeah, your women are getting smashed down because they don't want to be with your broke, musty, tick-infested ass. So yeah, that's the thing that's bothering you. If you stayed and stood on some business, maybe they'd get with you. You understand? But you out there in your failed homeland buying pussy for 2 goats, and
My dick, my
you ain't got no game. And you mad at us because we stand on business, sir. So don't be mad at us. Get your weight up and not your hate up. You understand? Go ahead.
Tariq, I'll buy some root works. I think that will do the trick.
But you're gonna need more. You're gonna need. I gotta design a very special scent for you because that baklava, biryani, and curry spices. That's too much, and I'm afraid that you're gonna use up the whole bottle in about 2 hours. So we gotta have a new scent just for you.
Tariq, the problem is FBA stole my root works. I bought a big package and they stole it. So it's gone. Can you give me?
Nigga, your goat ate it. That goat that you keep in your backyard, it ate it, nigga. That's what happens. So can you chain your goat up so they don't be eating all the shit that's around the crib? So that's what I need you to do. Anyway, let me get some more people in here. Thank you so much. I'll be damned if we're gonna let third worlders talk that bullshit. Get the hell out of here.
From New York Times best-selling author TARIQ Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, TARIQ Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
Then you have a lot of these people trying to use these scare tactics on us. Notice that? They keep trying to do that. Every day you get these Hispanics and the non-FBA Tether class talking about we gonna be next. Ooh, y'all gonna be next. And Trump said something about criminals, getting criminals and sending them somewhere, paying some country to take them in. He said something to that effect. So a lot of the Tether class, they was like, ooh, that's a dog whistle for Black Americans. Ooh, that's a dog whistle. Because you had some white supremacist trolls hopping in the comments like, oh yeah, let's send some of the blacks to Wakanda and all of that stuff. Yeah, that's all cap. Let me set something straight. Let me get something straight for the family. Y'all okay, let's get some shit straight about foundational Black Americans being taken out of the US. Let me get that straight so y'all can understand something, family. We cannot be deported. We cannot be exiled. You understand? I want y'all to really, really grasp this. We as foundational Black Americans, even if they try to find some weird loophole or whatever, we cannot be exiled from the United States. Because of first the 14th Amendment, and they know it's for us, and everybody has said it's for us over and over again. They have explicitly said that the 14th Amendment was meant for us. Like, we're really one of the few groups that has a constitutional relationship with the United States. We've always been mentioned in the Constitution. We're one of the only groups. So yeah, they can't toss us out of here under no circumstances. See, the Constitution, it explicitly guarantees that all of us who were born here naturalized, we can't be stripped of our citizenship without due process. You understand? And deportation, that's legally reserved for non-citizens. Yeah? And also, that's a major violation. Even if they wanted to say, okay, we're going to get all the criminals, we'll criminalize you, and we're going to say that the criminals got to go, that violates the 8th Amendment. that which prohibits cruel and unusual punishment, which is what forced exile will be. Also, that will violate international law, forcible exile of American citizens to another country, especially based on race or criminality. That would violate multiple international human rights treaties that the U.S. has signed, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which guarantees the right to nationality, and it prohibits arbitrary exile. You understand? There's also something called the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that the U.S. has ratified. So there's all types of international laws that wouldn't let that happen. And there's also legal precedents here at the Supreme Court against forced exile. There was a case in the 1950s, a guy named Trump. It was like Trump versus Dulles. This guy who he was in the military, and he was over in Morocco. Then he deserted the military, but then they caught him, and then they made him work for no pay, and then they gave him a dishonorable discharge. And then as an act of punishment, some years later, he tried to get his passport, and they said he couldn't get the passport because his citizenship was stripped because he deserted the military. Then he went and took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court was like, nah, y'all can't do that. Nah, 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 nah. You can't do that. You cannot strip his citizenship. You can't strip a person's citizenship as a form of punishment. Just can't do that. That violates the Eighth Amendment. There was another case, Afroyim versus Rusk, back in 1967. It was a Polish dude who he came over here, immigrated, became a U.S. citizen, but then he went over to Israel because I think he was Jewish, and I think he voted over there. And because he voted for a foreign nation, they tried to strip his citizenship here. And then they went to the Supreme Court and they were like, nah, you can't do that because the person has to voluntarily renounce their citizenship. You can't strip them of it and revoke their citizenship arbitrarily. So there's case studies that just won't allow that to happen. You see, there's a lot of case studies that just won't let that happen. Also, just in a practical sense, man, just imagine, listen, on some real shit, if they tried to exile us, let's just say um, the Trump administration, and they just flipped out one day and say, we're going to go for broke and be like, hey, we're going to throw an executive order and say, hey, guess what? Got you niggas. We're tired of you. Everybody's a criminal and we're going to start exiling black people out of here in mass. What do y'all think would happen? No, just first on a legal level, there's going to be immediate constitutional challenges and Supreme Court interventions. Legal scholars, there's going to be immediate lawsuits all over the place challenging that. The Supreme Court, they'll most likely issue an emergency injunction, striking it down as unconstitutional. It would get hit left and right. Also, there would be mass civil unrest all over the country on a massive scale. You understand? Man, federal buildings, airports, public transportation would be shut down. Also, there would be resistance within military and law enforcement. You got to understand how many black people are in law enforcement and the military. So a lot of them, and they just refuse to comply. There's politicians, there's mayors and governors and black senators, they would intervene. They would refuse to enforce the policy. It would be a constitutional crisis, man. And also just think about the international condemnation and the sanctions. With the United Nations and other U.S. allies, they would denounce the policy. That would be a major human rights violation. Countries like China and Russia, they would use that as propaganda. That would delegitimize the United States on a global stage. The U.S. would face economic sanctions, travel bans, wartime investigations. It would be a clusterflop if they did some bullshit to us. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Also, there would be an economic collapse. We as foundational Black Americans, we contribute over trillions of dollars in the U.S. economy annually. Messing with us, that would cause economic devastation. You understand? That would cause a major economic upheaval. Wall Street investors would panic. The stock market would panic. Shit would go awry, man. And then let's see, hey, the streets, the violent resistance that'll turn up. If they were talking about taking us up out of here, you know how many people on the grassroots, on the streets would just go for broke? They're not going to let that happen. The streets would be hot. Armed self-defense groups, former military, gangsters, hustlers, YNs, man, the streets would be hot. It'll be a state of emergency. Also, certain states would start having sanctuary cities, so states wouldn't comply. So it would be a literal civil war if they tried that shit on us. It would be a political and societal breakdown. You dig? The cities where a lot of black people, you think they're gonna round niggas up in New Orleans, Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, Chicago? Come on now. Come on. That's not gonna go smooth. No. It would be a clusterflop out here. And Congress would move in, any politician who would try to do that, Congress would move in to strip them of executive powers. Judges all across federal courts around the country, they would be striking it. The policy, it'd be ruled illegal within days. Any attempted deportation, it'd be null and void. And also, if whatever political party did it, let's say the Republicans did it, if they did that, that would destroy the political party forever. Like if Trump were to do something like that, that would be the end of the Republican Party. Literally the end of them. No other Republican, if they pull some bullshit like that, they would never win a national election again. You know? So that would be a clusterflop. It not only, if they try to exile Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, no, it not only would it not fail, it would completely destabilize the United States. It will have nonstop civil unrest, economic collapse, global condemnations, civil war. That would be political suicide. And whoever did it would be faced with war crimes. It would be a wrap. Yeah, that would be the dumbest thing ever to try that bullshit. You understand? So yeah, talking about we next, save that bullshit. We ain't next for shit. You understand that? Just be very clear. We ain't next for nothing. We good. Now let me get some more. Let me get Sir Great Black Shark in the building. Then I get Molan again. I'm gonna try you again, Molan. Great Black Shark, hop on, brother.
You doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. How are you, brother?
I'm grand, fam. I hope your family is blessed out there as well. But I want to quickly build on what you were just speaking on. And I'm glad that you educated the family on what that would actually look like from a logistical standpoint. Because if any of that happened and it got set off that way, Brother TARIQ, the other component that I want to add to what you were saying as far as destabilization, all of our military opposition would seize that opportunity to invade.
Yeah,
it would be far too difficult to try to go about that in the way that a lot of these Democrat shillbillies, that's a lot what I like to call them, they're in the way that they're talking about with their scary asses. And see, too, another thing about that, let's just say it did happen. It would also separate those of us that are actually going to stand up and defend versus the cowards. And I think a lot of times these cowards are the ones that are the loudest about, oh my God, we next and all that. Most of them are tellers. But if there's anybody in our lineage talking like that, you are a disgrace and a dishonor to your entire bloodline and all your ancestors. Men, in times of test, we stand up and defend our people, and we are not afraid of these people. And the last thing I want to say is this. The model minorities are definitely getting their wake-up call, because all that attention that they spent focus on us trying to earn their little anti-black racist brownie points, they're going to have to focus inward now to deal with their own problems. They're looking at all of these external threats to the nation. So now this is the greatest opportunity for foundational Black American freedmen across generations to get on code, refine, taking care of our business, because while they're dealing with everybody else, that's the greatest opportunity for us to get organized and do what we got to do for each other. And I like to thank you for being influential and doing everything that you've been doing, brother. We got your back throughout this, and it's time to make some power moves. With that said, I'll land. Peace.
Much respect to you, my brother. Much respect. Milan, you ready, brother?
Yeah, I am. Spaces can be buggy. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you? I'm good.
I'm doing well. This is my second space that I've been on a couple weeks back.
Okay.
You're so well spoken, and man, I appreciate you. And while I got on tonight, I saw you at a space. I jumped on. I read your Wikipedia. They say, believe half of what's on Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is horrible. They're pathological lies.
Is it?
Well, half the stuff on there ain't true about me, but
Well,
go ahead.
I can read between the lines. A lot of this same type of description is used across the media spectrum today.
Oh, yeah.
But your title caught my attention. I want to understand it. Are the model minorities getting a wake-up call? What do you mean by model minority?
Yeah, well, a lot of the people I was talking about, this was really about this woman, Phyllis Fong, who was working at the White House for like 20-something years, and Trump fired her, and she didn't want to leave. And then they had to physically escort her off the premises because she just couldn't believe that she was fired. And a lot of people like that have this the model minority syndrome, whereas they believe that they have been elevated over us and their position is secure. And we're pointing out that a lot of these people who thought they were the model minorities, they're getting a wake-up call, because there's a lot of situations where these people, they have double agents within the mix. They have people who try to undermine our society in the mix. So a lot of that stuff is getting called out. And a lot of these people didn't think that they would get called out. They thought that if they just point the finger and say, hey, look at those bad blacks, that they would have a safe space. Now that they're getting called out, the so-called model minorities, many of them are looking to us, foundational Black Americans, to assist them, and we're telling them to handle their business. So that's what we're talking about.
Right on. I'm a white dude, but I've always been my own man. I got a good family. Groups are funny things. There's a guy named Charles Bukowski who wrote a soliloquy poem called "The Genius of the Crowd." And people, when they get together, can be vicious and savage and not ethical and not truthful. So I understand what you're saying, but you seem like a very unique Black American. Some of your views seem to span across, like you can't pin you down into one group, but right. I think you're a really strong voice for Black America. And as a white guy growing up in America, knowing America's original sin, there's a lot of good people in the world. There's a lot of bad people, but they're from all over. They're all races, religion, creed, whatever. But I'd like to believe, and I try to be one, and understand the plight of a Black man. I'm a man. And I appreciate those that push up against the edge in a way that others could call provocative, conspiracy, or you don't fit into this model minority, or you're supposed to vote a certain way. You're the man, Tariq.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying my best, brother. I appreciate you. Brother AJ, hop on in, man.
What's good, Tariq?
I'm good, AJ. How are you?
I'm all right. I got a
Go ahead, AJ. And have you called before, AJ? You sound familiar.
I think so, yeah.
And where are you from, by the way, AJ? Where's your family from?
I'm probably what you'd call a tether. I'm a Iraqi American. Family's been here since the 70s, 60s.
From Iraq? Okay, there you go. Well, if you're a tether, if you do things to undermine us, you're not a tether just because you're a foreigner. It just depends on your ideology. But go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I mean, I'm not a foreigner. I guess I was born in California, but No, I support the movement, but I'm interested to know when you talk about clearing the
Yeah.
table, right? What are your thoughts specifically if we can all acknowledge we all know the history of the US? What do you think of people in Trump's cabinet or even Democrats in general taking all this money from Israel when they could be doing something that's obviously more important?
Mhm. Well, listen, a lot of the money, there's money being spread all over the place, not just Israel. There's money going to the Ukraine. There was money going to some of these immigrants coming over here. So some of those resources can be diverted back to foundational Black Americans so that we can remedy the compensation that's needed for us. Yeah, it's that simple. So
How do you lobby for that? You as a leader, someone who wants to get things moving, how do you look at these groups, these interest groups and say, I should be lobbying in this way or that way? How are you
well, the
pushing
thing
for
is,
that?
we've been having rallies. We've been very vocal at meetings. We've been going to these places. They know what's up. They know what it is. They just have to implement it. These non-citizens have been getting money from the government. People who are not even citizens crawling across the border, there's debit cards waiting on them. Those people didn't lobby for anything. So we have to jump through hoops when you have non-citizens who can just mosey over here and get a debit card. So I don't want to have people tell us we got to jump through all these hoops. They better jump through hoops to give us our damn money, or we're going to do what we did to the Democrats. We made them crash and burn. So they have to figure that out. And by the way, I'm not a leader of anybody. Let's be very clear. I've never claimed to be a leader because we don't need leaders. The code is the leadership. We're being led by our lineage and the code. I'm no leader of anybody. Just wanted to make that straight. You feel me?
I mean, you're a leader in a way of thought. No, you're a
I'm
thought
just
leader.
a person who gives my opinion. You know, everybody's a thought leader. Everybody here who speaks, they're thought leaders and they give their opinion. That's why this space is open where people can give their opinion and whatever makes more sense and whatever's logical, people say, okay, that's logical. So again, logic is the leader. Logic and lineage is the leader, not me. Logic was already here before me. All right, but thank you so much, AJ. I appreciate you. Ah, man. Okay. Shout out to you guys in here. Let's get Laquita Jones, then we'll get X4 King.
King, what's going on, King?
Hey, beloved, how are you?
Just showing off on these niggas. Just keep stunting on they bitch ass.
Where are you calling from, Laquita?
California.
Yes, indeed. Northern Cali, Southern Cali?
Northern
You
Cali.
up in the Bay?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Everything is it? What's the weather like up there, dear?
Cold.
It's cold up there. Okay.
Yeah.
Be safe up there.
So he was arguing with it.
Okay, be safe. She's been drinking. Let me let her get back to her drink. Export King, what's up?
How are you doing, my brother Tariq?
I'm good, Export King. How are you, sir?
Wonderful. I'm always intervening in your space. I'm calling from Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, there you go. And you're from? Are you from Nigeria or where? Where are you from?
Why did you assume Nigeria first?
Because I think I've talked to you before. My memory is very bad sometimes, but I thought I talked to you before, and you told me Nigeria. That's why.
No. Always ask. Don't ever assume.
Okay, damn it. I didn't mean to offend you by saying you were Nigerian. But wait.
No, there's nothing wrong with being in Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm African. I'm from Congo.
From the Congo. Okay, there it is. There it
I've said it many times. This is my 5th to 7th times that I intervene in your state.
Okay, my man, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So what's on your mind?
My mind is the mood of my narrative getting wake up call. My brothers, my things is uh, we should advocating for something better for our community. Our community, I means African American and blacks and brown people. As is African, I've been here for 17 years, here in Chicago. You understand?
Okay.
Like, I don't get no government assistance whatsoever. I don't have no food. I don't know what food stamp look like. I don't no. I work. I got my own business. I got the things, the assumptions that are immigrants come over taking care, take our brothers and sisters of African American jobs. My brothers, I don't get it. I don't get it. That's my point.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Look, the issue is there are people who are cool. There's some who come over who are cool. The problem is the ones who ain't really cool. There are people who come over and do things who try to undermine us. You do have a tether class who do things to kind of undermine us. They get in our spaces, then they undermine our positions, they undermine our movements, and they are being called out. This ain't about you taking our job. All right. If you want to drive Uber, drive Uber. We're not tripping on that. We're not mad at you for driving Uber. We're not like, ooh, damn, that Uber driver got my position. We're not looking at it like that. Our issue is when we have the Kamala Harris's, who's not of our lineage, pop up here talking about we need to vote for her because she makes collard greens and she listened to Tupac. That type of tethering, it's getting into political positions where these people have dictates on our lives, on what's going to affect us, and they have these views that are really anti-FBA. That's a problem. That's where we are with it. All right, we don't have a problem with nobody who's cool. Just as long as you're cool, we're cool. But we have a lineage, and we're recognizing and we're advocating for things about our lineage. Yeah, we're advocating for things about our lineage. And we've warned people for the longest, hey man, some of you guys are cool, but y'all need to tell us about the tethers among you. Y'all weren't telling us. All right. Y'all were not telling us about the tether class. We had to find out on our own. And sometimes some people will catch strays when we get in the tether class up out of here. We told people, don't let us do some straightening, because we do some straightening. We're going to do some straightening. And that's what's happening now. The straightening is real. You dig? And it needed to be. Now, hold on. Speaking of straightening from a tether, then this tether right here, this is a tether from East Africa. And he was whining like a hoe to me the other day. And he has his forehead covered. Seagal, hop on here. Here's a tether. I remember you, the big forehead, sassy.
How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Nasheed?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why are you? Yeah, this is, what's with your sassy tethering?
First and foremost, I qualify as FBA through my mother,
No,
who's from Lubbock, Texas.
no, I've
I don't.
seen your forehead. There's nothing FBA about you at all. I don't believe that.
Maternal birthright.
I don't believe that. That head you got, he has his head covered up for a reason. This nigga's head looked like the hood of a Volkswagen. This dude ain't got no FBA in him. I don't believe it. And you saying a whole bunch of hoe ass nigga shit. Yeah, I don't believe it.
I was just trolling, brother. I was just trolling, man. Just trying to
The
have
grown men don't do that hoe shit. Wind up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I came here to just ask you advice, bro. I'm not here to troll you or make you, you know what I'm saying, degrade you or nothing like that. I respect you.
Can't degrade me. Your forehead is too big. Okay. You can't degrade shit with that Tweety Bird ass head of yours. And don't hop in here talking about you FBA. Nigga, your whole family got huge ass light bulb heads. There ain't no FBA in your damn family. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. This is a cosplaying tether who has vitriol for us. Let me say this. That's another thing with some of these tethers like that. These folks have to try to imitate us with secret hatred.
Good way, good way. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Woodwork, woodwork. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Darling Radio, like and subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Interesting. RBG, hop in.
Hey, brother Tariq. I hope to find you in good spirits
Yes,
tonight.
indeed. How are you, brother?
Doing all right. Hey, I'm from Gary, Indiana. I'm currently in Carbondale, Illinois,
Okay.
adjunct faculty at SIU, Carbondale. So I just wanted to bring up a couple of things to you regarding things like, reparations and also about Black people already being here.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, so, but the first thing is in regards to the reparations. One of the things that drew me to these spaces was that I was seeing like a lot of people who go by FBA Freedmen or whatever, pushing for reparations and policy that's exclusive for Black folk, such as like a Black anti-hate crime bill and all that stuff, and they was pushing for these things that's exclusively for Black folk. But now lately, I've been seeing them push for this immigration thing, and it's like, why are they so excited about that when that's not something that's an exclusive policy that'll be beneficial to us Black Americans? Because, if you let white MAGA tell you they feel like that'll be beneficial to them, these Trump immigration policies, or even, for some reason Latino MAGA as well. So it's like I thought they were in it so that we can push for policy that's exclusive to Black Americans, and this whole immigration stuff is not policy that's exclusive to us. So I don't see like why they're so excited about that, especially when they've been pushing for reparations, and that's something that's not going to come from the Trump administration, because Trump has already pushed back against the idea of reparations. As a matter of fact, on one of his on one of his Twitter posts, he talked about some of the things that Kamala Harris would do, some of the things that he felt was bad. And one of those things was like, oh, Kamala is going to give reparations. So, so he's clearly doubling down, because like even from an interview in 2019, he kind of like rejected the idea of reparations, and then flash forward to 2024, he's bringing it up as like, oh, that's a bad thing that Kamala Harris would approve of. So it's like I don't see why people who have been pushing for reparations, that's been a part of the FBA Freedmen movement, are so excited about Trump being in office and his whole immigration policy.
So do you think that the Democrats are going to give us reparations?
Well, I feel like that was the best chance, that was the best shot, and here's why.
Why?
Here's why. Uh, so basically, the presidency came down to Kamala and Trump, right? They were the most likely two who would win. Uh, Kamala, when she was a senator, she was a co-sponsor on a Senate reparations bill. So her John Hancock was on something, whereas Trump's was not. So it's like if I'm a black American and I want us to have reparations, I'm going to go along with the candidate that has their John Hancocks on a reparations bill,
Okay. If your John Hancock is on it, how come we don't have it?
because there's opposition to it, because the opposition is not going to just roll over and let us get it. And there are zero elected Republicans in the House and in the
That's
Senate
plain.
who support it.
Kamala Harris, you're talking about her John Hancock being on a bill. That woman told us with her full chest she's not going to do something that only going to benefit Black people. No, she said that. That's the real thing that killed her. So her fingerprint or her signature being on something, that's nullified. She said what she said, and we heard her. She said she.
Yeah, I heard it too, and I feel like that's being misconstrued and being spun the wrong
How
way. I mean, because
That's
okay, well,
that's her words. I mean, that you couldn't get more clearer. How was that spun? I'm not going to do nothing that's only going to benefit black people. And she didn't. So where was the spin?
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Tariq. You know, Kamala, she can't help it that she understands, you know, like the 14th Amendment and things like that. She understands that, oh, that, you know, that the Supreme Court, especially today's Supreme Court, feels that, okay, that you can't remedy discrimination with discrimination. You know what I'm saying? So basically what she was saying is that, okay, even with something like reparations will still benefit, you know, other Americans. It would benefit America in general. I think that's one of the talking points for reparations is that that it could benefit all of America because it can, you know, it puts money in the pockets of Black Americans, and then they can put that back into the economy. So that's one of the positive spins about reparations. So even in that sense, that it still is beneficial not just for Black people but for all
Then how
Americans.
can
So
it then? That's explaining. She didn't do.
that's not explaining because and keep in mind, Tariq, you can show me an interview all you want, but the most powerfulest thing that somebody in Congress or in the Senate can do is vote in favor of a bill that's related to an agenda that you want, and she did that.
No, she didn't. She voted
She was
to
she
she voted
and
for reparations. That ain't
yeah.
shit. They voted for a study. They've never voted for reparations. Kamala Harris has never signed off on reparations. She voted for a study of reparations. That is not the same thing. That's
Well,
that's like
there's
ooh,
there's a
no,
precedent.
that's like
No,
hold
there
on.
there.
Slow down because I'm talking. That's like, hey, I'm hungry. I need food. And somebody says, you know what? I'm gonna sign off on a study to find out what kind of food to give you. You can't sit here and say you did something for me and I'm still hungry. You understand? That's a Jedi mind trick. You can't go around here popping your collar because you did a study for food. That's not going to work.
Yeah, but Tariq, you got to understand that past reparations that were issued before had some sort of commission or study. Even the one for the Japanese had some sort of commission or study before they eventually passed that on. And tell me why. And notice that that was passed. What they call it bipartisan, even though it was mostly Dems
It
who
was
who voted in.
under Reagan.
Right, but Congress had to approve it, Tariq, and then Reagan signed off on it.
Mm-hmm.
So Congress, which was it was mostly Dems in Congress, and also some Republicans who sided with Dems to issue reparations to the Japanese. But why can't we get enough Republicans to side with Democrats to pass reparations for Black
Yeah, they
people?
can look. They sat up here, under Kamala and Biden, giving all types of money to non-citizens. They were all these people creeping across the border. These folks didn't even have rights in this country. You're not constitutionally connected to this country. Yet the Democrats made sure, and the Republicans, whoever you want to say, made sure that these people got thousands of dollars in benefits, medical, housing, debit cards, the whole shebang. These folks didn't have to have a study and all of this stuff. They just came over and got something. So
That's not reparations.
I'm saying,
That's not
yeah,
reparations.
that's just
That has nothing to do with
it's
reparations.
not reparations. It's basically unearned benefits. So if you can give people unearned benefits who aren't even citizens, I don't want to hear all of this mumbo jumbo when it comes to reparations, something that's owed. That's why I pointed that out. It's not that hard to compensate people. If you can give money to people who didn't even earn it, that money needs to go to reparations. I don't want to hear all that plebiscite babbling. No, no, no. And
And I'm with you there. I'm with you there. I wish they thought like that. But here's the thing: when you said that,
oh, so I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to mute you. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. When you said that, why didn't it get passed? Like when Kamala had did co-sponsor a bill, but I mean, keep in mind she's only been a senator and a VP, right? So and we're in the system of check and balances. So anyway, you need a certain number of votes in order to get that. They never had the right number of votes in order to pass it, and also it's even harder to pass a bill if it's not bipartisan.
RBG.
Wait a minute. Can I jump in? Can I
It's
jump in for this?
it's much harder.
Stephen, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I want to jump in for this from San Francisco, California. San Francisco used to be 13% black, mostly people who are foundational black Americans. In the 60s, they did urban renewal. I forgot what that man's name is, but his name is like something Moses. I have no idea what his name was. But they did urban renewal of San Francisco, the Western Addition neighborhood, where black people owned our houses and we owned our property, and they eminent domain all of our property. They destroyed over 4,000 Victorian homes in San Francisco. So these are Victorians. And in San Francisco, right now, homes in this neighborhood in Western Addition, Pack Heights, are $4 million, $5 million, $6 million. They took all our homes, over 4,000 homes, over 990 businesses. They destroyed, black businesses, they destroyed by eminent domain, and then replaced it with slight urban projects, did not compensate us as black people. And here's the thing, we can talk about bipartisan all we want, but San Francisco has a budget of $13 million and they have all control. Democrats have all control of the city, and they still didn't give the 5% left of black people. And it's not even it's all types of black people. They didn't even give the 5% of black people that live in San Francisco reparations when they have $13 billion in our single city budget. So it's not a bipartisan issue. They don't want to give us money, and they're not for us. They're not supporting us as the party. That's the main thing. If we could talk about, bipartisan the nation, we got to get the even in the cities where Democrats are controlling the city, they are not helping us. They are keeping us in the position that we were before. So that's what I wanted to add in. And that was also my point I wanted to talk about previously. So
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. All right.
Yeah, but the thing with that is that I'm talking. I mean, I feel that we're owed reparations. Like in three ways, like locally, statewide, and federally, because we were screwed over three ways. We were screwed over locally, we were screwed over statewide, we were screwed over federally. So I believe in reparations from all three areas. But when I'm talking about the bipartisan stuff, I'm talking about like more so like with the federal reparations.
Let me get
And
fine.
yeah.
So, Lon, hop in, brother.
So there's ways that the president can definitely give us our money using executive orders to identify us. So number one, he or she can use executive authority over federal funds. The president can redirect discretionary federal funds from existing agencies to redirect the funds exclusively for freemen, descendants of U.S. child slavery, using departments of Treasury, for example, discretionary funds to create directive reparative grants for Black Americans. Number two, using executive order for federal contracting or set-asides. So you can do set-asides, again, that can use, let's say, for example, if we use the word freeman as, let's say, a protective status, even though I heard some people, they don't like the word, they can ensure that we can receive direct financial benefits using federal contracting. I know none of this is reparations, for example. Utilizing the Federal Reserves. So Federal Reserves, under the presidential influence, can establish interest-free financial programs targeted exclusively for Black Americans, injecting billions upon billions in reparative economic relief. They direct reparations through the DOJ Civil Rights Authority. So the DOJ has the legal authority under civil rights laws to compensate groups for government-backed discrimination. For example, someone brought up the Japanese internment reparations. An executive order could instruct the Department of Justice to issue settlements or financial compensation for Black Americans backed by historic documentation of economic harm. Obviously, the IRS can issue tax-exempt status or land grants or cash grants exclusively for Black Americans. Federal land trusts, housing grants, obviously the veteran affairs for not us not paying not paying the GI Bill. They can give the back pay reparations to Black veterans denied the GI Bill, and declaring a national economic emergency. So the president can declare Black Americans' economic exclusion as a national crisis and use emergency powers to allocate immediate reparative financial relief under the national emergency status. So there are several ways that the president could give us our money. So I don't know what's the excuse with, oh, we gotta use Congress. We gotta use Congress. You can look all this shit
Yeah,
up.
you still have to use Congress a lot in terms of like how the president decides to use funding that was set aside for certain agencies. So if they want to switch it up or whatever, like even with wars or we're funding wars, they still got to get approval from Congress. Which even for that there's been bipartisan support for, like, Ukraine or even Israel. You know what I'm saying? So no, it still has to be an act of Congress.
Now, RBG, now are you down with Cobra?
No, I'm not, sir. No,
Oh, are you down with any of those reparation organizations like NARC, any of them?
not at all.
Okay, okay.
Not at all.
But I know you definitely voted for Kamala.
Yes, I did, because that made the most sense in terms of like what's important to me and what I felt that she stood for or whatever. But yeah, and like, so when I saw that post from Trump making it seem like reparations is a bad thing, I'm like, nah, this dude is not for that. And I don't know why people getting excited about this dude. And then why we go from looking for policy that's exclusively for us to something that would be beneficial to other people too, with the immigration stuff. So it's like you siding with white MAGA to even though they got an ulterior motive. You know what I'm
No,
saying? Because like even before this mass
no,
immigration stuff,
slow
what was
down.
the culprit?
No, because with this immigration thing, now the focus can be on lineage-based policies. That's been the problem. The reason why we haven't gotten anywhere, but anytime we start talking about policies for foundational Black Americans, we get hit with the whole minority multiculturalism, DEI. So now that that's being deprioritized, now the lane is open for us to be prioritized. You understand?
Why wasn't that lane open before there was ever DEI? Who was the culprit?
Um,
Who's always been the culprit?
the damn Democrats, they're the ones pushing that benign neglect for us, the
No,
Democrats.
no, said Tariq, white supremacy.
Right. In
White
the
supremacy.
in the form of the Democrats too.
In
Yeah.
the form of Republicans, that Democrats aren't the only ones that been in control.
Right. But the thing is, the Democrats like to put all of the racism bags on the Republicans, and they do the exact same thing. You see, so that's why I don't even get into the who's the most racist thing. I'm into policies now. Okay, we're dealing with some groups. Both of them have white supremacist tendencies. Okay, now who's going to have the best policies that work out for me? That's how I'm looking at it. And by the way, RBG, where's your family from, sir?
We from here, man. I already did my lineage. I traced my lineage all the way back to a plantation in Point du. I don't know how to say these French names. Point du Pays, Louisiana. And my slave ancestor, she was taken from Senegal. She's a Wolof.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Any immigrants in your family?
No immigrants in my family, man. And
Yeah.
I'm looking through my tree, and I hit road bumps here and there, but I'm always looking at my tree. I get like different hints through ancestry and all that stuff. I look through the records. I didn't just do DNA or whatever, because I know y'all like to have these things about DNA. So I did it three ways. I went by what my family say. I did the paperwork, and I did the DNA. And guess what? It all lined up with each other.
But it's
So
like you have an affinity for immigrants. Is your lady an immigrant?
no, not at all.
Why do you have such an affinity for immigrants?
I don't have an affinity for immigrants. I have an affinity for facts and the truth.
Hmm.
That's I just the thing about me, Tariq, is that I despise misinformation, and I feel like I owe it to my people to always bring them factual information that'll be helpful to them. And so people don't know about these. People don't know about like a lot about civics and things like that in terms of like what it will take and how many votes you need for this and how many votes you need for that. And you know the checks and balances and things like that. So and that's why so many people are so frustrated and disenchanted because they're not understanding the civics. So and another thing about misinformation, Tariq, that's the reason why I brought up the whole thing about about black people already being here. I got some pushback about that, even though I like the idea of that, but I do have some pushback about that. But
What's the pushback on that?
okay, so there's a lot of black folk who feel that just because they can't find the African in their family or in their records and all that stuff, they assume that, oh, well, that must mean that we was already here, just because and which is unfortunate because that's like I think that's a very lazy and shallow or superficial way of looking at things because because it's a disregard of all the things that our ancestors been through and all the reasons why you probably can't find that African ancestor. You know what I'm saying? And there are some people who didn't even bother to look through their ancestry.
Because here's the thing. People kind of push back when we point to the Aboriginal side, but just go along with the brought over and shipped thing. There's damn near zero evidence of many of our families being brought over in ships, almost zero. But most of us can trace some Aboriginal ancestor. You can trace somebody down the line connected to some native tribe. Almost every foundational Black American can trace somebody in the family tree to a native tribe or an Aboriginal tribe here. We can all do that. My dad's grandparents, one of them were like a Cherokee, a Creek Indian, something like that. So yeah, a lot of us can trace that. It's very easy to do that. But literally none of us can trace back to a specific ship that we were brought over in, allegedly. Now, even though the slave trade from the trans-African or transatlantic slave trade happened over here in North America, a very small minority of African people were actually brought here compared to the ones that were brought to South America, to the Caribbean. So when we say there's an Aboriginal lineage here, that's not just us digging out of our ass. That's something very valid. Also, the fact that we had an ethnogenesis here and we are the foundation of the United States. There was no United States until we built it. That makes us native to the United States. Does that make sense?
Yeah, in that sense, yeah. But
Okay.
like as far as like who's the first people on this landmass that we call the Americas,
Yeah.
it was definitely the Native Americans who are not black people like me and
That's
you.
That ain't true. The first people on this land were jet black people. They were Negroid people. They dug up and did excavations, especially down there in Central and South America, which we're all connected to. And some of the oldest fossils they found for humans, they reconstructed them and they saw that it was the face of a Negroid woman, Lucia woman.
That was debunked, Tariq. That was
That was
debunked.
debunked. It was never debunked.
Actually, it was. I got proof of that.
Show it. Show me the proof.
Yeah. So here's what happened with that.
Show me the
Eh,
proof. No.
show you the proof.
Show me the proof. Dig it up right now. Where
You want me to take?
that was never
Okay, I can dig it up. That's no problem, Tariq.
that wasn't debunked at all.
Yeah, it actually was, but
It and it better be from a reputable site.
it's from a reputable source.
Okay.
Because the thing with the reconstruction, Tariq,
Uh-huh.
uh, there was a guy, I think his name was Neves or whatever. He did the reconstruction, and he did that like back in like the '80s, and stuff was and stuff was like kind of like limited. And at the time, the reason why he did that reconstruction was because he was told by anthropologists at that time that, oh, well, we believe that this person was negroid. And so him being an artist, he like, okay, he going by like what they saying, like, okay, so I'm going to construct the person that's going to have negroid features because these
Oh,
anthropologists are telling me because of the
no,
reconstruction. No,
no, they don't do it like that. They do it from the structure of the skull. They know what the skull structures are. That they do it based on skull structures. No, that's what you're saying is not correct, sir.
no, but what they found, Tariq, is that skull structure is not a reliable source of notating like what a person's race is.
It is,
It's not. And what they did is that later,
sir. You're not, what you're saying is incorrect. They can look at your skull and tell what race you were. That's literally how they started to classify races. That's how Johannes Blumenbach started to classify races. They got the skull of Asians, they got the skull of Caucasians, they got the skull of African people, and they started to compare the skulls and construct the concept of race based on skulls. That's what you're saying is just not true, sir. Where's your
no.
proof? Where's your proof that Lucy, a woman, was not Negroid?
Well, here's the thing, Tariq, with the whole skull thing. At that time, they were trying to compare early American skulls to like to traditional skulls or whatever. And these people were their own people. So it wasn't fair to compare their skulls to like, African skulls or European skulls because they were on their own people and they were trying to lump them into that. And so basically what they found is that using skull structure is not a reliable way. And so what they did is that they did a
Ooh,
DNA analysis on her remains, and also, it wasn't just her remains in that area; it was other remains. They called them the Lagoa people because she was a part of those people down in South America, and they did a DNA analysis of their DNA and also the DNA analysis of Lizia, and they found that she's related to the same Native Americans who had crossed the Bering Strait.
sir, they didn't negate the fact that her features were Negroid. They just didn't. They constructed her facial features and it still remains. Nobody debunked that.
She didn't have Negro DNA, sir.
Did she had Negro features? Yes, she did. She had Negroid features. It was a black woman. Also, to corroborate that, the books by von Wutnow, another anthropologist, is a white dude. He has a book called Unexpected Faces in Early Americas, and he has all of these ancient statues and figurines of Native Americans with all of these black Negroid features. Then you have the Olmecs down there in the same area, down in South and Central America, the big giant statues with Negroid features with braids in their hair. Then you have the Bonenpack murals that's in those pyramids down in Central America of these black-skinned people with dreadlocks. Y'all Google the Bonenpack people. Way too much evidence, sir. So yeah, it's not a far-fetched idea to believe that Lucia woman had black features, which she did. That was never debunked, sir. I don't know where you're getting this. You're just kind of saying stuff, sir, with respect. All right.
Actually, I'm not. Like, there's evidence about this, and I'm gonna share some in a purple pill here. Well, actually, I have to, if you allow me to DM you maybe the information or whatever. But yeah, so I do have that information available if you want.
You don't have it. You don't have it. Let me find that clip. There's a clip. Let me see if y'all can hear this where it was one of them science shows where they were talking about the Lucia woman. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Young woman.
Can y'all hear that? Give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear that okay. If y'all can hear that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all could hear that clearly, give me a thumbs up. I know the reception is a little janky sometimes. If y'all could hear what I was just playing, y'all give me the thumbs up or a thumbs down. Give me something. I can't see nothing. All right. Okay. Y'all can hear it. Y'all couldn't hear it. All right, thumbs down. Y'all can't hear it. Okay, y'all can't hear it. Let me try it again. Hold on.
Arthur Neves, civil anthropologist, University in Brazil. He has been using a standard and reliable archaeological measure to find out what race she belonged to.
Y'all still can't hear that either? Y'all can't hear that. Okay, let me chill because I guess y'all can't hear it. Okay. Now the Tether native said he could hear it. All right. I'm trying to play a clip. Okay, some people are saying they can hear it. Some people are saying no. Okay, y'all saying y'all can't hear it. All right. I really want to play this so that y'all can hear it, but the sound is janky and I can't listen to the playback on my joint. All right. Let me try one more time. It sounds like static. Okay. My brother Mikhail texted me and said it sounds like static. Let me try something else.
We only expected Lucia to be a model. But then he fed the measurements into the computer.
Okay. I just chill on that. I was trying to play a clip of these anthropologists and these scientists who did a reconstruction. You could see the race of a person based on the reconstruction of their skull, and they're like, this is a damn Negro. They're like, yep, it's a Negro. So yeah, that wasn't debunked. Nobody debunked that. This dude just kind of made up some shit. Man, nobody debunked that. All right, let me get some more people in here. Hold on. What does Cosmic L want? Hold on, let me see what she wants. I know she annoys people, but let me just see what Cosmic L wants. Cosmic L, what is it, ma'am? What's going on, Cosmic L? Cosmic L, unmute your microphone, ma'am.
Oh yeah, I didn't actually expect you to give me the mic, so it took me by surprise. How are you doing?
Good, you made a request. So what do you want to talk about, Cosmic?
Well, I heard you actually say that, people were saying that I repeat the same things, and they must really not know me, because like me from before, like I used to come here to say, let's try and have conversations and see where we can mitigate, how we can understand each other, and see where we all fall short, so there can be an agreement, because I don't see any benefits from fighting and dividing. So this is not the same thing I've been saying, but now I see the need for the delineation to happen, because I understand that if we do that, they're actually going to leave us alone for a bit. So like in the meantime, let's separate. It's very important. You get what I mean? So it's not like I come here to troll. I'm actually carrying a message, and I'm serious about it. Stop focusing on Africa, right? Look within and fight for reparations. We are observing. So delineate, get it documented, be bold, and ask the president.
Nobody focused on Africa whatsoever. Nobody. You ain't even focused on Africa. You're trying to get out, and I think you're over here. Nobody's focused on Africa at all. It's not practical for us to focus on Africa.
Can you tell me why AFRICOM is in Africa? What business does the United States of America have putting its military bases all across the continent? Please give me a logical reason.
Well, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? You're changing the
No,
subject.
when you ask very dumb questions about why America will be interested in Africa, I have to.
We're not focused on Africa. We're not.
No, I don't give a. You call us tethers, you insult us.
Because you act like a tether.
You don't want to reason. Why do you think people are leaving? Your government is making it very uncomfortable for people. Are you dumb?
But
like, are you guys?
But you're over here though,
You
and
guys
lying.
just don't. I am not.
You are, and you're lying about being in Africa. You're not even in Africa, ma'am. You're not in Africa. Your ass is over here. You're not in Africa at all. You're a pathological
Should I give
liar.
you my WhatsApp number so you look at
Oh,
my location?
no,
Because I
no,
know you want me.
no, I don't.
You're
I don't want my number. I don't want you texting me pictures of your long, dry West African titties. I don't want to see them. I don't want you sending me inappropriate things, ma'am.
no. I can easily create an OnlyFans like an FBA, but I
No,
don't do that. I'm an African.
your musty OnlyFans.
I am an
I don't want to.
Asante. Yentetemisa. I wasn't raised that way.
Okay, I just don't want to see it. All right. But ma'am, we're not focused on Africa. We're not thinking about Africa. More power to you, but we are
Brilliant. So what's your plan for reparations? Focus. What's your plan
not
for reparations?
others like you out of our business. None of your business. That's nothing we discuss with you. You're
No. When you keep talking about
not qualified for reparations, Abasola. So we don't have to discuss our policies and plans with you so that you can find a way to
because I'm tired of you talking about immigration.
Yeah,
I'm
because
going to be an immigrant soon. I've told you. I'm not.
you're an immigrant now. You're over here. I don't believe you're in Africa. You're over here right now.
Bruh, I have friends who know you. Let them tell you where I'm at. I will come there soon. If you want to meet, we can arrange that.
Ma'am, I will meet with you to give you some root work deodorant. I will give you some free samples.
I would appreciate it because I'll come give it to some kids.
Right. But yeah, you're over here. I don't believe you're in Africa, ma'am. I don't believe it. You're right over here with us right
I don't
now.
even. It's not even flat. I'm not flattered by that, but because I'm in Ghana, I'm proud of where I am. Like Kumasi is a very beautiful place. That's why they want to take over. Like, bro, are you dumb? I have gold.
I don't believe you're in Ghana at all. You're not in no Ghana.
We have resources to protect. We need the Arabs and the Lebanese. We need them.
You're just running your mouth, beloved. You're not in Ghana. Your ass is right over here somewhere in Memphis, working at Taco Bell somewhere. You're not over in Africa, ma'am. I just don't believe you. But anyway, let me get the real Tamara in. Let me get real Tamara in here. Real Tamara, hop on, beloved. Real Tamara. Real Tamara, what happened to you, dear? Want to unmute your microphone?
Yeah, sisters, go ahead. Can we move on?
I was trying to.
Can you hear me?
There you go. What's up, Tamara?
Hey.
How are you?
Oh my God. How do you deal with these tethers? My Lord Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my
Deal with the
goodness.
reparations. Deal with
Every
it.
night you invite this bush meat mouth woman. Lord
I can
Jesus.
give you
This has
some
to stop.
bushmeat
It
if
has
you
to
want.
stop.
It won't get
It
you
has to
reparations,
stop.
bruh. You
Lord,
say all the
feed
things you
your
want to say. Let it out.
starving
Let it out.
child. Feed your starving child. Hey,
It's
this is what I want to say.
cathartic. Let it out.
Drop
Let it
down
out.
because nobody wants to hear you. You are annoying.
But yeah, I want to hear you talk about reparations.
Anyways, I want to hear you shut the fuck up. Please.
Make
shut
me.
the fuck up.
Oh my
Shut the
God.
fuck
Calm
up.
down.
Put some
You're
beach
crashing
bush
out. Is this a
meat
crash out
and
space?
what is that slimy shit you eat? Put it in your mouth.
Sending you.
Shut up.
It's a vegetable, you dumb bitch.
Shut the fuck up.
Sit down,
Tether.
chill, line
Tether.
one up, and
Tether.
relax. It
Go
doesn't do
test
anything.
yourself for
Oh yeah, I'm a tether. I'm a
HIV.
tether. I'm a
Go
tether.
yes,
If
go
you were
test yourself for HIV. I'm sure you
wanna
there
play
you
stupid
go,
games?
racist. There you
Bruh,
go, racist.
relax,
There you go,
relax.
racist. Anyways,
Calm
tether,
down.
tether. Shut up.
Calm down. What meds do they
Anyways,
give
talking to
you?
the
Have you
FDA
read the side
room,
effects of the
talking to
meds
the
they give
FDA
you?
room and the
Like you
FDA
can't.
people who actually have something more to talk about other than this other. My God, Tariq, why do you do this to us? Lord Jesus.
I know.
I've been trying to come up for a few days. I like raised my hand. I have to drop it because I'm just coming back from DC. I went to the inauguration. I was sick as I was so sick. But I've been wanting to come because you've been talking about some real good FBA business. And then you got this slimy mouth tether. Oh yeah. Anyways, I wanted to say two things.
Yeah.
One thing, the other day you had this other tether up here named Giovanni, and he was like, "Yo, black people are next. They sending you back." Da da da.
Right.
I wanted to talk about that in reference to this. I don't know if you saw this news story about this someone had taken a truck and made it look like an official ICE truck, but it wasn't an actual ICE truck. It was an unofficial ICE. It was a copycat, and they placed it outside of a so-called Mexican grocery store. And the I think that was in Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. And this local area flipped out. They put a APB out on the truck, and they're like, "This is harassing our immigrant community. This is terrorism." Yet people are coming up on your platform. It's being reported across mainstream media. It's being reported across YouTube, where people are saying that Trump is going to deport Black Americans next. And no one is reporting that as terrorism, right? No one is reporting that as terrorism. We are American citizens. Why in the would we be deported? Excuse my language. Let me stop cussing. That tether. My apologize. My apologies. Why would we be deported? Why would we be deported when we are American citizens? This is pure fear tactics, fear mongering, and terrorism in the Black community, trying their hardest to rile us up and to scare us. That is terrorism. And no one is saying, hey, stop terrorizing the Black community with these false narratives that we are going to be deported when we are the only non-immigrant community. So that's the first comment that I wanted to make.
Mm-hmm.
Right? First comment that I wanted to make. The second comment that I wanted to make is this right here. Trump got up and said that the 14th Amendment was for Black Americans. But he didn't say Black Americans, but
children of slaves.
Right, exactly. I'm interpreting it that way.
Which is us.
A lot of I'm sorry?
Which is us, right?
Correct, exactly. I'm encouraging people to go and read the entire 14th Amendment. Every section in Section 4 of the 14th Amendment, you will realize that it specifically says slaves. He's not incorrect when he uses that term slave. But the point is that he's largely correct when he's talking about that it is specifically drafted for us. And the fact that he's willing to say that, and we've only been in one, and excuse my language, I'm so sorry, I'm sick. I don't normally talk like this. He's only been in 1 week of office, and he's already saying, I see you, and I know what time it is. And he's saying, this is the correct way to interpret it. This malpractice of interpretation of the 14th Amendment has been going on for decades. And
let me land your plane, but thank you so much, beloved. Let me get some of these other calls. Let me get Shaka Zulu in here. Shaka Zulu.
Greeting, Brother Tariq and the FBA.
How you, Shaka?
I'm blessed. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Now, where you from, Shaka?
Okay, originally, I'm currently living in Canada.
But
I was born in the DRC Congo. I was raised in South Africa, Johannesburg, due to the war. About 6 years ago, I got a job offer in Canada, so I moved here.
Oh, cool.
And I've been living here ever since. So I got two topics I'd like to talk about. First one will be I really rad for the FBA. I'm a firm believer of that because I believe there was Black people before the colonizer come in the US.
Right.
So there's no one can ever time that there wasn't Black people, because if we look properly, This pyramid there, the same kind of pyramid that we see in Egypt down to Mexico, and you cannot tell me that that was the Caucasian skin built that. And I think the issue is that a lot of these Africans talk negatively towards African Americans. It's because they're living in America, so they see the privilege there. They're taking the privilege that your ancestor worked so hard, so they're benefiting from them. But if you come to Africa, right, like South Africa, where I was raised, there's no such thing as mistreatment, because I used to work with a missionary that called Youth for Christ, and every year we used to have a lot of schools coming from the US to visit Africa, and we used to do a lot of missionary work with them. And even the welcome is so different. So the first time I heard of how Africans speak about American, it's all from an African who've been living there. But most African back home, they're very welcoming of African American. They want to learn about the culture, about the lifestyle. That's what I don't care what Africans say, we all are influenced by African American culture.
Yeah.
We all listen to hip hop. We all wanna dress like y'all. The women wanna be like y'all, but yet they preach so much hatred towards you because they cannot be like y'all.
Yeah.
And if you go down through history, even this the red Indian, they lied to us telling us no, the Indian were the first people there. But if we look properly, those was black people.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct, brother. And I appreciate that. Appreciate the call. Let's get Life in here. Life.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
On Life.
Forgive me if you've already answered the question, but I've been meaning to ask, what were your reviews or your thoughts on Peacock's movie? Two different docs I wanted to ask you. The one on the Diddy, Making of the Bad Boy by Peacock, and Tyler Perry's 6888. So if you already talked about that, forgive me. But when I watched it, the Peacock's film on Diddy, it seemed like they made him out to be some type of serial killer.
Oh, wow.
So you could talk about those two films. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, I haven't seen either one. Yeah, I have not seen either one. The Diddy thing. Now I might check out the Tyler Perry thing, but those slander films, like those Diddy, R. Kelly, Brown, and then shout out to Chris Brown. He filed a lawsuit against that company that's putting out a documentary about him. Them slander documentaries, I don't even watch them. And Acquire, Ann, Unacquired Taste. That's your name, Unacquired Taste.
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's happening? What's going on with you, man?
Man, hey, bro, see, I got two quick points to make.
Yes.
Old girl said America got bases everywhere, right? Okay, cool. But we live in America. We've been fighting them. That's for one. We the only people that stand up and fight them. They don't fight them like that. We fight them. So that's just one. And then two, everybody mad at us like on everywhere on the planet, indigenous people is black. But for some reason, they're not black in America though, because they all want to be here.
Right.
And they all get mad at us like, no, it's just the red Indians, the red natives. No, it was black people everywhere. We are everywhere. We've been everywhere. We the original men. If you want to subscribe to that. So that's all I want to say, man. And that's irritating.
Very interesting point. Yeah, this whole thing, they hate to acknowledge the guy. He might be the guy who called earlier. For somebody who's stomping for immigration like that, usually they have an immigrant background or they're laying up with an immigrant. And no disrespect to the immigrants, nobody's denigrating you. Just a lot of them have an issue with us acknowledging part of the indigenous lineage as well. They hate to acknowledge that there were black people here, because that would put us in the damn near kind of the same category of an immigrant who was brought over from somewhere else, you see. But when we acknowledge that there were already black people here, it's very clear. And that when they start lying about Lucia woman, that was never debunked. He didn't debunk that. Lucia woman was black. It was a black lady. It was the oldest fossil he found here. And other narratives corroborate that there were black Negroid people here for thousands of years. Eyewitness accounts, archaeological accounts, DNA accounts, reconstruction of skulls, paintings, just all over. So yeah, that's not debunked at all. Let's get that dude in here. That dude,
Hey, what's good, Tariq?
how you doing, that?
I'm hanging in there, man, trying to, get some work done while these kids sleep. You know how they go.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But no, I just wanted to speak up real quick. Something that I think it was Salon that said a minute ago. He was talking about getting a set aside, as far as lineage based set aside for FBAs when it comes to, government contracting and stuff. I'm one of the few, FBA businesses that got a government contract, and I'm telling you now, like that. What is it? The minority business set aside. That thing is so useless when it comes to, actually giving a leg up far as like bidding against the larger businesses and stuff. So like, and I know Trump is open to, something that's lineage based. So that's something that I just wanted to expound upon a little bit and, just show that, yeah, that's something that would be sorely needed and something that I think would be good for us all as FBAs. And real quick, yeah, man, as far as like where I'm from, man, my folks out of the Wiregrass area. I'm out of Troy, Alabama. All my people from over that way, all the way back to on my mom's side, one of the original black Cherokees and stuff. I mean, her photos in one of the museums over there. So I'll lay my plane there. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. And I think I got some relatives out there in Troy, Alabama too. All right, but let me get up out of here, guys. It's been real. It's been real, real, real. I think we had a very good discussion on this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Hope it was very constructive, and I hope you guys go get the book Hidden Heroes from A to Z. You can get that at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Give a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. That's a foundational Black American institution, and it's afloat because of good people like you, ladies and gentlemen. Also, the movie Microphone Check, the best hip-hop documentary in the game. Go to microphonecheck.com. Get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. All right? Get your FBA flags and hats at officialfba.com. Officialfba.com. All right, I'm up out of here, guys. Papi Akute Lolavuve to the family. Peace.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and streaming on Amazon Prime. Visit microphonecheck.com to learn more and get your copy today. Microphone Check, the story hip-hop was waiting for.
Subscribe, darling radio, like and subscribe.
We as foundational Black Americans are different, and this is why people are always trying to drag us in the mix to make us a buffer. That's why what's going on right now, this is why people are kicking and screaming. All of these people are being targeted right now. And instead of them standing up fighting, what are they saying? Where are the FBAs? Y'all notice that? We're not targeting anybody. Let's be very clear. Foundational Black Americans, we're not targeting anybody. We're not rounding nobody up. We're not doing anything to nobody. We're just minding our business. And these folks are losing their minds over us minding their business instead of the people targeting them. Because the thing is, we as foundational Black Americans, they've been using us as buffers between the oppressive system and them. So what they do, they want to have us jump in the middle for them so that we can absorb all of the aggression, and then they benefit from it. You see? So we got to understand, this is why the delineation movement that's going on right now, it threatens that current racial hierarchy. You see, it removes us from being the damn buffer class. For one thing, they've been wanting us to fight for rights that they reap and benefit from. And every civil rights victory in America, from desegregation, affirmative action, all of these movements, they've been spearheaded by us. And see, once the policies get enacted, the non-FBA people, they run in and take advantage of everything and then distance themselves from us. That's the thing. Everything is about stay away from those Akatas, stay away from the Mayatas, stay away from the Jarirs, stay away from us. And then the minute we get some damn benefits going, we get a policy going, they jump in line and get in front of it and then take advantage of it. You see? Also, what they want us to do, like I said, they want foundational Black Americans to absorb the blowback of white supremacy. See, when white America lashes out at racial progress, usually it's foundational Black Americans who suffer the most. You see? So we have to take the brunt of this racial animosity, while these other minority groups, they remain untouched because they're sitting on the sidelines like, yeah, go Black folks, go FBA, go. You see? And then after a while, they start telling us, well, you know what? Y'all FBAs complain about racism too much. Just come over and work hard. I work hard. I did not complain for nothing. They start talking that bullshit after we done got bloodied and bruised fighting for them to get some damn rights. Yeah? And again, they always try to push us to be the face of racial justice movements. See, when all of these non-FBA people, they start facing discrimination, they don't lead the charge against that. Listen, right now, who's in charge of fighting back against the deportation right now? Who's in charge of it? Who's the face of any of it? I want y'all to put your thinking caps on. Name some activist who's in charge or who's in the forefront of pushing back against these deportations. Nobody. You can't name nobody. There's nobody. Think of who is it? Like look, when the George Floyd thing happened, even with the Trayvon Martin thing, there was a lot of us out there in the forefront. Me, down there in Ferguson with Mike Brown, my brother Darren Seals, and then they started to push other ops down there. They started to put some bought and paid for Negroes. They had controlled opposition, but you can point to some of us out here on the streets who's stomping, making noise out here. My brother out there in New York, Hawk Newsom, puts in a lot of work. You see, you go to from Brother Muhammad down there in Texas. You dig? Brother Reza Islam, people like that. We have people out here in our community that's in the forefront of movements. Right now, with all of this deportation going on, ain't nobody in the forefront. You can't name nobody. That's why they're trying to call on us. That's not their thing, fighting against racial and ethnic injustice, or what they perceived as ethnic injustice. Everything is all about trying to cozy up to white society and get in good with them. You see? That's why we ain't getting involved, because see, a lot of these non-FBA immigrants, they distance themselves from us to gain acceptance. And once they get a foothold in American society, they're like, yeah, I don't like those negros either. You dig? And they'll emphasize their cultural differences to align more closely with whiteness while still reaping the benefits of foundational Black American-led struggles. So all of these people, Asians, Hispanics, African Caribbean, all of them benefit from the civil rights movement that we fought for. Remember, back when we were fighting for civil rights, they had something called the Yellow Peril. They were going in on Asians because of the conflicts and the wars that were going on with those Asian countries. They weren't feeling Asians over here like that. We embraced Asians. Let's get that straight. Don't ever forget that, ladies and gentlemen. It was the foundational Black American community who were embracing Asians. Even Bruce Lee, his first students were Black up there in the Bay. We embraced people like Bruce Lee. We embraced those movies, those Kung Fu movies. We were like, okay, y'all fighting, you're marginalized people fighting for yourselves. We rock with you. That was us fighting and standing up for them. Muhammad Ali's. And I'm not going to go over there to Asia and harm those Viet Congs. I ain't about to do that. I go to jail before I do that. We were standing on business, standing up, saying we weren't going to harm people. Huey P. Newton and the Black Panthers going over there to Asian countries, standing up for them. You see? And then what happens, these folks get over here, once they get a foothold in society and white people use them as a buffer, they start acting like them. You know? And then we get the Peter Liang situation. And remember, this is how they pay us back. We sit up here and stomp for them, and we had some of our icons stomp for the Asian community. They turn around and back Peter Liang for killing a black person, you see. So yeah, we ain't playing these games. We're not going to be the buffer class for some of these other groups. And them using these little buffer terms like that whole minority label. See, that minority thing, that was used to dilute our issues. See, we let government and corporations lump foundational Black Americans into these broad people of color, minority categories, and that allows non-FBA people to benefit from these diversity initiatives that were originally intended to address anti-Black discrimination. You see? A lot of these groups, they have not been discriminated against like that. We've gotten the most discrimination, but people use the discrimination against us to uplift their group and get resources for their group, and they have not suffered half the stuff we've suffered. Yeah. So that's why we're kind of sitting back and letting them see what the real deal is, to see what it feels like to be targeted and nobody's helping you. You understand? And that's another thing too. A lot of these non-FBA groups, they join with the white supremacists in their anti-Black campaigns. Let's be real, man. A lot of these non-FBA groups, they join in and align themselves with anti-Black policies to try to establish themselves, to try to get brownie points from opposing. They oppose affirmative action. They oppose, they support anti-Black policing. Yeah. All that stuff. When we start talking about reparations, look at all the tethers who talk against it. Look at all the Hispanics who are talking against us getting reparations. Yeah. Look at these people. Look at the reparations task force agencies around the country. They put these non-FBA people on here who go out of their way to sabotage it. They've been crashing them out. And then people are wondering why we're sitting out what's going on with these other groups. Yeah, we doing what y'all doing. But at least we're not actively trying to harm you. We're not harming nobody. These other groups actively sabotage our stuff. We're not even doing that. We're just like, hey, handle your own business. And they're looking at that as like us attacking them almost. And they're trying to guilt us and shame us. That's not going to work. Yeah. And also foundational Black Americans, they want us to be the buffer class because we're expected to serve as the moral compass for other groups. So they're always calling on us to support their various movements, immigration rights, LGBT rights, Stop Asian Hate. There was a lot of the Democrat Black shills stomping for that, but that was something that was actually against us. They were making it seem like we were sitting around plotting on Asians. And you still had these Democrat shield Negroes talking about Stop Asian Hate. Yeah. So we're expected to be in the forefront of these people's movements. They don't really show up for us in return. They'll talk about they went to some damn protest. Yes, I was out there at the George Floyd march. But yeah, you out there marching for immigration. They were using the George Floyd thing to get rights and benefits for LGBT and immigration and all this other stuff. And another thing, foundational Black Americans, we're forced to bear the burden of multiculturalism. Whilst the other groups, they maintain their strong ethnic enclaves and economic networks where they circulate money with themselves. We're the only group who's told to embrace this multiculturalism, which really results in economic and cultural delusion. It dilutes us. It dilutes our community. And we're the only group that's damn near required to be on some multiculturalism thing. We got to share everything, but no other group is required to share anything with us. They can keep their little, whatever resources they gather and hoard them in their little enclaves. And that's okay. And the minute we say, hey, we just want to kind of do something for our lineage right now. You niggas are xenophobic. You niggas hate us. You hate Africa. How can you love yourself but not love the root of the tree? All that bullshit. Shut the f up with that shit. When they start talking that, you hate the root of the tree, nigga, please. If you don't get out of my face with that, y'all the main ones uprooting yourself from Africa. Y'all can't wait to get the hell up out of Africa and then try to shame us into uplifting. We done enough. No, I don't want to hear none of that shit. Let me get my brother Black Alpha in the building. Brother Black Alpha in the building. Black Alpha in the building. I'm good, sir. How are you?
Man, I'm doing good, man. You cooking, brother. You cooking real good tonight, brother. Much respect.
Man. What's going on with you?
Man, you know, brother, right now, our delineation is like a slap and a dose of reality to all of these other groups right
Yes,
now.
it is.
You know, we're basically like the government. You know what I'm saying? We done cut everybody off that FBA assistance program. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting no FBA EBT cards, won't be no FBA food stamps, no FBA housing. You're going to have to go ahead and get it on your own. And by getting it on your own means you're going to have to work for it. Our name, image, and likeness belongs to us, and we handing out copyright strikes. So salute to you, brother.
My brother, man, Black Alpha. Y'all better follow Black Alpha. Black Alpha be cooking. Black Alpha said something very profound the other day. He said, with tethers, what tethers do, I'm kind of paraphrasing, you have to tether on to something else to survive. Now that we're not allowing people to tether onto us, when you don't let something tether onto you and you let it loose, it just kind of flails, flops around, and it basically drowns. So that's what's happening now. These folks, when they can't tether onto us, they're lost. They don't know what to do. They're acting all confused. That's why everything is on us. We're not doing any. Remember, we're not doing anything to anybody. But the fact that these folks are now forced to fight for themselves, they're looking at us like, how can you let us, how can y'all untether yourselves from us? How dare you untether us? That's what it is. It's like, how dare you cut off the damn rope and make us fight for ourselves? Like we're obligated. And there's a new day. Because all of the disrespect and the lies and the antagonism, those days are over. Right now, man, look, we as foundational Black Americans and us delineating, that threatens that racial hierarchy because number one, we're reclaiming our identity. We've made it clear that foundational Black Americans, we're not interchangeable with the whole one big Negro thing and other minority groups. Us self-delineations, our self-delineating, that prevents other people from piggybacking off the struggles and achievements of foundational Black Americans. And we're going to stand on that because people have a habit of bringing their asses over here, talking about how bad we're doing and how great they're doing over here. Yeah, well, we had a caller last night talking all of that. You FBA niggas are on the bottom of the barrel. I'm from Nigeria, and the richest man in the world is Nigerian. Well, how come y'all ain't got no running toilets like y'all need over there? How come everything is dilapidated? You see, people come over here and start talking crazy. So we're going to put achievements on the board. Let's put it all across the board. Let's put your weight up. Put your weight up and put what you got popping on the board. So we're going to put all of our achievements on the board and put them on the FBA side. Let's see your board. Your board is looking kind of lightweight right now. You see? Since we're going to go there, let's go all the way there. And we're letting people know that the fight for reparations, that's exclusive to foundational Black Americans. You dig? People who have no ancestral ties to American slavery, this is not for you. Yes, it's going to cause a backlash, but you got CARICOM, you got the African Union, go over there and holler at them. We ain't rocking with no lift-all programs of these minority coalition programs like affirmative action. We're not tripping on affirmative action or DEI because even though it was meant to address anti-Black discrimination, these movements unfortunately disproportionately benefited a whole bunch of non-FBAs who received benefits from these policies that were meant for us. So we're getting very lineage-based specific. We're getting very specific about lineage-based policies. And also what we're doing, man, we're withdrawing all of our unchecked support for all these other groups. All of this stuff about automatic Black support, for all of these different groups. That's done. Because now what we're doing now, we're demanding reciprocity before aligning with anybody else's struggle. That what we're doing now, we're saying, hey, before we jump up to support you, we're going to look into your background. What have you been saying beforehand? And what are you going to do for us? See, we learned from people like that dude, that Nigerian dude who got stabbed up by his white girlfriend. And his family expected everybody, oh, there's some non-justice. Oh, this white woman off my family member, and she didn't even get arrested. And then what happened, we start looking at his tweets and the family's tweets, and they sat up on social media for years being anti-FBA. All of them, that whole family sat up here calling us all types of akadas and lazy hood rats and thugs. And ooh, we love white people. Where the white women at? These folks talked about us like a damn dog on social media. We didn't know it. We didn't know these people. We weren't paying attention to them. They didn't expect us to look into their background. Now that they got harmed, we're the first people they want to call. Hello, brothers. We're all the same niggas. Can you help us? You see, they talk all this grease, but when something happens, they run to us first. Just like when the war broke out in the Ukraine. Remember, you had all of those African immigrants up in the Ukraine? When shit got bad and the Ukrainians were abandoning them and throwing them out of the country and all this stuff, they didn't call their own homeland. Remember, they weren't calling over to their homeland, to their nationals in their home. They were on TV calling for foundational Black Americans. And hello, I'm in the Ukraine. Is Beyonce anywhere? Where's Keith Sweat? We need Chris Brown to help us. Where's Jalil White? We need Steve Urkel. Come get us. Is Gary Coleman still alive? Bring his little ass over here and get me. They were just calling for any FBA they can think of. They didn't know what to do. They were calling on us. I'm like, what the hell? You can't call your homeland? Yeah. So it all starts falling back on us when things get hot. Anywhere in the world, when things get hot, they start looking for us. You know? But we're withdrawing from that whole Superman thing. It has to be reciprocal. Hell, even Superman had to get some pussy from Lois Lane. Lois, I'm saving you, but bitch, you're gonna have to give up something. You know, after a while, you got to give me something. You know, I'm out here fighting niggas. They throwing kryptonite at me. Lois Lane, you got to show me what that throat do. I got to get something. Superman even needed something from Lois Lane at one point. We can't just be superheroes for nothing. Yeah? We cannot be superheroes for nothing. And like I said, man, we're asking for political accountability. That's being demanded now because we're standing on lineage business. We're saying, hey, all of y'all who relied on the black vote while doing this benign neglect thing and rolling out the red carpet for these other groups, that's not going to happen. That's why the Democrats lost. So we're demanding policies that's going to be lineage specific. Yeah. Economic power is being reclaimed. Right now, the delineation movement, that's encouraging a lot of foundational Black Americans to build and support our own businesses instead of funding communities who refuse to reciprocate. I go out of my way to find Black businesses. That's why I love, when I went down to Houston, I just fell in love with Houston. I fell in love with Houston. There were so many beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Black businesses down there. Just so many. I loved it down there. Love that. Love that. If I find it, really, when I go out of town, that's really who I do. I don't really, I literally just instinctively, I find as many Black businesses as I can find. You know, I'll go to other businesses by necessity. Like if I have to go to a Target or something like that, we don't have any big chain stores like that. But as far as restaurants, yeah, I try to make a point to hit up as many Black-owned joints as possible. Yeah. And again, the gatekeeping is very necessary as foundational Black Americans. Yeah. and anti-FBA gatekeeping, we're calling that out, because if y'all not going to sit up here and try to become a minority coalition and eat off everything we have, but we can't touch your plate. You did? We ain't playing that game. And we have to understand, we ain't got no long-term allies. You know, we got business partners, people you do business with at the time. When the business is done, then you move on. This whole loyal hound dog thing, we ain't doing that no more. It's all about what have you done for me lately? That's what we own. Let me get who we got. Let's get this South African brother here. I can't pronounce your name. There's a bunch of unique letters in there, but he's from South Africa, so let's get him in here. South African brother, what's happening? And while we're waiting on him, let's get Laser High. So, oh,
Brother Tariq. I just came on the platform to congratulate the foundational Black Americans. You guys actually worked very hard. Y'all's vote went towards the right people, you know. The South African Patriots, we've actually celebrated, you know, because since y'all getting rid of all these illegal immigrants, we also hoping the same for South Africa, you know. We stay in our country, we fight for our country, and y'all are leading as Black Americans. Y'all leading by example, you know. Hopefully for us Africans here in South Africa, we hope the same for us. So I don't have much to say, but I just want to say congratulations, Brother Tariq, and the whole of the foundational Black Americans. Y'all doing pretty well for yourselves. So that's all I just have to say. Congratulations, Brother Tariq. Thank
I
you.
appreciate you, brother. Shout out to South Africa. I had some cool people out there. Had a great time in South Africa. Let's get Sir Laser.
Tariq,
What's up, Laser?
what's happening, man?
I'm good, man.
Hey, you had laid it out the other day about that whole Mendez versus what is that, Westminster?
Yeah, yeah.
I got to looking into it and I didn't know it was some bullshit like that. I was like, they were legally white. Latinos were legally white back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what that was about. Yeah, they try to act like there was some kind of comparative civil rights movement to like the Brown versus the Board of Education and what we were doing in the 50s and 60s. They like, yeah, we had a civil rights movement that started before, but yeah, their civil rights was basically the civil right to damn be white. That's not no real justice move. You just wanted to be a part of the damn oppressor class. You had no problem with oppression just as long as it wasn't you. Let me tell y'all, don't let nobody get away with that Westminster versus Mendez bullshit. Don't let them come in there talking about that was a civil rights movement comparable to what Dr. King and them guys were doing. Don't ever let them play that game. The John Leguizamos and them people try to play that. They're very damn deceptive. You understand? That's why people that case is not held up in the annals of history, because it wasn't a justice case. It wasn't about real equal justice. It was about just you amalgamating yourself within the oppressive system. What we were doing in the civil rights movement, we were like, hey, we're fighting so that everybody can be treated equal. We're fighting so there is no racial hierarchy. Dr. King, the Medgar Evers, the Malcolm, they're fighting so that everybody can be treated equal. You can go where you need to go. You can go to school where you need to go. You can integrate into the society in which you pay taxes. So that's what that was about. So yeah, don't let nobody try to revamp and rewrite history. Let's get Robert Patuska, something like that. Robert, what's up, Robert? Let's get Robert in the building. Rob?
Thank you for letting me on, Tariq.
Hey, man.
I just was wondering, what did you do in South Africa?
Oh, I went over there, man. I visited. I took the family over there, and I had a great time. It was a beautiful country. The people were very nice to us over there, very sweet people. I ended up doing a lecture over there. They saw me and recognized me, and they insisted that I did a speaking engagement. Then I did a speaking engagement there. But I actually enjoyed the people over there. Have you been to South Africa?
No, sir, I haven't. But didn't you go to the beach at all? Like and hang out, chill?
Did I go?
I mean, you had your family there. I would go on the beach. I wouldn't go in the water. The sharks would get me.
Yeah, I went on.
I would at least check the beach out.
Or have you checked the beach out near your trailer park?
That's a mean thing to say. I don't live in
Hey, are there meth pipes in the sand? Where
And I ain't trying to be like that, Tar. I see you eating breakfast this morning, man. How you doing?
I'm good, right? Hold on, Slam. Let me deal with Robert for a minute. Robert wants to come in here and say things. Let me deal with him 1 second. So, Robert,
why are you dealing with me? I was asking if you spent time with your family on a South African beach.
I do.
Wouldn't I would do that if I've never been there, but
right.
If I did, I know they got cool beaches there.
Right. And I'm like I said, I'm pretty.
You got to go with me. I was just asking a question.
And Robert, where are you from, by the way, Rob?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio. Shout out to Cleveland.
We got muddy beaches, but beaches nonetheless.
You stay by the Amish out there? A lot of Amish out there in Ohio.
No, not in Cleveland. It's not.
Oh, that's right. Well, it's like deeper down in Ohio. All right. Anything else, Robert? Anything else on your mind?
Nah, I guess that's it. Thanks for letting me talk and ask you a question. I appreciate it. I've been listening.
He's hopped up on the meth. I'm Slam. What's up, brother?
What's going on, T? How you doing this morning, man?
Good. Hey, man, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Wisconsin. I'm right out. I'm a little under weather. I think I'm getting sick, so I'm coughing a lot. I'm starting phases of it. I'm right in Kenosha, right outside of Milwaukee, man. Probably about 45 minutes away from Chocolate City, man.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah.
So what's on your mind today?
Listen, your stuff is beyond epic. The Hidden Colors. Listen, man. Till this day, I don't care what nobody says about that. Nothing, in my opinion, till this day can compare to the condensed amount of wisdom and truth that was comprised about these atrocious acts that white America is constantly finding new ways to do to us. Until this day, T, I use that as a platform and I stand on that.
Yes, sir.
Seriously, you put together something, man, that is definitely lasting and standing the test of time by far.
My brother, man, I appreciate that, man. That's why I can't wait to do the next one. It's time. We're long overdue.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Let's get Mr. Water Name.
Hey, what's going on, fam?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm all right. I just got a question about what the last speaker said regarding, the Tut language.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm 30, even though I am FBA. My people is from South Carolina and Alabama. I've never heard, none of my parents or grandparents speak it. So where would us younger generation go about learning that or finding sources to learn it?
Yeah, there are. We have little groups here and there because it's supposed to be secret. You're supposed to be oh, you teach it to people. You're not supposed to teach it to everybody. So um I'm trying to see what's the best way to let you know how to find um ah, trying there's we got page, but you got to know the language to even get in the page. So we're gonna have some ways. I'm gonna figure out how to kind of direct folks to certain places because then we got to screen your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to make sure you good. That's kind of the thing. We don't want to start teaching people this stuff just to anybody. We need to know who you are. Yeah, you say you from here, you from there, but before we can direct you to the right places to learn it, we gotta know that you good for real, for real. But yeah, there's a lot of us in here who know it, but you're supposed to be covert with it because that was the intent of the language. The language was created so that we could communicate in a covert way. And you were never, that was one of the major rules of Tut language. You never, 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 never supposed to teach it to outsiders because you didn't want, your life would be in danger because you weren't supposed to know how to read. And they were using Tut to teach Black folks how to read. They were teaching each other how to read using the language. So the white people heard them talking this language. They're like, oh, that's just Negro gibberish. But yeah, they were actually communicating with each other and being very covert about it. So let's get um now Jeff, I keep trying to let you on, but something is happening here. Jeff, you want to hop on? I don't know what's going on with your phone, Jeff. Let's get Melanie in here. Let's get Miss Melanie in here. What's up, Melanie?
I can't hear you. I probably have to drop down and come
Okay,
back.
you can't hear me? Oh, okay. Let's see what's going on with Mel. Y'all raising it. Y'all can hear me, right? Because sometimes the connection gets a little janky. But you guys can hear me, right? Everything is good? All right. Let me get Penelope in the building. Let's get Penelope in the building. All right. Penelope, you good? Penelope, unmute your mic. Okay. Let's get Barry Long. All right. Barry Long in the building. Barry Long or Penelope? Okay, people are not getting on here. I don't know what's going on. We've got Barry Long.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm giving Penelope a chance because let her speak.
Yeah, you go. What's going on? What's on your mind, man?
Look, man. Every time we talk, and we've talked a few times, we kind of go back to the same old thing. But I was distracted. I didn't expect you to call me right now. Okay. So you boot me for a minute, or pick a subject and I'll go with it. Yeah, you caught me off guard.
Goddamn! Like I was right in the middle of taking a puff of this pipe. Okay, all right. No, he was in the middle of token meth, so I don't want to disturb his meth binge. Penelope, are you good, ma'am? You want to unmute your microphone, Miss Penelope? All right. Miss Penelope. Okay, let's get this sister here. She I think this sister speaks the Tut language. The Miss Boss Lady. Let's get her in here.
Hey, TARIQ.
How are you, dear?
Good. You like my profile picture?
Yes, I do. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to come in and tell you, did you know that the Latino community are now calling themselves FLA,
Yeah.
Foundational Latin American? What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. I just talked about that a few minutes ago, how they were trying to, cosplay and latch on. And I said that term don't even make sense because you're over here, so you're not foundational here. And if you're foundational to Latin America, you would still be there. So it's a contradictory term. So, yeah. Did you hear they had a clubhouse space or something, right? Miss Boss Lady, where you at? Oh, was she here? Oh, she bounced. Okay, she bounced. Okay, let's try Melanie again. Miss Melanie, hop on. Hop on, Miss Melanie.
Hey, Tyreek, could you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why the call just dropped. Probably since the page tripping. But I just wanted to add on to what you were saying about keeping our stuff secret and basically having our um call our tangibles or whatever for us. I think a part of that hate crime bill, we should also add in identity fraud for those who trying to take our identity or cosplay as us.
Yeah,
We should have like very harsh consequences for them, either like permanent deportation or some type of jailing, like they get like a long sentencing for identity fraud, because that's a very serious thing, because that's basically what they're doing, trying to take our identity to get our benefits and our tangibles. So I think it should be very strict laws and policies on them trying to steal our identity and our land there.
there you go. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Let's get Jay Shine. Jay Shine. What's up, Jay? Hop on in, brother. Jay Shine from the Drunk Radio Presenter.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Jay?
Yeah, it's morning in the UK. I want to say morning to everyone.
Shout out to the UK over there. Good morning. What time is it over there? Like 9 in the morning?
8:30.
8:30. Okay. Shout out to you guys. What's going on with
As you know, same old, Tariq, yeah, basically, like, I'm not gonna lie to yourself, yeah, as you know, I've got my own radio show, isn't it, yeah? So again, I just want to know, any FBA artists or people that's got positivity, send it to me and I'll play it on the show, isn't it?
There you go. Cool.
So
Cool.
as you said, we talk about international building, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I
That's what I'm saying.
love the brothers and sisters in the UK.
Yeah, I had my project as well, so just so you know.
There you go.
Yeah,
Anything?
also as well, the females, man. Where's Yoshi?
Where's Yoshi? Yoshi is usually down here somewhere.
Yoshi, Nikki, Drea, International. Hey, Angela, anyone wants to come to the UK? I'm available. No.
There you go.
Sorry.
Now, Sean, where's your family from again? From
Guyana.
Guyana. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So we got a problem with Jim Jones.
Yeah. Yes. Right. That's right. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So Jay is out here he's trying to get flued out. So, ladies, y'all watch out. I think he's trying to get y'all to marry him so he can come over here and get him a green card. He's trying to get flued out. Barrister, you ready? Yeah. I think that's what you're making, right? Barrister, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What's up, brother?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have a question for you. Dr. Claude Anderson once said back in 1995 that foundational Black Americans will be a permanent underclass in about 20 years. I think that is true. Do you agree with him that foundational Black Americans are a current permanent underclass today?
No, we're not a permanent underclass because we're fighting against it right. So he said if we don't do anything about it, we will become a permanent underclass. And he was the one telling us as foundational Black Americans that you guys are native Black Americans. We have a unique lineage. We have to recognize and embrace our unique lineage because we're not foreigners, we're not immigrants, we're not African, continental Africans. So he was preaching that narrative. And he said, if we don't recognize that and do something about it and get policy specifically for us, we're going to be a permanent underclass. Luckily, now we've taken heed because I've been pushing his message. We're fighting against that and we're pushing back against that. So, yeah, we're not going to be a permanent underclass because now we are embracing our lineage and we're going to make sure instinctively that the lineage is going to be taken care of. So, yeah, we're going to be good. That's why everybody else is kicking and screaming.
I totally disagree. Black people, specifically foundational Black Americans, are a permanent underclass in 2024. You guys are at the bottom of everything, the bottom of every single socioeconomic category that you can think of.
As opposed to who?
Any group here in America, basically you're far behind Asians, you're far behind white people, you're far behind um, even Latino people, Latino Americans, Asian Americans, Black people are flat out at the bottom.
No, we
Think
not.
of yes, you are. Every single
Bottom.
category.
How we at the bottom and Latinos are getting flew the hell up out of here right now?
Latino voted for Trump, and they are actually more against immigration compared to even white people. You could ask any Latino American out here; they definitely support the deportation of many Hispanics, illegal Hispanics in this country.
They're flew the hell up out of here. You can't get no lower than that. Yeah, we ain't that. No. You can't get lower than getting kicked the hell out. You can't get no lower than that. So we're not at the bottom. We're good as foundational Black Americans, Barrister. And where's your family from, Barrister? Where's your lineage from?
My lineage?
Yeah, where's your lineage from?
I'm from America.
Where's your family from?
Where's my family? Where are they originally from?
You know what I'm asking you, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. My lineage goes back to Nigeria.
Yeah, and you got the nerve to talk about somebody being on the bottom.
This isn't about Nigeria. This is about the foundational Black Americans that in this country that they are definitely a permanent underclass in America.
We're not. A permanent underclass is your homeland, sir. That's the permanent underclass. That's why you had to flee.
I was actually born here. Regardless,
baby, anchor baby. That's why your parents had to flee and anchor you here under our 14th Amendment. Let me get my brother Kanye in here to talk to you. Hold on, brother Kanye, hop on.
What's going on, Tariq? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. Just we're permanent underclasses, according to Barrister, the Nigerian brother. So, what say you, brother Kanye?
I say Barrister is an idiot, just like most of the people who quote that stat. So that stat in itself, it goes by per household.
Right.
And as you know, these niggas live 17 to a house. So when you see the stat that, oh, this income made $195,000, well, you got 17 people all driving for Uber in the same household. Whereas we don't typically live like that because we're not barbaric. Meaning no disrespect to y'all, you guys still live primitive, communal. You guys huddle up together when it's warm to save on heat, and you have all this income as a group. Whereas we tend to live two to a house or one to a house. It's kind of how we are, unless you have a family with children. And also, this whole permanent underclass thing, that was a warning Dr. Carl Anderson made to his people because he knew we had the ability to be better than what was projected for us. Not was, but projected for us. As a matter of fact, Dr. Carl Anderson wrote the first bills, the first thing on affirmative action, but he wrote it for blacks. And then Democrats took it and they put minority in there. Then they changed the definition of what a minority was. So Dr. Clark Anderson was in no way insulting his people. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he's probably happy about this repeal of the 14th Amendment because, as they said, shout out to the Trump them, it was for the descendants of slaves, not pregnant Mexicans or Africans. So you might want to check your status because it might be gone here in a little bit. Disgruntled ass anchor baby. But that's all I want to say. Oh yeah, one real quick before I get out here, Tariq. So today, I'm not sure if you know who Sonny Johnson is. I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah.
He was talking about the delineation movement and how important it was for this very reason today. You got people like this guy come over here and leashed off all the benefits we fought for, and now that it's being taken away, he's a little salty and disgruntled because he started off by saying us. So they're already starting to try to cosplay us.
Oh yeah.
The whole time he not even from here. So just want to say to the family, be careful. And whenever y'all see this shit, keep checking it because it's making mainstream impact. So appreciate that, Tariq. Have a nice day.
Much respect. Yeah. When Barrister was talking about blacks are a permanent underclass, I'm like, yeah, you ain't from here. Yeah, you're not from here. Saying that we're not no permanent underclass.
Well, why don't you guys have families though? The vast majority of foundational Black American children were not raised by a.
How you doing, brother Tariq?
Robbie, go ahead, Robbie.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what I find interesting is people overlook the key word foundational. You know, if you remove the foundation of a house, if you remove the foundation of a deck of cards, everything's going to fall apart. And it's interesting, people are just getting uncomfortable, one, because they know we've delineated, but two, see, now white daddy doesn't have us on the racial hot seat. White daddy is cleaning house because he knows we're the foundation, but then you got all these other people who are trying to cosplay as white or thought that they could have their license to practice white supremacy. So the only thing is this guy is on the bottom because he is a bottom. He's laying on his stomach. He needs to get his stomach pumped. You know what I'm saying? Because apparently he doesn't know whether he needs to choose between eggnog or a goosey soup, and he's trying to judge us. And what I find interesting is how you going to flee the homeland where your ancestors' bones are buried. And I'm not talking about your ancient ancestors. I couldn't imagine fleeing a homeland where my grandparents are laid to rest, great grandparents laid to rest. You uproot yourself, you go somewhere else, and like you spend your whole entire life being an imposter. But the only thing that makes it worse is when somebody has to be a player hating, pocket watching F boy. And instead of running down white supremacists and instead of trying to be an ally, people come here and they play these games. But now that you've alienated yourself from us, good luck seeing if the white supremacists have any use for you, because they don't. They don't even need some of these immigrants anymore to cosplay anymore and be cheerleaders. But he's still trying to jump up and down and think he's getting attention. And I really don't even think that he was born here, Tariq. I think we should call ICE on him, which is why he didn't want to show his face. And I land my plane.
There you go, my man. Barrister, go ahead, brother.
Well, you talk about a number of things about immigrants and other people and how we, our group is at the bottom, our Nigerians at the bottom. I mean, foundational Black Americans, you don't know the meaning of family. The vast majority of your children were raised without fathers,
That's a
and
lie.
that is not a lie. The
Lie.
vast
The CBC or the CDC, whatever, they did a report saying that Black fathers, foundational Black American fathers, are the most active in the lives of their children. So yeah, they do grow up with fathers. They grow up with their parents.
active.
They grow up with their family. Sir, you don't want to talk about all the paternity fraud in your homeland? Really?
But at least our women get married. The vast majority of
Sir, they get married as finesses. They come over here and get married as a form of finessing. Y'all marry and then be putting stuff in people's names, and then you done put a car in somebody's name. Yeah, y'all use marriages as finesses. And the paternity fraud. You guys are the #1 country for paternity fraud, sir. What are you talking about? You really want to go to family?
Yes,
Really?
we can go there though. And literacy rates though. Foundational Black Americans have the lowest literacy rates in this country. Basically, I
Sir,
mean, in eighth, like basically the vast majority of eighth graders, foundational Black American eighth graders, cannot read, are just reading at a fourth grade level. So, I mean, you don't value education, you don't value family, you're at the bottom of everything. Your culture needs to change. It's
sir,
just a terrible culture.
you, sir, you are not in your homeland for a reason, sir. If your culture was so great, why did they anchor you over here?
If
If
I
you,
was if I was born there, I definitely would have made a huge difference in Nigeria, but I was not born there. I
yeah,
was born here. I am an American.
no, you were an anchor baby who had to come here because you failed in your homeland and you're projecting your failure. You're projecting a whole bunch of gibberish onto us. Sir, we have hundreds of HBCUs. Sir, the education game, we done ran circles around people, sir. You can stop all that. Your homeland, people can barely read and people are crapping on the streets and don't have running water and electricity. You're projecting your failure, barrister, onto us. Why are you doing that?
I'm not projecting anything, Tariq. I just want to I think you're just being just disingenuous right here. You don't want to address the real issues that Black people face in this country.
Foundational Black Americans are great compared to your family. As long as we're not living like the failed homeland that you fled from, we're good. You understand?
Nigerians are actually one of the most educated immigrant groups in this country
Then,
compared to foundational Black Americans.
then why are you in your homeland not able to build paved roads and running toilets? Why are people crapping in the streets in your homeland? Huh? If you got all that education, why is it an epidemic where they have to have signs to tell people not to crap in the streets, sir, in your homeland? Explain it to me.
I'm not familiar with what's going on in Nigeria completely because I was born here in America. I
You just said that Nigerians were so educated. You just said that, okay? If you
Nigerian Americans are the most educated
have to come over here to get your weight up. Why do you have to come around foundational Black Americans to get your intellect up?
Nigerian Americans.
That's what I'm saying. You got to come around us. You got to come to America to get it up. So America magically makes your intellect go up. Is that what you're saying?
No, we have family, we have culture, we have
Then
morals and principles compared to African American culture.
we don't have orphans running around in foundational Black American society, sir. We don't have just kids running around abandoned willy-nilly in our society. We don't have children that are put in brothels like y'all do over there. Y'all have designated places where y'all let white tourists come over there and have their way with children. We don't do no shit like that over here. You really want to talk about civilization and who a culture? That's your culture, sir.
Well, we don't have over 90% of people incarcerated. The vast majority of people in prison in America are foundational Black Americans.
90% incarcerated. There's only a small group of a small number of Black people are in jail.
No, the vast majority of people in jail in America are foundational Black Americans. Why is that, Tariq?
Yeah, because we get criminalized more. But most of us are not criminals. It's only what, less than 1% of the total population of Black people in jail. So that's not nothing. We get targeted by the police. Why are most of the scammers from your lineage? Huh?
Actually, they're Indian. The vast majority of Nigerians are not scanners.
No, really, sir? Why, sir? Your country is on all types of hot list for scams. If you get emails from your country,
Not anymore. The 419 scan is just, that was ages ago. The vast majority of scammers today are Russian and Indian scammers. That's who they are.
sir, you don't stop. Y'all have medical scams. Y'all still run them medical scams when you talk about doctors and all that. Y'all run medical scams left and right with them fake degrees. Y'all do all types of scams. They bust you guys all the time over here pulling scams. That dude Hush Puppy was up here flexing on the ground pulling scams from your homeland. Y'all got all types of new intricate scams that you guys pull. Stop it, sir. You don't want to talk about culture. Let me let my brother McCall up in here. Hold on, barrister. Just hold your zebra. Not hold your horses. Hold your zebra.
Okay.
Okay, let me get my brother McCall in here. Brother
Go
McCall.
ahead, Macau.
Brother McCall, hop on, sir. I'm so good, Brother McCall. How are you?
Living the dream and winning
Yes,
and
sir.
listening to this banter between you and this first generation hunter gatherer. Mr. Barrister.
Hey, how are you?
I'm excellent. How about yourself, sir?
I'm feeling well tonight.
Good. I see you have animosity and disdain for my great, powerful, mighty, beautiful, history-making lineage. Why is that, sir?
I don't. I
What do
want to
we do?
call it. I want to call it disdain. I'm just disappointment because I felt like it wasn't like this decades ago, but today the whole the culture. I mean, everything. Today's black people. I mean, I also follow Dr. Umar Johnson, and he said it. I totally agree with him that today's if Dr. Martin Luther King today was alive today, he
Okay.
wouldn't be able to persuade or accomplish half of the things that he accomplished back in the 60s compared to how it is today. The
Let me
culture,
ask you a
everything about black.
question. Let me ask you a question, sir. How many millionaires do you have in your family, immediate family?
Millionaires?
Hmm? Hmm?
Well, we make over
Hmm?
six figures,
No, I
but
said, how many millionaires do you have in your family, sir? Huh? Okay.
no,
Okay.
none.
Second question. What's Nigeria's GDP, sir?
I'm
Hmm?
not. Would you? I'm not sure. What is their GDP?
Third question. How much does the government of Nigeria spend annually in terms of research, development, and innovation?
I'm not
Hmm?
sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Let me just be clear, Mr. Barrister, sir. We are Americans, pure Americans. We are disruptive, game changing. The world sees us as the Pied Piper. America, you are not. Get that through your head. I want you to really understand and listen to what I'm saying. We are foundational for a reason. You understand? I could send my top 1,000 foundationals to Africa and we will rebuild that continent in 20 years. Matter of fact, if we decided we wanted to build a state from the ground up, we will outcompete every government, every nation on that continent. Let's just be clear of that. All right? Be respectful. Thank you, Brother TARIQ, for the opportunity to speak. Love you, family.
Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Barrister.
Well,
You understand? I could send my top 1,000 foundationals to Africa and we will rebuild that continent in 20 years. Matter of fact, if we decided we wanted to build a state from the ground up, we will outcompete every government, every nation on that continent. Let's just be clear of that. All right? Be respectful. Thank you, Brother TARIQ, for the opportunity to speak. Love you, family.
Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Barrister.
well, he really didn't point out that why is the culture black people's just foundational black Americans? Why are they so degenerate? Why are they so dysfunctional today compared to how they were 30, 40, 50 years ago? Like everything, there's you guys don't build anything, guys don't develop anything. It seems like you care more about white people.
Sir, that's a projection. There's several multi-million-dollar companies owned by foundational black Americans all across the board, from energy, from entertainment, from technology. So we own companies all over this place. We have prosperous areas that are predominated by foundational black Americans. Can you name the prosperous area full of Nigerians or Nigerian immigrants in America? Name
You
the
do real Tariq, you do realize that there's only like 5 billionaires, black billionaires in this world, and four of them, the vast majority of them live in Nigeria. Actually, the richest black man in the world is a Nigerian. There are prosperous Nigerians out there. Um, we do value education, and we don't,
how many areas in Nigeria?
they're like 4 or 5 billionaires.
And y'all still over there shitting in the streets with no running water and no constant electricity?
That's your lie. That's you. That's now you are projecting. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the case for a lot of black people, young black people here, young black kids, foundational black kids who are living in poverty. They're
Sir,
the ones that are.
sir, none of us live like that. Nowhere in this country.
Yes, they do. They are impoverished.
No, none of us are living in shanty towns shitting on the streets, sir. None. without
In
authority? None.
Mississippi, I can assure you, I can find towns, small towns, and country homes in Mississippi and
Sir,
Alabama, down in the South, that a lot of young Black, foundational Black Americans, they have no education, highly illiterate, and they live in so-called shanty towns, and
no, they.
they're, yes, they do.
What shanty towns in Mississippi?
Sure you, I can find towns, small towns, and country homes in Mississippi and
Sir,
Alabama, down in the South, that a lot of young Black, foundational Black Americans, they have no education, highly illiterate, and they live in so-called shanty towns, and
no, they.
they're, yes, they do.
What shanty towns in Mississippi?
It's the poorest country, it's the poorest state for a reason, and the vast majority, I mean, if you look at the
Dude,
population in Mississippi,
where
the vast majority of people who live in Mississippi.
where are the shanty towns in Mississippi? There are no shanty towns down there. What are you talking about? You're projecting and making stuff up. What, name the city then?
I can't be near Jackson, Mississippi. I'm pretty sure that there's some small town
You just
in
made,
Mississippi out there where it's just completely impoverished. There's no water. I believe in Jackson, Mississippi, they have water issue where they're basically, I believe the white supremacists might have been.
okay. Okay. You're doing what Tethers do. It's called lying.
I'm not lying.
You're lying. You're just making stuff up, and also
There was that water issue that was going.
Way you're talking about billionaires. You lied about the billionaires, sir. There's 9 foundational Black American billionaires. There's 9 of them. Robert Smith, David Stewart, Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, Alexander Karp, Tiger Woods, LeBron James, Tyler Perry. All right. So you lied about that.
And who's the richest Black man in the world? He's a Nigerian.
Sir,
Aliko Dangote.
if he's the richest Black man in the world, why is that country so deeply in poverty if he's the richest Black man in the world?
Again, I'm not familiar with what's occurring in my country. I'm not from Nigeria. I'm from here in America. You're the one that's projecting.
You're not.
I'm just talking about.
You're not from here, sir. You're not from here. You're a tether. You're not from.
I have an American. All I have is an American passport. I don't have anything else. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, you were anchored here, sir. You understand that? You are an immigrant.
And my parents worked hard. They had a master's degree. My dad has a master's degree. My mom has a bachelor's degree. They work hard compared to most foundational Black Americans here in this country, where you're pretty much very lazy. I mean, it's just what has happened. The culture has just been decimated over the past 40, 50 years. I mean, the Black people back in the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, they would be just so disappointed with how Black people have become today. It's just
Well,
a disgrace.
you mean like how the world is disappointed with how you're back in your homeland? You talking about lazy and people can't even build paved roads and you living in shanty towns and you're saying that we're lazy? You had to be anchored over here with us, but we're lazy? Really?
Black Nigerian Americans don't have low literacy rates. I mean,
Over there, most of the people don't even go to school over there because there ain't no schools, sir.
I'm not talking about Nigerian people
That's
in
what I'm
Africa.
talking.
I'm talking about Nigerian Americans here in America. We don't have low literacy rates.
Yeah, I'm talking about the culture and the totality of it. Yeah, don't tell me what you get when you come over here that we kick the door open for. Yeah, you notice everything that's positive with your lineage, it's something that foundational Black Americans had to open the door for. You notice that? Think about what you're saying. Name something that you got going on that's positive that we didn't have to kick the door open for. You understand? We were the one. You know what? Public education, That was something that started with the freedmen schools, sir. Just public education itself was something that it's a foundational Black American thing. You being able to come over here and drive your Uber, we kind of made that possible too, sir. So you got to really recognize what you're saying is that you wouldn't be shit if you were not around foundational Black Americans.
I actually would rather not be around foundational Black Americans today.
Anchored over here, sir. You got anchored here for a reason. The 14th Amendment, as Mr. Trump said, that was for us. The 14th Amendment was a grassroots Black movement. We fought to implement the 14th Amendment. The President of the United States acknowledged that the 14th Amendment was for us. And you were able to be anchored here because of something we fought for. But yet you say you don't want to be around us, then take your ass back to your shanty towns.
I can't go back to Nigeria. They won't allow me in. I'm from here. I'm from America. All I have is an American passport. So I don't know why you continue to deflect. And
not deflecting on anything. I'm answering everything you're saying, sir.
You're ignoring the issues that are plaguing the Black.
We're fine. The thing about foundational Black American society, the great thing is that there's a spectrum. We got the hoods, we got the middle class, we got the wealthy, we got the elite, we got the well-to-do. So there's a spectrum. You want to come over here and talk about some hood talk. That's not the
That's only 1%. You're talking about a minority, an extreme minority like you. There aren't that many Black people in your position, foundational Black Americans. The vast majority of Black people are living, they're shit. They're on the bottom. They're a permanent underclass. They're on welfare. They're everything that you.
That's a damn lie.
You are a 1%er, Tariq.
Most foundational Black Americans are not on no damn welfare. That's lying Tether talk.
Most foundational Black Americans are not making over 100K a year. Black women, for example, they make the least compared to any demographic. I think the average Black American woman makes like 32K a year. For Black American men, their annual income is like 40K a year. So Black people in this country are not popping. They're at the bottom. That's Dr. Claude Anderson said. It came to fruition. Foundational Black Americans are a permanent underclass, and right now it's irreversible.
Didn't say we're a permanent underclass. He said if we don't get it together, we will be. But we're not a permanent underclass. Your lineage is a permanent underclass, sir. You understand?
Well, we're gonna continue going in circles, but I just want to understand.
Your people are you come from a permanent underclass where everything is about escaping and fleeing, and you're trying to project that onto us, and it's not going to work. We're not wallowing in abject poverty, sir. We're just not. And
Well, the data and stats would definitely not corroborate what you're just saying right now. It's the Black people are definitely at the bottom of pretty much every single category, negative category.
We're not in abject poverty. You don't see us walking around raggedy and dirty. We're not living like your lineage, sir. You're trying to your lineage. There's no spectrum. It's like that one rich dude in your homeland and everybody else is broke and trying to get the hell out of there. See, you're projecting your homeland. That's why you're not there. That's why you have to cosplay as us, sir.
I never cosplay as being African American.
Yeah. You over here. You are.
No, I don't. No, I don't. And I don't submit to white people. unlike most white. It seems like most African Americans love white people.
Oh,
They adore white people so much.
oh, no, that's a major projection. Y'all were the ones wallowing on the ground when the Queen of England died. That was you guys running around crying, getting grass all in your peppercorn hair and getting the goosey soup all on the ground, crying because the Queen died. That was you guys. That was you.
Well, I'm not familiar with what's going on in Nigeria. All I know is that I read print.
Fact that you have to erase your homeland from your memory further shows what your culture is about. You see, every time you bring up your homeland, where your family is from, your mama, grandparents, you have to erase it from your damn memory. It's so bad. I don't. I embrace my beautiful ancestry. They are survivors. They stood on business and built the greatest country and built a place that I could be comfortable where I don't have to flee. So I love, honor, praise, and respect my beautiful foundational Black American ancestors. I'm not ashamed of them like you are. You don't even like talking about your homeland or your lineage. That shows how janky you think your lineage is, sir. So you can never point a finger at us, sir. You're too ashamed of your own lineage to even talk about it. So damn if we get any kind of criticism or advice from somebody who's ashamed of how janky and failed his homeland and lineage is, sir. You understand that?
I understand your perspective. I do agree with you. I definitely respect the ancestors from the past, Black people from the past. But today, I'm not sure what happened. I heard numerous, various different theories.
Happen, you tethers happen. You understand? You tethers happened. That's what we got a problem with. We got a bunch of you guys, people like you, not some of the good immigrants, because there's some good folks, but the tether class like you that failed, shamed, projecting class, coming among us, undermining our progress, doing little janky shit, sabotaging. You is what happened, sir. Tethers like you. That's been the problem. You pointed back in the 1960s when foundational Black Americans had things popping. Yes, we did. What happened after the 1960s? Immigration. We fought thinking that we're going to have people like us coming over riding. We got self-hating tethers like yourself who hated themselves, hated their homelands, and were jealous of us. And you wanted to come over and bring that jealous hatred and vitriol over here. And that's been a cancer to us. And that's why we've been delineating. And since we've been delineating, there's been a healing spirit on foundational Black Americans. The healing is getting better and we're getting more progress. And we realize what the problem was. It was tethers. So now we're getting it together, sir. So we're doing better, right?
Well, I disagree, but I'll land my plane there. It was nice talking to you, Tariq.
Well, he got the hell out of here when I hit that. Oh, that hit a nerve. Oh, he got the hell out of here. That hit a nerve. He know I'm telling the truth. Yeah, you want to know what the goddamn problem is? You. Like that brother called earlier, and shout out to him. He's a non-FBA cat, but he was telling the truth. He was like, hey, man, there's a lot of these African guys who be doing everything they can to undermine y'all, man. Which, this is what we're talking about. You want to talk about degenerate behavior? Where's the, let's look at it. Where's the degeneracy coming from? Let's look at it. Let's unpack that. Where's the drugs coming from? The drugs flooding our areas, that came from outsiders, right? The twerking in the streets, that came from the Caribbeans down in Miami. Uncle Lizard, Gap Tooth Luke and those guys bringing that down and introducing all of that because they were shaking them little funky asses in the street in the Caribbean. That was, that's their culture. And they started to infuse our culture with that. They would bring that stuff over here. Yeah? If we're going to be real. And up in New York, a lot of that crime, it's not us doing that. It's the non-FBA people doing all that shit up there in these major cities like New York. And then we point that out. We say, we start looking at the last names of these people. Like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, wait a damn minute. Who are these folks? So let's be real here. Yeah, you're not going to come from a failed homeland where you too ashamed to even talk about it. Every time you talk about his homeland, no, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Nigerian and Americans. So that means you couldn't get anything popping until you came over here. All right. We got somebody. You got some. What letters are these? It's something. I don't know how to pronounce this language. Is that what kind of language is that? Whoever your name is.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Where you from?
I am originally from Ethiopia.
There you go. And where you living now?
US.
You in Minnesota?
Yes.
Or DC?
No, I am not. I am in the South.
Okay. All right. So what's in your mind, man?
No, I truly, really agree with you. Most of what you said. My dear brother, my Nigerian American brother is. I don't see why is it he try put down the foundation Black American. I think it's because of them we are here as a Black. So I strongly support and what you said is correct. Really, truly, I mean it. But he doesn't have any solution. He just come here and put it down. Doesn't make any sense. One thing is what I agree is as a Black, as a whole Black, we need find a solution. If you look at all the groups, we the Black people is really the bottom. So definitely for sure that is I can agree. But as the foundation Black people is because of their fault with the white people and because of I am here. So which is I'm always proud of the foundation Black people.
Right.
For sure.
Thank you so
much.
From New York Times best-selling author TARIQ Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, TARIQ Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at officialfba.com. Get your copy today.
What if I were to tell you that one single business could take over an entire nation, poisoning a country's water supply with cancer-causing substances, destroying the nature and livelihood of millions? A business in control of a major nation's own national military, with full control of their government, using propaganda and killing protesters who get in their way. Well, this is what's been happening with Shell in Nigeria. Shell, a business who's owned by some of the biggest royal families in the world, has now quite literally colonized an entire country. They have developed a blueprint for companies around the world to take over nations. This is a story that has been covered up internationally. Propaganda runs deep, because if people knew the true extent of the story, there would be global outrage. And it's time we talked about it.
So how could one single company take over an entire nation? Well, there's several steps you have to take. The initial and most obvious step when taking over a foreign nation is first deciding which one will be the target. The location needs to have untapped resources, whether it be people, minerals, or oil. If you can get all three, that's perfect. And it's even better if these are the things that the majority of the country's revenue comes from, whether it be solely bananas, diamonds, copper, or the most prolific of all, oil. Secondly, the company needs to be able to control the government. And although this can be done with force, it's much easier and more effective to secure influence over a country using money. That way no one notices and everyone wins. So which country fulfills this criteria? Where could Shell find a nation with untapped oil reserves and an easily bribable government and military?
Well, it just so happened that there was a perfect country crossing off all these boxes on the checklist: Nigeria. So now it was time for step 2, making Nigerian officials completely dependent on Shell. So how do you get Nigerian officials dependent on a single business? Well, you have to control their main export, and in the case of Nigeria, this is oil. So the process was simple. One of the main ways that Shell would take control of Nigeria was by controlling the oil extraction infrastructure. To do this, Shell would tell the Nigerian government that we will develop your country, give you loads of jobs, give you tons of foreign investment if we're given permission to build the oil extraction infrastructure. And at first this seems like a great deal for the Nigerian government. Being a poor country in need of foreign direct investment, they want foreign companies to build up Nigeria's infrastructure, because if they do this, it means there's more investment in the country, there's more jobs, more prosperity, prosperity, more tax, and the better the country develops. So having this big multinational company offer to develop better extraction methods for your main export does seem like a win-win. However, this didn't come without a price, because even though all the infrastructure would be on Nigerian land, Shell were the ones who would actually own and operate it, which meant that in later years, Nigeria would become completely dependent on Shell for keeping about 1,000 Nigerian oil wells running. And with 95% of Nigeria's exports being oil, this then makes up 40% of their total economy. And now since Shell had control of the flow of oil in the country, they could now oversee almost half of Nigeria's total cash flow. And as Henry Kissinger said, whoever controls the money controls the world, and it was this factor that gave Shell unparalleled influence over the nation as a whole. It was a genius business move, because if Nigeria tried to change the deal and take back control of their own oil, Shell and any other oil company could halt extraction completely, decimating the entire country's economy. And because of Shell's powerful connections to the British and Dutch royal families, as well as all the other major banks, they would then tell other big companies to pull out their investments in Nigeria, thus stripping Nigeria of everything, strangling the country into submission. Shell also controls the distribution network for the oil, so even if by some miracle Nigeria managed to gain control of the extraction process, they would still need Shell to export it out of the country. And this oil money doesn't just fuel Nigeria's economy, it also makes up over 65% of the Nigerian government's revenue, which means Shell is the Nigerian government's daddy. It's this reliance on Shell's infrastructure that really mirrors an abusive relationship, where the company can do whatever they want and the Nigerian government is powerless to stop them. If Shell ceased their oil extractions, it would push the economy into a deep recession, all while leaving the government penniless and unable to do anything. This problem would then quickly lead to civil unrest and revolt, a fact that the Nigerian government is very aware of. But then why is the Nigerian government so passive to Shell? Why did they even let this happen? Well, this leads us onto the third stage of controlling a country, bribery. Once Shell had Nigeria dependent on them for oil, it was time to make their way into the government. Recently, an anti-corruption investigation revealed that Shell transferred Nigeria $1.3 billion, knowing that the funds would end up in the pockets of convicted money launderers. Once Nigeria received the $1.3 billion, it was then transferred to various middlemen instead of being spent on the country. Afterwards, $466 million of that was given to the Nigerian president and his subordinates. In return, Shell gained access to the OPL 245 oil field, which increased the company's total oil reserves by 1/3.
EFCC is investigating whether the $1.3 billion purchase of OPL 245 in 2011, in their words, included acts of conspiracy, bribery, official corruption, and money laundering.
Despite Shell and Nigeria's government enjoying their mutually beneficial relationship, the bribery wasn't exactly extended towards Nigerian civilians. Instead of reaping the country's newfound wealth, the majority of the population was hit with a seemingly never-ending stream of oil spills. Starting from 2010, nearly 3,000 spills have been recorded and attributed to Shell, with at least 29 million litres getting drained into Nigeria. For reference, that's enough oil to fill over 11 Olympic-sized swimming pools. These oil spills then pollute the entire country's water supplies, so by now, the water that Nigeria drinks is poisoned with cancer-causing substances that also kill the surrounding nature, taking away the nature, farming and fishing industries that many Nigerians are dependent on.
The oil operations also contaminated the water supply and agricultural land, killing wildlife and destroying economies that were based on subsistence farming and fishing,
further impoverishing and poisoning the Nigerian people, making the Nigerians more and more dependent on Shell to give them money. As you can imagine, the local population wasn't all too happy with these constant oil spills, which leads us on to step 4 in taking over a country, controlling the civilians. While the methods of achieving this can vary from location to location, Shell has perfected controlling the populace. How could you make a country passive to your wrongdoings? How could you make them content with drinking cancer-causing water and having their entire country controlled by one company? If Shell couldn't control the civilians soon enough, their control of the country would collapse, people would revolt, and time was ticking. Shell needed to come up with a plan soon. And so what did Shell do? Well, they kept their head down and denied any wrongdoing.
All the 4 cases were sabotage, so not actually done by Shell, they were actually by criminals who steal products.
In fact, up until 2011, Shell only claimed responsibility for less than 40,000 gallons of oil spilled, or around 0.5% of their actual number. And with the growing money and power Shell was harvesting from Nigeria, but denying any any wrongdoing wasn't gonna last. Shell needed to act like all good dictatorships, using all their power to squash any dissent with propaganda. Using the money they extracted from Nigeria, they would use this to crush the population. Now, Shell has a long history of trying to sway public opinion in their favor, but this hasn't been strictly through traditional means. Back in the 60s, Shell would secretly fund a number of articles that stoked the flames of a civil war in Nigeria. The company would play both sides against each other, which seemed to promise the Nigerian people resources that were theirs once the war was over. However, this was all smoke and mirrors. The deal still gave Shell full control of Nigeria's oil. But today, the company's come up with more unique methods of propaganda. The effectiveness of Shell's new propaganda is their ability to blur the line between truth and lies. Leaked internal documents show Shell's real strategy of refocusing the narrative and attempting to point out the environmental progression that they're making.
In the UK, 1.4 million households use 100% renewable electricity from Shell.
The company's first target was charities and NGOs. Shell would separate groups between ones that would never support them and ones that might. Shell would then attempt to sway the middle-of-the-road NGOs by attacking the aspects that criticize Shell, which basically means that if any organization shines a light on Shell's misdeeds, the company would simply counter that they are making green environmental changes, whilst also bribing charities and NGOs to turn a blind eye. Shell would then also focus on swaying international news organizations over to their side. To do this, they would use the same tactics they did with NGOs, but this time they would also overplay the significance of criminals drilling into oil pipes and causing spills. They would make these bogus claims that 98% of oil spills was all because of Nigerian sabotage, blaming Nigerian radicals and criminals for the damage that Shell was really doing. This news misdirection strategy then takes away blame from Shell and instead focuses it towards the Nigerian people. And now this propaganda helped internationally, but this PR maneuver wasn't swaying the Nigerian civilians. While it was effective in publicly muddying the waters, there was still massive civil unrest in Nigeria. People were sick of Shell exploiting all their resources, their nature, their jobs, impoverishing their people and giving them cancer. The country was rising up and Shell was in big trouble. The time was running out for Shell. They needed to do something drastic. How could they keep the populace quiet? How could they force the population to be passive? This was a hard thing to do as Shell was openly destroying the country. Tens of millions of people relied on fishing for their livelihood, yet these constant oil spills were poisoning the coast and devastating Nigeria's fishing operations. All this bribery and propaganda just wasn't enough, which brings us on to the fifth and final stage of Shell's takeover of Nigeria, and this was to eliminate any opposition with force. You see, by this point, the Nigerian civilians were on the brink of revolution. People were realizing they had been colonized by one single company, and so the Nigerian population began to protest. And one of these protesters was a man named Ken Saro-Wiwa, president of the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People.
From the very beginning, even though I was young, I could see that nothing was coming to the Ogoni people from the oil.
This organization led a non-violent campaign against Shell's tyranny of Nigeria, and so of course Shell wasn't particularly fond of these protests, or Saro-Wiwa.
This sort of pollution, to live with it in an area where land is in very high demand, is completely destructive of the community.
In fact, they were threatening Shell's complete control of the country, and so Shell allegedly tasked the Nigerian military to do their dirty work. You see, throughout Ken Saro-Wiwa's life, there had been around 7,000 oil spills that contaminated the country's nature.
This is just one of the places where decades of devastating environmental damage and pollution has been caused by the oil company Shell. The UN report released last week says it will cost $1 billion and 30 years to clean up the mess.
Saro-Wiwa eventually had enough. He was sick of the Nigerian population becoming impoverished, sick, poisoned, and the nature surrounding him collapsing. And so he would organize multiple non-violent protests against the exploitation of Nigerian land, in addition to the lack of civilian financial benefits. This was causing Shell to start pulling their hair out. They were never going to give in to Mossop's demands. And yet getting directly involved in crushing these protests would be bad for optics. Charities and NGOs could no longer support Shell if they started crushing dissent. The international community would shun Shell forever. Shell might even get a bad ESG score, so Shell had to get the middleman to do their dirty work. And luckily for Shell, the Nigerian military had no problem getting their hands dirty, as long as they were getting those juicy bribes.
According to Amnesty International, the firm's executives encouraged a brutal crackdown to silence protesters in the Nigerian region of Ogoniland.
And so after around 5 years of the protests, Shell finally turned. They finally had enough and ordered the arrest of Saro-Wiwa and 8 other tribal leaders. Despite the protests being peaceful, the men were charged with incitement to murder and were subsequently executed by the government.
I said yesterday that I thought this was a fraudulent trial, a bad verdict, an unjust sentence, and it has now been followed by judicial murder.
everyone knew that Shell was responsible for this, and so the company agreed to fork over a relatively meager $9.6 million in an out-of-court settlement. After cutting off the head of these protests, life for normal Nigerian civilians hasn't really improved at all. In fact, this has just further cemented Shell's control of the entire country, which is why radical dissenters have begun taking matters into their own hands. Groups around Nigeria have started sabotaging pipelines in Nigeria, leading to even more spillage throughout the nation. This is inadvertently giving Shell more of an excuse to control the protests. Additionally, numerous oil company staff were kidnapped and held for ransom by a new militia called the Movement for the Emancipation of the Niger Delta. Although a ceasefire was called in 2009, this also didn't help matters either, as the Nigerian government would go on to announce an all-out oil war in the country. Shell and the Nigerian government against the impoverished, poisoned population. Because Shell is an almost monarchy in Nigeria, it's going to take an entire revolution to get them out of the country, and to do this it's going to almost certainly require third-party intervention, since the government and military are entirely in Shell's pocket. And there's no sign of Shell slowing down anytime soon, as the military conflict regarding their oil operations in the Niger is commonplace in the area, whether it be piracy, kidnappings, bombings, or other insurgency campaigns, all while Nigeria's resources are being poisoned by the day, with the population becoming more and more impoverished. All while the Western media praises Shell for their progressivism, helping the environment and helping stop climate change. I mean, Shell has literally taken over complete control of Nigeria, and yet there's still no real backlash in the West. So if you're a company planning on economically subverting a country, following in Shell's footsteps isn't a bad place to start.
Stories like these are always buried behind the surface, because companies like Shell invest in established mainstream media news outlets, pressuring them to cover up these important topics. Because of this, independent media is more important than ever, which is why I want to tell you about one of my favorite media outlets, the Epoch Times. The Epoch Times delivers truthful news without the influence of any government, corporation, or political party, bringing you breaking US and world news on all your devices. They also offer not only high-quality reporting as articles, but also video programs and exclusive documentaries on Epoch TV, with original Epoch TV programs like Crossroads, The Larry Elder Show, Facts Matter, American Thought Leaders, and award-winning documentaries. So then you may ask, why should you trust the Epoch Times? Well, because they focus on clear, fact-based journalism without spin or hidden agendas. They report on important news that other media outlets just ignore. These folks tell the truth, and we really mean that. We don't just take on any sponsor. If the New York Times reached out, we wouldn't take their money. But the Epoch Times just reports the facts, and they trust their discerning readers that's you to arrive at your own conclusions. So give them a try, we think you'd like it. We also have a special offer for you. If you click my link below, you can get $1 for 2 months. That's epochtim.es/moon.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Giovanni, what's happening, man?
Yo, Tariq, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with you on this topic.
Why is that?
Because I feel like if you co-sign this, I feel like black people are next.
Next for what?
Deportation.
To where?
I don't know if you heard this, but a lot of right-wing commentators are saying that black people are next.
Okay. Where are they going to deport us?
Some say Haiti and some say West Africa. I'm not saying that, but some right-wing commentators I've been seeing on Twitter, like Nick Fuentes and all these people, saying that black people are next.
So you think they're gonna take us to Haiti?
That's what they're saying. And I also feel like black people should be putting a cape on, like, for the people being deported.
Let's get back to the Haiti. Really? I mean, just because some right-wing nut jobs said we're going to get sent to Haiti and West Africa. Where in West Africa? And why Haiti? And the Haitian government, I don't know. You think we're going to go to Haiti?
Then how come all these right-wing commentators are saying Haiti?
Well, hell, they also say that they got superior genetics, and we know that's not the truth. They say a whole bunch of dumb shit. What you think we're gonna go to Haiti?
Well, with Trump, Trump doesn't really like black people, so I don't know why you stomp so hard for Trump. He doesn't even like black people.
I don't give a damn about being liked. It's all about policies.
Trump didn't allow black people in his apartment buildings.
Yeah, but he wasn't president then. And Giovanni, didn't you vote for Trump?
No, I voted for Kamala.
You voted for. But yeah, the right wing is. Nobody's talking about sending us to no damn. Nobody's. Are you lying?
No, right wing commentators are saying that. It's all over Twitter.
Huh? We're
Huh?
Nobody's saying that.
Nick Fuentes is saying that.
Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist troll. He has zero power, and most white people don't take him seriously, sir. You think we're going to go to Haiti under any circumstances?
Well, do you believe everything Trump?
Do
you think?
Huh? Because you're trying to change the subject. Why would you even say some stupid shit like that? You know good and well not one of us is going to no damn Haiti.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't say that. I said right wing commentators are saying that on Twitter. I told you I never said that.
So why are you reading some dumb shit that you know is never going to happen?
I just want to see what you thought about that.
Because
I feel like,
I think it's dumb for you to even bring some stupid shit like that up. You know better.
Oh, okay. Well, I needed to ask you something
You're
else.
just saying stuff because you're mad because we're not caping for your family. Did your family get deported, Giovanni?
No, I'm Puerto Rican. I can't get deported.
Well, damn it. Well, why are y'all so worried then? If you talking about you can't get deported, why are you?
Because I feel like you should be putting a cape on for Hispanics. To be honest.
Why?
It's historical. I mean, Hispanics been putting on the cape on for blacks for years.
One time.
The Cubans, the Mexicans.
Okay, the Cubans
everywhere.
You just named people. What did the Cubans do for us?
Free healthcare in Cuba. Fidel Castro went to New York with the black people in Harlem.
That was
the slaves,
We were stomping for Fidel Castro, and he had to come up here and get with our people to get that revolutionary spirit. And Castro, he was a rider for a lot of our causes, but the Cuban people, they still had anti-black racism going on. And we were stomping for, like Dr. King, people like that, they were stomping for Cuban causes as well. You understand? The reciprocal thing. What did Mexicans?
Oh, when you don't remember, you forgot when the slaves ran to Mexico and the Mexicans killed the slave owners?
What slave owners did the Mexicans kill?
You don't remember? They didn't teach you this in school?
Yeah, teach me. I want you to teach me. What slave owners did the Mexicans kill?
The ones that went to Mexico to try to catch the slaves, but the Mexicans killed the slave owners.
That's horse crap.
That's not true?
Hell no, it ain't true. You just saying shit.
That's true. Everyone could look it up on the internet.
Yeah, I ain't gotta look it up. I did a movie talking about the Maroons who went down there, and I've talked about this extensively. You had some of the black Seminoles who Mexico asked to come down to secure the border because they knew that the black Seminoles were phenomenal guerrilla warfare fighters. So they needed the Seminoles to come down, the black Seminoles to come down and protect them to a certain degree. So what you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about, Giovanni. You just saying.
I do. I'm not saying shit. I'm being honest what I'm trying to say.
Saying stuff.
I'm not even trolling you. I'm being real with you.
Oh, you just babble. Okay, you might be genuinely dumb. You might not know this shit you saying. You just saying stuff. But yeah, it was us really protecting that Mexican border. It was the John Horse and the Black Seminoles fighting off hostile Indians. They were fighting off the Texas Rangers. They were putting in work. They were protecting themselves. They just used the sovereignty of Mexico's independence for protection. But as far as physical protection, it was the black people down there doing that, sir.
So there's no so how about this coalition? We don't have a coalition? That's what you're trying to say?
What coalition?
The Black and Brown Coalition?
What is that?
What do you mean, what's that? You don't know what that is?
What the hell is that? What's a Black-Brown coalition?
Where both groups stand up against white supremacy?
Yeah, who stood up? Who?
The blacks and browns. What do you mean who?
Stand up against white supremacy. I gotta hear this. When did y'all stand up against white supremacy?
During George Floyd when he died, we were marching on the streets
So,
with the black
and
people.
y'all don't,
Ronnie King when he died.
no, 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 no. If y'all don't stop, I was marching down the street with y'all, nigga, man. If y'all don't stop that, we were marching down the street with y'all. You were down there marching for your own benefit because we were up here talking about justice for black people. Y'all went out there talking about, yes, and immigration too. Immigration matters too. So yeah, y'all were out there dissipating the energy for immigration. So you're not going to use that one. You're not going to use that one. Hold on, let me get Professor Allen in here. You done got the room riled up. Professor Allen, hop on in here, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to address this fictitious, imaginary Black and Brown coalition with some scholarship, if you don't mind. According to Dr. Claude Anderson in Black Labor, White Wealth, page 103, he says, quote, "Today there is little cooperation, political or otherwise, between blacks and minority groups. For the most part, ethnic minorities do not support black causes. They have been getting a free ride at black people's expense on civil rights and minority programs. As members of loosely formed political coalitions, they are most quiet while blacks agitate, but they are quick to stake their claim on affirmative action benefits run by blacks. There's no black and brown coalition. It's a brown on black finesse, and I land my plane."
There you go. Thank you, Giovanni. This ain't the crowd for that, buddy. This ain't the crowd for that at all, Giovanni. You Puerto Rican, and we see how y'all get down with the black people in Puerto Rico. The Afro Puerto Ricans, y'all treat them like crap. And damn near 80% of you guys in Puerto Rico classify yourself as white. What white supremacy are you challenging, Giovanni? Come on.
Can you say that again? You kind of broke up.
In Puerto Rico, your homeland, almost 80% of you are classified as white. You classify yourself as white on that island.
No, I classify myself as Hispanic, not white.
Oh, no, no, no. There's no such thing as a Hispanic race. Hispanic is an ethnicity. There's black Hispanics and white Hispanics. You guys classify yourself as white. You see?
So what do you want us to classify
I
as?
don't give a damn. Don't tell me you're challenging white supremacy when you're trying to be white supremacy, sir. That's
How are you gonna tell me what I'm trying to be? I'm trying to help black people beat the system of white supremacy.
how you gonna beat the system and you ain't even on the homeland that you were from. You ain't in Puerto Rico doing nothing. You over here telling us what to damn do. And you
Well, Puerto Rico's technically a state, isn't
right.
it?
Technically go there and build it up. It's technically not popping. Why don't y'all technically, if it's a state, go over there and build it back up, make it pop off?
Honestly,
Right? Arian, let's get Arian G.
Hey, what's up,
What's
Tariq?
up, brother?
Well, I just wanted to make it a point because Giovanni said that Haitians are being, Haitians are in the country illegally and they are being deported. And this is why we are making it a point to point out to these people that we are not one big Negro. There's a difference between Haitians and Black Americans. There are a bunch of Haitians being deported, and the right wing media is jumping on it because, of course, it's a black person whose face they decided to show. You know, the guy who was in a police car, and he said, "Oh, I'm not going back to Haiti."
Right.
And the right wing media, they're all talking about that. So this is probably what Giovanni's talking about, but he's getting it confused because he thinks he's like us. He thinks that's an American that's being deported back to Haiti, and that's not the case.
Is that what you think? Thank you, Arian. So, Giovanni, are you confusing foundational Black Americans with some of these immigrants?
can I be honest? Would you get mad if I be honest?
I don't. Hey, man, you can speak. I don't. You're a stranger. Go ahead.
So, but let me ask you a question. If a police officer pulls you over, how can they tell the difference between an FBA and non-FBA?
Who knows? But what difference does that make? Does that change my lineage?
But do you think white supremacists care about that?
Well, do you think they care about your lineage?
No, that's not my question. I asked you a
It
question.
doesn't matter what they care about. My lineage is not contingent upon them caring about me if they pull me over. That's not what my lineage is based on, or yours. Why does our lineage have to be contingent upon what an officer is going to think? You guys celebrate your lineage all the time, right?
Yeah, you guys do too, with Kwanzaa and all that.
We don't really Kwanzaa. We don't really rock with Kwanzaa. That has never been a widespread thing. That's really the white media. We don't really rock with that. But you guys celebrate. You have Puerto Rican Day parades in New York, and there's nothing wrong with that, is it?
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
But what's with us saying, hey, our foundational Black American lineage, we're going to have honor and respect on that lineage because we are a unique lineage, just like Puerto Ricans, they are a unique lineage. So what's wrong when we do it? Why is it, well, if the police pull you over, well, they gonna, are you Puerto Rican or is you FBA? Y'all don't do that with other groups. So why are you doing that with us? Why even make that comparison?
Because you have to be real, Tariq. You gotta like think about it strategically about
Okay,
how can
okay. Let's go with your narrative. Let's say a cop pulled me over and he don't know the difference between me or Puerto Rican or Ethiopian, and well, okay, so that means what?
that means doesn't your life depend on it? He's still gonna kill you either way, isn't he?
Okay, so yeah, let's say he's going to kill me because he don't know what nationality I am. So that means what?
Isn't it more, I guess, isn't it better to be like just like be Pan-African? That's what I'm trying to say.
What does that mean?
Don't you just want to like how do I don't know how to say it. You don't want to like, I guess like you saying we're Hispanic and all that. Don't you just want to be like African American? Identify as one group, like from people from Africa and people from America alike?
But you don't even identify as that. Y'all identify as Puerto Rican, and y'all have just as much African as we do.
I never said I didn't, but I'm saying
Why
like me and you, huh?
Puerto Rican and not African American?
Because it doesn't make any sense. You got to think about what you're saying right now.
Really? Why doesn't that make sense?
Because Puerto Rico is not is there's different types of like people in Puerto Rico, like not like in African Americans are just like one. They're just like, I don't know how to say it. They're just like one group of
No, we're
people.
not. We're like foundational Black American. We have an ethnic group, and just like Puerto Ricans, y'all mix with African and Spanish.
So you're telling me if you took a DNA test, you won't have no African DNA in you?
I just said we are mixed with African and English, some French, some Native here.
I don't think about Native. Come on, Tariq. Not Native.
Why wouldn't it be Native?
Because the Native American people wouldn't co-sign that.
What is that
The
talking about?
the people from Navajo tribe and all that, they wouldn't say that.
But then there were more than the Navajo tribe here. There were thousands of tribes here.
So you're telling me if you took a DNA test, Native American blood will be in you? That's what you're trying to
For
tell
a
me?
fact, it is.
Really?
Yeah, I've done a test. Yeah, I got some Native American ancestry in me. Most of
Which Native tribe?
I got Creek, Cherokee. I got a few of them.
Then how come you don't get those reparations from the government, like casino and stuff like that?
Because they finesse Black folks out of those damn tribal benefits with something called the Dawes Rolls and something called Walter Plecker, who was a white supremacist working at the Vital Statistics Office. And he started going through people's records, reclassifying thousands of Native Americans as Negro, as a way to finesse Black people out of those benefits. It was Plecker, and down in Louisiana, it was a white woman named Naomi Drake. And these were the main two, but there were many others. So they were finessing a lot of Black people out of this. And then in the 1940s, a lot of these quote unquote Native American tribes, they started to actively kick out the Black members or the Black looking members. So it was a finesse game. That's why when you look at these quote unquote tribes now, they got these Justin Timberlake looking chiefs of these tribes who are lily damn white. These tribes have been flipped up, remixed, and finessed. These tribes are all over the place right now.
How come if white people can't be Native Americans, how come blacks can't be Native Americans?
Well, the thing is, the white people, they finesse themselves on the thing. And like I said, they put certain white supremacists in positions to make the classifications. That's why. They put white supremacists in positions using their system to make the classifications. This is why, we are identifying as foundational Black Americans. We're our own ethnic group.
Oh, okay,
You
okay,
see,
okay.
because
Yeah, it was just I need
that can't
what you said,
that they,
huh?
that can't be finesse. The Cherokees been finessed. The Creeks, that's been finessed. The Seminoles, it and jerked around the Black Seminoles, and most of the Seminoles, many of them were Black. So the red Seminoles jerked the Black ones out of the resources. So yeah, they finessed a lot of these tribes. But now going back to you, you were like saying that it doesn't make sense for you to be called African American when you have just as much African in you as I do. So why are you not African American? Giovanni?
Yeah, can you say that again?
Yeah. You have as much as a Puerto Rican, you have just as much African DNA in you that I have. Why are
But
you?
me and you look different though. That's the thing. You don't understand what I'm trying to say. Me and you look different.
I know this.
We do have DNA, but I can't go in front of people and be like, I'm African American, because I feel like that's disrespectful. I'm not going to say I'm African because they're going to cuss me out.
Not really.
Really?
But you got just as much African in you than I have. You just mix with Spanish.
Mm. So I could get reparations too then.
You're not a foundational Black American.
You just said I'm Black though.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say anything.
You just said I have African. You said I have African DNA in me.
African DNA, not Black as in foundational Black American. You don't have that.
How do I sign up for reparations?
Will you take your ass over there back to your homeland and call CARICOM and get them Caribbean reparations? That's what you do. There's a reparations program called CARICOM.
That's only for countries. Puerto Rico's not a country.
But I think they're doing it for the whole Caribbean. I think.
Are you sure?
I don't know if Puerto Rico was included. I got to look into that because they got to go to the Spanish to get their reparations because that's who had you enslaved. It was the Spanish government that had you enslaved. So I think
Oh, okay.
CARICOM is going after the Spanish, French, British government, from what I understand. So you would have to holler at them, but you can't tether on to our stuff.
And one last thing too. If Trump, I don't know if you heard this, but a lot of Latina women from South America and the Caribbean are pretty pissed at Trump. And a lot of passport bros are Black, and they said the Latina women are going on strike. So there ain't no passport girl ain't getting no pussy.
Yeah, the brothers ain't really got to go too far to get some Latina cooch, so it's not that big of a deal. And yeah, them Latinas, they're gonna still be checking for the brothers. They're gonna still be checking for them. So
They're pretty mad right now, though.
they're not mad. They're mad at you guys for not getting them immigration papers together and getting these women deported. A lot of these women are getting flued back out to their homeland, and y'all didn't get their paperwork straight, so they're mad at you. So yeah, y'all ain't getting no cooch. So y'all better figure out what you're gonna do, because then y'all gonna be out there looking for bussy, because ain't no women. So you, all right, peace. The hell out of here. Yeah, y'all not gonna. We gonna dangle some Latina cooch to make dudes support the Democrats? That ain't gonna work. All right, let me see. Let's get some people up in the building. Okay, let's get what's your name? Jeffe? Let's get Jeffe. Jeffy or Jeffe? I don't know how to pronounce your name, brother.
Man, what's going on, sir?
What's up?
My name is Hefe. Hefe Don. Listening to you, I might have to change my name. I do use Hefe Donnell Patrol. I go by Dwayne Bang though.
My man.
But I'm black as hell. I'm black as hell. A little nervous. You got a lot of people in here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we in here deep. Well, we got 2,000 people up in here. What's on your mind, Jay?
Man, couple things, sir. One thing, I'm a veteran. You know what I'm saying? And I got an immigrant wife, right?
From
I'm sorry?
where's she from?
She from Zimbabwe.
Okay. Shout out to Zimbabwe. Love Zimbabwe.
Yeah. I got me a black one.
Hmm.
I got me an African one, so we good over here.
Oh yeah.
Um, but my only thing is like I find it interesting for one being a veteran, somebody served in the military, been around the world, that America is the only country that you could come to and fly another flag with pride and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I find it very ironic. It's like, well, if your country's so great, why are you over here waving your flag?
Right.
Never, never really, never really sat right with me. And then, because I've been to other countries, you can't really have that pride in other countries. And then you can't go to other countries. Like I lived in Germany for some years. You can't go there unless you can really speak the language. You can't try to be a participant in their economy and try and live there unless you try to speak their language and stuff. So find it odd that, people come over here. We go to little subdivisions, sub areas. Like I live in Miami, but I'm more so in Doral. So Doral is like very Hispanic. And I go to a Publix, and these people don't even speak no English. And I got to be like, no habla inglés. Why do you not speak English and we in America? And why do I have to speak Spanish to you? And I'm paying taxes over here, and I'm a veteran. So I find
Let me land your plane. Thank you, brother. But yeah, you made a good point. When people fly them flags, that's very interesting. They'll fly them flags and get terrified about getting sent back to these places. We see how these people are acting about getting deported. These people are crying bloody murder about getting deported back to their home where they're flying these flags. It ain't no pride. It ain't no pride whatsoever. That's a way for them to say to the dominant society when they get here, like, look at me, I'm not like those FBAs. That's what that's about. Hey, I'm different from them. So pick me. Let me be the model minority. Here's my flag. Elevate me over them. That's what that was about. There ain't no damn pride. Ain't no pride in fleeing. You dig? And the minute they get threatened with getting sent back to these places with these flags, boy, they get to kicking and screaming. So yeah, don't let them fool you with that. Charles, what's up, brother?
B1, peace to the room, peace to the speaker, to the host. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, Charles. How you doing tonight, brother?
Did y'all see that the some Latins or Latin Americas, they made a new group called Foundational Latin Americans?
I heard about it.
Did you see that?
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. They bite on everything that we do. They are not original. Same thing with that one actor, John Leguizamo.
Yeah.
They got bite down. I think, and me honestly, I think it'll be pretty funny if you go put a trademark on it, so we can sell some T-shirts that says "Fleeing Latin America."
Yeah, man, I saw that. It was they had something on Clubhouse and somebody sent me that. Yeah, the Hispanics, they done got something that they call foundational Latin Americans. So they got, it's like, okay, foundational to where? Where the hell are you foundational? Are you foundational to Latin America and you over here? So that contradicts itself. You can't say you're a foundational Latin American because you're not foundational here. You had to immigrate here. And are you foundational to Latin America and you ain't there? So that contradicts itself. You ain't there. So you are fleeing Latin American, but not a foundational. But yeah, I somebody sent me one of their spaces. They were on Clubhouse and it was Latins and Caribbeans in there whining about foundational Black Americans, talking about, you had some Trinidadians and Jamaicans talking about why are we delineating, trying to stop them from getting money? Yeah, if we get reparations, why are we delineating so they can't get it? We all Black. Why they trying to stop other Black folks from getting money? Like, the damn nerve of these people. The damn nerve of these people. It's insane. That's the thing. Everything we get, these folks think that they are entitled to getting it. It's literally tethering. That's why when we delineate, everybody's freaking out, because now we're focusing on what we need to do. We're focusing on ourselves, and we're letting everybody else handle their business. And folks don't know how to handle their own business. People have depended on us to stomp for them and do all the heavy lifting for them. Now that we're not doing that, look at what's going on. Everything has gone to hell. When foundational Black Americans decide to sit on the bench for a little bit, look how everything just goes to hell. You understand? There's people are just in disarray right now, begging for us to get off the bench. Come on, FBAs. What about the Black and Brown Coalition? Man, get the hell on out of here.
Hi, I'm Mateo. Do you want to learn about Hidden Heroes? Hidden Heroes from A to Z is a cool book that tells the stories of amazing Black heroes you might not know about. You'll meet inventors, you'll meet explorers, and leaders who change the world. It's fun, inspiring, and you can learn so much. Get your copy now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Let's discover our hidden heroes together.
Subscribe, darling radio, like and subscribe.
We also, again, encourage anybody in this country, whether you are a TikTok content creator, a blogger, a podcaster, if you are producing legitimate news content, no matter the medium, you will be allowed to apply for press credentials to this White House. And as I said earlier, our new media website is whitehouse.gov/new media. And so we encourage people to apply. Again, as long as you are creating news-related content of the day and you're a legitimate independent journalist, you're welcome to cover this White House.
All right, I'm here, guys. What's happening? What is up? What is up? I'm here. I am here, ladies and gentlemen. What is up? This is TARIQ in the building. Glad to have y'all in here. I'm in here, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing what we do. I know y'all were like, damn it, if he don't get his ass up in here with this music playing all this long time. Yeah, I was having some recording difficulties. I was trying to get that together. But we in here, though. Shout out to everybody in here. We in the building. Y'all give me a retweet. Let everybody know that we are in here, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a retweet. And let everybody know that we are in the building. If you guys can hear me okay, can y'all please give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me okay. If the sound is good in the neighborhood, y'all give me that nice thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is good? Good. All right. Now, before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, let me give a shout out to many of the regulars in the room who's coming in early. Let me give them a shout out. We see the lovely Nikki the God in the building. We have Chet, we have Carrie, we have Breezy, we have Highland, we have the Atavists in here, we have Grinds TV, Noel, brother Arthur Watkins Jr. in the building. We have the lovely Stephanie Michelle in the building. We have Hoodoo, Ernez, the Tethernator. Shout out to you guys. A lot of stuff we're going to talk about tonight. The first thing I want to talk about is, and again, everybody give a retweet to let everybody know we're here live. Family, the Trump administration, they announced that they're going to have independent media in the White House press room. They announced, hey, if you are social media people, you are bloggers, podcasters, we're going to have you come on in. We're going to give you a seat to the table and have you chop it up. Now, is that a good or a bad thing? Now, for the legacy media, that's probably a bad thing for them, for the mainstream media, because they control narratives. So for them, that's a bad thing, because now what the Trump administration is doing is very revolutionary. They're letting in new voices, because really, let's be real, a lot of people, they don't really rock with the legacy media like that. And a lot of people get alternative news. They like to get alternative messages from alternative sources. Let me say it like that, from alternative sources. But family, there's a few reasons why this is a great thing. There's a few reasons why this is a phenomenal thing. And by the way, I signed up. I put my hat in there because I would like to go in there and chop it up and ask questions. Now, from what I understand, they got to go through a rigorous screening process, which is understandable. You got to go through, the Secret Service, and they got to really check you out, which is, that's cool. But the reason why they're doing this, and I think it's a smart move, this administration, they understand the new media consumption trends now. People consume media different now, especially the young demographics. A lot of younger demographics, they ain't listening to the legacy media. That's why the folks like Roland, that's the old media, the Roland type. That's why old people listen to them. That's why they're not effective, to be honest. But a lot of younger people, the young demographic, they prefer getting their news and information from podcasts, from social media, from blogs, rather than the traditional news outlets. You understand? So, this is a very fast generation. This generation wants information just like that. They want information real quick. They don't want it to be all drawn out. They want it to be plain, simple, to the point, in your face. You understand? You got to go along with the trends. Family, there's a reason why the movie series Hidden Colors was successful. If you remember watching the Hidden Colors series, I designed the series for the social media crowd. If you watch Hidden Colors, you notice everything is fast. Everything is flashing across the screen very quickly. You're just being bombarded with just different images over and over and over again. You're being bombarded with images. So, sorry about that, guys. So that's what that is. What a lot of folks don't understand is that these young folks, man, they just don't have time. They got so many things coming at them. You got different apps, you got your damn iPad, they got cell phones, so yeah, there's a gazillion video games. So they want their information very, very quickly. So this administration, they're like, we're going to pander to that crowd. We're going to invite that crowd in. Also, another reason for the independent media to come through and for the White House to campaign for them to come through, that will show transparency. See, if you broaden media access, this new administration, that will demonstrate a commitment to openness, and that will show that they allow a vast array of different journalists to come in and report on what's going on. They're being transparent. They're not going to just pick and choose the type of reporters to go in and just be an echo chamber. See, that's why a lot of people put respect on Trump. Just like when Trump went down there to talk to the National Black Journalists Association, that was an honorable move, even though they were up there acting stupid as hell, acting like a bunch of goofy ass Democrat shills. That was a real bad look on their behalf. Just the fact that he showed up in good faith, that was a win. They sat up there and made a goddamn fool of themselves, and I'm a member of that damn shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like that at all. I'm like, if he's there, put some real questions on the table. Talk about some tangibles. Talk about some real shit instead of some goofy gotchas. Damn that. Let's talk real. Yeah, that was a perfect opportunity to have him sit down and talk about what he can provide for the Black community. They in there on some most sassy ass gotchas. Well, hey, you had said you didn't like Mexicans, and you should. I mean, well, y'all shut the hell up. Oh God, man. Sometimes it's time when you get in the room, it's time to put your big boy and big girl draws on. There's a time and place for everything, man. But I digress. But a lot of this is all about countering media distrust. They're bringing in some new media because the mainstream legacy media, there's a distrust in them. There's people just don't trust the mainstream media as they shouldn't. It's a propaganda mill. You understand what you see in the mainstream media? And I'm telling you, I've been on all of these stations. I've been on these networks, all of them. Y'all seen interviews with me on there. The stuff that they put on, they'll tell you what you can talk about, what you cannot talk about. There's certain topics that's hot topics on social media, but they don't want to touch it because there's some higher ups that didn't give the green light. It's very political with the legacy media. It's a very political thing. You know, you got to get the green light from the higher ups. It's people up there in suits who kind of let you know what's going to be discussed. That's something else. That's not media, that's propaganda. So the new media, the independent media, where we interact and chop up game on social media, that's more reliable. It's more trustworthy, and it can be fact checked immediately. And also, if somebody's giving out misinformation, that kills their credibility. That's why it's very important to be right and exact. You see, that's what I like about social media. If you are a person who stands on business, that will solidify the level of respect you get. Now, if you're somebody who's known for just saying some bullshit, that immediately destroys your credibility and people don't take you seriously, and eventually you'll fall off. So the results are immediate. That's what I like. The results are immediate. Also, what they want to do, man, they want to expand the audience reach. You understand? So when the White House now, when they collaborate with a lot of the non-traditional media outlets, that allows the administration to connect with audiences that may not engage with legacy media. There's a lot of people who just don't watch the mainstream news. I don't watch it myself, to be honest. And if I do see some stuff from mainstream news, I'm catching it online. You dig? And also, this encourages media diversity too, because it's a more inclusive press corps. It will enrich the range of questions and topics, whereas the legacy media, it's either one or the other. It's very far right or it's far left. You know what I'm saying? So whoever is asking the questions, they're going to either be from the Fox News, Newsmax crowd, which is like an echo chamber, or they're going to be from the MSNBC, CNN crowd, which is extremely liberal, which is its own echo chamber. So they come in with these little weird partisan agendas, whereas independent media, for me, for example, I don't give a damn about either party. I'm all about a policy. How's this policy going to benefit Black folks? That's my thing. I don't give a damn what party puts something on the table, who's going to put something on the table for us. And I think it's a good thing that they are expanding the invite for new media. I think that's a great thing. And that encourages innovation and new reporting and storytelling and how to keep the public informed in more new ways. I like that. And also it challenges that traditional gatekeeping, because a lot of the information, again, it's controlled by a few major outlets. So you only get one-sided information from a handful of people sitting up in a room doing the Birdman hand rub, and these people have nefarious intentions. So this will circumvent that. Also, what they're doing, which is important, they're leveraging the influencer impact. Social media influencers, man, a lot of us and a lot of people on social media, we got large followings. You understand? So that can amplify the administration's message to a broader audience. Remember, man, listen, some cities out here, some of the swing states, some of these cities lost, by 10, like 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. You know what I'm saying? That's very significant. That's very significant, because some of us have, I got 300, damn near 400,000 followers on Twitter alone. Got another 250,000 on YouTube, another 300,000 on Instagram. You understand? So certain messages, you can swing votes. Certain influencers can swing votes. That's why so many people were attacking me. That's the Democrats. Why y'all think the Democrats always have shills up in here attacking me nonstop? You understand? And anybody on social media who's speaking against certain policies or speaking for certain policies, why do you think certain political parties have their think tanks attack certain influencers all the time? There's a reason for that. They understand that we can swing votes out here. They're very well aware of that. Yeah. Excuse me. And also, this is them recognizing the role of technology and information dissemination and how it's given to the public. So that's very important. You're just not relying on somebody sitting at home watching TV. People can be driving, people can be walking down the street, getting information in real time on their phones, wherever. You riding to work on the train, you're getting your information right there. You're getting messages from these administrations right there. So I think it's a very smart thing for them to do. I think it's a very smart thing for them to do. But let me get some people to chime in. Let me hear some of your positions on this. Let's get shout out to everybody in here. I see Juicy Genius in here. What's up, Juice? Let me get some folks in here. Let me get Miss Patty Cake in the building. Then we'll get Q. Then we'll get Capone. Then we'll get Miss D. All right. Go ahead, Miss Patty.
Hey, Tariq, how you doing?
I'm good, beloved. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, so I just happened to watch the press briefing with the new press secretary. I'm noticing a pattern. You know, Trump is answering all questions, and he wants to keep it all transparent. And I think the people that he's having under him, I'm noticing none of them are dodging questions. They're standing, looking at the camera, answering questions. So I just wanted to point that out. And it is a good idea that now different media companies, bloggers, whoever can go and sign up for it. Thank you for letting me
Absolutely.
speak.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think it's the beautiful thing. Let's get C Capone.
What's going on, my brother Tariq?
Hey, Capone, how are you, sir?
I'm good, brother. I'm good, man. God bless you for all the hard work you do, brother. I hope you get up in front of Trump and stroke his ego good enough where we can get these reparations check going.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes.
yeah, you need to get in there, brother. I mean, I don't do it as big as you on the social media thing, but you the one. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? You got this. You need to get in there, and you need to. This is a great thing. What he doing is he want to hear from the people. He ain't doing no
Yeah.
Joe Biden shutdowns and sit outs. You know, this is what we needed, and you to have brilliant brothers like you, brother Jason. You know, Professor Black Truth, all y'all in there doing hard work. And this is the chance we need to get our, excuse me. If this is a chance we need to get our issues up on the forefront, I think this is the lane we need to take to do it. And I land on that.
My man, I appreciate that. Yeah, man, because we saw what the Democrats were doing with them fake ass interviews up here paying Al Sharpton to give you softball questions. You paying old fat sweaty meatball ass Roland Martin to throw softball questions at you. That's pathetic. So I like what the Trump administration is doing to counter that nonsense so people can ask some real questions so you don't have some idiot like Roland up there shilling for the Democrats acting like you're doing a real interview when your fat ass is getting paid asking goofy questions. So, Madam Kamala, how you like to make your greens? Do you put vinegar in them? Do you soak them? You know what I'm saying? Damn that. You know, they paying you to do softball. Man, the hell out of here. I'm gonna be like, hey, how about a program that's lineage based? Let's talk some business. We ain't gonna be in there with no fat ass rolling sharing recipes. How you make rhubarb pie? I heard you Indian. You like? Can you make me some chicken biryani? None of that goofy ass stuff. I'm glad that goofy stuff is getting thrown out the window. We need it thrown out the damn window. Let's get Duke. Duke, what's up, brother? Duke, unmute your microphone, and if Duke don't unmute, we're gonna get Miss D in the building because Duke ain't unmuting. So let's get Miss D in here. Miss D?
Hey, Tariq, how you and the family
We're
doing?
good, beloved. How are you?
Doing okay. I was wondering, have you seen any of Ann Coulter tweets today?
I saw one where she retweeted me yesterday, I think. But what'd she say today?
And she said that she would vote. She would be in support of our reparations if it's coming from all the money that they giving to all the immigrants.
Okay, I'm for that too.
I hurry up and screenshot it because she can't delete it. She didn't delete it though, but I screenshot it anyway.
Can you put it in the Jumbotron?
Okay.
All right, thank you, dear. I'll leave you up so you can put it in there. All right. Duke, what's up, brother?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, Duke. How are you, bro?
Doing good. I think it's good that they are opening up the media for everybody to put in their questions and have some variety, because the legacy media they're just fear-mongering pieces of crap, and it's about time for a change.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Let's get Juicy in here.
Peace and power, King Tariq. Can you hear me okay?
Ma'am, how
Got
are
my earpiece in.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm glad I caught you on this space. Shout out to the family in the room. White House press room is inviting independent media, good or bad. I know this is a good thing, especially for us FBA. Especially for me personally, I did go ahead and submit my credential request. Every credential request that I have submitted, even during the rally, during America Fest, I received my media credentials because I was not biased. I was not spewing a far left narrative to push one candidate over the other. I literally shared both stories about both candidates on blacknewsdaily.com, which is an independent news source focusing on Black America in politics, finance, entertainment, things like that. And so because I was unbiased, I was able to receive those credentials and have the same level of access of someone who had been at legacy media level. And American people have just got tired. They have lost trust. They have lost faith in legacy media, and they're ready for some new voices. So this is a good thing for us.
Absolutely.
I yield my mic.
Thank you, beloved. Let's get Brother Afro Elite in the building.
Tariq, you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Oh, that's good. Okay, to answer your question about it, as Juicy Jr. said, I think it's definitely going to be a positive thing. There's nothing that can go wrong with this. I think a lot of people, especially FBA, we're tired of the legacy media. We're tired of the bias. We're tired of these people who claim to be journalists, claim to be reporters or interviewers, but they're out there either trying to boost the Democratic Party, or they're trying to slander somebody. There's no impartiality when it comes to media at all, when it comes to these mainstream media sources. And that's why the conversation really seems to stay in this very stagnant point of view. People want expanded conversations. People want in-depth conversations, which is why when it comes to reparations, when Trump went to the black journalist thing, they didn't even bring up reparations. Roland Martin, he didn't even bring up reparations, or Al Sharpton when they interviewed Kamala Harris. But that wouldn't be the case for real independent media, because we don't have an agenda to either make somebody look good or look bad. That's what the people really need. Impartial media that doesn't have a political agenda to it.
Absolutely. My man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's get Nick in the building with the black face. What's up, Nick?
What up, Flex? What's happening, man?
I'm good with you. What's happening with you?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's going to be good because it's going to be real grassroots media from all aspects. I'm just hoping one of us gets up in there and can really talk that good stuff, you know, in real time directly to the president.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely, man. So that's what we're hoping to do. Let's get Nikki the God in the building. Nikki?
Peace, Brother Flex. I was putting this in a jumbotron for my friend D. Another thing I just wanted to say, hey, it's time to retire the Reverend Al Sharptons. I remember when I went to that Essence magazine thing, their 25th anniversary. Reverend Al Sharpton was there. I started yelling out reparations. They kicked me out of the conference room. So it's time to retire the Reverend Al Sharptons. It's time to retire the Roland Martins and people like that. So I'm hoping that we can get you up there, get you speaking. I would love to see you doing all of that. Have a good day. Did this show up in a Jumbotron?
Yes, it
Okay.
did. Yes, it did. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I now reset the room because we get some other stuff I want to talk about too. But I'm looking at that, and it says, I'm looking at Ann Coulter. I would support slavery reparations 100% if the funds were taken from these BS charities that drag third worlders into our country, paid for by, so what is that? Paid for by us. Okay. Yes, indeed. So yeah, we got the conversation on the table.
Discover the heart of our history at the Hidden History Museum in Los Angeles. Now open with new weekend hours, Thursday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Located at 2131 West Jefferson Boulevard in Los Angeles. Our museum showcases the brilliance and ingenuity of foundational Black American culture, along with the richness of global Black culture. Come in, explore our displays, and shop for books, films, and other unique items that celebrate our legacy. Also, be sure to look out for our popular special events. For more information, visit hiddenhistorymuseum.com.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr.
I
Nasheed?
can hear you, Josh. How are you?
Doing good today. Thanks a lot. How about
I'm
you?
good, Josh. Now, where you from, by the way?
From Chicago, South Side right
Chicago. Are you a Black or Caucasian gentleman?
now. FBA.
Really? Where's your family from?
I'm sorry?
Where's your family from if you're FBA?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Where's your family from? Uh-oh. He bounced. I don't know what that was about. He didn't sound FBA. But yeah, he bounced. I don't know what that was about. Let's get the variety. Let's get the variety in here. The variety. Oh, what happened to you, V variety? Hold on. I'm letting people on and then they disappearing. All right. I don't know what's going on here. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands up. Let's get Denny Man. Let's get Denny Man in. Denny Man in the building. And then we'll get who else? All right, Denny Man, you good? All right. Denny Man ain't saying nothing. Y'all come on. V Variety, you want to try it again? V Variety, unmute your microphone. Waiting on V Variety. I'm going to give you 5 seconds and then we're going to move on to the next person. There.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Hey, I'm here.
What's up, V? How are you, brother?
Man, my brother, I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm
man?
good, V. What city are you in?
Oh, well, I'm from Tennessee, Memphis. But I've been moving around recently.
Where you at now?
Right now I'm in Atlanta, and then next week I'm gonna be moving over to Chicago and then over there to Newark, New Jersey.
Okay. Are you a Caucasian gentleman?
Yes, I am.
There you go. Now, your family Irish or Scottish?
Hell no, dude, no Irish in it.
Where's your family originally from?
You ever heard of Ancestry?
Yeah, and you ever heard of somebody asking the question and you knowing where your family? Where in Europe is your family from?
I'm just making sure you understand my question. So, according to my ancestry, genetically, I got all of Europe. I got Iceland, all of Scandinavia, all of Russia, all of German, all of England. Well, like I got everything. But my family's been in America for so long that there's an American genetic inside of me. So according to my DNA, I got like an American DNA inside of me. Like obviously, right?
Well,
You
your
know
family
how?
probably came over in the early 1900s. So, right?
No, 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 no. The exact opposite, sir. Uh, my family actually came over in the early 1500s.
Really?
Yeah.
So they're
So,
Spanish.
like for example, right? Let me ask you a question.
So
Let me ask
hold
you a
now.
question.
So they're Spanish?
No,
Those are the only people who really came in the early 1500s were the Spanish.
no, they were not.
Who else?
Let me ask you. Yeah, I'll. Have you heard the famous song? You went to elementary school
Oh,
in 1492. Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and then a little bit later on, he was Portuguese, by the way. And a little bit later on, the Scottish and the English came.
they came.
My
They
family,
came.
yeah, my family.
They came way later. In the early 1500s, the Scottish and the English didn't come over here. They came later, sir. What are you talking about?
No, according to my DNA, my family came over here. Well, here's the thing. I do get a little bit of Native American,
Oh
but that's
Lord,
not
okay,
really
you
much.
all over the damn place. Okay, so are we?
No,
Okay,
no, 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 no.
okay.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
So now we've established that you just gonna just argue in bad faith. You just making shit up as you go along. All right. So I just wanted to establish that before you got into what you wanted to talk about. So now this is most likely a TWT, a time-wasting troll, like the other gentleman said. Now, what else is on your mind? Now that we established that you ain't gonna stand. So what?
I get you, my brother. So, no, actually, it's not because just how ancestry can tell the difference between Scottish and
Just
Irish
say
and
you're
Scottish and
ashamed. You're
English.
ashamed of wherever the hell you came from in Europe. You're just making shit up because you're ashamed of your European background. Now, what else is on?
No,
Now that we've
are
established that, what else is on your mind? Talking about the damn Scottish came over in the early 1500s. Scottish were over there digging lice out their asses in their.
you gonna keep on chipping out? Or you gonna let me finish?
You do something chimping out?
Yeah, you're chipping out because you keep on muting me.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, you know what a damn chimp is, dude. I mean, you got more chimp in you than me. I don't have Reese's monkey.
No, because I
Have
have.
Reese's monkey DNA in me like you, sir. So you don't really want to go there with a chimp. I ain't got no Reese's monkey DNA in me, but you do. But go ahead. What's on your mind? Go ahead. Come on,
Yeah. I'm speaking. I'm just waiting. All right, so you know on Ancestry, right? They can tell the difference between Irish and Scottish, English and Swedish, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems like the white people that moved here a long time ago, like the original founding stock, like we like to call it, right? The founding stock. Um, the founding stock actually has a separate genetic code from the English and the Irish and the Scottish and whatever. So there is an American DNA. So when I took my ancestry.com, I do actually have American DNA.
How would you have a
So because the Europeans from hundreds of years ago have lived here for so long, they formed a different genetic code.
really? The
Really?
only people who would do that would be the English and maybe the, but you're neither one.
Combination of everything. I don't give what
You
it
said
is.
you're Scottish. You're Scottish. And the Scottish didn't,
My answer.
the Scottish, the damn city,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh shit. Hold on.
What
Yeah.
who
Okay.
okay, god damn. You're not up here with dummies, dude. You're not gonna talk that Mayo babble here.
Mayo babble here. You're not gonna talk that no shit.
It's your little wet dog smelling ass got here in the early 1600s at the earliest. You most likely came over. You're an Ellis Island Mayo babbler. That's probably when you really came over. But yeah, if you got Scottish in you, you came later. You were not nowhere near here in the 1500s. The Scots were over there digging corn or digging potato skins out their ass. They were doing
Yeah.
shit over.
The national anthem is written by a Scottish person, by the way.
Yeah, that's later.
You know that?
Yeah, Francis Guy, that was later. That was later. That
Yeah, well, in 1812, right? And so here's the
which is
thing:
late.
if you go,
Right.
do you know who Benjamin Franklin's father was?
Uh-huh.
Who was he? Who was Benjamin Franklin's father? Please tell me, smart man.
His daddy, Daddy Franklin. All right, what about him?
Daddy. Okay, so this is the low IQ Daddy Franklin
But
chat
sir,
right here.
the one with the trailer park,
Yeah.
a trailer park echo in the back, so your IQ ain't working for you that much, sir. I hear that trailer echo in the back. You're in a trailer, sir. All right?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta mute someone to actually roast them.
Because you're not
Come on, man, boy.
your mayonnaise encrusted ass is not gonna sit here goofy trolling on your in your trailer park.
No,
You in a trailer with no furniture. That's why there's an echo in there. You got a dinner table and a meth pipe. You got an empty trailer, and your voice is bouncing all off of it. So anyway, all right. Your mail babble's getting boring. All right. This is time is like
actually, it maybe it's getting a little bit factual for you,
yeah,
buddy.
yeah. Let me get you out of here. Yeah, because you're not gonna sit here trying to lie about your lineage. Yeah, like the caller said earlier, these are time-wasting trolls. That's why when you start asking basic questions, I knew he was going to be full of it when he wasn't even being honest about where he was from. These white supremacists are very ashamed of the slums of Europe they came from. He ain't been over here no damn that long. This is why knowing history is very important, family. That's why knowing history is so very important. This fool tried to say his Scottish family was over here since the 1500s. Man, please. The Scottish weren't doing a damn thing but sitting over there making rice sandwiches or rat sandwiches. They weren't doing shit. They were there starving. They weren't doing shit over there in no damn 1500s, let alone sailing across the world. Scots weren't doing shit. They came later, but I digress. Let me get some more calls in here. Let's get Miriam. Miriam in the building. Miss Miriam, hop on. Miriam in the building. Miriam, if you can unmute that mic. Miriam.
Hi.
There you go. Hey, Miriam.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, Miriam. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very excited for Trump's directive. That is very good, actually.
Okay.
You know, yeah, some of our relatives left the country 30, 40 years ago. They've never been back. Some of them left the children behind. Their parents have died. They don't want to come back to Kenya. So, well, we are waiting for them to be back. It's good to have them back.
So many people are getting sent back to Kenya?
Oh, well, we want some of them to be sent back. At least they need to come see their families. Some of them left their babies. Their babies are now adults.
Wow.
You know?
Now, are you still in Kenya now, or are you over here?
No, I am in Kenya.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So Trump is doing a good job. People need to go back to their homes, and if they want to stay in state, let them have their papers in order. That's all.
Right. There it is.
Yes.
It is. Thank you so much, Miriam. All right. And she's like, yes, we need y'all to come back home and build. I ain't mad at you. I am not mad at you, dear. All right. All right, let me see. Let's raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise your hands. Let's get Blessed Finesse in the building. Blessed Finesse in the building. Blessed Finesse.
Yo, hey man, you know I'm with the team, man. You know how we do it. Do they owe support the migrants facing deportation? Deportation, absolutely not. We don't owe nobody nothing. We have put in more work than anybody in this world for everybody else. Nobody has put in work for us. We're done with that. And I don't give a damn what you call yourself. We standing on lineage business, and that's just what it is. So we appreciate you, brother. We give you your flowers. We keep doing it, and we keep putting our foot on these people's necks. But we do it in a respectful way because we've been showing y'all love this whole time, and y'all haven't been showing us. So never try to twist that and turn it to us being a hate group when y'all are the ones doing things, and this is our lineage, not a group. Appreciate you,
My
Tariq.
man, appreciate you. Let's get Mellow in here. Mellow Pop. Mellow Pop in the building.
Hey, what's going on,
Hey, how
Rick?
you doing, Mellow?
Hey, man, we need that Nigerian the security guard story, man.
Oh Lord,
that's what we need.
I'll tell it. I'll tell it after the right time.
All right, man. I'll land my plane, man.
Thank
Peace.
you so much. I can't tell it right now. Yeah, there's some shit going on. I can't tell it now, but I give it to y'all later at another time. Raging. What's up, Raging?
Yo, my man, we got to get them all out. We got to take them out. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm going to just tell you two things. I am Hispanic, but this is America, my man. This is the things that have to happen. There are people flooding our borders. I am not a black pill or a blue pill or red pill, none of those things. What I am is America first. And this is one thing. We cannot continue to support the mass migration coming across the border. We can't. We can't. Even though the United States married us across the border and mass destination helped us secure the West, it didn't mean that we had the right to let any single person come to this country and just drop a baby or come in here to try to get a free handout. I am first, America first. Thank you. I am Hispanic. I do have Black Americans in my family. And my cousin is marrying the one and only Philadelphia Eagles. And she's Latino. Hey, let me go. That running back guy. But you know what? We don't even pay attention to that because we love you all. We love every single thing about America, and we will respect America because we're America first. And it doesn't matter who comes to our country. We love you all. Black Americans, Asian, white, black. It don't matter. But you better be American.
Yes.
If not, get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. He pro-black now because his cousin about to marry that black man who's balling. So yeah, that's why they pro-black now. Yeah. He about to marry a multimillionaire. We love their colors. We want to get tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles games. We love negros. Black and brown correlation. Yeah, y'all about to marry into a damn millionaire's family. So yeah, you are pro-black. You pro-black as hell now. Yeah, you want that cousin of yours to get some of them bands and divvy them up in the family. Hell yeah. You very pro-black now. Yeah, your cousin didn't hit the damn the lottery. About to marry a millionaire. I'm negra too. I have a black abuela. Yeah. So now you're gonna be putting some making soul food burritos now. All right. Yeah. You know, when a baller is in the family. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna be pro-black. Man. All right, let me get one or two more calls because I ain't gonna be on here all night with y'all asses. Y'all be having me on here all night. All day, all night. There's a lot of people in here. Jeremiah, what's happening? Jeremiah, unmute that microphone.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Jeremiah?
Good, what's up? How are you?
I'm good, Jeremiah. Where you from, brother?
I was born in Ethiopia, but I was raised in Australia.
There you go. Are you still living in Australia?
Yeah.
Okay, my man. So what's
Yeah.
on your mind?
Oh, I just wonder. I've been watching a bunch of your videos of these spaces, and I was like, "Whoa, these things are so cool! I can't believe it.
Mm,
I've learned so much. I watched your thing on YouTube, your movies, and I got to say, I hear you like argue a lot with the other Africans, but I got to say, I'm really because I was raised sort of watching a lot of what you guys do.
yeah.
I don't speak the Ethiopian languages, but I'm really a big fan of Africa. I love rap music. I love everything, the movies. This is just so cool, and I just wanted to let you know I support you.
Yes, sir.
I got a question.
Go,
Can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Uh, what can people that aren't FBA do to support you guys? You know.
Yes, indeed. Great question. What you do, really, 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 really support and signal boost the message for reparations for us. All right. Make sure that you say and you get out here and promote to your people and everybody else, hey, these foundational Black Americans, they need reparations. They need compensatory justice. We need all of you, and this is for all of you non-FBA people who would like to know what you can do to be allies to foundational Black Americans, and some of you Hispanics too, since y'all saying y'all need help now when it's an emergency. This is, y'all need to be out here stumping for our damn reparations. You need to be stomping for reparations for us. That's the first thing. All of you. And remember, when we're talking about reparations, there were a lot of Hispanics who were immigrants talking against it. That has to go. Y'all have to stomp for reparations first. Secondly, in your homeland, let's do business. Just like my brother Mikhail just hit me up. We need to be trading. We need to get access to some of the resources so that we can bring money and it can be an equitable thing. We bring money, you got all them resources. We need access to some of that oil. We need access to some of them diamonds. We need access to some of the gold. And we can do fair and equitable trade where we're not exploiting the people over there. There's a lot of things we can do. There's a lot of things you can do. But as foundational Black Americans, we've done a lot. Speaking of Ethiopia, I always talk about how our superstars like Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie, Quincy Jones, they donated their time. These are the biggest guys, biggest music people on the planet at the time in the 80s. They donated their time to write and produce the We Are the World song, a song to bring light to the plight of what was going on in Ethiopia, to help feed the people there, to help get people food and medicine. They used their superstardom and just donated that to help that country out. So we just across the board, we've done a lot. So the least cats can do is just stomp for the reparations, make sure the message gets out there. And also, again, let's help establish some kind of trade in your homeland so that we can do international business. You understand? All right. Should I get one more, guys? Should I get one more? Should I get one more, ladies and gentlemen? All right, let me get, let's get this guy. Let's get Prussian Cholo. This is Prussian Cholo. All right. What's going on, Prussian Cholo?
Hola, Senor Tariq, you hear me?
I hear you. What's going on now, Prussian Cholo? Are you a brown white nationalist?
Listen, homie, I'm 10% Banner. I'm 90%, European, let's say. But anyway, listen, homie, I want to ask you a question.
Now go ahead.
I'm looking to create an organization, Foundational Mexican Americans. What do you think about this?
Well, that wouldn't work because you can't be a foundational Mexican American. The terms contradict themselves. Either foundational to Mexico or America. You can't be foundational.
No, just like you, homebro. Hombre, Listen, just like you, I was born here, homie. I was born here, and these iners.
No. Y'all immigrated here. You immigrated here. You're not foundational here. That's the thing. You're not foundational here, sir. So it's not the same. All right. All right. Let me get somebody else in here. That he has to work on that material. Yeah, that fell flat real fast. All right. Man, y'all got to work on your material. All right. Y'all raise your hand if you're ready. Raise your hand if you are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise your hand if you're ready. Let's get, who's this? Where at though? Let's get Darius in here. Let's get Darius in the building. I see Brother Marcel, Nikki, Nicety down there. All right, where at though? What's up, where at though? Unmute your microphone, where at though?
Hey, Trick, just want to make a couple quick points.
Go ahead, brother.
So just real quick, I just want to everybody understand that all these other groups delineate themselves. Yeah. So Mexicans delineate themselves, Italians delineate themselves, Irish delineate themselves. When it comes to Mexico, do your Googles. Google Benito Juarez, who got exiled from Mexico, went to Louisiana, got supported by the blacks. Where the blacks get credit for that? Do your Googles on Hernandez versus Texas, where Mexicans fought for their whiteness, fought to be listed as white. Do your Googles on that.
Yep, that's LULAC.
There you go. Do your Googles on how Mexicans were used by the United States government to go and track down escaped slaves, escaped Indian Americans that ran away. Do your Googles on that. So, I mean, and at the same time, when you meet Mexicans here, what do they got? They got, oh, we Texicans, you know, we different from the Mexicans. So they try to do their own ethnogenesis here too. So let's not get it twisted that when Black Americans try to do their ethnogenesis, look, Mexicans do it, Asians do it. Let's not try to act like we the only ones that's trying to say, hey, look, we are not generic Africans. We were born here. Our families are from here. This is our land.
Yep.
So just want to put that on the table. Long time listener, first time caller. I'm gonna come back with some more hitters for you.
My man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There you go. That man said a word right there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me get up out of here. Go to officialfba.com. Get my book, Foundational Black American Race Beta, phenomenal book. Also go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Everybody, give a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. Phenomenal institution out here in LA. Supported by your support, ladies and gentlemen. Also, get the movie Microphone Check at microphonecheck.com. All right, guys, I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, lalavuve to the family. Peace.
Good way. Good way. Ooh, yeah. Good way. Ooh, subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Let's get AI.
Hey, Tariq. Thanks for the mic. I just saw the title and thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
I was curious to hear about the history lesson that you gave us about the black slaves and Mexico and how that played out. I didn't know about that, so that was really interesting.
Yeah. A lot of people, they don't know the context of all of that stuff, so it's real deep and it's real heavy. Now, where are you from, by the way, sir?
I'm from California.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you safe from the fires out here? Are you near any of the fires?
I'm very close to the fires, but I've been all right because I don't live in the hills. It's mostly in the densely forested areas that have been having most of the issues.
Yep.
Because the budget was cut, and because California is a fire ecology. That's another thing people don't really know, is that the fire is part of the natural cycle here.
Yeah.
And because of the budget cuts, they didn't get to do a good enough job of cutting back on the material that could burn, and so that's what happens when you don't do that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But I can't really speak to the racial animosity or between what happened with the Mexicans and foundational blacks, as you were saying. But what would support look like, Tariq, if this woman is asking for support? I'm not really sure what anybody could do. Obviously, I'm not black, so I can't speak for black people. But if she was saying white people or whoever should support Mexicans, what would that look like? It's hard to understand.
They really want black people to do it. They want, and a lot of people, if you notice, and thank you for the call, if you notice, anytime there's a conflict with other groups, it's very important for them to have us standing side by side with them. You see that with the Palestinians. They were running around saying that we needed to support them. They needed our support, so that their movement could have more legitimacy. And all of these other groups, some of the Israelis wanted us to support them as well. You see the white LGBT community, they always have black people as the mascots, parading them around so that they can get certain programs passed for the white LGBT community. All of these groups have to have us in the mix, just standing there with them, making noise and fighting for their causes, because foundational Black Americans, we're the only people that have been consistently aggrieved. We've had the most hardships of anybody. So if anybody deserves justice, that would be us. So when we say something is wrong, people kind of listen to it. That makes it legit. That when something is wrong, we say something is wrong, you see. So people want to align with us because they know how marginalized we've been. So if they say, hey, look, we are marginalized, people will be like, okay, well, damn it, if these Hispanics are being marginalized like blacks, we really have to do something, you see. That's why whenever they get in trouble, they start talking about black and brown. Hey, we're in this together. We're in this together. But that's contingent upon us getting out here making noise with them. You understand? Right now, we ain't doing that. You see? We're not doing that. The only people you see kind of doing that are Democrat shills. Democrats or some black people who are in the political sphere. The problem is we've delegitimized them. You understand? So the Rolands and the Sharptons and all of these people, them running around talking about, oh, what's happening to the migrants, this is so horrible. That's not going nowhere because they ain't got no clout. You got to have real grassroots clout in order for your grievances to be looked at as legitimate. And a lot of these folks ain't got no clout like that because we on the grassroots, we're not giving it to them. We're sitting it out and letting people fight their own battles because some of these people, when we've been fighting for justice, especially for ourselves, some of these were the main people telling us, hey, leave these white people alone. Stop making so much noise. Stop complaining so much, black people. You guys complain too much. Maybe everything is not about race. Maybe you just got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. You see, we get told this, hey, you blacks, why don't you take a page out of my book? Me and my family came over here with $2. Now look at us. We're doing phenomenal now. You've been here for 500 years and you still complaining. right? This is what they've been telling us. So now that Lupe and Gabriella, they're getting rounded up. Now it's like, hey, black people, we're in this together. I said, oh, no, no, no. Do you still have them same $2 you came here with? Because you're going to need it. Since you came here with $2, you're going to leave with $2. Don't look at us now. Yeah, don't look at us now and try to form an emergency coalition after you done talked all that shit. Yeah. And that goes across the board. We've had some non-FBA Caribbeans and Africans talking that same crap. And they getting wheeled up out of here too. So everybody's getting a piece of the action. Y'all saw the clip of the dude, the Haitian dude. There's a longer clip I saw, that Haitian dude. The ICE got him and he was like, I ain't going back to Haiti. I'll kill myself. Them homelands, see, they'll sit up and wave them flags. But boy, when it's time to go back, this dude is like, he's gonna commit suicide before he go back to Haiti. This dude is talking about offing himself. That's how bad he don't want to go back. Now he was over here. They said he committed all types of crimes. So yeah, we don't need that. It's very interesting. Let's get Aiden. Let's get Aiden in here.
Hey, what's up, man? There's been a few topics that were touched on that I wanted to comment on, so I don't even know where to start. But I guess one of them is deportations. And, I want to say that I'm, 100% in support. And it's not out of a lack of empathy. I know a lot of people have come over the border in the past, have earned citizenships that are incredible individuals, but what we've seen lately isn't a bunch of innocent people, trying to jump the fence. It really is an invasion, and we have to respect our own borders. So I'm 100% all in for it. I'm 100% all for, our sovereignty as a country. We are American, and we should love and respect that.
Oh yeah.
We're not given handouts. And there was something else, I just want to say that, people always talk about, race has been a big topic, but, the reality is that, we're social mammals. I mean, humans are territorial tribal creatures. People don't necessarily distinguish themselves based on race. I mean, you could have a neighborhood that one block for the other could be, they could be enemies or they can compete with each other. And, the one unifying factor that we have in the United States is being an American. And, I usually don't identify by any race, but I look like a Russian. People always think I'm from Russia. And I just was curious, and I want to ask your opinion about this, when it comes to this race game and how I just feel like the Democrats treat specifically the black community like they're like infantile. Like they always say, oh, they need support. They're nothing, they like, it feels like very demeaning. I mean, everybody that I know, regardless of race, is capable and intelligent and whatever. And there's a lot of incredibly successful people from across the spectrum. Why is it that they choose, and you could tell me, and I want to know, do you feel like what they're doing is right? I mean, I feel like they're putting people down. They're like, hey, you don't have to work. You don't have to learn. You don't have to do this. We're just going to give you handouts. And not necessarily just the black community, but let's just say migrants in general. I mean, what's your opinion on that? I just feel like it puts people down. It prevents them from excelling and succeeding and using meritocracy to grow and take advantage of some of the privileges we have in this country.
That's an incorrect premise. What handouts have black people gotten? What have we gotten? What have we gotten at the exclusion of other people that other people didn't get?
Sorry, let me rephrase that. I just think from a political perspective, they try to put you down because you're right. You guys, nobody's getting freebies, and well, the illegal immigrants lately have been getting freebies, and that has nothing to do with American people, and that's a whole different subject. But I just feel like the way that
No.
yeah.
No, we don't get anything from anybody. All right. That's like a political football that a lot of right wingers, they like to pretend that the Democrats are giving us all of these unearned freebies and benefits and affirmative action and DEI and all of that stuff. See, we don't get none of that stuff. The affirmative action, those are white women. They get most of that. These DEI programs, these are for white Hispanics, white LGBT. We don't get nothing. They don't treat us like no damn kid. They treat us like orphans and just kind of use us as mascots and then toss us to the side. We don't get anything at all. Everything black people get, we have to earn it. There is no um, set aside program specifically for us where we get some type of unearned benefit. Now, in the dominant white society, the Jim Crow era, that was affirmative action for white people. We got to be very clear. No one or no group has gotten more unearned benefits in this country than the dominant white society. You have things like the Homestead Act, where all you have to do is be white and you can get land in the western part of the country. You have preferential treatment with white predominant unions that were white only, and you would get preferential treatment with jobs just by being white. After World War II, which many of our family members had to fight in the war, when we came back, we couldn't get them those DA loans. We couldn't get those loans, but if you were white, you can get those specific home loans that was underwritten by the U.S. government, and that helped create the white middle class. That wasn't something that they earned. You got it based on race, and they're still benefiting from that now. So this whole narrative that black people got anything from the Democrats or the Republicans, we've not gotten anything whatsoever. Now they play this little hot potato game with each other, basically blaming each other for racism against us when both parties practice anti-black racism. We are the political football. Basically, they kind of compete to see who's going to give us the short end of the stick. And that's the long and short of it. This is why reparations is important. We do need reparations because that is something that is owed. That's why there's such a people are having such a hissy fit about it, because now we're really demanding some real tangibles, because tangibles are given to all these other groups except us, and the only group who really deserves tangibles, especially from the United States government, from the constant aggrievement they've levied on us since slavery, that is foundational Black Americans. So that makes sense, Aiden?
Yeah, it does. I just feel like Democrats, put the black community down specifically, whether in whatever way they can. I just feel like they're trying to prevent growth and success as a community as a whole. That's just what I kind of feel, for one. And two, if anybody is going to get anything in this nation, I would much 1,000,000% rather than us spend billions on people who don't belong in this country. We spend it on our citizens, whether it's black communities or not. We're dumping all our tax money on, on foreign politicians and illegal migrants by the millions. What are our people doing that live out here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Country. It's absolutely terrible. But I agree with you. I don't know about the reparations part. I don't know if you mean financial or to give the same kind of privileges that have been awarded over the history of the United States to other people.
No, the same thing. We're going to have to get with the Native Americans, what the red natives, what they get. We need that same exact deal. We need the exact same thing that's happening with the Native Americans. They get compensatory justice, and we need the exact same thing because we were treated way, way worse. And also, many of us are Aboriginal to this land too, and we were reclassified. So yeah, we need that. So, but I thank you so much, Aiden. Let me get some more calls. Let me get my brother Robbie in here. Robbie, hop on in.
Good morning, TARIQ. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
It's interesting with the Hispanic thing. I won't be too long-winded, but what I see is buyer's remorse because too many people have been here just trying to wash white. And what you're seeing right now is like a racial credit check. So for those who don't pass the paper bag test, for those who were thinking they were white and they were on team white supremacy, they basically feel the rug pulled underneath them, and they want foundational Black Americans to put the cape on because they know that our grassroots really does move the needle, whereas their grassroots was only just trying to look out for themselves and play both sides of the fence. And what happens is you have delineation with amongst their groups. The ones who have their American citizenship, they don't even want to associate with those that are illegal. And what happens is some of them are getting gaffled up now. So that's the only reason why they're speaking out, because they're embarrassed, because they don't stand on business like we do. And, some of these suspected white supremacists, I see all these groups popping up. I was in one earlier. They kept muting me. They are so concerned about foundational Black Americans getting reparations, and then they always are concerned about the dollar amount. So my thing is, white folks just have 500 milligrams of denial they take every day, and they have a master's degree in deflection. And as long as we come up with receipts, and as long as we have people like yourself that bring the scholarship, it arms us with so much knowledge that all they can do is either troll or get angry. And as you say, everybody right now needs to hold their own. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man, Robbie makes a very good point, man. Look, all of these other groups, look, whenever they talk about them fighting for civil rights, don't let them run this game. They were fighting to be labeled as white. Every one of these people, when they have a so-called civil rights movement, they would fight. They're like, look, oppression is okay, just long as it's not us. Hey, it's okay to be oppressive, but just let us be white, and then we can all oppress the Blacks together. It's that type of deal. So whenever they talk like the Hispanics, they're real big on that. They like to talk about these civil rights movements that they were doing before us. That wasn't no damn civil rights movement. They were just fighting to be damn white. That was not a civil rights movement. We had a real civil rights movement where we wanted to have everything equal for everybody. That was our thing. We said, hey, everybody should be treated fairly, regardless of race, color, sexual orientation. That's what our vibe was. Let's treat everybody equal. The immigrants come over, don't have no racial quota. Let the Blacks over here too. Let the Africans, the Caribbeans, the Asians, everybody come on over. That was our vibe. You see, that's why people want to align with us so much. There's a reason why people want to align with foundational Black Americans, because that's because of our historical leadership in social justice movements. See, we have a long history of leading civil rights and social justice movements. That's what we're known for. We've set the precedent for fighting systematic oppression. So that's why people always want to align with us when things get hot. Also, family, we have a moral authority and credibility because of our enduring struggle against slavery, segregation, Jim Crow, systematic racism. We have a unique moral authority that makes our support symbolically powerful. So when we align with somebody, that legitimizes their movement. When we don't, everybody's like, well, damn it, oh well. I'm telling you, that's why, family, everything is all eyes on us. All of these people, shit start happening to them. The whole narrative is them. What are the foundational Black Americans doing? Where they at? Come on, y'all. Why don't y'all foundational Black Americans help us? That's why a lot of us are confused. Like, why y'all really looking at us? Yeah, they need us. We have the global influence, ladies and gentlemen. Foundational Black American culture, I'm talking about music, fashion, language, food, all of that, that's global influence. And other groups recognize that aligning with us, that can amplify their causes, because the world is always looking at what we do. You know? Also, man, we have proven organizational power as a block. There's a lot of us, family. I want foundational Black Americans to really, 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 really appreciate this, family. We are the only group of people. We're not really tribal like that. We're not really tribal. This is why I want us to understand our power, foundational Black American family. It's 43 million of us. The majority of us know how to get on code. That's actually very dangerous to the status quo, but it's very powerful because we're thousands of miles away. Foundational Black Americans in Oakland will be on code with foundational Black Americans in South Carolina, even though we're 3,000 miles away. Whereas over in Africa, the tribe or across the street, they won't be on code with them. Or in the Caribbean, the village next door, they won't be on code with them. So people can't really organize because they still got them tribal hangups, even with Mexico and Hispanics here. You have some Hispanics that are trying to get on code for justice, but then you have a whole bunch of Nick Fuenteses and Enrique Tarrios. You know what I'm saying? So they can't really organize and get on code. It's too many sellouts among them who are trying to align with whiteness. They're not going to really challenge white supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? None of these groups are not going to really organize and challenge something that they aspire to be. They aspire to be like these people. So the pushback is going to be minimum. It's going to be minimal. They're not going to have that much pushback against these white supremacists because they want to get their foot in the door. So what they want to do is have us do the fighting for them and do the dirty work for them so they can step over our bloody bodies and then walk into whiteness. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they want us to do the damn dirty work for them. So they can kind of hide their hand while we fight for rights that they get, and then they ain't got to get on the bad side of the white supremacists by fighting them for real, for real. We do that, and then they can walk in with their hands clean. Like, hey, when you were getting beat up, I didn't punch you. It was the blacks. You see? So we got to understand the game out here. And also, man, with us, man, we got political visibility. And when we support an issue as foundational Black Americans, it will garner significant media attention. You understand? And the political pressure, that's going to kind of force the hands of people. Yeah. And also another thing about us, man, many groups, they use the narrative of shared oppression to appeal to us for solidarity, trying to frame their struggles as interconnected. See, this is why we keep hearing this thing. Some people try to use scare tactics because we're just chilling as foundational Black Americans and we ain't, this ain't affecting us. They keep trying to scare us with, well, what's happening to these migrants, Black people, y'all gonna be next. They keep saying that and it don't make no sense. Next for what? Where are they gonna deport us to? South Carolina? They're going to take us to Georgia? Where are they going to take us? This is our land. This is our homeland. We're not going to get deported nowhere. This is our homeland, ladies and gentlemen. We're not immigrants. We're the only non-immigrant group here. We're not going for those scare tactics. Those scare tactics, that's not going to work. You understand? And also with us as foundational Black Americans, we already have established networks of advocacy organizations and activist networks and platforms where we already stand on business. Listen, look at our platform. We're always talking about issues that affect race and gender, well, race and nationality. We're always talking about justice and challenging white supremacy. We do that all the time. That's a normal thing for us. We do it so much they say we're race baiting. So we do this all the time. So we know how to move and shake around this thing. That's why they want to align with us when things get hot. Because we already got the networks to discuss and organize and push back against these issues. You see? And the thing is, man, again, we cannot underestimate our political leverage. We got strong voting power, man. And we have that in key areas that makes a lot of our political endorsements or our advocacy critical for many aggrieved groups who want to seek some systematic change. Our political power, we really have to understand how thorough it is. See, they try to minimize that. And we showed them in this last election how powerful our voting bloc is. Just a small number deviated off the normal path of what they expect us to do. And that made a whole political party crash and burn. The Democrats are hemorrhaging. They don't know what they're going to do. And now all these other groups are scrambling, trying to figure it out because we're sitting it out, chilling, waiting on these tangibles to come on through. And the thing is, with us as foundational Black Americans, historically, we've always shown compassion and inclusivity, and we've all often championed people's causes, and we did things that would benefit other marginalized groups, even when those groups haven't reciprocated the support. Now we're like, it's time for everybody to hold your own nuts. Because now people are going to have to get a wake-up call. You're going to have to learn the hard way. Y'all been doing little weird shit to foundational Black Americans. A lot of y'all have been sabotaging our tangibles. Anytime we talk about getting things for ourselves, people, all these so-called marginalized groups, they've been talking against it. They've been going to our reparations meetings, getting on these panels and getting on these committees, specifically sabotaging things. Remember out there in Chicago, when you had Black people who were activists at a city council meeting talking about reparations, you had damn illegal migrants up in there shouting the Black people down. Get a job. You're not getting no money. You're lazy. And they're yelling at Black people with a damn accent. They got an accent telling the Black people they're lazy. And then y'all want to act like you don't know why Black people ain't putting the cape on for your cousin getting rounded up? Really? Come on now. Don't act confused. You know what it is. You know you don't deserve us to go out here and cape for you. We ain't dumb. This whole thing of this blind allegiance, those days are over. You know good and well you don't deserve our support. You know you don't. And the shaming tactics ain't gonna damn work. It's give and receive time. Everything is gonna have to be equal. We're gonna have to get equal support. We're gonna have to have equal allies. If y'all want us to jump out the window and put the cape on, FBA family, I'm telling you, the delineation, like a brother said earlier, very powerful. That was a powerful thing that we did. They weren't expecting that, us delineating and really focusing on our lineage. I've been telling people that's where the power is. The power is in our lineage, man. The power is in our lineage. That's where our strength is. That's why they've always tried to break us up and have us thinking that we're some displaced African or we're some generic African. And they always wanted to make us feel like we're foreigners on our own land. No, 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 no. The strength and the power is here. Our ancestors knew this. They knew this was their land. I want y'all to understand this. Our ancestors knew this was their land. They knew. That's why most of them knew some of the indigenous tribes that they were connected with. They knew this was their land, and they knew the connection they had with the land. Back in slavery and early Jim Crow, we had very powerful connections to the land. We were practicing conjure, root work, hoodoo. All of that was giving a connection to the land, the environment. We would get strength from our environment. You understand? We're very powerful people. We got to really understand that. Let me get some more calls in here. Let's get Congo in the building.
Mr. TARIQ NASHEED, what's up, baby?
Hey, Brother Congo, how you doing, sir?
All good, all good. You touching on all the right stuff tonight, so that's what's up. And let me let you know, the reason why they call me Congo, because you always get on me. My daddy was born in 1937. He was 54 years old when he had me. I was born in 1981. He was a world traveler. He fought in the Korean War. He nicknamed me Congo, and my little brother Shabala was an evil spirit and a good spirit through Africa. But I'm foundational Black American.
Oh,
he was actually Blackfoot, Cherokee, Irish, and Black. By the way, in Massachusetts and Oklahoma. My mom's people come up out of Arkansas, Helena, Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm foundational Black American all the way.
Love it. Love it.
So I'm staying in Oakland, California. You already know that. Much love from the 10.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter, my youngest daughter, she's 7 years old. So she's going to this school. It's mostly predominantly Mexican. She learns Spanish and English at this school. 80% Spanish, if you can believe that, right here in Oakland, California, 20% English. My wife go to pick her up today from school, and they did the Joe Clark. They got the chains on them window. I
Wow.
said, yep, they fight for ISIS. And these are the battles that we go through in California. And this is why they don't understand why we stump so hard for deportation. Because me, as a 43-year-old black man, we never had to learn Spanish. But now, my daughter at 7, growing up in Oakland, the town totally flipped to more Spanish. So now she has to learn this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think it'll benefit her later on. But at the same time, look at the trials and tribulations she has to go through now with this ICE raid. And me and my sister was talking earlier, and I'm like, you right, Tariq, we got to get them out of here. You feel sad for the kids, though. We all human, you know, like you said, we've been through so much degradation. We know how it go. But yeah, they have to hold their own nuts, and this is what we going through in Oakland, California. That's my report. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Appreciate your brother. Shout out to the town.
Put some rude work on you. Yeah. Put some rude work on, yeah. Put some rude work on you. Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Let's get Nigel in the building. Brother Nigel.
Yeah, Tariq, I just had some questions. So there's all this talk about deportations and stuff like that. And you know, you talk about immigration. Do you think that, do you want to basically forego any kind of immigration from Africa to the United States at all? Like, do you just want that to stop?
I mean, no, people can come. I mean, we shouldn't just be flooded. Shouldn't be flooded, and all of our resources are given to kind of prop people up over here, because some of those resources, they need to go to the people here. We got a lot of people here who could use some of those resources. Unfortunately, when we have a lot of immigration, a lot of our tax dollars are going to house people, feed people, to give them medical care. So before we do all that, we need to just zip it up for a minute and let's get everybody straight here. That's where I am now. Once we get a lot straight here, then we can say, okay, let's get some more folks over. But just draining our resources when we have people over here in need, I'm not with that. And that's for all Americans. There's a lot of people across the board who they need assistance, they need jobs, they need these resources, they need the proper medical care. And I think that they go to citizens first, right?
Yeah, no, I'm all in favor of that. And I guess my second question would be, there's all this talk about like Mexicans, brown people, non-black people who took advantage or the beneficiary of kind of the civil rights movement, and do you feel like they didn't support you? But there's a long history of that kind of cooperation, collaboration. You mentioned, I don't know what remember the name of the organization was, the Latino organization.
LULAC, yeah.
Yeah. That you clearly, you don't feel like it was enough. What do you think the sufficient level of support should be?
But not enough. They didn't do shit. What do you mean enough? What did LULAC do? LULAC, not only did they not do nothing, they famously told us what they weren't going to do for us. The presidents of LULAC back in the 50s and 60s, they famously said, hey, the Negro problem ain't our problem. Let them fight their own fights. They were vocally against us, actually. So yeah, forget about doing a little. They didn't do shit. Huh?
Stuff like, well, there are Jewish activists who helped with the civil rights movement and so on. And so you have felt like the Palestinians want black people on their side because they feel like they're indigenous, but Jewish advocacy groups want black people on their side because they feel like they're indigenous to Israel. But Malcolm X was like very famously on the side of Palestinians. And so I think it's again, I don't even know what support would look
But
like.
here's the thing with that though. See, you can't point to a group of one of some of the activists and then ignore the other ones. Like again, you had a couple of Hispanics in the 60s who were cool. You had a couple, but for the most part, those Latin American organizations were not really rocking with us like that. Now you had a couple of Puerto Rican cats who were cool. Even with the Jewish thing, yeah, you had some Jewish people that were connected with the civil rights movement, but you also had some Jewish people who were anti-black, who were part of the reasons why we needed civil rights. You had the Levitt brothers who created the Levitt towns, um, which were some of the first suburbs, and they were infamously anti-black. They didn't let black people move into those suburbs. I think they damn near went to to the Supreme Court to make sure black folks didn't get into those suburbs. Y'all Google the Levitt brothers. One of them was on Time Magazine, the Man of the Year. You had many of those stores, like the Woolworths and all of those stores that were discriminating against black people in the 60s. Many of those were Jewish-owned stores. Uh,
Mhm.
you had people like the Dan Burrows of the world, who he was in the American Nazi Party, but he was Jewish. You know what I'm saying? So you had that too.
Like there's a passage from like Baldwin somewhere where like all the people who ran the stores in the ghettos back then were Jewish, basically. All the landlords were Jewish. And so he has like this complicated relationship with them because he can recognize that they're the victims of anti-Semitism, but they also propagated discrimination. And so I guess you have to balance that with all the like a lot of the freedom writers and folks like that were actually Jewish. So I'm still curious though, like what should like if you had your druthers and you could had all the heads of like Latino, Asian, Jewish organizations, and you're like, this is what you need to do to get the total support of just foundational Black
Right.
Americans. What would you like?
What they would do, this is what if they want our support, if everybody wants our support, they should all get together and say, hey, we're going to make sure that foundational Black Americans get the reparations they deserve without them leeching off of it. Because the thing is, anything that we get, it's a catalyst for all of these other groups to leech off of it. Like affirmative action was supposed to be a corrective program for foundational Black Americans. And then they threw in the word minority, and then everybody was able to benefit off of affirmative action. Even with the DEI programs, those were some things that were supposed to be for us based on the whole Black Lives Matter thing and all of the Black people being harmed down here unjustly. So they said, hey, we need diversity, equity, inclusion. And then that turned out to be a bunch of white LGBT stuff. White Hispanics, Asians, all these other groups, they are the DEI hires. It's not Black people. We do not get nothing from that DEI nonsense. That's why we're not tripping about it being thrown out. So we need everybody to get on board to say we're going to make sure that foundational Black Americans get the reparations that are owed to them because it's long overdue. They do that, they got my support. I'll be right out here, hey, stop that deportation. So yeah, that's what they need to do, right?
Yeah, no, I was just curious. And I guess I'm maybe I'm hogging the time, but I'm gonna ask anyways. So you mentioned that a lot of the folks that I guess the white community or non-black people look or think of as the leaders of the black community, like Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton. And they're I mean what, they're in their 70s now, I think.
Right.
So they've been forever. You said that they don't have the support that they think they have or that a lot of people have. Does that support come to you, you think, or are they just sort of those people are just burned out on black identity politics of whatever
I don't quite understand the question. You say, does the support come to me? I don't know what that means.
Yes, you said that Jesse Jackson, he doesn't have the kind of support of the community at one point in space. Do you remember that?
No, I didn't say Jesse. I said Sharpton and
Sharpton.
Roland Martin, people like that.
Yeah. So if they're a puppet or figurehead, or they just don't have as much support as they would like people to think. Do you think those people support you, or I'm just curious where you think that kind of wherever Black people think of as their community leaders are. If they're not those people, who are they?
Okay, I see that. Okay, yeah. So right now there's a new paradigm shift now because we're getting out of the follow the person as a leader business. That's not working. And I constantly tell people I'm not the leader of anything, nor do I want to be. What we're doing now, we're having the code be the leader. That's why what's going on now, there's a major delineation movement going on right now. And it's leaderless. There's no leader. We're just looking at logic as being the leader. We're looking at codification being the leader. We're looking at programs being the leader. So everybody's just getting on the same page logically about what we need. We don't need a person kind of saying, hey, I'm going to do this and everybody follow me here. Because what happens is that all the person's just going to get targeted. That's it. They target leaders. They're going to either kill them or co-opt them. Al Sharpton, nobody's really looked at him as a leader of Black society. That's something that white society prop up and say, hey, he's the leader here, he's the leader there. He's a Democrat. Basically, his job is to do the bidding of the Democrats and to be a buffer and a liaison from the Democrats to Black society. So he's propped up by the Democrat leadership. So we know that the community is aware of that. So that's why there's a major grassroots movement right now that's leaderless. Logic is the leader and our lineage is the leader, because that's another thing. We're getting codified about our lineage. And this is why we get a lot of stuff done, because everybody's on the same page for what's in the best interest of the lineage. So that's working for us right now. And that's way nobody's going to be targeted. So if somebody's getting targeted, that's not going to bust up the momentum of what's going on because there is no leader. Usually, like in the 60s, you put a leader out there, the leader gets shot up, and then the whole movement goes to hell. So we're not doing that one-man leadership game. Right now, logic and codification is the leadership. That makes sense?
Sort of. I mean, is there a political program that accompanies that, or is it consciousness raising, or what's the outcome? What's the end
I
goal?
mean, there can be a political program. I mean, the only thing we're doing right now is we're demanding reparations. The program is reparations, and we want that to happen by any means. So yeah, there's a lot of us on the reparations kick. In this last election, we kept telling them if they don't give us reparations, we're going to make sure that the Democrats crash and burn. They didn't give reparations. We made them crash and burn. So that's the political program. If you don't give us what we want, your party ain't going to get the support of this large voting bloc that's very powerful. You see?
Hmm. Yeah. No, it's interesting. I just wanted to ask those
Yes,
questions.
sir. Hey, man, thank you so much, Nigel. I appreciate you.
Hmm.
All right. Yeah, man, the code is the leadership. The code is the leadership, ladies and gentlemen. That's why there's a reason why people always trying to assign leadership to us. TARIQ Nasheed is the leader. I ain't the leader of nothing. I am not the leader of anything because we don't need no leader. The codification of our needs, that's the leadership right there. Our lineage, that's the leadership. We're being led by logic and lineage. And when you understand and appreciate your lineage and who you are, instinctively, you're going to do what's best for you and your lineage. Instinctively. You understand? That's why they know this. This is why they always infuse us with tethers who dissipate our energy and start talking against our best interest as a lineage. Because a lot of people get in our mix who are not of our lineage. That's why when we start talking about reparations and tangibles, all of a sudden they find the blackest person they can to put right up under us talking about we don't need nothing. Man, we don't need no reparations. We need to pull ourselves up and leave these white people alone. We don't need this. And then we look in the background of this person talking about what we don't need. It's some damn East African. We find out it's some person who ain't even qualified to get reparations. Yeah. So yeah, we start looking at that and then we start delegitimizing these people. That's the great thing about delineation. We start seeing where people are from and why they are coming in our mix, trying to dissipate the energy, and then we delegitimize them. So when they come around, we already know what their get down is.
In the heart of nature, we find our true strength, a connection to our roots, to the land, to each other. Introducing Rootwork deodorant, infused with the potent power of High John the Conqueror root. Embrace the natural strength and resilience passed down through generations. Feel the purity of natural ingredients, harmonizing with your body and spirit. Rootwork deodorant, bringing you in tune with nature and with yourself. Rootwork deodorant. Connect, empower, thrive. Available now at rootworkstyle.com.
Subscribe.
Now let's get King Kaz in here.
Hey, what's going on, TARIQ?
How you doing, Kaz?
Chilling, man. Oh man, I'm a supporter of man. And one thing he said about FBA is that y'all don't really do anything outside of the internet.
But he's
and I remember.
But he's FBA.
Yeah, but a lot of us, we don't claim the FBA moniker. Like
You're foundational Black American. We're not a group. He's a foundational Black American. You're a foundational Black American, whether you claim it or not. I don't claim African American, but on paper I'm African American. I don't like it, but I'm African American. So that's an irrelevant point you're making. You are of the lineage.
But did a lot of your people even go out and vote? Like a lot of people mad that Trump is in right now, but did a lot of them, first of all, a lot of them had Trump banners on their platforms, FBA guys and stuff like that claim it, and then the other half didn't even vote from the start. And that's why people are saying that this movement is really just an internet movement, man.
How's it an internet movement? And that's your lineage.
Because when we talk about reparations, we had groups like In Cobra that people could have worked with. You talked down on them and saying they did nothing, burgers, whatnot, but they were the first ones to push the paperwork far as reparations. Go ahead.
They weren't. And Cobra ain't talking about no real reparations. And Cobra talking about repatriating to Africa. Have you heard the shit that they say? They're not talking about it. They don't even want cash benefits. They're talking nothing. In Cobra, those are Democrat shills, dude. The name of their game is to just keep us talking in circles indefinitely while they get broken off. In Cobra is a damn joke. Why you think we ain't got nothing with them? They've been around forever. What stopped them? Huh?
Well, the white power structure,
right?
The same structure that's been stopping everybody. The white power structure.
Okay, then they were ineffective because the white power structure has always been here. So that means they were ineffective for 30 years. So why do we, on the grassroots now, we got reparations in the public lexicon all over the place now. We've done that in a few years, sir. So yeah, we're doing.
Well, they didn't have. And Cobra didn't have social media then, TARIQ. If they had social media like how we have now, it would have been the same thing.
Has been around for 25 years as we know it, from MySpace to Facebook to Black Planet. So social media as we know it has been around for 25 years. That's not an excuse. They could get because you just criticized talking about an internet movement, and now you're saying that they didn't have an internet movement to propel them. We're out in the streets doing this stuff. We done had 2 successful rallies out there in Washington, D.C., signal boosting the message, bringing thousands of people out. So we're all over the place. It ain't just on the internet, but everybody's on the internet to push messages and keep the agenda out there in the lexicon. So we on the grassroots are doing great things. Now, sir, what are you doing to help?
TARIQ, I've met Claude Anderson. I've met Claude Anderson before the internet was even around. I've sat with him, Cobra. We sat out there. We pushed up as part of the Trying to Black Badana different pan-African groups. What y'all are doing is delineating from these groups and dissing the elders. TARIQ, That's like a
Okay.
slap in the
So
face for all the
so you
elders that have pushed this thing forward.
so you haven't done anything.
No, I have worked with these
No,
groups,
you
but these new neo groups that
let's
sound
slow down. So
conservative,
you said you
y-
sat with some groups. Okay. You sat with some groups and did what? What did you accomplish, sir? King Cass, what did
Tyreek, we had programs all over Detroit. We had the Quaba Center. We helped get mayors in. The Shrine of the Black Madonna helped get Coleman Young and Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick in. We helped get the mayors in Atlanta and Chicago at the
who?
time.
Who is we? What
Like
well, you just saying stuff.
the Shrine of the Black Madonna, the Black Slate, and Cobra, and
They
other different groups that have done this. I was with
You
the
know
Shrine.
they didn't. They didn't help get no mayors nowhere, sir. They know they didn't. You just saying.
Kwame was a part of my church. He was a part of my church.
That
Tyreek
don't mean
Nasheed.
nothing. You just all you doing is talking about people that you sat next to. Kwame went to damn jail, dude. They put Kwame in jail. You understand?
We didn't put Kwame
Yeah.
in jail. They put
So
the
y'all
same white
talking.
power structure that you were complaining
Y'all
about.
couldn't protect Kwame. Trump let that man out. You understand? Biden didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a power move. We know he's playing a power move, and I don't blame Kwame for going down there because the Democrats let him down or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just basically saying,
I'm talking
go
Democrats
ahead.
ain't shit. And sounds like you're rocking hard with the Democrats because if you within Cobra and sound like you're a member of Cobra. And in Cobra, they ain't my damn elders. Just because you old, if you selling us out, you ain't my elder. Claude Anderson is my elder. In fact, I brought Claude Anderson out of retirement over a decade ago when I put him in the movies. Claude Anderson had retired. I brought him back out there in the public lexicon. That's why he's all over the place now in my movie. So I'm already up on Claude Anderson. That's one of my master teachers and mentors. All right. So we out here getting it in,
Well,
doing the work for real. This is why people are making sure the Democrats crash and burn. That was us on the grassroots making that happen. That ain't just no damn internet. That's real grassroots work, sir.
but
Go ahead.
but Tyreek, I was with Brother Claude when we were trying to get Africa Town here in Detroit. Now we had other pushback, but we were trying to get a black Africa Town here in Detroit with Brother
And them
Claude.
Democrats out there messed it up. Them Democrat ass Sambos messed it up. I know about that. It was them who messed it up. They were like, man, we shouldn't be too black now. When you start talking about doing stuff specifically for the black community, and speaking of lineage, if Claude Anderson was the main one talking about lineage-based benefits, where I got it from. So you keep talking about Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson, I got the game from him. He was the one talking about things need to be lineage based and how we shouldn't call ourselves African American. We should be Native Black Americans. And I said, okay, instead of Native, let's just put the word foundation in front of it because people might think that we're trying to be like the Red Indian tribe. So that's where I got the game from. So you're bringing up Claude Anderson, which is proving my point, sir, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing. FBA, look, the moniker, I rock with the moniker, but when you start saying we Moors and Aboriginals and stuff like that, my folks ain't no Indians from this land. My folks came from Africa, man. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
Like we all did. I don't identify with no Indian tribes here, you know.
okay.
And we look at the Aboriginal stuff as pseudo,
No,
man.
no, it's not pseudo. Claude Anderson talks about this. You keep talking about Claude Anderson, but you keep denying the stuff that he says. Claude Anderson has been in my movie talking about the Folsom people and black Aboriginal people that were already on this land. That's scientifically proven. You know, that's not even up for debate. There were black people on this land for thousands of years. That's not, you know, we were mixed in with the African people who were brought over. This is not pseudo. They've done excavations and they've done reconstructions of what some of these Aboriginal people look like, and they reconstruct them and they look like black people today. So that's not even up for discussion. So if you want to be in denial about that, that's fine. But the truth is still going.
I mean, we can go to see Indians with big lips and wide noses, Tyreek. You know what I'm saying? Like they still there in South America. You know, this is a tropical. It's a feature of the tropics. That's a feature of the tropics and
Well, what
stuff like that.
down in South
Now,
America?
did
Are you
you
saying
said
that
what?
South America is the tropics? I'm talking about up here and even North America on the east coast of the United States. You had black-skinned, woolly-haired Aboriginal people, and we were part of that. We were mixed in with the Africans who came over. But to say that there were not black people or black skinned, woolly haired people over here. When these people traveled all over the other parts of the world, you go to Samoa, they're black skinned people with afros. You go to places in Polynesia, black skinned people with afros. All over New Guinea, they call it New Guinea because they look like the people from Guinea, Africa. There's black skinned people with afros. You go to Fiji in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, black skinned people with afros. If they reach those places, you think they couldn't reach here?
Well, yeah, I can see the Polynesians come, but them not our people. They done migrated out of
You
Africa
think
30,000 years
you
ago
think
and stuff like that.
Africans couldn't have reached over here?
Now, it's a story about a skier the great selling over here. It's a couple of stories, but we still trying to prove that. You know what I'm saying? We need to let the proof and the archaeology tell the story and stuff like that. I don't want to jump to conclusion and say, oh yeah, the Cherokee was black, because the
So,
Cherokee ain't black. They bred the dark brown,
so
but they
the
ain't black.
people,
And
hold
this
down.
is what these Aboriginals like Dane Calloway
Wait,
talking
wait,
about.
Dan Calloway's a clown. That's not even serious conversation. But you talk about the Polynesians. The Polynesians initially came out of Africa, and some of them admit this,
Yeah.
right? You do acknowledge.
Yeah, it was what that one tribe they said they came out of Kenya. I'm trying to
Well,
think of which island. I think that was Fiji or something
I
like
was
that.
just in Fiji not too long ago. They told me this. They told me their origin is East Africa. They told me this. They came.
Okay, maybe I'm confusing it then, Tyreek. So you don't deal with that Dane Calloway stuff that he
No,
be
he's
talking, because
a,
that was my
no, hell no.
presumption.
He's an idiot. He's one of
Okay.
the he's an idiot. I don't even bring him up in serious conversation. But I don't bring some of that
Okay.
troll stuff. We don't bring that. And also, speaking of trolls, you said you rock with is a troll, an admitted troll. So you can't right,
Yeah,
but you
you're troll, man.
say you support one but discredit the other. And one person is an admitted troll, and that's all he does is troll. So bring that up as a troll conversation.
Well, he said that, man, people have seen go out there. He said he's worked with the youth and all that, but he said his moniker is, and folks don't want to listen to that. So the thing they want to listen to is ignorant nigga shit. So he said that's how he get his message through.
Oh, then why
You know what I'm saying?
let ignorant nigga stuff? You brought that into a serious conversation. You brought that into a serious conversation. You understand? So you kind of pick and choose what you want to be serious about and what kind of troll material you want to promote. You see? See, that's the problem.
Tyreek, I'm just against the thing that y'all talk against pan-Africanism and being black. I understand the calling out the man, but like it's like when I'm talking to your followers, bro,
What
they talking to Dane Calloway stuff. Not you, and not you per se, but your
I don't
followers talking to Dane
I don't
Calloway
have
stuff. Or
they're
they
not followers. People don't have to I don't want people to follow me. I want people to follow logic. I've never told anybody to follow me. You follow logic and follow your lineage. You don't have to follow me. And there's 43 million foundational Black Americans. I don't know what the hell all 43 million people are saying. 43 million people don't follow me. And there are people who identify as foundational Black Americans who don't even follow me. The term is out there now. Many people use that term. As far as pan-Africanism, pan-Africanism was really something that we were holding up by ourselves. What have you done to create a pan-Africanism success story as a pan-Africanist? You.
Well, I said I was a part of the organization. I'm still a part of the Shrine of the Black Madonna. But we were responsible for getting the schools here. We got the food co-op here. It's a black grocery store down on Woodward right now, with Baba Malik. We established some of the first black
Okay, that's not
bookstores here. So we were
where's the
doing our part.
Pan-African part? That's you doing stuff here in the United States. Where's the Pan-African thing? Where's the connection to Africa? What are you doing in Africa?
So one of the things about Africanism is working together. Like these schools that we put together were African schools, African-centered schools with African-centered education. You know
What's
what I'm saying?
African-centered education?
Us not telling from a Eurocentric point of view. We're talking about Mali, we're talking about Kemet, we teaching the basics, mathematics and everything, but we're telling about our history, Tyreek. Like we're talking about our history versus a history coming from a
Okay.
Eurocentric
Do you
standpoint of view.
teach the Black American history? Because that history is more prevalent, it's more pronounced. There are more success stories in recent history. So that's what I primarily focus on. Yeah, stuff in ancient Africa, that's cool too, to talk about it, but that's not Pan-Africanism. Where's the Pan-African part? Where's the success stories? Talking about Egypt, that's
Well,
not
we're part.
Pan-Africanism. We
Yeah,
what?
but we're part of the pan. Look, we are a unit. We're the diaspora. We're the diaspora within the pan African and within Pan Africanism. Like somebody be in Cuba with their culture, they'd be a part of Pan African. Brazil, that's not. We're talking about trade and business and different things amongst each other or whatnot. We all suppressed by the same European white supremacist
Yeah,
system. Whether you in
but
Africa, Cameroon, or you in
but
Detroit, Michigan.
okay, since we're all oppressed by the same white supremacists, how come we're the only ones fighting white supremacy and the other groups ain't really doing it?
Them brothers over there in Mali, was it the Burkina Faso, Mali, and is it Chad where they kicking the French out right now? Wouldn't we say that's a part of Pan Africanism right there?
Okay, what does that have to do with you? Now, are you over there in Africa? What African country is giving you citizenship without you having to break bread?
I mean, Sierra Leone just gave my uncle citizenship based on the DNA test. So I'm going to do that probably the next couple of years and go do that. My uncle just got his citizenship
Yeah,
over there in Sierra Leone. So they are giving citizenship without paying the
I
bread.
that because everybody, the people I know who go over there to Sierra Leone and Liberia and places like that, they got to come up out them pockets to get some citizenship. They got to grease some palms to get citizenship over there. Even in Ghana, where they talking all that year return stuff, we got to go over there and break bread. And then when you break bread, there was a woman over there just did a video talking about she's getting scammed. She's over there in Nigeria. Folks over there getting scammed out of their land. I don't know where all this pan-Africanism, these success stories, there are none, to be honest. We just go with that. There's no real.
Yeah, but a nigga could get scammed in LA or Detroit.
But
I went to LA
I
and
will get
almost
scammed.
got into it with Bloods
I
there,
would
for saying the wrong thing.
I would rather stay here and then worry about getting scammed than going 10,000 miles to get scammed. At least I can get my money back over here if I get scammed. Yeah. It's too common to go over there. And that's why y'all ain't over there. Y'all talk about Pan-Africanism, y'all ain't never over there. Why are you?
That's a lot of people can't afford to get over there, Tyreek. Like, you got to remember, we have a system that's oppressing us. A lot of people can't afford it.
Yeah, you can. You can go over there if you wanted to. It ain't that high to live over there, but you can't afford to pay them off to get citizenship. That's probably what you can't afford. And the fact that you got to break bread to go over there and get citizenship, that's a problem. You see? And by the way, Kaz, where's your family from?
I told you I'm from Detroit, man. I think we talk. I mean to say, man, Tyreek, you remember I told you that I went to Kettering and you took a picture in
Yeah,
front of the
years
K,
ago.
stuff like that. So my folks from the East Side. My great grandmother come from Georgia. My great grandfather come from Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So my folks. If we consider FBA, I'm
okay.
FBA.
Because yeah, when I see people really pushing, why are you pushing Pan-Africanism so hard?
But that's how I came up. Remember back in the early 2000s, we were going to the black bookstore. I know Cyrus said it. We went to your movie. What was that? 1804. 1804. We both attended that. It was great, man. We was all out there. We talking about the movie. It was some funny shit going on there. A couple white boys.
Oh, you're breaking.
Came in, but we was like, I'm not against you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo. Okay. Yeah, but at that time I've always been a pan-Africanist. Ever since I was 17, 18. It was just something, knowledge itself. You feel what I'm saying? So I've been rocking with you since probably 2015. I found out about you from the beef between you and Tommy back in the day. And when I looked you up, I started listening to you or whatnot. So I've been following you since that time. Not since the King Flex time.
But yeah, my thing is we are focusing on lineage-based policies because that's where our strength is. We've been doing this whole thing where we're trying to look out for everybody, and everybody ain't looking out for us. That's the reality. Pan-Africanism has to be a two-way street. The reality is when other groups come over here, They ain't really looking out for us. They're looking out for their own interests. And okay, that's fine. We are going to look out for our own interest as far as our lineage. Now, what is wrong with that, King?
Well, when it comes to reparations, I agree that it needs to be lineage based. That if you're fighting for reparations, you need to get it from the country or the people that oppressed you. So I
Right.
totally agree with that.
There it is. Let me get my
You know.
brother Robbie.
So can I be Pan-African and be FBA, brother? This is to be my last question. I don't want to hold you. I know
Brother,
other people want to talk, but can I be Pan-African FBA?
listen, FBA is a lineage. You are or you're not. It's not something that's negotiable. You can be a crackhead and be a foundational American. It's not an ideology. It's just what you are. That's why everybody's not going to agree. Now, I disagree with the Pan-African thing because pan-Africanism has been misused and been misinterpreted. It's basically us uplifting everybody. And I don't agree with doing that anymore. But if you come from a foundation of Black American lineage, that doesn't change, even though we might have different ideologies. Our lineages are the same. That's why when you brought up Mr. White, yeah, he trolls or whatever. That's why I don't take it seriously. We're from the same lineage, so just even engaging that is pointless.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Right.
Damn, broke
You know
up.
what, brother Tariq? You dodge these trolls like Muhammad Ali. Cats be trying to bait you in so they can be recording your spaces. I seen something earlier. I won't give the brother any shine, but I be on the low checking YouTube, seeing people who talk greasy, and I see how you don't respond. And what I noticed, they'll try to pay clips from your Twitter feeds and all of that just to try to give themselves clout. So there's a lot of bottom feeders out here. So we ain't going to give them no time or energy. But on a serious note, what we were saying was the finesse of the civil rights movement. I think this is very important for the family to understand, because I was asking this question today. I said, since they act like there's this people of color thing and there's this whole minority coalition, what was everybody else doing during segregation? Well, guess what? Asians were able to live amongst whites. Latinos were able to live amongst whites. They were able to go to schools. They were able to marry whites. They were able to own property. So literally, this whole finesse about, we're in this all together. Literally, we had to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We were the only ones fighting to advocate for equal rights. Everybody else was just trying to basically strive to be classified as white. So I don't know. Somebody has a hot mic.
I got him off.
But yeah. But I found that very interesting that you'll have all these people now. They'll piggyback on the civil rights movement. They centered themselves, prioritize themselves around it, and then they have the nerve to try to act like they turn their nose up to us if we even ask about reparations or anything, when they knew intentionally, right? That because some of them had to be alive or their ancestors had to tell them that during segregation, they never had to deal with being treated as colored.
Right.
So why is everybody playing dumb? Why are they acting like they don't understand lineage? So that alone lets me know that we're going to get our reparations because they messed up. Like once we got the lineage down, it's too easy to prove everything else because they were too busy misusing Dr. King, talking about woe is us. Look at how bad the Negroes are doing. But by the way, we're also discriminated against, which explains that these guys were able to transfer their wealth under the banner of minority. So when you look at the economic gap, it's no mystery that you got Asians and some of these white Hispanics that are already, collectively getting their wealth in the trillions, and we're still at 1/2 or 1%. So to me, it's like as Dr. Claude Anderson says it is economic. It's basically economic Darwinism. But on top of that, in general sense, it's just dine and dash. They're freeloaders.
Yeah.
They want us to play the tab, and then they complain we don't leave a big enough tip. And I land my
My
plane.
man. Yes, indeed. So yeah, this is why these DEI programs getting gutted good. Some of these programs, these affirmative action, that can go to. I ain't tripping on that because that benefited all of these non-FBA minorities and other special interest groups. So now we can have a reset. We can start making things lineage based. We can clear the aisle and start fresh and then go by the true mission of Dr. King, because Dr. King wanted us to get reparations based on our lineage. Don't ever forget that. Dr. King was on a reparations kick for the lineage. We go back to that.
Subscribe, Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Let's get Snow Mexican in here. Snow Mexican.
Hey, can you
I
hear
can
me,
hear you, man.
Tariq?
What's going on?
Hey, Tariq, I thought about this, and I wanted to ask you a question. Do you think the only people that actually qualify for reparation are the African countries that slaves were taken from?
Those countries
Hello?
would qualify?
Yeah, because you like you said, right? Most of the foundational Black Americans were brought over through the transatlantic slave
Those
trade, right?
countries
So,
sold us.
Right. So yeah, they wouldn't get.
What do you mean those countries?
Yeah, they wouldn't get compensation for slavery when some of them they sold us. Also, many of us were already over here, and also those nation states don't even exist no more. Right, Snow?
No, you're right, but I feel like because like for example, like with the Indians, right? They give the reparations to like the nation of the Navajos, right? And you as a foundational Black American, you don't have a nation state. Do you understand my
The
reasoning?
Navajos don't have a nation state. What's their nation state?
They're sovereigns. Like you can literally look on a map. Most of the Indian territories they literally have their own government,
Wouldn't that be
their own
their
police, their
reparations?
own.
Right. Right. Yeah, they were given that. That was something that was given to them by the U.S.
No, they already had their
No, they,
territories. That's why there was the whole Indian
no,
American War.
no, sir. They moved them around.
They were never given that territory. They retained their territories
No,
through
sir.
fighting
No,
and shedding blood.
slow down, sir. They were pushing the. What do you think the Trail of Tears was?
Yeah, they were pushing into their territory.
That wasn't their territory. They were pushed into a whole different territory that they weren't even from.
The Trail of Tears is a history of Native Americans walking a long road from their foreign lands, from their native lands, actually, across the country.
Right.
So we do agree that they were their own nation. They had their own nation state.
No, their
I
lands
feel
were
like
taken from
reparation
them.
can only
Their
be.
lands were taken from them. And they were forced out.
I understand that, right? But that's what justifies their reparation. But on the other hand, the foundational Black Americans, the slaves that came from Africa, were taken, and I feel the only person you can pay that reparation to is to the African nations that already exist. Because I feel like the biggest reason why you see these African nations in distress is because of the transatlantic slave trade and the whole injustice that happened over years and years before.
That'll make.
Do you see my reason?
That makes zero sense. Number one, those African nations don't exist no more. Number two, there were already Black Aboriginal people here. There were more than just the so-called 5 civilized tribes. There were Black Aboriginal people here. Many of them just got reclassified as Negro, and many of them were put into slavery.
I don't understand that. Like Tariq, like explain that to me. How can you just like completely take away from the transatlantic slave? Like you do agree that Africans were taken from Africa
Because Africans
and brought
took
to Europe?
part in that, bro. They sold us. What don't you get about that? They already got the reparations up front.
And also, hold on. Also, the thing is, the slave trade existed, but do you know only a small percentage of the people who were brought over to Africa were brought to North America? Very small percentage. This is very well documented. The slave trade was very well documented. Most of the people they brought out of Africa, they took them to the Caribbean and South America. Only about 4 or 5% of the people brought from Africa were brought to North America. So yes, we have mixed in with some of them, but there were Black Aboriginal people here, and then there was an ethnogenesis. We became a whole new ethnic group. And some of these Native American tribes, they were created with an ethnogenesis as well. So you're saying they were nation states? No, they weren't. There was no such thing as a Creek Indian until the white supremacists came and said, "Hey, all you Indians over here by the creek, I'm gonna call you Creek Indians." It didn't exist.
This is my source, right? According to the Low Country Digital History Initiative, this is like a EDU website. They say over 12 million Africans were brought to America.
No, taken, but no, they weren't. 12 million were not brought here to America. They were brought to the Americas.
It says, according to the 1790 first census of the United States, there were over 3.9 million transatlantic slave, like Africans, like people brought from the boats.
From what year to what year?
From the 1860 to 17, so from the 1790 to the 1860. 3.9 million.
No. See, this is where you're wrong, because they weren't bringing people over here after like 1810. It was illegal to bring people over here on ships after 1810. So yeah, they weren't doing.
But you would say at a minimum more than a million came from Africa to America.
No. You know why? It's mathematically impossible. That's mathematically.
Okay.
How could a million?
Yeah.
Listen.
Listening.
What year did you say from 17 what or from 16 what? What year did you say?
From 1790 all the way to 1860.
Right. No, because like I said, they stopped the transatlantic slave trade, bringing people in on boats. They stopped that in the early 1800s. All right. Also, it's mathematically impossible to bring all those people over because those trips took 5 to 6 months each way. You're not going to pack the boats up with them many people. All right, let's say you had 200 at the most, but it wasn't even them many. Most likely it would be 50 here, 60 here, 70 here. It was no more than 200.
No, I can see to that, right, Tori? But my
you're just looking at the math and the logistics of it. Just
yeah, like I said, I can see to that, Tariq. But not my next question to you is that, don't you think that the Black movement as a whole would be much better if parts of Africa were more developed, like more African Americans or foundational Black Americans came back to Africa, right? Because I think that's always the issue that I have with this type of movement, that if Africa is not good, Black people are not good. You see what I'm saying? Like you can be here in America and you're perfectly prosperous, but if the motherland is not good, then you're not good, or any Black person anywhere.
My motherland is America.
You can say that, but if you take a DNA test, I'm pretty sure you're going to have some African DNA, right? Like you're probably going to be from sub-Saharan or some place in Africa.
You're Mexican. You're going to have the same amount as me. Mexico was a slave colony full of African people, sir.
I understand, Tariq. All I'm saying is, just like with the example of the Jews taking back Israel, an example of the Asian having, their Asian homeland. You can deny it, but
sir, if that
the dysfunction comes from
using logic, how come you didn't go to Spain? You're Mexican. Mexico is not doing well. Why don't you go to Spain and connect with Spain?
I'm not Mexican. I'm African. I just use this. This is just a dummy account.
Okay, so you pretend to be a Mexican.
No, I don't pretend to be a Mexican. This is just a dummy account. I don't like to reveal my identity on
accent,
media.
so you can't be. You're not African. You have a Hispanic accent. I can hear your Hispanic accent. I live in LA. I hear Hispanics all day. You're Hispanic, sir.
I'm not Hispanic. I'm telling you, I'm from Africa. I was born in
What part of
Africa.
Africa were you born?
I was born in Cameroon, Douala.
So the lady,
I speak French.
so the lady who called up, okay, what's your name in French Cameroonian?
My name?
Yeah.
I'll give you my family name. My family name is Cam Doom.
Okay. And you speak fluent French? Parlez-vous français?
Oui, je parle français.
Parlez-vous français?
Oui, je parle français.
Now, how long have you been over here in the Americas?
I mean, currently, right now, I live in America sometimes, but sometimes I live in Brussels or Belgium.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have citizenship in America and a dual citizenship in another country.
So the thing is, y'all want us to go over there and get Africa popping for you. Hey, man.
No, it's not that. It's not that, because like, look, you said this before, right? If you look at the Black Americans in America and you just look at their economic size, right? I think it's like if you put them together, they're one of the, like, maybe number 4 or number 5. I forgot what the stats are. If you use that power and you come to Africa and use the resources, because if you go to Africa right now, you know who's actually colonizing Africa today? Is the Asians, the Chinese and
Yeah, it's Asians, and y'all don't want to build nothing, man. Man, look, y'all want us to go over there and drop off some money, and y'all look at.
It's not about dropping off money. I mean, what are the Asians doing? They're building the telecommunication services there. They're building the hospitals, things like that. If Black Americans came to Africa, did some of those things, right, and you will benefit too. It's not like you would just, it will be a money sink.
What happens is y'all will finesse us like y'all finesse a lot of foundational Black Americans. This is the problem. A lot of foundational Black Americans go over there and they get finessed. They're complaining all on the internet and all on YouTube.
Then okay, tell me, Tariq, then how do the Asians go to Africa and colonize and they don't get finessed?
They go over there with a colonizing mentality. We go over there on some brotherly love stuff, and y'all look at that as a weakness. They go over there, they ain't trying to be your brother. They're like, look, we're going to give you a loan, give me your resources. If you default on this loan, we're going to take your resources. Uganda, they almost took their damn airport not too long ago. So they go in like colonizers. They set up places over there. The Asians, they set up little stores in places where the local Blacks can't even go. That happened in Kenya. They set up like a little club or store, something like that, and the locals couldn't even go in there. So they go.
And Tariq, that doesn't enrage you, because I feel that if the Asians are able to essentially suck Africa dry of their cobalt and all their resources, I feel like you're making it seem like the FBAs don't have the tenacity or the ability to develop a country. And I think that goes back to the example of the brother from foreign, right? If they gave you California or some state there, would you guys be able to actually develop and not be at the same state as Africa? And don't bring the Wall Street, Black Wall Street back from, whatever.
I just pointed out all of the Black businesses that are very successful that we have over here. We thrive over here with a lot of our entrepreneurs. I just pointed a lot of that out. When we go over there to do business, we're not going over there like college.
You pointed out like small $1 million industries, like what multi-billion dollar industries that you guys are in that does just infrastructure work. That's the question there. And it goes back to what Foreign said, right? You guys just have a different master, and people in Africa just have different masters as well. So it's this like disunity, and I get it. You want to delineate, but it's the point of, if Africa is suffering, all Black people from across the whole world, whether you're in Spain, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in the US, you're going to suffer because your motherland is.
Well, our motherland is here, and we're not suffering to the point where we have to flee. We stand on business and make a way for ourselves. So you're trying to project your own fleeing onto us. Why don't you just stay home and start building on your own? Nothing's stopping.
I do build in Cameroon. I came here as a Cameroonian born person. I invest money in Cameroon. I have businesses there.
You're not. You're
Go ahead.
not there. You're never there. Y'all talk about all these businesses you have there. Y'all not building.
I'm literally going to be there in February. Like,
And then y'all point.
but regardless of that, I'll concede
Slow
to that.
down.
Yes.
Because then y'all want to point the finger at us. We're fine. We're fine compared to what y'all got going on over there. Don't try to drag us in the mix. Y'all handle it. Y'all got them Asians over there. Y'all handle that. Because when we want to go over there and help, we got to drop off all types of money. And we're not trying to be finessed. So we're going to let you handle your business. We're fine. We're not running all over the place. No disrespect.
Can I ask you one thing, Tariq, and
Yes,
I'll
sir.
drop off. Why is it that in America, if you're a black individual and you try to appraise your house gets appraised way lower. You look at health outcomes, it's way lower. You look at all facets of life compared to white Americans, right? Everything is lower. And that's my last question.
We're under global white supremacy. The same thing when you go to Cameroon, you go to South Africa, you go to any African nation, the white people who live in those places, they have running water, heat, constant electricity, and food. But the black people have to go fetch water from wells. They have unpaved roads, and you got to eat bushmeat in many of these places. So the white people, they are living good in these places, and the black people are suffering. That's because of global white supremacy, sir. That's all that is. And we're very.
So you do agree that black people in America are in the same circumstances black people in Africa?
Yeah, we're under global white supremacy. The only difference is we fight white supremacy consistently and we fight it head on. You've been unfortunately psychologically defeated by the white supremacists, sir.
That's completely wrong. Look at Burkina Faso and Mali and Chad. They're getting together to form a global alliance, right? And they're literally chasing out the French and a lot of different countries. So I feel like you have an image of what Africa is.
In Cameroon, though, I'm talking about Cameroon. Yeah, you got a couple of African nations that'll try to buck up and say, hey, enough is enough. When you had Idi Amin, who said, hey, enough is enough. Let me buck up on y'all a little bit. So he had to go into exile. You had Mugabe, when I've been to Zimbabwe, love Zimbabwe. He had to buck up on the Rhodesians and said, okay, it's time to get up out of here. So yeah, you'll have some. I like my man Julius Malema down there in South Africa. I like what he's talking about. I want to see more of that energy. So you have a handful, but a lot of you are not. Let's be very real. A lot of you psychologically, you've been colonized and conquered. We haven't. That's why people do what they need to do to get over here under us. See, that's the difference, sir. That's why.
But every single month or week, I see another black person getting shot down and killed or choked out or even in jail. I mean, like, I don't know, like, you say these things, Tariq, but like the statistics don't lie.
Yeah, we got cowardly white supremacists who work for the state, and yeah, they can corner off some black person and do a cowardly killing. Yeah, they do that all the time. They have to corner one of us off, and then we rise up, and then we.
And then, not to interrupt you, I feel like ever since
shit, I'm talking. Yeah, we as foundational Black Americans, we got to go up against the entire military, and yeah, when you're up against the entire military, yeah, they can get a one-off. They can sneak up on a black person and kill him, and then we'll make some noise about it. We'll get some justice here and there. But yeah, it's not like them coming over, one or two Asians colonizing a whole damn nation of black folks. That's totally different, sir. You understand what I'm saying? You going over there.
I understand, Rick, and thank you for the stage. Okay, I appreciate it.
But yeah. That's way different than an Asian coming over there and colonizing millions and millions of people by themselves, and then y'all bowing down to them. Yeah, every now and then, the U.S. military, which is what the police is, yeah, they can corner a black person off and kill him, and then they got their military to back them up. They got to use the National Guard on us and the whole nine. Look at what they got to do in order to get that kill off, though. You see? That's why that shit ain't really feasible for them. You got to spend all of that money militarily suppressing us, and then you got to spend money paying off the family. So, yeah, the price of hitting us up, it's a lot. Yeah, if you want to get one of us off, it's a high price to that. Now they want to colonize y'all. All they need is a couple of sticks and some chicken wings, and bam, and a couple of Bibles, and they got y'all locked down. No disrespect, no disrespect at all. Let's just, that's why we're a little bit different. We approach white supremacy different. And you talk about killings, y'all be killing each other over there. I got roving gangs, and the police be beating folks up. We see them videos. We see them police over there beating folks down for not giving them a bribe. Like, give me money, nigga. Pop, pop, and hitting you with sticks and shit. And the women getting beat up with sticks. Come on now. You don't want to go there. No disrespect. No disrespect. Now, who we got here? Let's get Assad Ra. Assad Ra in the building. Mr. Assad Ra. What's up, Assad?
Peace and love, Tariq. Long time no talk. Hope everybody doing well in here.
How you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. You know, frequency attack wake me up when I see your spaces. I be knocked out, but I be up, bro. And like you said, we up against the whole military, so that's just one of their tactics. But when you a leader, they design those plans against you from a young age. You know what I mean? They already have their operations and plans towards how to surgically remove leaders from your community. And so what Forum was talking about earlier, he just might not understand those strategies, have been put in place since the 60s.
Yeah.
Right. So I wanted to touch on the Ghana citizenship, because I hear a lot of people saying, oh, if shit hit the fan, I'm gonna pack my shit and go to Ghana. But what they need to understand is they have to be in Ghana for a certain amount of time to get their right to abode there.
Right.
Just because they might have some African DNA. But another thing to understand is what the snowy Mexican guy was speaking on, and I'm gonna land my plane after this, but who makes these DNA tests? Not us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We ain't the ones testing it and looking at the strand and saying, oh yeah, this is qualified African. You can go back and get citizenship. Like, we not the ones who make that. They make that. You know what I mean? So they could spit out whatever type of mathematical breakdown they want to make you feel somewhat special, when really they just took your DNA for data purposes or for bioweapon purposes to find a better way to more covertly attack you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And they've been covertly attacking me for 10 years for my DNA. But most Black Americans will wait till I'm dead before they be like, justice for Assad, let's march on Washington for Assad. So I wanted Foreign to understand that, the biggest difference between back then and now is they didn't wait till you died to say, let's get justice for Assad. They wait till I'm dead today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They just hear my story and they like, shit, it's just another nigga, he'll be dead like Jordan Neely, and they'll be like, yeah, we caught a Michael Jackson on Dispatch because he a superstar. He make excellent music. And Kanye and Drake just wanted to take his ideas from off this BCI that been brain hacking him for 10 years. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't know that. You know what I'm saying? This is like, I got to break it down for you. But it's like, I have no mental illness. I have no criminal record. I have a college degree from Kelly School of Business. My group of friends is pretty popular. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, when you have that life path one, that leadership quality, I can go sit with Farrakhan and have these talks with him.
Thank you, brother. Let me land your plane. We're just kind of going on and on and on. Thank you, brother. Let me get one more call in here before I go, because it's getting late. Let me get one more call in here. Let's get 69 Cent Freedom. 69 Cent Freedom in the building. 69.
Yes. How you doing, brother?
Hey man, how you doing, 69?
Wonderful, wonderful. I've been listening to you for a while, and I love everything that you're doing. And the reason why I wanted to come up to the stage is I wanted to give you another resource that I know you give, some books that solidify to some people that are unaware that we are also people that have been here on this continent in the Americas for a very long time.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I give you one of those resources?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, there's a book called The American Indian, Who Is He? With a question mark after it. And it's written by a Caucasian by the name of the letter G for the initial Whitfield Ray, R-A-Y. All right. And this is very interesting what it says on page 102. Short paragraph. All right.
Okay.
Very interesting. So it says, first, the American Indian is Aboriginal, living in his own isolated continent, just straight to the point. Next, he is discovered and pronounced Asian, kind of like, the Nation of Islam will say Asiatic black man. Later on, servants declare that he is of European stock. We're talking about like Moors and things like that.
Yeah.
Then comes along Donnelly, who tells us that he is neither Oriental nor European, but Atlantean, and that all mankind originated here. Yes, they had to come from somewhere idea clings tenaciously. One nameless writer tells us that when people of Asia arrived in America and had penetrated as far as the state of Illinois, they found people of Negroid caste already living there. To those recently found creatures, he gives the name of black sandmen. Excuse me. Those people, he informs us, had elongated skulls unlike those of the red men, aka the red Indians that came across from when Russia and Alaska was connected. Boom. Page 102 of the book called The American Indian, Who Is He? By G. Whitfield Ray.
Got it. Yeah, man. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. So yeah, there's books out there. My good brother Chase McGee, he has a book called what is it? He has a few books about that. One of his books is like real to the point. He was like the 18 white men who saw black Aboriginals in America, something like that. But look up Chase McGee, young brother, writes real good books on that stuff. But anyway, let me get up out of here, guys. It's been real. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, get the book Hidden Heroes from A to Z. Speaking of books, get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Go to fbastream.com to check out my films, Microphone Check, Hidden Colors, American Maroon, Buck Breaking, all of that stuff. fbastream.com. All right, I'm up out of here, guys. Puppy Akute, Lalavuve to the family. Peace.
You've heard the buzz. You've seen the media stories. Now experience the truth for yourself. Microphone Check, the critically acclaimed documentary uncovering the true origins of hip-hop. Available now on Blu-ray and streaming on Amazon Prime. Visit microphonecheck.com to learn more and get your copy today. Microphone Check, the story hip-hop was waiting for.
Subscribe, Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Mansa, hop on, Mansa. You got a what's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, my brother?
I'm good, Mansa. Where you calling from, man?
I'm from Chicago, Vice Lord. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out.
Born here in America, and I've been trying to hit Brother Thaddeus and James Small to talk to you, man. You know, because I think you're a very brilliant brother.
Yes.
And so people won't say I'm what you would call a Tether, but I consider myself an African. I'm proud of that. But I think you're brilliant.
Your family from Africa?
You know, my family's from right here in Chicago.
Okay.
Right here. My mother and all of them. So I want people to say that, you know, but a few of your people call me a Tether because I go so hard for Africa. But, you know, I respect you, man. You're brilliant. And I don't want no smoke with a signify. You know, Chicago, we masters playing the dozens too. I know you're good at that, but I just, you know, just like to implore you, brother.
Yes.
You know, because you have a strong listener base. You command a lot of respect. Your movies are phenomenal.
Yes, sir.
people are taking in what you're saying and the things you say, you know what I'm saying, you can hurt our people. Like even the so-called FBAs, you know, they say something, you know, you like big facts and getting on people. And it's funny as hell, but you know what I'm saying, I just think your brilliance could be used to lift our people. I want to make a statement. You got all these damn Mexicans, right? And I see how American Cholo disrespected you. Nigga, I'll ride with you on that shit. I don't like them. I don't like them bitches. I don't like how they treat our people. So I don't see us, you know, showing contempt for them or these damn Arabs. You know what I'm saying? And I say a lot of the Muslims like Farrakhan and them and Rizza Islam, they went from being Uncle Toms to goddamn Uncle Abdullahs. These Arabs have no respect for us in Chicago and the Midwest. We ain't riding on them. I just like to see the you know the disrespect to Africans. You know, saying they must be and all that type of stuff, and that energy should be used against people not of our race. But I just want to say you're great, and I don't want to get to know you know Joan in competition with you. I just like to see you change. So I like to talk to you offline. So we can strategize and have a solution instead of just you know. I ain't saying Africans don't have to be corrected because they do. A lot of what you're saying is right and exact. What's way we can correct them without you denigrating you know, the people, you know, in public like you do. Your words have power. You're
Yeah,
a
yeah,
powerful
hold on,
brother.
but I don't denigrate. Call up disrespectful. They get checked. Just like everybody. You mentioned Cholo, his ass got checked. That dude got checked to all the big time. Everybody
Yes.
gets
But you know, man, I seen you roast the shit out of people. Man. Come on, you know, I'm from the same background, man. You roast the shit out. You'll make them commit suicide.
right, man. I get
But say,
everybody. I got when whites
yeah, yeah, right.
get up.
But when you call them the musty and say they musty tethers, it's like you know, man. I just think, brother, there's so much you can do with your potential and talent. And I'm begging you. So you and I don't get into it online. I like to just talk to you. You know, I can connect us with our brothers and sisters in Africa. We can solve our problems without the name calling and the going back and forth. There's some ignorance in Nigeria, but also we have ignorance. I'm dealing in Chicago. We don't have we have a problem with us killing each other. I'm a vice lord. Vice lords every day are killing vice lords. This is what I'm doing. I'm dealing with squashing differences in prison. You know what I'm saying? Where brothers are getting stabbed up and all that. I'm dealing with all that. You know what I'm saying? And the least our problem is Africa. Our problem is this goddamn cracker, these goddamn Mexicans, and these damn Arabs and Asians. They a problem, man. They're a problem. So I just want to see us come together. So could I build with you? Thaddeus has my number. Professor James Smalls has my number. You know what I'm saying? So you and I could build, and we can really bring meaningful solutions to our problems,
Yeah,
brother.
we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up. But yeah, but the narrative that we are attacking African, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all because that's not a real narrative. And we ain't got to put the cape on for Africa. Africa, they got to get it together. That whole thing where we're exhausting a lot of our energy and resources to go over there and save Africa. We like Claude Anderson told me, we got to get shit together over here. And look, everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. Anybody disrespect, I'm roasting. When
Hello,
hold on, Steve.
hey, Tariq, this is Steven. FBA here, born in Flint, Michigan.
Hold on, Stephen. I'm not done talking. I get you in a second, Stephen.
Oh, okay, sure.
I get you in a second. I was trying to make it a point. Like I was saying, everybody can get it. You understand? We don't allow any disrespect from people. That's been the problem. We're supposed to take the high road. No, other people come in. They want to try to get into the dozens with us, and then they lose. They get out roasted. So yeah, bringing up me calling folks musty tethers. Yeah, if you want to roast, yeah, we gonna roast. You gonna get it. No, no, no. You don't get you're not gonna get the cry foul because you got out roasted. Because what happens with a lot of these non-FBA cats, they come in trying to be funny, trying to be witty. They come in lying, just like old dude. The guy who called up, he called in lying and scamming, talking about what, yeah, you the leader of FBA. So he's coming in trolling. All right. And we were lightweight on him. We intellectually whooped on him, but they come in with the bullshit. They come in trolling. They come in trying to be witty. They come in trying to take jabs. They come in trying to say little slick shit about slavery. And then when we start hitting them, talking about how much bushmeat they eat, and oh, xenophobia, nigga, xenophobia. No, no, no. You want to get into a roast thing, you're not going to win that with us. So everybody can get it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not here to coddle people no more. We coddle people too damn much. Let's get Stephen. Go ahead and hop on in, Stephen.
Hello, yeah. I just wanted to add that. So I'm from Flint, Michigan, but I'm here in California now. And the point that you made about moving in our own country, this is our country. Like all the states, we can go to any state, live in any state, and move to any
Yep.
state. It's our country, our constitution, our laws. We vote, we make it happen. So I'm here. I wanted to add that a really big influence for me has been my grandmother, because when I was young, I was very into a Pan-African sort of worldview where I'm like, we're all the same, it's all one, and I was looking at white people in school, and they would say that, oh, I'm Irish, I'm Italian, I'm this, I'm that, and I was looking to imitate that, where I was like, oh, but where am I from? What is my thing? So I wanted to fit in that way,
Wow.
growing up. And I was like, and I would look and it's like, oh, you're from Africa, Africa, Africa. So I was like, okay, where in Africa? Maybe Nigeria, maybe this. And that was where I was drawing my identity from. And I remember mentioning it to my grandmother out of nowhere. I was just like, yeah, grandma, we're from Nigeria, we're from Africa. And my grandma, she's from Florida. She said, Stephen, we ain't no Africans. We from here.
Mm.
What you talking? Like she and I was shocked in the moment, because I was like, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's ignorant. Oh, she's just embarrassed of Africa or something like that. That wasn't any of what she was talking about. She was talking about the reality of the story of our people, of like, we are from here.
Yeah.
This is our family. This is our culture. It survived everything,
Yep.
and we fought for everything, and you will recognize that you are from here. And she didn't have anything bad to say about other people. She just said that, hey, remember where you're from. And then I learned that later in
Yeah.
life. I learned it later in life, and picked it up, because when I look at it around in my life, it's been black, like foundational Black Americans who have helped me in college, in society, in learning to speak, in my education, uplift, all of that. And it's global. Everybody, even people in China where there's ain't no Black people over there, they're wearing our clothes. They're going after our culture. They want to beat everybody, the whole world. We move. So I just wanted to add that my grandmother brought that to me,
Yes, indeed.
and our
Yes.
and our ancestors and our elders bring that to us and help us in that understanding.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you for the call. Yeah, we know that, man. The elders know. That's why, man, go down to places like New Orleans. They know what it is. That's why when they do the second line and all of that, they got the Mardi Gras Indians down there who are Black. You understand? Because there were a lot of Black Aboriginals down there as well. So yeah, we know. We know. Nikki the God, hop on, beloved.
Hey, I didn't want to put this, make a post about this, but I sent it to you. But the guy who was just speaking to you is being very disingenuous, playing victim. He's made several posts accusing FBA of being the FBI. That's all I
Oh,
wanted to let you know.
okay.
Yeah, you could check the screenshots I just sent you.
Okay. Thank you, dear.
All right.
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See, when I don't like that either. I don't like that either when people be like, hey man, we gotta connect, and then you got a track record of saying real slick shit. That's not a good look. Yeah, because some of the stuff he was saying, I'm like, well, yeah, we don't go in on other people. That ain't true. Like, where are you getting that? So that's interesting. All right, let's get your guy Nick's in the building. Your guy Nick's in the building.
Yeah, what's going on? How you doing,
Hey
brother?
Nick, how are you, buddy?
Man, doing pretty good, man. But real quick, I'm outside looking in, if you will. Just kind of land my plane real quick. Look, I'm 46, very clear. A been with my wife of the other side, if you will, since '96. Okay, been through a lot of different things in general when it comes to those lanes and where it is. you know. And I just kind of sat back. I've listened a couple of times and whatnot, and to the lady who spoke, and but the guy with the 3 followers, and link, and I looked at it as well. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. What a dichotomy. I mean, for me, I just kind of look at the dichotomy we live in 2025, right? And how do we move in whatnot? And I say we, right? Like I'm outside of that spectrum. See, at the end of the day, um, where we are from a government standpoint and whatnot, what is the temperature? That's kind of what I want to hear from you, Tariq. In general, I've followed you for a long time and everything. How do you feel? How is the movement? My daughter's 26, obviously, so on and so forth. Like, what is the temperature for you and where it is right now, and how it's looking on the outside as we move forward here? If you don't mind me asking the question.
Yeah. Right now, what's going on now, we are, as foundational Black Americans, we are just looking for compensatory justice. Right now, it's like, okay, we need resources that are owed to us. It's really about us getting resources because the can has been kicked down the road repeatedly, and it's time for the U.S. government to break bread, to give us compensation for what is owed. So that's our whole vibe right now. Samuel, hop in, Samuel. And Kylie, I'm sorry. Kylie, you still in here? Kylie, let me get you out. All right, let me get you out. You just sitting here and ain't saying nothing. All right. Let me get some of these new faces in here because we do have a lot of people in here. Let's get Blue Mirror. Blue Mirror, then we can get Jazz. Jazz down there. Blue Mirror, you good? Blue Mirror, you good? You can speak, Blue Mirror. You got 3 seconds, and then we'll get Jazz. Jazzil. Okay, Jazz, hop in.
Hi, Tyreek.
Hey, Jazz, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Now, where you from, Jazz?
I am Cameroonian, so I'm a Cameroonian American. I was born in America, but I'm
There you
Cameroonian.
go. What's on your mind, Jazz?
So I was wondering, like, certain of these conversations, they don't really get the a certain type of correction that is needed, right?
What?
In terms of akata, right? That is a Yoruba word. That's from the Yoruba clan or ethnic nation. So I'm sure like there are Africans that use that as a slur, but the origin point of it was a Yoruba word for Yorubas who have lost their way. They went and they lost. They've been Europeanized. They've been Westernized, etc., etc. So, I mean, I won't justify that as a word for all West Africans or or a part of West Central Africans. And I don't doubt Africans use that as a slur and when they're like all these diaspora wars are going on and stuff like
They
that.
do. They 100% use it as a slur. They've been using it as a slur for decades. And we weren't tripping on it because again, we ain't really trying to punch down, but then we've seen African immigrants who come over here and become college professors. They're working in schools and they're working in government. And we see them on social media referring to us as Akatas. And it's always, always, always used in a negative connotation. It's never used, hey, look at that Akata just $1 million, or that Akata just got a PhD. It's always used in a very derogatory way. And it's, yeah, they say it's a Yoruba word, but we've seen people from West Africa use it all across the board. So yeah, it's a slur that they have for us. And the fact that they would even have a slur for us, that's a problem.
Yeah, I agreed with the fact that like I don't doubt other Africans use that as a slur during these diaspora wars and they have adopted that in their language, but in dialects, right? it was originally for the Yorubas that lost their way. Like they had no connection with you for hundreds and hundreds of years. And I agree with you. Like some of them do use it as a slur. That is true. Another point is the fact that at least like I would think, because I think most African Americans are Igbo, like the Igbo ancestry. I would think at least, because I think there are Igbos in America. There's a good amount of Igbos in America, and the Yorubas usually go to like UK, right? I would think that at least like you guys can reconcile in America of your connection, because look at Nigeria, right?
Where's-
Igbo,
Hold on,
Igbo,
hold on.
Igbos are one of the most marginalized people in Nigeria, right? They're the Biafrans.
Oh,
They,
slow down. How are we Igbo? How are we Igbos? And how could that even be quantified or proven that we're even Igbos? How would that be proven? Where is that we're Igbos over here?
okay, so most of the DNA test trace of recent ancestry traces back to Nigeria, and it's proven in correlation of your dishes. A lot of like the spices, etc., that they use, you guys use in like your dishes too, right? And also through ancestry tests, it's saying that, I'm not saying all African Americans are Igbos, but majority, when it's saying Nigeria, a lot of you guys are Igbo, right?
Not
I'm not
really.
I'm not saying that not all of you are Yoruba, but a good amount are Igbo. It's
No,
very true.
no. Because yeah, why how come our food don't taste the same if we using the
Wait,
spices? Our food don't.
let me explain, right? Because Igbos never had an empire, right? They never had a kingdom, right? So they were not known for like that slave centralization kingship, right? So majority of them were raided by other groups, right? Because usually ethnic groups, clans, right? I don't like that word tribe. Usually ethnic groups raided other ethnic groups. It was very, very little, like a 0.% chance that someone, they would sell their own, right? And it would be dire situation, like a famine. But the majority of the time it was raiding. So because they were so much raided, you can even look this up. Look at the Ecomeco movement, right? The Ecomeco movement, when Britain fought them for 31 years, right? They said that the Igbos had the biggest fight against them, bigger than the Benin people, bigger than the Sokoto people, because it was irritating. They never had a uh, centralized party power. And also the Igbos were known to unalive themselves. They're most stubborn people. The British said that. They banned them for a while because they were so stubborn. They would rather unalive themselves than be enslaved.
Okay,
We know that about the Igbos.
okay, slow down because this is a big ass guessing game. None of this. There's no documented proof of us being a part of that. This is like a big ass guessing game because people in Africa during the slave trade, they were running all over the place. They were being brought in from all areas and then brought to the coast. So they're brought in from everywhere. That's why when we do DNA testing, they got us all over Africa. They got some of my DNA in West Africa. They got some of it in Mozambique. They got it all over the place. Even those tribes there now, let's be very clear. Those tribes there now, they were pretty much nomadic. They don't know the origins of some of those tribes, the Igbo tribes and the Yoruba. They were not always in that particular area. And also, when they got colonized, they would bring certain groups over here who would be absorbed into the Igbos. They would bring another group from that tribe, the Hauses. They would be absorbed into the Yoruba. So it was a lot of remixing going on over there. So it's all scattered over there. So yeah, they can't say that we're part of one tribe that's current there now. And that tribe, they don't even know their true origin, to be honest, because they've been ran and remixed all over the place. So yeah, it's hard to do that. That's why our ethnogenesis is different. We have a different ethnogenesis. You can't compare spices. Our food tastes completely different. Our music sounds completely different. Our attitude and disposition and our spiritual base is different, and our singing is different. We're just unique. We had a very unique experience, and we became our own ethnic group over here. So that makes sense, Jazz?
Okay, so right, correlation. Okay, what I'm trying to conclude is right. Majority of the people enslaved, right, that came to the Americas, right, whether it be the Caribbeans to America, right, came from West Central Africa, right? Whether you have Mande, whether you have Mandingo, whether you have Igbo, whether you have Yoruba. But what I'm saying is that of the Nigerian ancestry that you have in your results, right, there's a good chance you will be of Igbo ancestry. I'm not saying you don't have Dogon blood in you and the other Basa blood in you, etc., right? In these countries, right, there was a three-way trade, right? There was a domestic trade, there was a trans-Saharan trade, and there was a transatlantic trade, okay? There were groups, right? In the northern part of Cameroon, right? There are groups that came from Arab countries like Yemen, etc. Yeah, you would probably know them as the Fulanis, the Adamawa, the Kanuri, the Beriberi, etc., right? These people were known in my history and in Nigerian history to be raiders. You could look this up: the Kilba Kingdom, the Huba King, the Kilba Emirates, the Huba Emirate, the Sokoto Caliphate. The houses were conquered by the Fulanis that were part of the Borno, the Songhai, all these groups, right? You would link that even if you look at the Levi's jean industry, right? The Levi's industry, the enslaved people that had that technique was taken from Kano, right? Kano produced the indigo dye, and they did the indigo cloth making, right? Those enslaved people were raided through that the conquering of the Hausa kingdom by those Afro-Asiatic groups and sold off to America. So that technique that they got from the Levi's jean industry and the cloth that they imported from India were from those enslaved people, right? Because the culture of these Afro-Asiatics were raiding. They're very known to say that literally was their culture. And I'm not doubting that you have Mozambique. Mozambique, yes. There are coastal cities that were used, right? There were the East African slave trade merged into the transatlantic because they utilized both trades. And some East Africans came over to West Central Africa to help conquer as well, as they were recruits for a lot of those Royal African companies, etc., etc.
All right, now let me get my brother Macau in here. Brother Macau.
Yeah, brother. She's killing me.
Go.
My goodness. Ma'am, Miss Jazz, how are you, sister? How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm excellent. Thank you. Question. How long? Okay, we all agree that the continent that's been named Africa by the Europeans essentially is the source continent, and we're talking 3 million years of human existence. Would you agree to that? Hmm?
Jazz?
It wasn't the name in Africa was already existing. It was coined by Europeans. But yes, I agree with everything else you said.
What name existed? What was it called?
Africa was already in Africa. The European that conquered, right? They named Africa. They named themselves, right? Africanos, right? After the
What,
place they conquered, and they decided to name the
what
whole
year?
continent Africa.
Around what year was that?
like thousands, like over thousands of years ago, like first invasions in North Africa, I would say.
About 1,500 years ago. But we're talking 3 million years of humanity, consciousness on the continent, right? And you're suggesting that these source people, these primordials, did not leave the continent and populate the planet until, and specifically North America, until the transatlantic slave trade. Is that what you're insinuating, man? I'm just trying to be clear. Huh? Hello?
Yes, like Afro Americans came to America through
Huh?
the trans-Saharan slave trade. Yes.
Okay. Pause. Brother Tariq, you mentioned Lucia.
Yes.
How long how long, what is that skeleton or that skull dated to?
They said 13,000 years.
Okay. Ma'am, Jazz, who were those people 13,000 years ago in South America? Hmm?
These people were black. They were
Hmm?
they were black, but that doesn't really correlate to the fact that they were African.
Huh?
They were black.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're on. Okay. Are you familiar with a term or people who classify themselves as Kefti, Kefti?
No, who are those?
They were melanoid, woolly-haired Negroes who occupied a location called Crete, Manoa, which was at that particular time a trade post that consisted of a conglomerate of island kingdoms that left the Mediterranean basin and populated the region we call North Africa, specifically starting from the area of Florida on up. Are you aware of them? Okay, you're not. You should
I
do
believe
okay.
you're explaining them
Do,
to me. So
do,
yeah.
okay, do a little research there. Are you familiar with a group of people who were called Kushim, Kushim?
Kush.
The Albanoids or the European called them Sumer, or Elam. Are you familiar with those people?
I'm familiar with
Yep.
I'm familiar with Kushites. I don't know what Kusher are. No.
Okay.
Are you here, Brother Miguel?
But Mikkel, what questions did you have for
That.
me exactly? What did you disagree with what I was saying?
That there weren't melanoid, woolly-haired, primordial people on the North American continent prior to the transatlantic slave trade, and that we're primarily from West Africa. Huh?
Yes,
Hello?
yes. The documents, the records show it. Their ancestors that talk
Okay.
about it. Like there is literally.
Ma'am, 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 you're unenlightened, you're uninformed, you're being misguided by European curriculum, and you're outclassed. You should really, 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 really do your homework, because this discussion within itself is a disservice for the people who populated that continent 3 million years ago. Okay, thank you, dear brother, for the opportunity to speak. I'll
Okay.
land.
All right. So Jazz, but yeah, so Jazz, basically the point is, it's kind of hard to say, I mean, because we're talking centuries and centuries and centuries ago, what tribe in Africa we were connected to, because things have been remixed so much since that time. Also, many of us come from some of the Black Aboriginal people who were here. So we mixed in and there was a new ethnic group created. So that's what we're saying. I think a lot of people have issues with this whole thing where um, there's a need to Africanize us. Why do you think that need is to Africanize foundational Black Americans? Why do you think there's such a desire for that, Jazz?
I mean, I agree. I disagree with that. I think people, you guys should be who you want. Honestly, I do think Africans should focus on Africa. I don't like, the ideology of like pan-Africanism is weird, and it came from actually you guys in
Yeah,
the West. It came from Afro Americans, Caribbeans, and African Americans, right? So
yeah,
that ideology, right, is it within our own countries, right? We know what issues we have within our own countries, right? That not everyone sees, right? That is more complex on the continent than to just homogenize everyone. And I think yeah, I think everyone should let everyone be. I'm not I
right. But
never came from a monarchy where I want to everyone, centralize everyone, have power over. That was never my clan. So I think you guys should be who you want, and I think we should make alliances based on what we agree on. That's how I think solutions should be made, based on similarities rather than having these digressive conversations every day, and that's how progress is made rather
right,
than,
but
yeah, go
to
ahead.
be made, right? But and I think it should be about respect too, because if we want to have respectful dialogue, people are going to have to respect our lineage and respect that we are an ethnic group that had an ethnogenesis. The problem is we get a lot of people who are your fellow immigrants who come in, and what they try to do, they try to force Africanize us, make us generic Africans, and then they try to denigrate our lineage or minimize our lineage by talking about there's a leader to the lineage and we're a hate group. So that's very disrespectful simply because we want to acknowledge our own culture. We do understand over there in Africa. Hell, we can just look at Cameroon. I mean, it was remixed. Cameroon itself, your homeland. Germany had a little piece of it. Then France, and then Britain, and then I think Britain and France were controlling it at the same time. They had little portions. So, yeah, we've been dealing with the colonization of white supremacy, and they've remixed a lot of things. So, we understand that, and we have to understand, and people have to understand what went on over here. There was a combination of Black Aboriginals and Africans, and we became foundational Black Americans. So, that's where we are now. That makes sense, dear?
Yeah, I mean, also Afro-Asiatics had a part of Cameroon and a lot of our countries too, which we don't really talk about. But I mean, I agree for the most part that we should be worrying about our own issues. My question is, right, I'm just trying to reason with like at least the people I think that want to make you guys identify as Africans, and um I think the reasoning, right, is because there was a lot of things that were happening, later on, right? And we could talk about the American colonization society in Liberia. We could talk about the Sierra Leone thing. We could talk even about the 600, 700 missionaries, Afro-American missionaries sent to Africa. You can even look at the script of the African Americans sent to um, Angola, the Mbumbudu. You could look this up.
Right.
You could look even in Cameroon, the Afro American missionaries and the churches that are still funded by the government, right? That actually, the ideology was brought by you guys,
Right.
to
Right.
want us. So it's kind of, you guys have to reverse that ideology that you guys did, because we see how, Liberia didn't work out, Sierra Leone didn't work out. All these missionaries that came to so-called say they were civilizing us, right? But what they saw was what the Europeans were doing. on the continent, right? Was the reality of the situation. And that's why you guys as Afro-Americans decided to stop, and you guys realized in Angola, hey, I realized the Portuguese are actually enslaving the indigenous people. So we
Right.
need to.
Right. Thank you so much. This is just going on and on and on. Shit. All right. Thank you so much, beloved. Shit. All right. Thank you. Okay. This is kind of dragging on and on. I want to get some more call. Let me get Mansa back in here, man. Mansa soon died, or whatever your name is. Hop back in real quick, bro. The Mansa dude. Hop back in, man. Let me get him in because I saw him in. I want to get him back in here. Mansa, hop in. Mute your microphone, brother.
All right, you there, my brother?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. Now, why?
All right.
What's all that
Yeah.
stuff? We're being FBI's and all that. What is that?
Yeah. Now listen, I'm gonna say this. I ain't trying to have no smoke or singing. I was very angry because two of your people, that brother Thaddeus and uh, Daniel, who were very good. You know, Malcolm X cousin, y'all in California together. They know what I've been on. You know, and you part of the reason to help me with Hidden Colors. I just admire your work. They start saying Africa, what I was talking about. So I got angry to hear some of the things that you were saying. And that's why I reached out. I reached out for Thaddeus months ago. Like, man, when I kept going, they started calling me up, harassing me, like telling me I was stuff because I wanted to represent Africa. You know what I'm saying? And
Who, who is
huh?
Thaddeus? Who is
brother,
Thaddeus?
brother Thaddeus, Malcolm X cousin in Chicago. He says he the first person talking about FBA, and brother Daniel Omawali. He says he knows you real well. I think y'all had conversations before. So they start attacking my beliefs. I've been like this for 30 years, man. But I
Yeah,
came from
I don't.
gang banging. I
Okay,
came from
I don't.
gang banging, selling dope. Reforming vice lords and GDs and Bloods and Chris work, giving them my Africa. They started telling me I was wasting my time. We FBA Africa. So it made me angry. So I reached out for James Smalls several times. Let me talk with my brother, you know what I'm saying? So we don't get into it. So I'll say here, if any FBA are offended by my words, I definitely can apologize for that. But I want to build with you and just
All right,
want you.
God, thank you. All right, yeah, because I'm looking at his page and it's all this FBA, is FBI, and all that. I don't know who Thaddeus is. I don't know him. This is the thing. There's 43 million foundational Black Americans. If you had an argument with somebody, that doesn't mean I know him. I don't know him. Some of these people who I don't know them, sir. We're not a group. We're not an organization. All right? This is the point that you got to drive in your brain. I don't know all 43 million foundational Black Americans. If somebody got into an argument with you about something, they ain't got nothing to do with me, man. I don't know what it's about. That happens. All right. Ah, goodness. We in here tonight. Come on now. We in here. Let's get Dr. Barry in the building. Let's get Dr. Barry in the building. We in here. And I see Miss El Presidente, who was here last night. Dr. Barry, you good?
You doing?
I'm good, Dr. Barry. Where are you calling from, sir?
Yeah, I'm calling from Nigeria in Africa.
There you go. So what's on your mind, Dr. Barry?
Yeah, I'm just perplexed with everything that's happening. But you see, I was just passing through and I saw your space. I got a lot of people here, and it says, has some of the anti-FBA hostility tuned down since the deportation? I actually don't get the first-hand information of how you started, what you're talking about, and what happened. But I just wanted to use this opportunity to tell the people of the world that we from Africa, Nigeria, as a case study, a point of contact, should always know that we have our own doings. Whether you like it or not, we are Africans. Whether you like it or not, we are Black people. Whether you like it or not, we have our history. Whether you like it or not, we have our lifestyle. And we are good people. We like the best of all, even before democracy started in Nigeria, in Africa. We were living and we had no problems until this thing called democracy came.
And the democracy came with so much corruption. The democracy came with so much support for impunity by governments of the so-called civilized nations. Okay, now take, for example, the 2023 elections in Nigeria, where the president and the government of the United States of America supported a wrong person to become president of Nigeria, someone who was indicted in the United States for drug abuse, drug problems, and a certificate forgery in the Chicago State University. That same person, America, in the capacity of Joe Biden, gave him the best support to remain big press against Nigeria, against Africa, will fall back on the people of the United States at the end of the day. Because we know that the United States, whether anybody likes it or not, remains the greatest country in the world. So whatever translates from that administration of leadership in the United States, it affects Nigeria. And when it affects Nigeria, it affects Africa, because Nigeria remains the lead of whatsoever good, bad, ugly happens to Africa. Africa is the new power. Africa is the new emerging super glory. Whether anybody likes it or not, Africa has come of age and Africa must evolve. And Africa starting its involvement by the explanation of Nigeria leading the battle. So that's why we crave for good governance, quality leadership, and the respect for the rule of law. Now we are going into elections again in 2027. What is the American government going to do? Thank God we have Donald Trump, who understands what to have democracy work the best way. We expect Donald Trump to focus on Nigeria, so that will be an opportunity to focus on Africa. Nigeria needs credible leadership. Nigeria needs integrity. Nigeria.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna land your plane. Thank you. I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your passion. He was really bigging up Nigeria. He was really bigging it up while he was getting sound like he was getting some Postmates orders. While he was talking, his phone was ringing. Sound like some Uber Eats was coming through, which was low-key funny. And shout out to you, Dr. Berry. I just had to land your plane. But yeah, he was very passionate. When the more Nigeria is the vanguard of prosperity. We are the leaders of endeavors in innovation in Africa. The whole of Africa is going to bow down to the spirit and the ingenuity of Nigeria. Hello, Uber Eats. Can I help you, please? We're busting your balls a little bit, Dr. Barry. We're just busting your balls, brother. Much respect. I like Dr. Barry. I respect his passion. I respect Dr. Barry's passion. So shout out to Dr. Barry. You're going to understand that we have used our resources to build up the wealth and the prosperity of Nigeria. It is going to be on the new vanguard of economic empowerment. Hello, Chipotle. Let me get a burrito for delivery, some jalapeno peppers, and some nacho cheese. Shout out to Dr. Barry. Much respect to Dr. Barry.
In the heart of nature, we find our true strength, a connection to our roots, to the land, to each other. Introducing Rootwork deodorant, infused with the potent power of High John the Conqueror root. Embrace the natural strength and resilience passed down through generations. Feel the purity of natural ingredients, harmonizing with your body and spirit. Rootwork deodorant, bringing you in tune with nature and with yourself. Rootwork deodorant. Connect, empower, thrive. Available now at rootworkstyle.com.
Like and subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Let's get Amro.
Tariq, I got a couple of critiques for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
Yep, let's talk
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some There's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up, you own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I'd have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know. I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks for the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them?
Sir, let's talk about your African lineage, because you are African.
Everybody's African.
No, don't try to play the out of Africa trick with me, sir. You are an African American.
Everybody has African DNA.
Yours is more recent than everyone, right?
No.
Yes.
Nobody in my family has been in Africa for centuries. It's not recent, sir.
Well, on the grand scale of the world, it is recent.
No.
400 years is recent on the grand scheme of humankind.
No, because there was an ethnogenesis. So everybody came from Africa at one point. You don't call Jamaicans Afro or African Jamaicans. They're just Jamaicans, and they've been here around the same time as us. Why don't you call them African Jamaicans?
Well, they don't deny their African roots.
Then why don't you call them? I don't deny it either. I just said I have African roots like everybody on the planet. So why don't you call them African Jamaicans? Why are you trying to Africanize me, sir?
Well, I can understand where you're going with that. I get that. Yes, I understand. I personally don't try to call Black Americans African, but a lot of your FBA buddies are thinking that they're the Indians, which is not true. They're Africans that had an amalgamation in the United States.
Well, the thing is, there were Black Aboriginals here, which has been scientifically proven historically.
No.
Sir,
I looked up Lucia Woman. They said that they already made the reconstruction of it. At first, they believed she had Negro features, and then the second time they had to relook at it and said that no, it wasn't Negro features. In fact, she had the red Indian features. So that's falling flat, sir.
No, it hasn't. They've not reclassified the features.
No,
You don't make a
look it up, sir.
no. You cannot reconstruct something and say, "Oops, we made a mistake." No, they did make a mistake. Lucia woman has the phenotype of Negroes, and there's other books and other documents showing that the Aboriginal people here had the same phenotype. Go check out Von Woutenau's book, Unexpected Faces in Early America. They have dozens and dozens of artifacts of ancient Aboriginal people who were here for thousands of years who look like Gucci Mane. So this is a scientific fact. You have other scholars and scientists for centuries saying that there were black tribes over here who look like tribes in Africa. This has been corroborated by science, eyewitness accounts, archaeological evidence, sir. Now, Mr. Afro, now, where are you from? So what part of Africa is your family from, sir?
I'm not. I'm American, sir.
What part of Africa is your family from, sir?
I'm from Fiji.
You're not from no damn Fiji. Sir, the
Yes.
fact that you have to keep lying proves that there's a lot of tether, jealousy, and hostility because foundational Black Americans didn't flee and we stood on our lineage business, sir. That's why you're trying to redefine our lineage. You can't do that, sir. You don't have the clout. And plus, the lying tether thing is played out. That makes us further want to delineate. You see?
Why the hell are you FBAs hating on us? What on Africans so bad? What's with the hate and vitriol against Africans, sir?
Sir, you hate up. You don't hate down. You don't have anything to hate. What do you have to hate?
Sir, you hate us because you are denying us being y'all. We are just like.
No, you guys were the ones who came up with terms like Akata, terms like Abids and Jaridirs and all types of derogatory names for us. You've done that. You've othered us. You other each other in Africa. That's why y'all have a gazillion tribes and you don't get on code with each other, sir. So you're not going to project that onto us. You understand?
Are you all proud of your European lineage? Does that make you proud knowing grandmama wasn't able to keep massa off her? Is that proud?
You mean how the British was buck breaking y'all over there on West Africa and all over the place? How they had y'all bent over, rubbing shea butter on your pussy? Are you upset about that? Because y'all were getting buck broken at the same time, sir, when you were being colonized. Your whole right?
Sir, there's literally zero.
Hold on. Let me get my brother Average in here. Let's get Average. Brother Average.
Hey, I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, this guy is ridiculous. First of all, coming in with this inferring, insistent tone, trying to sell a lie about a product that has FBA on it. That's one thing. And then, of course, when he started losing, then it becomes, oh, well, you have African blood. Everybody wants Black Americans to be African, but never have the same smoke for Jamaicans, Brazilians. Brazilians the biggest, quote unquote, Black population outside of Africa. But nobody ever wants to make Brazilians out. You don't call them Afro-Brazilians. You don't call Jamaicans Afro-Jamaicans. None of that. You want us to be Africans so bad. And it's because of the bag. It's because you can eat off of us. You trying to be us. You couldn't even be real about his heritage. And then to your earlier point I came up for is the fact that, first of all, the Democrats lost about 40% of the Black vote from one election to another. And the reason why was not just a lowered percentage, but like 30 something, almost 40% people showed less votes showed up. So there was a lower percentage and there was a lower turnout on top of that. So our power is immense and we showed it in this loss. And I land my plane there.
Man, thank you so much, brother. That's Brother Average in the building.
Well, nice try, Average, but actually the biggest Black population outside of Africa per capita is Panama, sir. So you're wrong about that, brother Average, okay? Look it up. Now, back to
Panama is very small. Panama is not even a big country. It's Brazil. Brazil has the
no, sir. A lot of those people identify as Pardo or whatever. We're talking about real black people.
yeah. In Panama, they identify as Latino, and Hispanic. So I don't know what you're talking. When
Well, either way, we don't have any white blood in us, all right? You FBAs are extremely proud of your white blood, and it's strange.
no, y'all don't. Y'all got white, Asian.
No,
Yeah, the Asians are over there, dropping off anchor babies over there. Now. Y'all had, especially in West Africa, y'all had the Langados, y'all had those Portuguese would mix in with the African royalty. They would become the intermediaries between the slave trade. So yeah, y'all been mixing with Europeans for a long time over there, sir. Let's not play that game.
not on the grand scale like you FBA lineage.
And then mixing with the Arabs over there in East Africa, you had Tipu Tip, who had an Arab dad and a dark African mother, and he took on the ideology of that Arab dad, and he was a major enslaver over there. So yeah, you don't want to play that game now. Oh, you don't want to play that game, sir.
Majority of sub-Saharan Africans, black Africans, have well, actually zero European in us. We didn't have grandmama getting bent over by Carl or Jake, okay?
That's why, sir, when y'all go over there to Britain, y'all are not even when you go to Britain. When the Queen died, y'all were rolling around in the dirt, getting grass and bushmeat all in your hair, crying. Y'all have an affinity for white supremacy. When the white people show up, you start doing your tribal dance and spreading your cheeks open, sir. So you don't want to go there with that. You don't want to go there with that. And the minute y'all get over to the West, y'all have anchor babies by whites. Y'all try to find the first white man. They go to Europe. They go find the first white man they can find and have an anchor baby. So yeah, you don't want to play that game.
Can you just admit that we are similar? We Africans are your brothers. You Americans are an extension of us. No doubt about that, sir. Cannot deny that.
Really?
Yes, you are an extension of us.
And how come we can't go over there and get easy citizenship without dropping off a bag if we're an extension of everybody?
Everyone must pay. What country can you go in and just gain land without paying?
Y'all ain't. Y'all don't. You don't. Y'all come over here bragging that I had $2 when I got to America, nigga. So yeah, you ain't. You coming over here eating. You ain't paying nothing. You come over here, just pull up a plate and you eat. Y'all ain't paying nothing. You can get over here and eat good. But now, things are a little different today, as of today, with some of these roundups. But yeah, a lot of y'all don't even have to pay nothing. You just mosey around the border and bam, things are popping for you.
What do you all expect for us when you go to Africa, sir? What do you expect?
We're chilling here. We're chilling here. We're good here. We ain't really bum rushing to get over there like that. And shout out to some of the riders. But yeah, we good here. We built a great lineage where we don't have to flee all over the place. We stand on business and we handle our candle. Why won't you do the same?
Since you admit that you have African in you, and
that on the planet, right?
It's more recent than everyone else. You have more African, of course, than someone white, of course.
Because the nation states don't even exist that were around when some of our ancestry was there. Those nation states don't even exist. It's completely different over there, sir. They've had an ethnogenesis there, and we've had an ethnogenesis. Those nation states no longer exist, sir. So who are we like? Who are we like?
How recent is your African ancestry? Is it from the transatlantic slave trade?
I've been here. My family has been here since the beginning of the United States. They built the United States from scratch, right? We've had
so the transatlantic slave trade. Yes, you have recent African heritage. So
that's not
America is just like America is ours as it is yours, because you all are an extension of us.
How is it yours?
Because we both have African in our blood. West African, sir.
But how is this yours? But Africa, I can't go over there and get no citizenship. without giving somebody a big ass bag. So how does that work? How is all our stuff yours, but none of your shit is mine?
Well, what do you want in Africa? You want a citizenship? Well, you have to know the right people. You can get it for free.
Yeah, we go over there and we get finesse left and right. But let me get my brother Kanye in here. Brother Kanye, hop in, sir.
What's going on, Flicks? How you doing, man?
Good, brother. We got this gentleman here who said, damn it, we're like him. We're all in this together. We're all the same, brother Kanye.
I hear him. Where you from, bro?
America.
Gotcha. You sound Nigerian. Are you from Nigeria?
America. I was born in America.
Gotcha, 100%. But like, are your people from Nigeria?
Somewhere around that area, sir. I don't want to give you my direct
No,
lineage.
it's okay. That's fine. You don't have to. But are you familiar with the tribes in Nigeria?
Yes, very much so.
Are they different?
Kinda, yes.
How so?
A lot of them have different roots in different areas, like the Hausa people. It's been told that they're, I guess it's a lie, I guess, I'm not sure, from the Middle East. Some say they're from Chad, which is kind of like North Africa. It's like in the Sahel region. So, yeah, different
Gotcha.
origins.
But they all settled in. So I have a person I know from Nigeria, and he calls it Igbo land, but they call it Nigeria as a whole, right? And you can make the argument they kind of grew up close to each other, correct?
Correct.
But you would consider them different people.
They're all black. They all share the same land.
But they're different though. Like they would tell you that they're different. They have different thoughts about each other. They have different cultures, and they grew up right beside each other. Would you agree?
They all have the same mixture on 23andMe.
Yeah, but you would say they were different though. They would say they were different.
It's kind of like a play on semantics. They're all
Wait,
the
so are you
same.
trying to say they're all the same?
Yeah.
So they're not unique at all.
Different cultures.
Yeah, but they will argue they're different, and they will say that they're unique. Are you disagreeing with them?
I only consider people that are not members of the Negro race to be different. So that's a play on semantics.
That's a very interesting thing.
They're all the same.
They fight a lot of wars about this, about being different in cultures and stuff like that. And they basically the same people, like you're saying, right?
Right. I believe the wars are stupid and we should end the wars and help Africa.
Right. So I think you guys have a lot more to figure out about your neighbor who was really close to you in proximity versus who we are. Because I think we know who we are. And as a matter of fact, we don't have these discussions, right? We have regional discussions, and it's not even that serious. Like I'm from Michigan. I grew up in the South. Then Flex is from the South. He grew up out west. But at the end of the day, we all FBA, right? And this is thousands of square miles apart. You got people live right next to each other and been fighting each other for centuries, even though they're the same exact people, as you would say, correct?
Correct.
So if they can't figure that out right next to each other, how the f you gonna tell us what we are across the whole water and 300 to 400 years later? See how that sounds?
Are you all proud of slavery?
Sir, I'm asking a question,
Please
but do you see how that sounds?
I do, but please,
Okay,
I
but
have a question.
so you acknowledge, which is just for sure, but do you acknowledge that there is a difference, correct?
No.
Okay.
Well, amongst themselves.
No, but yeah. Okay, so here we go. We got either the stutter, the ridiculous question, or the nervous laugh. Which one's coming next?
No laugh, sir.
There you go.
Serious.
Okay. There you go. So this is the problem, right? You guys will sit and tell each other all day long that your tribes are unique and different and special when you guys are basically the same person. Your words, not mine. And then you will look at us and say, hey, you guys have been away for 400 years. You have your own unique culture. You have different admixtures, different ethnogenesis, and say, but you know what? We're the same. And we're telling you in a respectful way, there is a difference, right? See, the difference between us and you all is we don't slaughter each other over minor differences. Because a person who grew up
Whoa, please,
go ahead.
brother, wait.
Tell me you guys don't.
Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis, Baton Rouge, Los Angeles, all the big cities. Please spare me. Please.
Are those
You
tribal
know it.
wars? What's going on with that situation? Those tribal
Gang
wars?
wars is a small fraction of tribal wars. It's
No,
all
those are people
tribalistic.
fighting for territory, drugs, and money. That's a
Yeah,
whole
it's
different
all
ballgame.
tribalistic. They all claim a set. It's tribalistic, kind of
See,
like
now you're trying
racism.
to straw man, but you do agree with me that people, in Igbo land or Nigeria are basically the same, but they have different tribes, and that makes them uniquely different from each other. You agree to that, right?
Different culture,
But
yes.
you agree to that?
Yes.
So if you can agree to that in the same exact country, then you can understand in two different continents how we are different, correct?
You all are not that different like you're trying to portray.
Okay, I think we done here. So thank
Wait,
you for
wait,
this.
wait, wait. Are you proud of that white in you? Does that make you proud?
Are you familiar with Nat Turner?
Yes, I
Are you
am.
familiar with all the slave rebellions that was going on?
Yes.
What Abraham Lincoln said.
Not sure what he said.
He said he cannot preserve the Union. You know why he said that?
Oh, because he needed black slaves to help fight. Yes, yes.
So there you go. There you have it. So we're fighting people. We've all been fighting. Are you proud of what the Chinese are doing in Nigeria right now?
Sir, I'm not even in Nigeria. I'm just as
I'm just
American
asking the
as you all.
question. I'm just asking the question.
Of course not. Of
Why
course
not?
not.
What's going on with that?
I don't know. I'm not in Africa. I'm
Have
in
you heard about
America.
what's going on?
Somewhat.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you might want to do some research on that. But
Why are
appreciate
you
it,
so
please.
divisive?
Divisive. I'm asking you questions about your. This is where you from, right? This is your homeland. These are your people.
America is my homeland.
Gotcha. So why you hate us so much?
I don't hate. I want you all to acknowledge that we're the same.
You just said we were different, though.
No, I said we're all the same.
So you got to pick a mic. You got to pick one. But all right, man. Y'all have a nice night. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Brother Kanye, cooking as usual. I had Brother McCall up here. What happened with Brother McCall? I had Brother McCall up here. I want him up.
Please don't add him. Please.
Why not, brother? That's my brother. We got McCall. I'm gonna get him back in a second. But yeah, brother, like we're saying, yeah, we had an ethnogenesis. We have African ancestry, but we had an ethnogenesis. Jamaicans, they have African ancestry, but they became their own ethnic group. Haitians have African ancestry, they became their own ethnic group. For some reason, I hate the fact acknowledge our ethnogenesis because you depend on us to be a generic African so that you can capitalize off of our accomplishments. That's what the vitriol is for, right?
Haitians acknowledge their African roots. Jamaicans acknowledge their African roots.
I just did too. We don't try to make them African Haitians or African Jamaicans. I've acknowledged African roots as well, but I am not an African American. I am a foundational Black American, sir. You see,
But you just tried to say, well, everybody's African.
they
It's a
are.
horrible argument.
They are.
It's a horrible argument. Yours is more recent than theirs.
Not really. I mean, damn.
Yes.
Oh, we for
Yes.
way too long, sir.
Transatlantic slave trade, 400 years on the grand scheme of human life, that is pretty recent.
Not really. Not really. And there were already Aboriginal Black people here. So
I've already debunked that, sir.
didn't
Anyone with a
debunk that.
brain can go look that up.
You tether battled. You didn't debunk anything. Let me get Brother McCall. Brother McCall, hop in, sir. Hold on one second. Let me let him in. Let me get him in. Yeah, you didn't debunk anything. You just did a little tether battling. You didn't debunk anything. Let's get my good brother McCall in the.
Well, I encourage everyone to go look up Lucia woman and read that article. They went back and changed her facial structure. She is not Negro.
Yes, she is.
Look that up. Please look that up.
Look,
Everyone, please.
she's still the same. Brother McCall, hop in, sir.
Thank you, great one. Mr. Amro, how are you, sir?
Good, sir.
Okay. What is your modus operandum? What do you want?
I want you all to acknowledge that we are the same, and I want you all to stop being so hateful and divisive. You all are trying to act like the new Dominicans. Stop it.
Okay. Let me just speak for me. I don't like you. It's not that I don't hate you. You personally, I don't like.
Why?
Let's start there. Let me continue. Why? Where was your family in 1863? Between 1863 and the end of World War I, where was your family and what were they doing?
On the continent of Africa. I don't want to tell you my exact lineage, but on the continent of Africa.
It's not necessary. What were they doing?
Probably reading the Quran or something. I'm not sure. I wasn't alive, Brother Macau. Were you, sir? Hmm?
I have a hunch they were hunter gatherers. Would you concede?
No, sir. Actually, I'm West African. It wasn't many hunter gatherers because, well, the Europeans came through and they it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't really
Mm-hmm.
that bad. It's not like living
Okay.
in a mud village or something.
Okay. Uh-huh. Well, between the emancipation and the end of World War One, we had completed 50,000 patents contributed to the United States. How many patents did your hunter-gathering family produce between that time, sir?
50,000 because we share the same ancestors. Your lineage is mine.
I asked you a question. We weren't hunter-gatherers.
You
I
have
asked you a
African
question.
in you, brother. You have African in you. We're all brothers. Your lineage is
Okay.
mine. 50,000, sir.
All right. Listen to me. Listen to me clearly. 1 acorn, 2 acorn, 1 bushel equals 1 monkey. Did you understand that? Thank you, dear brother.
That is the most
I will
ignorant
land.
thing I've
I
ever heard you
appreciate
say.
it.
Brother
See,
Macau, wait.
he left. See, to what you want, and this is what we're teaching the family here. You want us to be generic Africans so that you can claim our accomplishments. But the minute you guys accomplish something, you make sure you cut us off from it. If you were to get a scholarship or a degree or a PhD, you would run around, I'm a Nigerian American. This is a win for Nigeria. The minute y'all get a win, y'all cut us off of it. But you wanted credit for 50,000 patents from people from our lineage. It doesn't work like that. You know why it doesn't work like that? Because if you want to talk about Africa and you being West African, you sold some of us, sir. You come from the people who help round some of us up and sell us. You sold us. So now you want to spin the block and come back over here to the people you sold who flipped the script, and we had an ethnogenesis and also a spiritual ethnogenesis that made us a divine lineage where we started to accomplish so many phenomenal things. You want to spin the block and say, hey, my bad, but these my people. Nah, I don't know about that, brother. And don't think we haven't heard the little jabs about slavery. A lot of you guys, the Tether class, y'all make these little jabs about slavery. We hear it. You've said a couple of times, y'all proud about slavery. You know what? I'm proud that my foundational Black American ancestors survived that type of atrocity and then stood on business and then made sure that I was going to get the justice that I'm going to get. And they didn't run and flee to other places. They stood here, fought against white supremacy, taught me how to fight against it, and then helped people like you be able to come over here and live comfortably so that you're not gathering bushmeat and shea butter. You understand what I'm saying?
Sir, obviously you all aren't the biggest fighters because the majority of Black Americans wouldn't still be in the South where most of slavery was held. You obviously are not the biggest fighters. It was actually white people who freed you. So you all didn't free yourselves.
Are you insane?
Is that why you're proud of your white lineage?
Sir, we freed ourselves. Even Abraham Lincoln said the Civil War would not have been won if it were not for the freedmen. Black people, and I'm talking about a small group of Black people, shut the whole state of Florida down. They had to send the U.S. Army in there to fight the Black Seminoles down there and still lost. The U.S. government never won that fight. We were shutting this shit down on our own. They had to end slavery. These white people didn't do us no favor. We got ourselves out of slavery. We had sanctuary cities where white people couldn't even go in the damn Great Dismal Swamp that they're still studying now, sir. We freed ourselves and we stood on business. And yeah, we moved from the north and to the south. Many black people moved to the north. We got things popping up there. We had the Harlem Renaissance. We got Detroit popping, Cleveland popping, Philadelphia popping. We get some of these northern cities popping. We're still the dominant population in many of these northern cities. And we know how to go back down south. We don't flee. We move and exercise our rights as citizens in our country. So yeah, a lot of us go back and forth. This is our country. We can do that. We don't flee to other people's nations and then start claim jumping, sir. That makes sense?
Fleeing up north? Fleeing up north?
How is that fleeing in our own country?
You fled from where it was bad. So what makes you think that Africans won't flee for where it's bad to come to see a better life
The
in the United States?
Sir, the North was just as bad. They just had better economic opportunities up in the North. But the racism was still there. We weren't running from racism. We had race riots up in the North. The same National Guard that was in the South was the same National Guard we fought in the North, sir. So we didn't run from anything. We just wanted to go get better jobs instead of just sitting out there doing agrarian work in the South. So we didn't flee nothing. And we went back and forth to the South and the North, sir. We're not like you. We didn't just abandon the homeland altogether and pledge allegiance to a whole new nation. No, 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 no. We stayed on our nation business. This is our shit. All of it, every inch of it is ours. And going from state to state is called exercising your rights. You see how that works?
I exercise my rights. I came over here to the United States. This is my country just as much as yours. And we do share lineage.
So,
Yeah.
No. You came here as an immigrant to something that my family built from the ground up. So it was a one-sided thing. You didn't benefit me whatsoever. Let's get that straight. We're not the same. My family stood on business, suffered, and put blood equity in the soil of this country to make it possible for you to come here. All you did was pull up a plate and eat. I didn't benefit from you one iota. So we're different, sir. Do you understand that?
The anti-African Black Americans have continuously perpetuated, whether that be boys in the hood calling Africans booty scratchers, is disgusting, and as well as the bullying.
Sir,
the bullying when we were young,
sir. Foundational Black Americans have been the only people that's been consistently fighting for African people, sir. There's no the liberation movements over there. We were the ones sparking that. It was Black people working with the UN to help people get their charter for independence over there. It was Black musicians and entertainers fighting to end apartheid. It was Black people going over there sparking some of the revolutions. It was Black people going over there, lending their talent to feed people. I just talked about this, the We Are the World project. The biggest superstars in the world, Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie, wrote the song We Are the World and donated their time to feed Ethiopia. That was what that was for. Sir, we've done way more than enough. I don't want to hear about all that bullshit. Malcolm X went over there trying to break bread with people. We've been the ones. Patrice Lumumba, when he came over here, he was going to a damn HBCU. So we've always embraced the people over there and tried to give them some game. When the first African immigrants came over here, we were funding that. We were raising money with Black churches, having them stay with us in our homes, making sure they were good and safe. I don't want to hear all of that. Brothers like Muhammad Ali, they went over there and had to rumble in the jungle to bring resources and shine over there to Africa when they were taking those boxing matches over there in the early 70s. We've always put Africa on the spotlight and showed them shine. We don't want to hear that bullshit. And then what we get in return is Myron Gaines. Y'all send that type of crap over here to us. You see?
Well, either way, expect Africans to claim FBA.
That's not going to work because we can tell. Number one, we can tell by the way you lied. You came in lying. And that's another thing. If you want to get rid of the damn janky, scammy stereotypes, don't be stereotyped. Don't come in lying. You came in talking about FBA as a group and I own it and I'm the leader. So you come in the room lying, and then y'all wonder why we want to delineate from that lying, scamming mindset. So we can tell that you ain't from our lineage just by your disposition, all of that lying and scamming all over the damn place. So get your mind right, respect the lineage, and I know you're trying to figure out how to claim our lineage, but that's not going to work because we're checking everybody's paperwork, all right?
We can easily claim it because we share the same lineage. You are African.
Sir,
So yeah.
I am not an African. I'm not a continental African, sir. I have not lived on Africa. No African nation has given me any welcome to come over there and get citizenship. I am not no damn African. I am a foundational Black American. My family fought for me to still chill and kick it and thrive in the country that they built. I am a foundational Black American, sir. Everything about American culture comes from foundational Black Americans. This is my homeland, sir, and you're welcome because we made a way for you to come over here to get the hell away from Africa. Nobody's more anti-African than a goddamn Tether. That's why you ain't over there, sir. Right?
I can claim FBA.
No, you can't, sir. No, you can't. The only FBA you can claim is fufu, biryani, and ass smell, because that's what you got over there in your apartment. All right? You're not a foundational Black American, and you will never be. All right. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
We have the same link.
No, we don't have shit. All right? I'm telling y'all, these people, they want to cosplay. They want to cosplay us so damn bad. You know, family, somebody sent me a video link of a dude, a Nigerian dude, who actually does online courses on how to teach other Africans how to use our slang. This dude has whole courses. It almost looked like a parody, but he got like flashcards and the whole nine on how to use foundational Black American slang words. You did? But yeah, a lot of these cats try to cosplay as us. See, that ain't gonna work. Because we can tell. We can tell by your disposition. Now, some of the women, they can kind of get away with it a little bit because some of the Tether women, they can put on wigs and lace fronts, and they can put on a lot of makeup and stuff like that, so they can kind of blend in. You can hide behind makeup and hair. The dudes can't do that. You know what? You know what you can notice? You notice a lot of dudes running around with do-rags. I see a lot of these non-FBA gamer dudes, these dudes who are gamers, and you notice, I want you to notice, a lot of these non-FBA dudes, they run around here wearing do-rags outside. That's one way you can tell somebody's a Tether. Because number one, foundational Black Americans, we don't wear do-rags out no more. We don't wear do-rags as fashion statements no more. That's played out. We used to wear that in the late 90s, early 2000s. You don't see FBAs ain't walking around using do-rags as no fashion accessory no more. We cut that shit out in 2005. But you see some of these dudes running around here with do-rags outside, usually as a Tether, and they do that for two reasons. They're about a couple of decades behind the times. Also, they use those do-rags to cover up them goddamn hairlines. You understand? Because they know. They like the women, the women put on wigs, but them Tethers, they know them hairlines speak volumes. They know that them foreheads and them janky non-FBA hairlines are very pronounced, and we can look at them hairlines and realize that they're not from the lineage. I'm telling you, look under them damn do-rags. They have them do-rags on real tight. They're covering up them damn non-FBA hairlines. You dig? That's a way you can tell. That's one way, and there's other ways. You know, dudes got on a dress suit with flip-flops and just a little shit like that. Yeah, there's other ways you can tell. And also watch the slang. Some of the slang, when they are over enunciating the slang, sometimes the slang it doesn't even flow natural. That's how you can tell too. That's why a lot of times when folks call up here, they're trying to talk in slang, and I can immediately tell that they're from somewhere else. I'm like, hey man, I hear a little accent in there. Where you from? Are you from Jamaica? Usually about 8 times out of 10, I can guess where they're from, even when they're trying to disguise their accent. You see? But it's very interesting. These cats are hell-bent on cosplaying, man, as foundational Black Americans. All right, let's get that guy Mike in the building. That guy Mike. Hop on that guy Mike.
Oh shoot. Appreciate you bringing up a honky like me to talk.
All right. So
Nah.
now where you from, Mike?
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Okay. And
Yeah.
are you an Irish guy or German?
Irish and Slavic.
Okay.
So, guess talking to what the other guy was saying, and everything else like that. I mean, what he's saying of just like, okay, African roots, all like that. You better identify all that shit. It's like me talking to like people over in Ireland or Slovakia and all that shit, and acting like I know what they're saying.
Right.
I don't.
That's very interesting because white people are not told to, you better identify as Irish. White people, they'll have Irish ancestry, and hell, white people come over here in like 1920, and you ain't never spoke to nobody Irish in your family since. That's another thing. Y'all don't have no connection to the people in Europe at all, do you?
Man, that ended with my grandparents. Like that was the last time they really had that. And frankly, like I said, all my poor and drunk ancestors that grew up in Philly, I got no connection to them. Like I don't know any of that shit. But foundational Black Americans. It's, at least to me, the way I look at it is the fact that, like, you want to know a foundational Black American is the fact that American government went and created Liberia, said, hey, we got a spot for you back where you came from and everything else like that. Liberia, liberation, all that shit. And the fact is that y'all stayed.
Right. You didn't go for that.
Y'all stayed because you knew. And the fact is, like, living in Baltimore especially, really unique area and all that stuff, was a combination of both free Black Americans, enslaved Black Americans, and everything else like that. Really complicated. Like, it, like, yeah, it's like you guys basically made the city what it is.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, by the way. But they play this game with us like we're supposed to claim Africa. We ain't been nowhere near Africa for centuries, if at all, by the way, because there are a lot of Black Aboriginals here. And this dude, he lied about Lucia woman. Lucia woman has Negro features, and nothing has ever changed about that. But white people, dude, when white people get over here, white people have zero connection with what's going on over there